My love is 1,000 times more toxic than any drug. It wrecks your body and gets you addicted. It's blazing hot and dangerous, and I still can't stop. Luo Yao. Lin Ran was reborn. Again. He snapped back to the exact moment he was about to confess to Lu Rushue, but there wasn't an ounce of joy in him. Because he knew Luo Yao would show up any minute, and the second she dragged him back, she'd lock him to the bed again. The thought alone made him tremble. He had to save himself. If he was doing this over, he'd choose to love Luo Yao, but he refused to be forced into it. Lu Rushue, all shy sweetness, waited for his confession and asked in a honeyed voice, Lin Ran, what did you want to say? Of course she could see he was about to confess. This time, she planned to say yes, then carry out Lin Jian's plan. Lin Ran, are you feeling okay? Lu Rushue stared at the sweat beading on his forehead, puzzled. A sudden screech of brakes sliced through the romance. A luxury car stopped behind Lin Ran. He knew she'd arrived. Lin Ran took a deep breath. Just as he was about to tear into Lu Rushue in front of Luo Yao, maybe even slap her twice, the car door flew open. Luo Yao stepped out, face dark, and without a word struck Lin Ran hard with one hand. Right before the blow knocked him out, Lin Ran's mind was down to 3 question marks. Lu Rushue jumped, stunned, staring at the breathtakingly beautiful woman who had appeared out of nowhere. Luo Yao's beauty was the kind that etches itself into your mind at first glance, leaving you with no courage to compare her to anyone. Standing before Luo Yao, even the campus belle of the capital S university, Lu Rushue, felt instantly insignificant, her heart flooding with shame. And yet this woman made Lu Rushue feel like she was about to be crushed. Even meeting her eyes took courage. Who are you really? For some reason, a chill washed over Lu Rushue, as if her life force had been siphoned out in an instant. Luo Yao drew back her lethal aura and, without looking back, lifted Lin Ran into the car. If Lin Ran didn't care about Lu Rushue would have been dead a moment ago. One luxury car after another roared off in a cloud of dust. Only then did Lu Rushue realize it was a luxury motorcade, and that the woman just now seemed to have a lot of bodyguards at her side. Lin Ran, was he kidnapped by that woman? Lu Rushue pulled out her phone to call the cops, then froze. If Lin Ran died, wouldn't his family just automatically inherit all his shares? After a moment's thought, she dialed Lin Jian. Night. A dim room. Ran, I want to dig out your eyes and make them into specimens. That way, you'll only ever see me. Lin Ran felt a cold touch glide from his cheek to the corner of his eye. The woman's icy, all too familiar voice sent a chill through every inch of him. If I break your legs, you won't be able to run, will you? He snapped his eyes open. Filling his vision was that familiar, stunning face and those crimson eyes. Luo Yao was sprawled naked across him, one hand stroking his cheek, the other gripping an icy dagger that drifted slowly over his chest. She meant to claim Lin Ran. If she failed, she was already considering cutting out his heart and putting it into her own chest. This familiar beauty, this familiar scent, this familiar touch, this familiar bed. Lin Ran knew he wasn't dreaming. Sure enough, he'd been taken again, and his hands and feet were shackled with iron chains. A tangle of emotions surged through him. It hurt so much, and yet he also felt a flicker of relief. A tear welled up and slipped free. Catching that faint gleam in the dark, Luo Yao paused. Ran, are you scared? Why can't you just be good? Suddenly, Lin Ran flung his arms wide, trying to pull the woman in front of him into a hug. Clank, clank. The clatter of chains didn't stop him. His arms closed tightly around the woman who loved him to the point of obsession. Luo Yao visibly stiffened, then spoke slowly. Ran, what trick are you trying to pull now? Quit daydreaming. Tonight, you're only allowed to belong to me. Her words were icy, but being held in Lin Ran's arms left her feeling deeply satisfied. It was the first time he hugged her of his own accord, and the feeling was like a drug addictive. Lin Ran nodded frantically. Yeah, I'm yours and only yours forever. At that, Luo Yao's brows drew together. He would actually hug her just to get a chance to escape, and even say something so insincere? Didn't he say before that just touching her made him sick? She smiled bitterly to herself, but didn't call him out. If that's how it is, then prove it to me with actions. With that, she slowly leaned in. Lin Ran was about to speak. Okay, I definitely am MPH. The sensation on his lips was both familiar and domineering. As the oxygen thinned, he understood she was testing his sincerity. Reason quickly yielded to desire as that warm, forceful heat pushed into his mouth. Lin Ran, for the first time, responded to Luo Yao's fierce kiss. His palm slid quietly to her waist, a touch that made her savor it even more. Luo Yao figured he was only pretending to give in, but she didn't mind. Even if it was an act, she was willing to sink into it, because she was desperate to possess Ran completely. Her heart was thoroughly stirred. Lin Ran was actually responding on his own. A faint jolt ran through her. She and T expected him to be this obedient. She bit down a little harder. The metallic tang of blood filled their mouths. And while his lip throbbed, Lin Ran didn't blame her. Only after a few minutes did she finally let him breathe freely again. Luo Yao, I want you. Luo Yao froze. The dagger in her hand clattered to the floor, her eyes lighting up all at once. She even wondered if she misheard or if she was losing it again. Lin Ran didn't call her a demon or is she devil this time. He actually wanted her. Longing filled Lin Ran's eyes. He was willing to give up everything for the woman in front of him. Lin Ran nodded and whispered, "Give it to me." They were adults, they knew exactly what he meant. She answered, "All right." Even knowing Lin Ran hadn't truly yielded, Luo Yao chose to believe him. What she wanted most was the immediacy of this moment. They tumbled headlong into madness. He used to see Luo Yao as a demon, twisted, unhinged, fragile yet possessive, obsessive, and cruel all at once, so he'd always been afraid and only wanted to get away. Now he finally felt that demon up close. As the lilting music swelled, the brain's no use right now, toss it aside. After a crazy night, a thread of morning sunlight slipped through the curtains and lit his face, and Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes. The person beside him was coiled around him like a water snake, staring blankly at him, and a smear of crimson stained the white sheets. That night in his previous life, Lin Ran had been forced. The way Luo Yao moved felt like she meant to tear him apart, and it scared him out of his wits. So afterward, he never noticed the little details. Only now did he realize it had been Luo Yao's first time too. Awake? Luo Yao's expression was calm, but inside she was full of fear. She was afraid last night was just an illusion, and afraid her Ran would keep running from her. Looking at the peerless beauty in his arms, Lin Ran felt a jumble of emotions. He knew that behind the soft, harmless veneer, this woman was gorgeous but ruthless, with a warped, obsessive nature that could snap at any moment. A demon. In his previous life, he kept trying to shake off her control, but he died without ever succeeding. He remembered Luo Yao showing up out of the blue the year he started college, and the first thing she said was that he should marry her. But the moment Lin Ran refused, everything started to veer into something strange. 3 years slipped by, day after day, and Lin Ran found he couldn't escape Luo Yao's grip at all. The more he fought, the tighter she stuck. After Lin Ran confessed to the campus beauty, Lu Rushue, over and over, Luo Yao completely snapped. She went off the deep end, wanted to tie Lin Ran to her side, to force him, possess him, even torment him. From then on, he ran and she chased, a relentless cat and mouse game that dragged on for 3 whole years. It wasn't until one of Luo Yao's business trips that disaster struck. That time, Lin Ran was tricked by his so-called secret girlfriend, Lu Rushue, into signing an equity transfer agreement. After that, Lu Rushue, her foster mother, and her younger brother shoved him off a rooftop. The wind was vicious. That mingled rush of weightlessness and terror was something Lin Ran would never forget. When the thud of a heavy body hitting the ground rang in his ears, after a brief flash of pain, Lin Ran was dead. His father, waving the suicide note Lin Ran had supposedly left, smoothly inherited all of Lin Ran's shares in Saran Group and, combined with his own, became the bona fide head of the conglomerate. As for Lin Ran, he could only turn into a wandering shade, silently watching his scumbag father, his stepmother, and those sordid people celebrate his death. To save himself the trouble, the old man hurriedly buried him on a barren hillside, without even waiting for the next day, and not long after the dirt was packed down, Luo Yao arrived. Like a madwoman, she ordered the grave dug up. Absurdly, there wasn't even a coffin, and there hadn't been any cremation. She cradled the disfigured corpse, sobbing her heart out. After a very, very long time, she finally worked up the courage to kiss him. Even as nothing but a soul, Lin Ran's eyes went wide. He couldn't understand how, under circumstances like that, Luo Yao could still bring herself to do it. He himself recoiled at what he looked like now. Ran, why won't you listen? Why won't you stay by my side? I'm sorry. I didn't protect you. Wait for me, I'll come be with you soon. She must have been utterly disappointed in herself, right? She had Lin Ran's remains taken back to Dantian Manor, then kept a silent vigil. Not long after, the despicable Lin Tianba, his stepmother Lu Yumei, the non-biological younger brother Lin Jian, and Lin Jian's cousin and lover Lu Rushua were dragged into the mansion in shackles. They had been singing and eating hot pot at home when they were captured. The next moment, their eyes blinked open and they found themselves inside this grand estate. Seeing the feared and infamous female tycoon before them, they trembled like sieves, shaking uncontrollably. You killed Iran. You deserve to be sliced into 1,000 pieces. All of them turned pale with fear, not daring to question the weight behind Luo Yao's words. The whole world knew this woman was terrifyingly insane, capable of scaring the hell out of anyone. Hadn't Lin Ran just been her plaything? Now that he was dead, why was this madwoman coming after them? Lin Tianba's voice quivered as he pleaded, Madame Luo, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm Lin Ran's biological father. How could I possibly harm him? Lin Jian, Lu Yumei, and Lu Rushua looked even more panicked. It was precisely the four of them who had conspired to kill Lin Ran. Lin Jian shouted, Miss Luo, this has nothing to do with us. Lu Yumei sobbed, I'm his mother. I loved Xiao Ran the most. I'd rather die than hurt him. Lu Rushua cried desperately, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. I was the one Lin Ran truly loved. Lin Ran, now a spirit watching the scene unfold before him, shook his head bitterly. Although Lin Tianba hadn't personally taken part, he was definitely one of those who most wished Lin Ran dead. It was a shame he hadn't seen the truth while alive, only recognizing his despicable father's true nature after death. Or perhaps, it took death for him to finally believe the hideous faces of his so-called family. She was the most powerful and wealthiest woman in the world. For her, uncovering the truth was effortless. Luo Yao's voice was bone-chillingly cold as she spoke slowly, You for one die peacefully. Her words dripped with icy menace and killing intent. Lin Jian was the first to collapse under the pressure, kneeling on the ground. He began kowtowing violently. Miss Luo, I'm sorry. It was those two evil women's idea, it was all their plan. He pushed his mother and Lu Rushua forward as he spoke, both of them stunned beyond belief at what was happening before their eyes. Could this really be their beloved son and brother? Lu Yumei tried to calm the situation, pleading, Son, don't be afraid. She can't do anything to us. This is a society ruled by law. Inwardly, Lin Jian wanted to curse out loud, Are you seriously trying to reason with the richest, most powerful, and craziest woman in the world using legal statutes? Have you lost your mind, or am I hallucinating? No matter how many laws you recite, would that erase the fact that they committed murder? The law was made for ordinary people, not for the powerful elite who always find a way around it. Lu Rushua hadn't even recovered from the shock when she suddenly saw Luo Yao pull out a gleaming bone-carving knife. She began trembling violently, like a leaf in the wind. You can't kill me. I'm the woman Lin Ran loved most. If you kill me, he'll never rest in peace. Luo Yao hesitated for a moment. Then her eyes flared with a wild, unhinged fury. That's right. If it weren't for this woman, Iran wouldn't have died at all. What exactly did Iran see in Lu Rushua? Was it just her face? Lin Ran, who had been watching everything unfold with a detached smirk, now laughed bitterly. Luo Yao tightened her grip on the knife and stepped forward coldly, saying, I'll turn you into a human pig. You think so highly of that pretty face of yours. Then let people admire it every single day. With each step, blood-curdling screams echoed through the air. The four of them were caught in a nightmare, unable to live, yet too terrified to die. Lin Tianba was flayed alive by Luo Yao, and after his death, his remains were thrown into a septic tank, which became his final resting place. Lin Jian was castrated and thrown into the manor's koi pond, where he was eventually devoured by crocodiles. Louis Weme was cooked into a delicacy, and the rest of the Liu family were invited to partake in the banquet. Soon after, the Liu family was wiped out completely. As for Lu Rushue, Luo Yao didn't kill her outright. Instead, she transformed her into a beauty jar and sent her to Southeast Asia. Lu Rushue was brutally tortured, her body grievously damaged, shoved into a vase with only her head exposed. Every day she was forced to moan on stages in Southeast Asia, kept barely alive by nutrient drips, turned into an art piece that countless men in the audience applauded. Although he had seen several people's miserable fates with his own eyes, Lin Ran did not think Luo Yao was cruel. Instead, a wave of gratitude rose in his heart. He had assumed he was nothing more than a plaything Luo Yao wanted to possess, but he had never expected her to take his revenge with her own hands. After she finished those deeds, Luo Yao returned to the manor, changed into a wedding dress, and slowly lay down in an ice crystal coffin. Lin Ran lay inside too, dressed in a groom's suit. Lin Ran was powerless to stop it. His heart ached so much he couldn't speak. "Aaron, I'm here with you. I promise no matter life or death, you are mine. We're married. See, I put on a wedding dress for you. Do I look good?" Lin Ran thought. "To die with you, it's wonderful. When we're down there, could you look at me one more time? Share a bed in life, share a grave in death." In that moment, Lin Ran understood clearly how deep Luo Yao's love for him ran almost into his bones. But it was all too late. Nothing could be undone. He drifted through the world for who knew how long and saw many things he had wanted to see, but he could never see Luo Yao's beautiful figure again, nor hear that tone in her voice that was laced with threat. Only when he watched Lu Rushue die in Southeast Asia did Lin Ran come back to life. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Seeing Lin Ran staring blankly at her, Luo Yao frowned slightly. He came back to himself. The softness in his arms reminded him there was still a chance. This time he decided to make up for a lifetime of love to the woman before him. "Luo Yao?" "Aya." Luo Yao didn't know what he was about to say. She feared he might utter words that would plunge her into despair, so she refused to give him the chance. She kissed him fiercely. Lin Ran felt as if she might swallow him whole, so he began to return her kiss. Lin Ran's performance pleased Luo Yao. She wanted to carve her mark into him. As he let out a low gasp, blood welled from the bite and trickled down his shoulder. "If you lied to me last night, I'll cut your tongue out." Lin Ran shuddered. He knew Luo Yao was crazy enough to do anything. "Don't worry. From now on, I'm yours and yours alone." Seeing him like this satisfied Luo Yao. Even if she was being kept in the dark, she felt like she'd fallen into a honey pot. "So when you went to find Lu Rushue yesterday, what were you going to do?" Lin Ran hesitated, then fell silent. He'd actually gone to confess to Lu Rushue yesterday. He'd lost count of how many times. He knew it was after that confession that Luo Yao grew even more unhinged and started to claim him for herself. Luo Yao just wanted him. What wrong was there in that? If she wanted him, then give her what she wanted. "Luo Yao? I went to see Lu Rushue yesterday to draw a clear line. I don't even like her." Luo Yao sneered. "You think I'm going to buy a cheap lie like that? Fine. I admit I was blind before and once liked Lu Rushue. But now I see clearly you're the one I want for the rest of my life." It was as if Luo Yao saw straight through his little ploy. "You think that's enough to make me let you go? If you go to Lu Rushue again, I don't mind turning her into a specimen and keeping her here, so she can watch every night how I take you for myself." Lin Ran knew she was capable of it in his former life. Lu Rushue's fate had been even worse. He also knew how deeply he'd hurt Luo Yao before. But it didn't matter now that he had a second chance. He'd spend the rest of his life proving he wasn't lying. With that thought, he held her tighter. Luo Yao luxuriated in the warmth of their naked embrace. "Aran, say my name." "Luo Yao, kiss me." He did as she asked. After quite a while, he felt completely drained, and before long he sank into a deep sleep. By the time he woke, it was already noon. Luo Yao was nowhere to be seen, and the iron chain that had been around his wrist had vanished. Good thing school hasn't started yet, or he'd definitely be late. Lin Ran spotted a small bottle of ointment on the table and smiled. He recognized it as scar cream, very effective, and Luo Yao used it often. In his previous life, he'd used it several times. He stepped into the bathroom. The cut at the corner of his mouth had healed a lot. The bite mark on his shoulder was still obvious, and the scratches on his arms and back were particularly striking. Those marks kept reminding him just how crazy the woman at his side could be. Still, compared to his previous life, this was already an improvement. She just wanted to leave her mark on him. What was wrong with that? If she wanted to let her, it wasn't he as if he couldn't take it. With that in mind, Lin Ran couldn't even be bothered to put ointment on his shoulder. This mark belonged to Luo Yao alone. The bedroom door of the villa swung open, and Butler Fu hurried in. "Young Master Lin, would you like to die now?" Lin Ran had a good impression of Butler Fu. In his previous life, this butler was the one most adept at talking sense into him. "Where's Luo Yao?" Miss went to the office. Lin Ran nodded and took a seat at the small dining table. He remembered that back then, every meal he'd sit as far from Luo Yao as possible, so she simply swapped out the lavish banquet table for a small one. Even then, Lin Ran wouldn't sit beside her. He'd either sit across from her or just skip the meal. Thinking of that, he shook his head, and then the servants came in carrying bowl after bowl of soup. "What's this?" Butler Fu gave him a fond, almost nosy aunt smile. When Miss told him this morning to prepare extra of this tonic, it had genuinely startled him. Who would be thought young Master Lin had finally gotten lucky. "This is a restorative soup Miss prepared especially for you, to boost your energy and build you back up." Lin Ran fell silent. A grown man, and his own woman was calling him weak? Fine, he was a little drained, but that was mostly Luo Yao's fault. Fine. Who on earth could stand being put through this? Lin Ran shouted, "I'm not drinking it. I'd sooner jump from here than touch that bowl of soup." He started eating at an unhurried pace, acting as if that big bowl of tonic soup didn't even exist. His phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. The note was just a string of black dashes. He hesitated, then answered. On the line, Lin Tianba barked. "You little bastard, where the hell are you? We heard you got grabbed. Do you have any idea how your mom and your brother are losing it? We waited a full day and night and didn't even get a call from the kidnappers. What the hell are you playing at?" Lin Ran recognized the name on the screen. It was Lu Rushua. He remembered that in his last life, he'd picked up this very call and told his dad everything about being taken by Luo Yao. But after the people on the other end repeatedly confirmed it was Luo Yao who had him, they hung up without another word, like nothing had happened. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. Had they already decided back then to let me die? Great. They seem a lot savvier this time. Now what? Old bastard. Don't you ever talk to me like that again. Old bastard? Your daddy? On the other end, Lin Tianba went blank, like he couldn't believe those words had come out of Lin Ran's mouth. Beside him, Lin Jian hurriedly whispered, "Dad, maybe Big Brother really is being held. He's probably pretending things are bad between you, so he won't drag you down. What if the kidnappers are? I'm just going home with my wife, and you go goddamn jumping to conclusions. Your head's like a moldy watermelon. Blink, and it turns to rotten slop. What a dumbass. With an old beast like you for a dad, it's like getting poked in the ass with a little knife. What an eye-opener." Lin Tianba blew his top. "You little beast, what did you say? I'm your father. You dare mouth off to me like that?" Lin Ran. From north to south it's one long strip. Go ask around who's the real daddy. You keep calling me little beast. What? Your mouth stuffed with laxatives? Every time you open it you either spray shit or take a dump. Even your damn name is crap. Don't go by Lin Tianba. You should be Lin Wangba. Once he cussed his fill, Lin Ran hung up and blocked every Lin family number in one go. Lin family, you just wait for daddy. Lin Tianba. In a couple days I'll show you who the real daddy is. Uncle Fu stood off to the side. Eyes wide, he never imagined young Master Lin would be at odds with the Lin family like this. And what exactly did young Master Lin just say? Going home with his wife? Uncle Fu almost burst into tears and even personally ladled Lin Ran another bowl of soup. Lin Ran. He wouldn't drink it even if you beat him to death. Dantian Manor is huge, but Lin Ran is lazy as hell. He barely steps out of Villa Number 1. Just sprawls there, slacking off while thinking about Luo Yao. Man, I just want to snuggle more with my boss lady wife. Thinking along those lines, Lin Ran picked up his phone and scrolled through that chat thread, the one that all money transfers he never accepted. Meanwhile, back at the Lin family villa, Lin Tianba, in a fit of rage, flung his phone and it smacked right into Lin Jian's forehead. Ah, shit. Lu Yueme jolted and rushed over to check her son's injury. Lin Tianba froze too. Seeing blood seeping from Lin Jian's forehead, Both of them were startled. Lu Yuemei shot Lin Tianba a slightly angry glare. Worried, Lu Yuemei asked, "Son, you okay?" Enduring the pain, Lin Jian obediently said, "I'm fine, Dad. You should focus on saving your older brother first. At the very least, make sure the kidnappers leave his body intact." Lin Tianba replied coldly, "Forget about that disobedient brat. If he dies, he deserves it." Lu Yuemei also handed over the phone and said to Lin Tianba, "Yes, honey. Ren must have been under threat just now. As a mother, I'm so worried. Hurry, call again and beg the kidnappers at least to leave his body whole." Touched by her words, Lin Tianba tearfully replied, "You two are just too kind-hearted. If Lin Ran had half the sense that Xiao Jian has, I wouldn't have locked him inside the storage room." He took the phone and asked, "What's that brat's number anyway?" As soon as he finished speaking, the three fell into silence. It seemed like no one had remembered to save Lin Ran's number. The number from that earlier call had even been obtained from Lu Ruxue. With no choice, Lin Tianba dialed Lu Ruxue again. On the phone, he shouted, "Xiao Xue, what's Lin Ran's phone number? Your uncle dropped his phone, and it broke. I can't find the call history anymore." After getting the number, Lin Tianba immediately dialed Lin Ran's mobile again. But no matter how many times he called, there was no answer. Even when he tried with Lin Jian's phone, it remained disconnected. Enough of that ungrateful brat. Let's just take Xiao Jian to the hospital first. Look at this wound, it's at least a centimeter deep. With a sweet, obedient smile, Lin Jian said, "Thank you, Dad." Inside the high-level executive meeting room of Luo Corporation, every executive sat in tense silence. Every meeting felt like walking to the execution grounds. The only reason they hadn't quit was because of the excellent benefits. But today, the CEO's expression was colder than ice. Luo Yao casually twirled a pen in her hand, yet the killing intent in her heart grew heavier by the second. At noon, her assistant had reported that Lu Ruxue had requested an internship completion letter. Lu Ruxue was currently an intern at one of Luo Corporation's subsidiaries, a position arranged personally by Luo Yao. She had already placed under surveillance every person connected to Lin Ran, especially Lu Ruxue. Yesterday, Lin Ran went to see Lu Ruxue. Today, he got a message from her again. Going to pick up the internship certificate meant the new semester was about to start. Luo Yao was already debating whether to make her disappear for good. If Lu Ruxue were out of the picture, would Lin Ran fall apart? Or would he stay with her? She didn't want to take that risk, didn't dare gamble on it. Ding! After marking the contact for special notifications, the WeChat alert went off. Luo Yao froze for a beat and picked up her phone. Then all the executives watched the corners of the perpetually frosty Luo Yao's mouth slowly lift. Holy crap, President Luo actually smiled. What kind of message had that kind of magic? They were stunned on the spot. That's it for this meeting. Everyone's bonus this month goes up by 100 grand. As soon as she said it, Luo Yao stood and walked out, leaving a room full of dumbstruck people behind. How had the boss suddenly become satisfied with their work? And handing out bonuses? Unbelievable. Luo Yao walked back to her office without taking her eyes off her phone, while her assistant, Lu Meng, looked utterly shocked. Could the person who moved President Luo's heart really be young Master Lin? Sitting in her office, Luo Yao stared at those few words for a long time, unable to calm down. "Aaron, miss you. When are you coming back?" After thinking a moment, she replied, "Luo Yao, soon. I'm heading out. You handle the rest," Luo Yao said. "Okay," Lu Meng answered, stunned. President Luo was clocking out early? Oh my god. On her way back, Luo Yao received a message from the butler, Butler Fu. He sent over a blow-by-blow of today's call between Lin Ran and the Lin family. After reading it, Luo Yao's eyes were especially bright. If her employees saw her now, their jaws would drop all over again. Aaron said, "Wife, come home." In the villa on the private estate, once he got the message, Lin Ran sprang into action and headed into the kitchen. He was going to cook dinner for Luo Yao. It was the one concrete thing he could do for her right now. He wasn't sure whether the estate would even let him leave, and he didn't ask. Back in his last life, he'd been chained to a bed, unable to move. At least now there were no chains. He wasn't asking for much, taking it slow was fine. Besides, there was this comfy villa, a life where he was waited on hand and foot, and a stunningly beautiful wife. Isn't that the peak of life? Why on earth would he torture himself by going back to the way things were? As childhoods go, Lin Ran's wasn't bad until his mother died, and everything changed. Once the stepmother showed up, his own father might as well have turned into a stepdad too, not to mention the younger brother who spent all day trying to get him killed. In the Lin family, he didn't have an ounce of standing. They never lifted a finger for him, even his college tuition he scraped together from part-time jobs. Compared to his younger brother Lin Jian's life, heaven for one, hell for him. Marrying into a billionaire family, what is not to love? The chefs and staff in the villa were startled when they saw Lin Ran heading into the kitchen to cook. The kitchen was always the most dangerous place in the house. If he got so much as a scratch, they'd all be in for it. Everyone could see perfectly well how the young lady treated Mr. Lin. Even if Mr. Lin blew up the estate, they'd blame the bomb and the estate before they blamed him. No matter how the chef and the servants tried to talk him out of it, Lin Ran wouldn't budge. Lin Ran said, "It's fine. I just want to make dinner for Luo Yao. I'm not here to steal your jobs." After Lin Ran finished his signature 8 dishes and 1 soup, Luo Yao came back to the villa. The moment she stepped inside and saw the empty hall, she headed straight upstairs to the bedroom, pushed the door open, and found it just as empty. Her face instantly went cold. No one was here really, no one. Last time the place was deserted, it was because Lin Ran had run off, and Uncle Fu had taken all the bodyguards and servants out to look for him. Now it was empty again. Had something happened? Ran, why can't you just behave? Luo Yao pulled out her phone, tapped open an unfamiliar app, and checked the location. The tracker said he was right here in the villa? Just as she was puzzling over it, Uncle Fu rushed out of the kitchen. "Miss, you're back. Where's Ran?" "Young Master Lin is in the kitchen. He said he's cooking for you himself." Luo Yao stared for a moment. Then her expression slowly returned to normal. Uncle Fu wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking thank goodness he reacted fast, or this could be been trouble. "Miss, young Master Lin is almost done. Please come downstairs." Luo Yao gave a cool nod, went into the room to change, then headed toward the dining room. Lin Ran had the servants carry the dishes to the dining room, and when he stepped out of the kitchen, he saw Luo Yao. For no reason he could name. The moment he saw her, a sudden joy rushed through him, like he was looking at the most beautiful thing in the world. It was a feeling he'd never known before. Lin Ran opened his arms and walked toward her. Luo Yao stood there, dazed, as he came closer, and he pulled her into an embrace, placing a light kiss on her forehead. "A welcome home kiss. I cooked. Let us eat together." "Okay." Starlight seemed to flicker in Luo Yao's eyes. Was this what it felt like to have Ran by her side? Maybe he wasn't putting on an act? Then again, that didn't seem likely, and her face cooled again. Lin Ran was baffled, no idea what had just happened. Seriously, instant mood swings now. Before he ever touched a pan, Lin Ran had asked the butler about Luo Yao's dietary restrictions. He didn't want some dumb, novel-style plot where the heroine has an allergic reaction. Learning she didn't have any particular taboos, he finally let himself go to town in the kitchen. She had no requirements, which basically meant that even if he served up a literal turd, she wouldn't get mad. Not that he couldn't cook, he was actually pretty good. Luo Yao was in comfy loungewear that set the imagination running. Images from the night before flashed through Lin Ran's mind, and his cheeks reddened. After Luo Yao sat down, Lin Ran took the seat right beside her, lit the candles he'd set up in advance, and told the servants to turn off the lights. The butler, Uncle Fu, and the other servants all looked stunned. In the past, Lin Ran always sat as far from Luo Yao as possible. Luo Yao had even swapped out the grand formal dining table for a smaller one, so he could at least sit across from her. But now he'd planted himself right next to her and lit romantic candles. That was no small change. Luo Yao was pleased with his turnaround and figured it wouldn't be so bad if he kept up the act like this. Lin Ran ladled out a bowl of skin-nourishing soup for Luo Yao, then served himself one as well. If my wife is going to keep her complexion up, I'd better keep pace, he thought. Otherwise, when I'm old and past my prime and she doesn't want me anymore, what am I going to do? Uncle Fu hurriedly cut in. "Miss, the soup looks great. Why not let me try a bowl first?" He was actually worried Lin Ran might have tampered with the food. Luo Yao shot him a chilly look. And only then did he realize he'd misspoken. He had no standing in this house to question Lin Ran. He even started to wonder if Lin Ran's status in this household might be just a hair higher than the young lady's. Luo Yao said coolly, "No need. Ran made this. I trust him. Even if it were poison, if Lin Ran told her to drink it, she wouldn't hesitate." Uncle Fu looked awkward, but Lin Ran just smiled lightly. He didn't blame the man. The concern was reasonable. "Let me go first." Before anyone could react, he took 2 quick sips of the soup, then sampled a bit from every dish. Uncle Fu gave an embarrassed smile. "I was overthinking. Sorry." Lin Ran waved it off to say it was fine, but Luo Yao dropped a cold line. "You're not getting a bonus this month." Uncle Fu's eyes tightened. That stung worse than getting screwed over. Lin Ran hurried to smooth things over. "Luo Yao, Uncle Fu's only thinking of you. Don't worry about the bonus, try the soup first." It wasn't Lin Ran throwing his weight around. Uncle Fu was genuinely decent, and he'd spoken up for Luo Yao, so Lin Ran put in a word for him. Luo Yao nodded. Uncle Fu, grateful, was about to thank Lin Ran, but the moment he saw her slight frown, he clamped his mouth shut. With the young lady dining with the young master, how could he keep talking? Lin Ran watched quietly as Luo Yao gracefully lifted a spoonful of the skin-rejuvenating broth. He simmered himself and brought it slowly to her lips. The dim candlelight made her even more enchanting. He felt he could never get enough of that peerless face. Luo Yao asked, "What are you staring at?" Lin Ran answered, "How beautiful you are." She frowned. Compared to Lu Rushue, who's prettier? That's a gimme, right? Lin Ran smiled. "You obviously. I must have been blind before couldn't even see a woman this stunning. Now that my eyesight's back, I'm going to look at you and keep looking for the rest of my life. But I really do regret it." The first part made Luo Yao's heart flutter, but that last line left her on edge. In her head, regret what? Regret that I gave myself to him last night. Lin Ran could feel the air suddenly turn cold and was startled. Why did she suddenly get mad? Is it because? He added, "I regret not noticing your beauty sooner. I'm such an idiot." Sure enough, Luo Yao's chill began to melt, and the curve at the corner of her mouth grew more pronounced. Uncle Fu's eyes jolted again. Young Master Lin, was he actually flirting? My God, it's been ages since the young lady smiled like that. As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, Luo Yao gave a little shiver, and a bead of soup slid down the corner of her mouth. She reached up instinctively to wipe it, and her hand bumped right into Lin Ran's as he reached out to do the same. Even though they had close calls before, they both froze, hearts speeding up, while that drop of soup slowly slid from her lips, setting imaginations running wild. Lin Ran pulled his hand back, suddenly awkward. He rushed to apologize. "Sorry, I just wanted to wipe it off for you." "Feed me," Luo Yao said. "Huh," Lin Ran answered. "Feed me dinner," she added. He stared at her soft, rosy lips and swallowed. "Okay." He dipped his spoon into his own bowl and brought it slowly to her mouth. Uncle Fu's heart lurched. He knew the young miss was fastidious and hated men, so the fact that young Master Lin was feeding her with his own spoon shocked him even more. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and fired off a message. "Prepare a crystal coffin." Then he actually saw the miss open her mouth and drink the soup, and she might have even licked the spoon. No way. He had to be seeing things. Luo Yao drawled, "Uncle Fu, are you trying to join our candlelight dinner?" Uncle Fu went cold, shook his head fast, waved everyone out, and hurried off himself, shooting off another text as he went. "Cancel the coffin." Lin Ran gazed at her dewy, plush lips and fed her gently. The feeling left Luo Yao deeply satisfied, slowly, even a little addicted. "Aran, you really didn't lie to me, did you? Even if you did, I'd accept it." Usually Luo Yao had little appetite, but because Lin Ran cooked it, she wanted to savor every bite and leave nothing behind, eat as much as she could. For the picky Luo Yao, it was practically a first. They lingered over that meal, eating from the dining room all the way into the bedroom. Just as Luo Yao straddled Lin Ran, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It read, "Goddess. Fuck. I actually forgot to block this bitch." Luo Yao saw it too, and the room instantly went cold by a few degrees. Lin Ran hung up and leaned in to kiss her, but the phone rang again right as he was about to kill the call and power off. "Pick up." A stampede thundered through Lin Ran's chest. "Lu Rushue, Be smart, don't say anything that LL upset my wife. He answered. Lin Ran, where are you? Before he could get a word out, Luo Yao's domineering presence crashed over him. I'm at MM. Lu Rushua froze. What was that sound? Say something, Lin Ran. Are you okay? Who was that woman who dragged you off that day? Lin Ran was about to explode, but Luo Yao tossed him a barbed question. Ran, who do you love most? You're the only one I love. Then a different kind of moan came through, and Lu Rushua recognized it all too well. Panic hit her. Lin Ran, what are you doing? Why is there a woman's voice next to you? They were going at it so hard Lin Ran could barely breathe. He wanted to curse, so he shoved Luo Yao away. She nearly bristled at the push. I'm with my wife. If you've got nothing, beat it. If you do, go to hell. No sooner were the words out than Luo Yao wrapped herself around him again, and an even harsher sound followed, pleasure-laced, blatantly provocative and contemptuous. Lu Rushua couldn't hold it in anymore. Lin Ran, I never thought you'd be like this. I misread you. You've really let me down. She broke into sobs and hung up. Luo Yao laughed, a smile Lin Ran had never seen before. Ghostly, mocking, or tinged with bitterness. As time passed, Lin Ran felt he was finally seeing the real Luo Yao. In his head, he cursed himself for having been blind, deaf, and stupid. So what was it he really wanted? Luo Yao? One day I'm seriously afraid I'm going to die here. Can we tone it down a bit? Luo Yao had always held the upper hand in her last life. She never expected it to be the same in this one. I'm obviously the one, all right. Lin Ran's attitude toward Lu Rushua today left Luo Yao quite satisfied. You think I'm crazy? I just can't help it. What am I supposed to do? It feels like only if we merge completely into one will you truly belong to me. If you actually died beneath me, I wouldn't hesitate to go with you. Even in the underworld, you'd still be mine. Lin Ran fell silent. He knew perfectly well Luo Yao would absolutely do something like that. What is so good about me, anyway? Why did Luo Yao choose me of all people? Aran, I'm so scared you'll turn around and leave tomorrow. So even if you're lying to me, could you just keep on lying? A sharp pain shot through Lin Ran's chest. Even if Luo Yao thinks I'm deceiving her, she is still willing to go on like this. What kind of twisted love is that? Even if all you give me is false affection, I'll treat it like a precious keepsake. But Lin Ran was slowly starting to enjoy that feeling. You could say that after barely 2 nights since his rebirth, he was already a little obsessed. Luo Yao, whether you believe it or not, I'll stay by your side and protect you. We'll keep going like this. Trust me, okay? A crystalline shimmer flickered in Luo Yao's eyes, but she knew she couldn't cry. In this world, everyone else is allowed to cry, everyone except her. Because the moment you cry, you look weak, and once you're weak, you get trampled. She had to become the strongest Luo Yao, only then could she protect Aran. If Aran ever stopped loving her, if he didn't want her anymore, then she'd turn him into a specimen and keep it on her person or burn him to ash and swallow it. That would still count as a lifetime together. Wild, absurd thoughts spread through her. Lin Ran was stunned. At dawn, when Lin Ran woke, Luo Yao was gone again. Does this girl ever sleep? After breakfast, Lin Ran headed for the walk-in closet he'd never set foot in before. He used to be too lazy to even glance at those piles of luxury clothes, because he didn't want anything from Luo Yao. But now it was different. Since he belonged to Luo Yao, he might as well lean into being a kept man. Each piece looked like a work of art. He picked a set that pleased his eye and changed into it. One look in the mirror and, sure enough, clothes do make the man. The only drawback was that mess of hair. After hesitating, he sent Luo Yao a message. These days, whatever he did, he wanted to give her a heads up, not because he was afraid of her, but because he minded her little moods. To outsiders, she was cold and decisive. Lin Ran knew she was actually sensitive at heart. Wife, I'm going to get a haircut and swing by the Lin place to grab a few things. Before long, Luo Yao replied. Can I send a stylist to the manor? Lin Ran sent back. Okay. On the other end, Luo Yao stared at that line on her screen for a long moment. She breathed, her voice trembling. Wife. She loved being called that. After thinking it over, she changed his contact name. In no time, the stylist arrived at the manor and, per Lin Ran's request, crafted a look that screamed $1 billion. Uncle Fu, can I borrow a car? You can't hail a ride out here. Uncle Fu smiled. Young Master Lin, don't joke. Take whatever you like from the garage, they're all gifts from Miss Luo. Only then did Lin Ran remember Luo Yao had given him a lot in the past, and he'd never even taken a look. In the wardrobe-s storage cabinets lay stacks of property deeds, car titles, and a black card with a limit he couldn't guess. Great. Then please arrange a few bodyguards to come with me while I run some errands. Of course, young Master Lin. The moment he stepped into the garage, oh my god, it put any luxury car show to shame. Lin Ran picked out a Koenigsegg 1:1 he'd never even seen something that extravagant up close, and now he was actually driving it to a fight. The convoy of ultra-luxury cars soon rolled down the streets of the capital. Every car on the road swerved aside to give them space. Right on Lin Ran's tail was Uncle Fu's car this time. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Ran slip away again. Especially after witnessing just how important Lin Ran was to the young miss of the household. He didn't dare slack off for a second. He was the one person who could make the young miss smile through her tears. Under no circumstances could they lose him. Before long, Lin Ran brought the car to a smooth stop outside the Lin family's villa, then stormed in with 10 bodyguards at his back. Inside, the three who had just brought Lin Jian home from the hospital were gathered, chatting and laughing. Dad, you're really just going to ignore my brother? Try getting in touch with him again. If Big Bro isn't dead yet, we can make the kidnappers hand him back to us in one piece. He's my favorite brother, after all. That's right, honey. Jian's right, Ran is my son too. You should talk to the kidnappers. At least get the body back intact, so we can give him a proper burial, right? Lin Tianba frowned. Just thinking about that unfilial brat gave him a dull headache. Lin Ran had always been obedient. How did it end up with him getting scolded last time? If he hadn't ripped into him back then, maybe there would be been. Kneel down and apologize to me today, or I'll beat you to death. Before Lin Tianba could even lay a hand on him, several bodyguards rushed out from behind Lin Ran, tackled him to the ground, leaving Lin Jian and his mother stunned and frozen. Lin Jian shouted, "Brother, you're back. I've missed you so much. When I heard you were kidnapped, I couldn't eat or sleep. I was thinking about how to rescue you every second. But why? The moment you came back, did you bring outsiders to attack Dad? Let my dear father go right now." Lu Yueme quickly said, "Xiao Ran is back, so let your father go. He has been frantic since you disappeared, contacting the kidnappers non-stop and trying every way he could think of to save you." But Lin Ran just stood there, stunned and silent. Words failed him. With just a glance from Lin Ran, Lin Jian and his mother were also shoved to the ground. From the housekeeper's room, an elderly maid rushed out, but the moment she recognized Lin Ran, she froze. "Master Lin, you're back." "Madam Wang, hello." Madam Wang was the only person in the house that Lin Ran didn't completely despise. She had helped him many times before. Lin Tianba was furious, shouting, "You little bastard, let me go? I'm your father." Lin Ran slowly crouched down, yanked the Seven Wolves leather belt from Lin Tianba's hand, and with a quick flick of his wrist, the belt buckle came down hard. After a blood-curdling scream, Lin Tianba's head split open, blood pouring out. "You old bastard, remember this. From now on, if we meet, don't you dare call yourself my father again. Every time I see you, you better kneel and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I'll beat you like this again." As Lin Tianba screamed in pain, Lin Jian and his mother could only stare in shock. Lin Ran stopped only when his arm ached from the beating, clearly satisfied. He stretched his limbs, then slowly turned to look at Lin Jian and his mother. They disgusted him. When Lin Ran locked eyes with them, they didn't show fear. Instead, their hatred was mixed with something else. Excitement? Yes, excitement. Lin Ran spoke slowly. "Mr. Su, the rest is up to you." As the words left his mouth, Lin Ran slowly walked upstairs and returned to his old storage room. Su Kai, a big shot in the legal world, stepped out from behind and handed a document to Lin Tianba, who was still sprawled on the floor, wailing. "What is this?" "It's the written notice that Lin Ran is severing ties with you," Su Kai said. "Please sign." Lin Tianba froze, unable to calm down for a long time. When Lin Ran came downstairs again, Lin Tianba still hadn't signed. Seeing him with a suitcase, he swallowed his anger and asked, "You ungrateful brat, are you serious?" Lin Ran nodded. "How could I not be?" Lin Tianba was so furious he laughed. Fine. Remember this, you ungrateful brat. You can forget about ever coming back to the Lin family. Even if you crawl here on your knees, I want to acknowledge you as my son. Lin Ran smiled. Deal. Driven to a frenzy, Lin Tianba slapped his signature on the document. Lin Jian and his mother traded a look, a knowing smile on their faces. Lin Ran put the papers away and, looking at that mother and son pair who were half grieving, half gloating, couldn't he help finding it funny. By the way, I'm taking my equity with me. The shares in Saran Group were left to me by my mom. You're not getting a single cent out of me. Their faces shifted at once. Clearly they just remembered that little detail. You ungrateful Ran. What do you even need all that equity for? Transfer it to me, no conditions. Dad will give it back to you after you graduate. Lin Jian chimed in. Yeah, bro, Dad asked the chairman. Put the shares under his name at LL, give him more clout at the company. Lu Yueme coaxed him in a syrupy tone. Ran, be good. Listen to your father, transfer the shares to him, and let him manage them for you. Lin Ran was so disgusted, he almost wanted to puke. He couldn't believe he'd never noticed how repulsive this family was before. He shook the severance papers and said, we're just strangers now. You curse me, I get pissed, and as justifiable self-defense, I'll have to hit you to blow off some steam. This left even lawyer Su Kai, standing nearby, at a loss for words. Don't hit too hard. Leave him some breath, don't kill him. In no time, several of them were already bruised and swollen. Lu Yueme and her son, having lost their usual composure, shouted at Lin Ran together. Ungrateful bastard. I'm your mother. I raised you all these years, and now you let others beat me? How could you be so heartless? Lin Ran replied coldly. My mother is Su Yanyan, not Lu Yueme. Brother, stop them from hitting me. Wah, it hurts so bad. Lin Ran shot back. You're not my brother. I don't have a brother. Even Lin Tianba, his own father, had started begging. Xiaoran, quickly tell them to stop. Daddy was wrong. Don't hit Daddy anymore. They had no pride at all. Lin Ran felt completely humiliated. In his past life, when he was tortured by Luo Yao until he wished for death, he never once cried or begged. Yet this time, Lin Tianba had only taken a few punches before he started pleading. So tell me who's really the father here? Lin Tianba gritted his teeth in pain, stuttering through the agony. You are my father. Lin Ran smiled. Now that the relationship was severed, it was time to settle things clearly. When I was 13, my mother passed away. She left me 30% of the shares in Su Group. I'm 23 now. That means 10 years of dividends were rightfully mine. I've seen the company's financial reports. You owe me 300 million yuan. And since we came to blows today, I'll compensate you at the highest pet hospital rate, 10,000 yuan each. During these 10 years, I spent a total of 18,000 yuan in the Lin household. So you still owe me 299,007,200 yuan. Don't forget to transfer it to my account. Lin Tianba was completely stunned. What? Where would I get that kind of money? Lin Tianba wasn't lying. He really didn't have that much cash on hand. Although Su Group had a market value of 3 billion yuan, coming up with 300 million in liquid cash overnight was simply unrealistic. That's just how it was with most companies. Even if the valuation reached tens of billions, pulling together 300 million on short notice wasn't easy. Even if the money could be withdrawn, he couldn't touch its company funds. He only holds 21% of the shares, less than Lin Ran. Setting everything else aside, even if Lin Tianba really had 300 million, there's no way he'd take it out and hand it to Lin Ran. Lin Ran said coldly, this has nothing to do with me. You've been spending my money anyway. I'll have my lawyer reach out to you. If you can't produce it, I'll see you behind bars. Lin Tianba roared, you ungrateful little bastard. I raised you all these years, does that count for nothing? Lin Ran sneered. We just did the math, didn't we? The day after my mom died, you brought your mistress home. From then on you gave me 300 a month. By the time I turned 18, that added up to 18,000. After that, I never spent another penny of your family's money, right? Lin Tianba froze. He hadn't expected Lin Ran to have taken so little from the household. Thinking it through, it did seem true, and a flicker of guilt rose in him. Lin Tianba tried to defend himself. And what about your food, clothing, and everything else over the years? That wasn't cheap. He was thinking to himself. No matter what, Lin Ran's food and clothes were paid for with my support. Lin Ran shot back, I ate at school. Even at home, I had to cook for myself, treated worse than a maid, and after I finished, I was often punished by being told I couldn't eat. He went on, all I wore were school uniforms. Before I turned 18, I didn't buy a single piece of casual clothing. After that, every stitch I own I paid for with money I saved from part-time jobs. Does that count as child abuse? Lin Tianba was completely stunned, suddenly realizing he really had been too harsh on his son. Lin Ran's voice went cold. Don't just stand there. Not a cent less on the dividends. If you short me, my lawyer will drag you into court and we'll add child abuse to the charges while we're at it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Ran turned and walked away, and the people in the villa started shrieking. Someone inside was shouting, "Ingrate, you ingrate." Lin Ran murmured, "Feels good, feels damn good." Stepping out of the villa, Lin Ran caught sight of a pink bicycle parked by the gate. It used to be his ride, bought with money he saved from part-time work. Meanwhile, Lin Jian was driving a luxury car worth millions. As for why it was pink, because Lu Rushua liked pink. Just then, the scene shifted. Lu Rushua had never even ridden that bicycle. Great, it's trashed. He got back in the car and headed for Huadian Plaza, the most famous luxury mall in the capital. The moment Lin Ran walked in, he was stunned. A crappy bag for 180 grand? 38 grand for a bottle of perfume? What next? 880 for a lump of dog shit. Lin Ran might be from the Lin family, but he'd never come here to shop. The Lin family didn't give him money. He got 300 a month until he turned 18. After that, not a cent. They dressed it up as a poor upbringing, but funny how they never applied that to Lin Jian. Even so, Lin Ran had still bent over backward to maintain a family bond that didn't actually exist. Damn, I used to be such a doormat. Seeing he had only 13 grand left on his phone, Lin Ran went quiet. That was everything he scraped together over the whole summer, plus some side gigs. He planned to buy Lu Rushua a bag, but now he wanted to get Luo Yao a gift. He just hadn't expected things here to be this expensive. Even so, Lin Ran didn't want to touch the black card Luo Yao had given him, not because he was being noble, but because he wanted to buy her gift with money he earned himself. The sales associate seemed to sense his awkwardness and started paying him less attention. Right then, Butler Fu walked over. "Young Master Lin, see anything you like? Want me to buy out the whole store?" Lin Ran shook his head. "No need. I still want to use my own money for Luo Yao's gift." In the end, Lin Ran settled on a bracelet priced at exactly 13 grand. After he paid, the salesgirl gave him a polite smile. Taking the bracelet, Lin Ran started picturing how it would look on Luo Yao's wrist. "Luo Yao, this is the first gift I've ever given you. It may not be worth much, but it's everything I've saved. Once I start making money, I'll make sure to give you the best this world has to offer." Suddenly, Lin Ran felt a wave of discomfort, like something was off all over. If this were a novel, this would be the point where trouble shows up, wouldn't it? "Lin Ran, are you there?" At the sound of Lu Rushua's familiar voice, Lin Ran's face went dark. Damn, what rotten luck. If Luo Yao saw this, he'd probably get his ass kicked again. He had no idea that Luo Yao, who'd just gotten the message, was already rushing over. Lu Rushua showed up beside him with her bestie, Huahaney. Seeing Lu Rushua again, Lin Ran suddenly felt nothing for her, no warmth, not even a shred of fond memory. All he could see in his mind was the scene from his previous life of her being turned into a beauty vase and paraded around in Southeast Asia, which sent a chill through him. Luo Yao really was ruthless. Still, no matter how ruthless you are, you're the most wonderful Luo Yao in my heart. Lin Ran, it really is you. Who was the person who took you away that day? Why did you block every way I can reach you? Do you have any idea your aunt and uncle are worried sick looking for you? Huahaney immediately spotted the delicate gift box in Lin Ran's hand. "Lin Ran, is that for Rushua?" she said, reaching out to snatch it. Lin Ran quickly pulled the gift back. This was for his dear wife. He had to keep a tight hold on it. Huahaney bristled. "What is that supposed to mean, Lin Ran? Do you even know who I am? I'm Rushua's best friend. With an attitude like that, how are you even worthy of chasing her?" Lu Rushua bit her lip, waiting for Lin Ran to answer, playing the pitiful act to perfection. She noticed he looked especially handsome today, bangs trimmed short, a new cut, and the outfit really suited him. That woman from that day had been way prettier than her even as the school beauty of Jingdu University. She felt ashamed of herself. And then there was that phone call last night. No, she decided she had to be with Lin Ran. Only that way could she help her brother Lin Jian get the shares in Lin Ran's hands. Even if it fell through in the end, riding on Lin Ran's feelings for her, being with him wouldn't be so bad. Lin Ran was so handsome that walking out hand in hand with him wouldn't be embarrassing at all. Rushua is so pretty that even if you're a little handsome, it won't help. Nobody's sincere anymore. It's tough as hell to win a girl over these days. Do you get that or not? Look, if you're willing to buy Rushua and me a bag each, I'll go talk to her and try to get you a chance to get close to her. Lu Rushua gently tugged at Lin Ran's sleeve and said, Lin Ran, I care about you so much, that's why I'm asking all this. Even if that woman likes you, even if something happened between you two, I'd still believe you were forced. Can we go back to the way we were? Just then, Luo Yao arrived and saw the scene. Her eyes were like knives fixed on them. Lin Ran quickly sidestepped, dodging the hand Lu Rushua reached out with. Lu Rushua, are you out of your mind? Don't drag me down, get the hell away from me. Lu Rushua froze, and Huahaney was so furious she could barely contain it. Lin Ran, who do you think you are? Our Rushua is this beautiful and still willing to forgive you, and you don't appreciate it. On top of that, you dare to insult her. At that, Lin Ran actually let out a mocking laugh. Pretty? My wife is way prettier than she is. She's got the looks, the money, and she treats me incredibly well. She's the one I like the most, the one I love the most. Where do you get the confidence to make this about looks with me? Lu Rushua staggered back a step, stunned, hardly able to believe Lin Ran would say something like that. What she wanted was still the old Lin Ran, gentle and considerate, the one who made her feel like his only one. Lin Ran, why you? Who is this woman you're talking about? All the murderous edge coming off Luo Yao vanished in an instant. She stopped in her tracks and watched quietly. The change made her assistant, Lu Ming, stare wide-eyed. Mr. Lin, you finally see President Luo's true heart. I guess the heavens finally decided to do right by her. Lin Ran gave a cold scoff. Lu Rushua, don't get bent out of shape. You know perfectly well whether my wife is prettier than you. And even if she were ugly as sin, I'd still only ever love her. Why? Lu Rushua asked in disbelief. A warm wash of remembrance lingered in Lin Ran's eyes. He said evenly, no matter how much I love her, it still can't hold a candle to how deeply she loves me. Lu Rushua shot back, unwilling to let it go. Then what am I? And what does all that time you chased me even mean? Lin Ran sneered, what are you? King of the deck, busiest act in the circus, the wildest in Gotham, posted up at the door of McDonald's, your Batman's VIP, the Joker's backbone. Lu Rushua and Huahaney were both stunned. Uncle Fu suddenly cut in, twisting the knife, the clown among clowns. Lu Rushua was dumbstruck. She was livid, truly beside herself. Not even Lin Ran doing that kind of thing with someone else had made her this angry. She snapped, Lin Ran, you actually dare call me a clown? All of a sudden, something seemed to click. Lin Ran shrugged. Not entirely. You do count as a beauty, though. The moment those words fell, the whole place went silent. Luo Yao turned back into an iceberg, and Lu Ming pressed a hand to her forehead, mourning Lin Ran without a sound. Lin Ran said, my wife could turn you into a human stump, seal you in a jar, and ship you off to Southeast Asia as a beauty. Have you seen Lost in the Stars? That kind of beauty. Watching all this, the corner of Luo Yao's mouth lifted ever so slightly. Ran's move is actually pretty interesting. Lu Ming's assistant felt her heartbeat lurch in waves, stopping, then starting, stopping, then starting, her pupils quivering with each jolt. This clueless kid, this pampered young master, could actually stir up that many emotions in Boss Luo? Makes sense, otherwise she wouldn't have me report on Lin Ran's whereabouts at all times. Just those few lines from Lin Ran made Lu Rushua jump. She knew he was trying to spook her, but her heart still went cold. Lin Ran said, that's enough. I need to go home and keep my wife company. Don't hover around me anymore so she doesn't get the wrong idea. And I've never liked you. Didn't before, one ever. As for the gifts I gave you back then, consider them tossed to the dogs. If he could still find the receipts, Lin Ran would definitely taken all that stuff back. Tears welled up in Lu Rushua's eyes as she stood there, like a delicate little flower cruelly crushed by a heartless cat. Seeing her like that made Lin Ran feel a wave of nausea rise in his stomach. Honestly, he had the urge to kill Lu Rushua right then and there, but murder was illegal, after all. Besides, wouldn't it be more fun to torment her a bit first, and then deliver the final blow? Even he was startled by his own thoughts. When had he become so dark? Sigh, it was true what they said, those who stay close to ink will inevitably get stained. Lin Ran turned around and froze completely. When had Luo Yao arrived? Oh crap, if she saw him with Lu Rushua, would she get the wrong idea? It's not like that. It was just a coincidence. Everyone at home would understand, if only they knew. Baby, I swear on my life, I have nothing to do with Lu Rushua. If I'm lying, may my entire family suffer a horrible fate. A faint but unmistakable aura of killing intent filled the air. Lu Meng had already signaled to the bodyguards to clear the area, and Luo Yao stepped forward slowly toward Lu Rushua. Smack! Smack! Two sharp slaps rang out. Get lost. Stay away from Ran, or I'll throw you both into the ocean to feed the sharks. The sheer force of Luo Yao's presence left Lu Rushua and Hu Haney speechless. Even though their legs trembled violently, they stubbornly refused to collapse. With their hands covering their burning cheeks, they could only flee in disgrace. This woman before them was breathtakingly beautiful, but she seemed to carry the scent of death itself. Just standing near her robbed people of the courage to speak. It felt like she really would throw someone into the sea for the sharks to devour. The employees in the store were trembling in fear. Huatian Plaza belonged to the Luo Group, and wasn't he, this woman, standing right here, the head of the Luo Corporation? So that guy just now was actually connected to Director Luo? Did he offend her? Luo Yao's gaze fell on Lin Ran's hand. Did you buy this for Lu Rushua? Lin Ran immediately rushed to explain himself. No, it's not for Lu Rushua. It's a gift for you. I'm sorry I don't have much, but I scraped together every penny I had to buy you this bracelet. If I'm lying, may my whole family suffer. As he spoke, he quickly tore open the wrapping. Sure enough, that fierce edge about Luo Yao vanished in an instant. She lowered her head and stared at the delicate bracelet like it was the most beautiful piece of art in the world. Is Ran really about to put his entire fortune on the table just so I can pick out presents? She slowly extended her hand. Put it on me. Lin Ran did as told, carefully sliding the not-so-pricey bracelet onto her fair wrist. Luo Yao gave a satisfied smile. Transfer this entire plaza to Ran's name. Lu Meng's eyes widened, but she quickly steadied herself and hurriedly replied, Yes, Ms. Luo. Lin Ran didn't really want it, but he kept quiet because he knew he couldn't refuse anything Luo Yao gave him. Otherwise, it would only invite her unbridled punishment. The mountain of assets in that walk-in closet had already proved that. It's so pretty. I love it. Honestly, when she saw Lu Rushua and Lin Ran pressed close together just now, she almost went off. Lin Ran hadn't expected Luo Yao to be that easy to coax a few words and a small gift, and her temper melted away like she was just a little girl. If anyone knew what was running through Lin Ran's head, they'd be floored. That decisive, ruthless, cold-blooded Luo Yao is actually a little girl? Give me a break. She called out, Ran, kiss me. Lin Ran froze and glanced around. Huh, where's everyone? Where's Uncle Fu? The bodyguards? The assistant? The clerks? Lin Ran lowered his head and kissed her. Luo Yao wrapped her arms around him tight. She cried, Ran. Why? Why did you lie to me? Let me enjoy this moment first. If you run off someday, I'll probably go insane. After a while, Luo Yao's gaze went hazy. She called again, Ran, I want you. Startled, Lin Ran said, Here? Let us go home, okay? Luo Yao nodded. They walked to the parking garage, and Luo Yao tugged Lin Ran into the custom Maybach. As for the car Lin Ran had driven himself, someone else would naturally take care of it. The engine turned over, and the convoy rolled out of the parking lot. Even with traffic jam-packed, people still cleared the way for the Maybach and the Koenigsegg. A nearby driver in his own car smirked and said, What is so great about fancy rides? A mid-price car is actually steadier. His wife beside him asked with a teasing smile, Think the people in that car are flirting? The driver blurted, Holy shit, how do you know, babe? The woman answered, Because I'm always reading the Tomato novel app. The driver chuckled, You really know your stuff. When the car rolled into the estate, The chauffeur and Lu Ming tactfully got out. No one dared approach the people in the car. Nobody wanted to get themselves killed. The two inside still hadn't gotten out. Aaron, say it. Luo Yao? Nope, not that. Wife. Say it again. Baby? Luo Yao liked Lin Ran when he was like this right now. Aaron looked adorable. The car was thick with romance. Luo Yao's gaze locked tight on Lin Ran. Why? Why what? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Because I love you. Luo Yao was half convinced. But she didn't want to keep pressing. She was afraid she'd actually guess the reason that would drive him to despair. If Aaron left her, she might lose her mind. Maybe she couldn't go on living. How many gifts have you given Lu Rushua? Lin Ran stiffened all over. He couldn't figure out how Luo Yao's train of thought jumped that fast. Was this a fatal question? I've given tons of gifts since I was a kid to my bros, my best friends, classmates, but only the ones I gave you were gifts I truly wanted to give to the one I love. In Luo Yao's book, that answer barely scraped by. Remember, from now on, you can only give gifts to one woman, and that's me. Lin Ran said, yes, ma'am. Once the two finally stepped out, Butler Fu immediately told the staff to get dinner ready. Lin Ran took the initiative, feeding Luo Yao spoon by spoon, bite by bite. Only after the little imp was full did he start eating himself. After a long day's work, Lin Ran fell asleep in the dead of night. Luo Yao quietly leaned against him, as if she wanted to melt him into her arms. Ran, did you stay because of my body? If only that were true. After a long while, Luo Yao still shook her head. Could it be that because she always had people shadowing him, everything that happened in the daytime was just him putting on a show? He cut ties with the Lin family, and drawn a clear line with Lu Rushua. Was all of it to protect them? Could it be Ran knew they'd be used as leverage to force him to stay? No, Ran, you can't do this to me. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Cold sweat broke out all over her. She rose slowly, and when she left the room she couldn't help glancing back at Lin Ran. She walked alone, quietly, toward that secret room. He didn't know how much time had passed. In a haze, Lin Ran seemed to see a woman so stunning he couldn't look away, applying something to herself. At dawn he went downstairs and ran into Uncle Fu. A little embarrassed, he asked, Uncle Fu, about that tonic soup? Uncle Fu was grinning like a doting ant. Already got it ready for you, young master. Lin Ran felt a bit sheepish, like he wasn't holding up his end. He thought to himself, your young lady is way too insatiable. He enjoyed it too, but at this rate he was going to be done for sooner or later. When he walked into the dining room, he was surprised to find Luo Yao there. You're not going to work today? She nodded. It's the weekend. If anything urgent comes up, I'll handle it from home. For some reason, Lin Ran kept feeling Luo Yao was acting a little off. Feeding this little she-devil had become a habit, and every time he did, a quiet sense of satisfaction welled up in him. The way his wife ate had such poise. The way she drank soup was beautiful, with a hint of temptation. The way she looked at him was intoxicating. Perfect in every way. The weekend was warm and wonderful. Lin Ran was getting more and more hooked, and it didn't let up until the next evening. Luo Yao asked, want some? Lin Ran froze. Okay. Since his wife wanted a drink, he did his damnedest to keep her company. He was a lightweight to begin with and didn't really know why they had to be drinking at all, but he still stuck with her. Luo Yao stood up and pulled a bottle from the cabinet. Matai? Nope, just baijiu. Whatever as long as you're happy. On the way back to the table, a stab of pain shot through Luo Yao's leg. She lost her footing, and the bottle went flying. Lin Ran moved fast, pivoting in one smooth motion. One hand braced around her waist, the other snatching the falling bottle. You little brat, watch it. The charged little moment sent a jolt through Luo Yao's heart. Only Lin Ran could make her feel like that. You jerk, hold me steady. A jerk? Fine. I probably was a real bastard in my last life. After a few glasses, Lin Ran started to get fuzzy, itching to spill his guts. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. She knew damn well he couldn't handle his liquor. Glass after glass, the bottle hit empty fast, and Lin Ran was already reeling. Honey, do you have something on your mind? Why are you flying up there? Luo Yao stood and scooped him up bridal style, and he curled into her arms. Haha, honey, you're so strong, gonna go to the Olympics? Why are there two bunnies sprinting in front of my eyes? She settled Lin Ran on the bed in the bedroom. His whole body jolted. Honey, I admit I'm done. You've drained me dry. We go at least a dozen times a day. What normal person could handle that? Listening to his drunken bluster, Luo Yao was quiet for a moment. Still, hearing him call her honey over and over left her heart feeling sweet. Looks like she could keep getting him drunk from now on. Ran, do you still like Lu Rushua? Lin Ran jerked and sat up. Lu Rushua? Is she human or a ghost? You're Lu Rushua? His gaze on Luo Yao slowly turned hazy. Luo Yao's expression grew colder. She thought for a moment, then pressed her voice low and asked. She cried out, it's me, Lin Ran. Don't you like me anymore? As she reached to steady him, afraid he might fall. But Lin Ran recoiled like he'd touched something filthy, disgust written all over his face. Don't touch me, I'm afraid of getting dirty. If I get dirty, Yao Yao won't tea like me anymore, he said, backing away. Yao Yao? Luo Yao froze. She actually loved that nickname, or rather, she loved anything Lin Ran called her. She ventured, who's Yao Yao? Lin Ran barked, short of breath. I told you not to touch me, don't touch me. I still have to go wash. Yao Yao is of course my wife. My master, my whole sky, the person I love most, he said, stumbling over the words. She is also the one who loves me most in this world, he added. Luo Yao stood there, stunned, hardly believing those words could come from him. If he loved her that much, why had he never shown it? Why had he only ever looked at her with disgust and fear? She studied him, narrowing her eyes. Was he not drunk at all? Or was this that classic thing men do when they're tipsy, putting on a sob story to make you cry? She called out, Lin Ran. It's me, Rushua. Do you really not love me anymore? Lin Ran said haltingly, I'd rather love a dog than love you. And the moment the words left his mouth, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Watching him sleep, Luo Yao's heart softened. She gently undressed him and pulled the covers over him. Whether he was simply exhausted or truly drunk, Lin Ran seemed to G. Down at the very bottom, could you look at me one more time? The shot finally freezes on the two people inside the ice crystal coffin. So beautiful it makes your heart ache. So beautiful it feels unreal. Out there among all those lights, there really is one that's waiting for me. This place is both our grave and our home. He just fell off, like his whole body was about to blow apart, for no reason at all. The moment Lin Ran opened his eyes, his head was pounding and his bladder felt like it might burst. In the dim moonlight, he saw that figure, gorgeous and a little wicked, again smearing something on herself, over and over. Why does it have to be again? At his soft hum, Luo Yao's hand stilled. Whether Lin Ran was being honest or putting on an act, what he said did steady Luo Yao a lot. Otherwise, she might keep slipping back into that hidden room, that place where only hurting herself could make her feel calm. Every wound had to be treated, not a single one missed. If she left scars, Ran wouldn't like it. She didn't want Lin Ran to know any of this. Didn't want to lay those scars bare for him to see. She just wanted to try her best to become what Lin Ran liked. But she knew she couldn't. Thirsty? Lin Ran asked, Luo Yao, what are you doing? A breath of cold rushed over him. He shivered. Could it be? Honey, what are you doing? That chill vanished at once, and Lin Ran thought to himself it was even more comfortable than air conditioning. Nothing, Luo Yao said. Couldn't sleep? Lin Ran got up to use the bathroom, and Luo Yao casually poured him a glass of water. Back in bed, his head was still splitting. His mouth felt parched once he lay down. Have some water, Luo Yao said. I want you to feed me, honey. His sudden boldness stunned her for a second, but she didn't hesitate long. She took a big mouthful of water, then leaned in and kissed him. As that coolness flowed into him, Lin Ran's Adam's apple bobbed, and he slowly opened his eyes. Enough? Not enough. Want more? Yeah. She pressed a full glass of water into Lin Ran's hands, and only then did he look satisfied. If the light were switched on now, Lin Ran would be surprised to see the faint flush on Luo Yao's cheeks. But in that dim, hazy glow, her beauty somehow came through even more. Wife. You're so beautiful. After a brief silence, she answered, No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Ran drifted back into dreamland. Lying beside him, Luo Yao slowly fell asleep too. She suffered from severe insomnia, yet she could only manage to sleep when she was leaning against Lin Ran. Only with him there could she catch hold of that small, soothing sense of ease. If she could, Luo Yao would use any means to keep Lin Ran by her side, even if it meant being a little cruel. Ran, when will you come back to me? The next morning, Lin Ran woke lazily and, in an instant, was a live wire again. It was also one of the rare moments since his rebirth when he actually got to rest and recharge. Today, Luo Yao still didn't go to the office. She handled affairs around the estate instead. She felt that if she could spend the rest of her life here with Lin Ran, that would be pretty nice. But she knew she couldn't make that happen, so for now she wanted to seize every minute she could with him. If she ever stopped moving forward, countless people would climb over her corpse to get ahead. And when that happened, Lin Ran wouldn't meet a good end either. So she had to harden herself, aim the truest cruelty in her heart at her enemies, until no one could stand in her way. Then she would save all her tenderness for Lin Ran. Today, attorney Su Kai finally delivered Lin Ran's newly separate household registration booklet. Mr. Lin Tianba still hasn't handed over the dividends. I've arranged to file suit, but I need to confirm with you before we proceed. After all, you're biologically father and son. Lin Ran let out a contemptuous laugh. Other than contributing a single sperm, he hasn't shouldered a shred of responsibility. Go ahead, make the old bastard face reality. If you can, get him locked up. After Lin Ran gave him a nod, Su Kai took his leave. With the household registration booklet finally in his hands, the first thing that popped into Lin Ran's mind was to go register their marriage with Luo Yao, and the thought even startled him. In his last life, Luo Yao had put on a wedding dress for him. Yet sometimes Lin Ran couldn't tell whether Luo Yao wanted to have him or was chasing some other obsession. He also wasn't sure if Luo Yao had ever laid her true feelings out for him. Lin Ran walked into the study and saw Luo Yao staring at her computer, expressionless. He crept closer, not making a sound. Quietly, he came up beside her and leaned in to plant a light kiss on her cheek. A good morning kiss. Startled by Lin Ran suddenly popping up, Luo Yao froze for a beat, then heard her own heartbeat, and the corners of her mouth slowly curved into a lovely smile. She turned and gave Lin Ran a heated French kiss in return. Now that's a good morning kiss. Lin Ran scratched his head, thinking, my wife really is fierce. Luo Yao asked, how do you feel? Lin Ran said, amazing. It'd be even better if we could keep kissing a little longer. Luo Yao said, I'm asking how your body is. Lin Ran said, my head's still a little dizzy, but the body's fine. We could go 300 more rounds. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. Didn't you say you were going to take it easy? Lin Ran patted his chest. We did rest last night, didn't we? Also, there's something I wanted to run by you. As he spoke, he turned to look at her laptop screen and saw a grid of faces frozen stiff, like a crowd whose jaws had hit the floor. Lin Ran froze, and the words "let us go register our marriage" got swallowed back down. He'd only been curious what Luo Yao was busy with. He hadn't expected her to be in a video conference. No way. Boss lady, you're a CEO, and you're holding a meeting from home. Luo Yao didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. She simply closed the laptop. As the boss's video feed on the call went dark, the executives started to squirm. Someone gasped, did I just see what I think I saw? That newbie just now, who was that handsome guy? Our boss actually likes men. Didn't she say she hates men? That guy is seriously handsome. He looks perfect standing next to Boss Luo. I wouldn't go that far. For all you know, he could be Boss Luo's little brother. You call that a little brother? I've got two words, badass. Or maybe he's Boss Luo's puppy. Either way, this is the first time I've ever seen Boss Luo smile. She can smile? Why not keep me? I can be that dog too. You're too ugly. Either way, knowing Boss Luo likes men is enough. Honestly, I was scared she'd make a move on me. I'm straight. And yeah, Boss Luo totally fits my aesthetic, but I like men, not women. Even if Boss Luo did like women, she wouldn't like you. You don't have what it takes to be a puppy. I'm really curious when Boss Luo and that pretty boy are together. Who's on top? Boss Luo, obviously. Do you even have to ask? Honestly, that'd be a good thing. Maybe a man will soften Boss Luo up a bit. Otherwise, seeing her every day feels like walking to the gallows. Too scary. Lu Ming. Gossiping about the boss in a meeting? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I'm logging off. Everyone. The meeting is canceled? Even Assistant Lu logged off. Let us log off too. Besides, if the sky falls, Assistant Lu will hold it up. Back at the villa, Lin Ran was completely dazed, more shy than embarrassed. and worried she might be causing trouble for Luo Yao. Luo Yao, what did you want to talk to me about? Lin Ran wasn't in the mood to discuss getting the marriage license, and stammered as she asked, am I causing you trouble? Watching Lin Ran flustered, Luo Yao found it amusing and gave a slight shake of her head. No, I said yes. Said yes to what? So it's actually because he found out she wanted to grab the household registration booklet and go get the marriage certificate with him? That's way too outrageous. I'll agree to let you come and go from the manor freely, but on the condition that you don't run away. And you have to check in with me at all times, come home every night to keep me company, and absolutely do not go looking for Lu Rushue. If you can't do that, I'll snatch Lu Rushue and your family and torture them. Lin Ran. This is supposed to be a good thing. Actually, that's not what I meant to talk about. I wanted to say I got the household registration booklet, and I want to go register our marriage with you. Luo Yao stared intently at Lin Ran for a long while, without saying a word. To Luo Yao, getting married wasn't what truly mattered. What mattered was whether Lin Ran could stay by her side. As long as he stayed with her, she didn't care if they never got a marriage certificate their whole lives. But she also understood what getting the certificate meant to ordinary people. Was Ran trying to make their relationship public? Or was he deliberately getting her to let down her guard so he could slip away? After they got the certificate, would Ran acknowledge her as his wife out in public? A jumble of thoughts crowded her head, leaving it a tangled mess. Seeing her stay silent for so long, Lin Ran felt a little deflated. She didn't seem willing, or maybe she just didn't want to make things public. If you don't want to, then forget it. I wasn't trying to push you, Before he could finish, Luo Yao seized him by the collar and yanked him toward the door. Feeling the strength in her grip, he was completely stunned. Holy crap, you look so skinny. Where the hell did you get that kind of strength? In his previous life, Lin Ran had trained hard for a long time to try to stand up to Luo Yao, but in the end he still couldn't escape her grasp. Back then he assumed it was because the people around Luo Yao said, this is just me indulging one small request of yours. That's it. It's over just like that? It all felt a bit like a dream. Lin Ran blurted, Luo Yao, I owe you a wedding. And a ring. Luo Yao laughed. I don't care about your ring. What I want is for you to let me have my way with you. As for the ring, pick whatever you want as long as you like it. Lin Ran promised, once I start making money, I'll buy you the most beautiful ring. Luo Yao shook her head. What is mine is yours. That black card I gave you has a limit of 10 billion. If that is somehow not enough, just tell me every penny I have is yours. Whatever ring you want, take it and buy it. Lin Ran was dumbfounded. What is the limit exactly? A black card? What even is that? He recognized the card kept in the storage cabinet of the villa's walk-in closet, but he never touched it. There was also a stack of paperwork listing things like luxury cars, real estate, gold bars, bank cards, and the like. A wife who is rich and gorgeous and willing to spend on me. Where do you even find a wife like that? Was my soul swapped in a past life or something? How did I not see how amazing my wife is? I'm such an idiot. Lin Ran said firmly, no. I have to earn the money and buy it myself. Seeing Luo Yao's face gradually go cold, he hurriedly reached out and cupped her face. He said, Luo Yao, look at me, I'm your man. This family can't be just you giving, and giving I should be earning too. He went on, if it's my own money, I'll spend it, and I'm not ashamed to spend my wife's money, either. Then he added, but for the things I give you, I still want to earn the money myself. Only after he said that did Luo Yao's expression soften back to what it had been. Luo Yao said, got it. From now on, you're not allowed to call me by my name. Smiling, Lin Ran asked, then what should I call you? Wife? Yao Yao? Or my sweet little darling? Luo Yao answered coolly, whatever you want. Lin Ran laughed. Then I'll switch it up as long as you're still you. Truth be told, Luo Yao was thinking he didn't have to work himself this hard. Her wealth was more than enough to burn through for several generations, even if he started a business. But she couldn't bear to crush him, so she kept those thoughts to herself. If Lin Ran wants to make money, let him. It's probably just a guy's little bit of pride. Now that he is willing to try spending his own money, it suggests he might be slowly coming to terms with himself, which is progress in itself. Luo Yao stroked the not-so-expensive bracelet on her wrist and thought, so this is all happiness really is. Lin Ran asked, Luo Yao, can I post on WeChat moments? Luo Yao frowned a little, and Lin Ran swore at himself in his head, idiot. He called out again, Yao Yao? Wifey. Babe. Can I post on Moments? Luo Yao nodded. Of course. Ran, do whatever you want. Lin Ran snapped a photo holding their marriage certificate with both hands, then immediately wrote up a caption and posted it to Moments. Taken. Love my wife. The post blew up the second it went live. First it was classmates, then the advisor, followed by a bunch of hard luck co-workers from his old part-time gigs, and of course his ride or die, Wu Zhishang. Everyone's comments were basically just a string of question marks. Only Wu Zhishang asked, is it with Lu Ruxue? As for Lu Ruxue and the Lin family, they de-blocked Lin Ran, so they couldn't see the post at all. Before long, Wu Zhishang called, and the interrogation began the moment Lin picked up. Dude, what is going on? You went and got married to Lu Ruxue? Not Lu Ruxue. I've got nothing to do with her anymore, Lin Ran said. Then who? Lin, don't tell me you married some random girl just because you couldn't get Lu Ruxue. Wu pressed, breathless. Not random, it's the real thing. True love. She's gorgeous, her voice is sweet, and she's kind of a rich girl, Lin Ran explained. Wu Zhishang was stunned. After a beat, he came back around and swore. Holy shit. You. Alright, don't be salty. We'll talk tomorrow, Lin Ran said. Wu answered with another muddled string of curses. See you at the dorm tomorrow, Lin Ran said. I'm bringing you in on something big. Wu let out another burst of shocked profanity. From now on, the game account is yours, Lin Ran added. You got it, bro? That night, Lin Ran's mark grew even more pronounced. The bite mark on his shoulder was still plainly visible, and Luo Yao knit those beautiful brows. Is that the one? I don't need any scar cream, this is the mark you left me, and I wanted to stay here forever. I want the whole world to know you're mine. Luo Yao lifted her gaze and fixed it on Lin Ran, starlight seeming to flicker in her eyes. Do you really mean that? Lin Ran nodded. Only then can I feel you by my side, all the time. He chuckled to himself. If I mirror your tone and throw your own words back at you, will it leave you speechless? By the next day, the mark looked even deeper. What is she, part dog or part wolf? Mid-breakfast, Lin Ran suddenly glanced up at the clock on the wall, a smile tugging at his mouth. Uncle Fu saw it and felt a jolt. He kept his head down, speaking between bites. Uncle Fu, don't follow me when I go out. Having you trail me everywhere is suffocating. Uncle Fu was about to reply, but Lin Ran went on. Run it by Luo Yao. Don't worry, I won't run again. Uncle Fu shook his head, then went to call her. He came back a little later. The young lady agreed. Lin Ran didn't really mind Luo Yao keeping an eye on him, he just kept thinking he still had to go back to school, and being flanked by a pack of bodyguards everywhere was way too high profile. After breakfast, he drove the Koenigsegg out of the estate in the rearview mirror. Sure enough, a van followed at a careful distance. That confirmed his hunch the order to leave Uncle Fu behind was just for show. Still, he'd been given a fair amount of freedom. He could take the car out of the estate whenever he wanted. Of course he knew there would be eyes on him wherever he went, no avoiding that. Luo Yao's love came with a fierce possessiveness, though he didn't seem to mind it. What he resisted before was simply how domineering she could be. Now that he could accept and love Luo Yao without worry, he naturally had to tolerate a few of her issues, like her almost pathological possessiveness. Still, as long as she wasn't too obvious about it, her watching him in secret wasn't a big deal. If it put Luo Yao at ease, all the better. Lin Ran neither objected nor planned to call her out. By now Luo Yao was already at the office, staring blankly at her phone screen. When she saw that moment just now of Lin Ran smiling into the camera, a chill shot through her. But it seemed he hadn't noticed anything, and only then did she let out a small sigh of relief. Classes at Kyoto University hadn't started yet, but plenty of students were still on campus, including Lin Ran's buddy Wu Zhishang. Lin Ran parked in the open-air lot, went back to the dorm he'd once lived in, and found his best friend, Wu Zhishang. In his previous life, when Lin Ran died, the one who cried the hardest like he was at his own grandfather's funeral was this friend. Often, only death reveals who truly cares about you. Because of that, Lin Ran decided to protect his dignity and throw him a lifeline, never letting him repeat the same fate as before. He remembered it vividly. Soon, misfortune would hit Wu Zhishang one after another. First, the company's chairman fled with the money. Wu's father, as part of management, was dragged out to take the fall and ended up doing time. His mother struggled to hold the broken family together, and in just a year her black hair turned white. After the family crisis, a toxic woman broke Wu Zhishang's heart, and he became sullen and withdrawn. As it happened, while all this was going on, Lin Ran was busy putting on that whole act with Luo Yaoim running, her chasing too tied up to handle anything else, and naturally he neglected his best friend. The day after Lin Ran died, Wu Zhishang drove drunk and crashed. Both his legs were shattered, and from then on he was confined to a wheelchair. In any story, that would count as a tragedy. At that moment, Wu Zhishang was hunched over on the toilet when, right at the worst possible moment, the phone in his hand slipped and plopped in. After thinking it over for a long beat, he actually grabbed a pair of chopsticks, swallowed his nausea, and tried to fish out that crappy phone. It wasn't that the phone was worth much, it was the important files inside. Wu, what is weighing on your mind? How bad is it that you'd eat that stuff? Wu Zhishang froze, turned his head, and saw his good buddy Lin Ran, who'd shown up as planned. His hand jerked, and the phone he'd just pinched up fell back in. Lin Ran definitely caught the whole awkward scene, and his laughter rang through the dorm. Lin, it's not what you think. My phone just fell in. Lin Ran laughed. Yeah, whatever you say. You really got it wrong, I was just picking up my phone. Picking up your phone, just a little something on the side. Damn it. Wu Zhishang cursed him out on the spot. When he fished the phone out again, he scrubbed and wiped it. Then wiped it again. Lin Ran was almost gagging just watching and kept his distance the whole time. Wu, you're something else. No matter how broke you are, you can't be doing that. I salute you, Ugh. With the phone recovered, Wu Zhishang felt a little less miserable and asked, So, what is going on with you? Instead of answering, Lin Ran said, Did you get your internship certificate? Wu Zhishang shook his head. I was doing odd jobs all summer. Didn't intern at all. I'm thinking of starting a media company, Lin Ran said. How about you come be a creator? You mean you want me to be a creator, or are you cutting me in on equity? Wu Zhishang asked, incredulous. Lin Ran nodded. Just be a creator. Wu Zhishang's eyes went wide. Come on, don't kid me. In the Lin family, you're not even better off than a regular student like me. Where are you getting the money to start a company? My wife's loaded. Even if your wife's loaded, wait. Who even is your wife? That finally reminded Wu Zhishang why he'd come looking for Lin Ran today, and his curiosity spiked. Secret, Lin Ran said with a grin. Wu Zhishang arched a brow. You're lying, aren't you? I knew it. Sure, you're kinda handsome, but you couldn't even get Lu Rushua. How could you possibly? Lin Ran pulled out his phone and shoved a photo of their marriage certificate in Wu Zhishang's face. My wife's loaded and gorgeous, and she's 3 years older than me. They say if she's 3 years older, it's like holding a gold brick. Mine's not a brick, it's a whole gold mountain. After a few minutes of explanation, Wu Zhishang started pounding his chest and stomping his feet. Damn you. This hurts worse than dying, He cried for a bit, then finally caught his breath and asked, Okay, even if you're starting a company, why do you have to make me a content creator? Lin Ran shot him a look. Because you're dumb enough to pull in traffic. Also, can you stop waving that busted phone in my face? It's gross. Wu Zhishang yelped, Damn. Is there any justice left in this world? Any law at all? Still, he was genuinely happy for Lin Ran. First, Lin Ran had finally shaken off Lu Rushua. Second, Lin Ran had found what he called his true love. As his brother, of course that made him grin from ear to ear. Brother Lin, since you're married, just live well with your wife. Lu Rushua never deserved you. I would told you long ago if I wasn't afraid you'd get mad. I don't want to be a creator, I want to go into management. He actually tried to talk Lin Ran out of it before, but after one failed attempt he dropped it. If Lu Rushua hurt Lin Ran, he'd drink with him, eat meat, and hit on girls with him. If Lu Rushua suddenly came around, he'd bless them for real. They were brothers who'd been thick as thieves since they were kids, fought together, skipped class together, took their lumps together, went to college together. Do you even need to say it? Of course I'm gonna live well with my wife. As for you doing management, I can consider it, but can you first let me take a look at your phone? Damn. If you say yes, I'll put the phone away, Wu bargained. I'm really done with you. Fine, management's yours. Who am I to argue? Ugh. In the end, Lin Ran gave in after Wu Zhishang blew up his phone nonstop. After hashing it out, they headed downstairs, planning to go straight to rent an office. On the way to the parking lot, Lin Ran told Wu Zhishang he'd cut ties with the Lin family. Wu Zhishang kept exclaiming, calling him a total badass. Right then, a crowd had gathered around a car in the parking lot. I looked it up, it's a Koenigsegg 1:1. There are only 6 in the world, and the price has been bid up to 100 million. Whose car is this? Do we really have someone that rich at our school? If it were mine, I'd gladly live in a mansion and take 8 wives. I'm taking a picture, everyone. Make some room. Rushue, get over here, let us take one together. With the semester about to start, Lu Rushue had been picked as the campus beauty to appear at the welcome party. She came today to submit her act. She loved this kind of chance to be in the spotlight. Hua Haney tagged along. Seeing Hua Haney wave, Lu Rushue shyly shuffled over, looking pretty elegant. Is this maybe a bit out of line? Hua Haney yanked Lu Rushue over and said, what is the big deal? We're just taking a pic to post on social media. Watching Lu Rushue and Hua Haney lean against the car to take photos, the students around them started offering friendly reminders. That's 100 million supercar, better be careful. For real. If you scratch it. Even being the campus beauty won't sell for that much. I'm gonna shamelessly wait right here till I see which legend drove a Koenigsegg to campus. Look at the campus beauty and Hua Haney like 2 dumb hens. Of course not everyone at school liked Lu Rushue, especially some girls, who felt a bit of contempt for that fake, innocent White Lotus act of hers. As for Hua Haney, who freeloaded off Lu Rushue and strutted around on borrowed clout, people looked down on her even more. Hua Haney said, what are you afraid of? Even if the owner shows up, they'll be conquered by our looks, Rushue's included. Come on, what's the harm in snapping a few pictures? As she spoke, she tugged Lu Rushue over. The two of them half sprawled across the silver-gray hood, firing off a bunch of pretty selfies. Lin Ran happened to arrive and caught the scene. Who said you could take pictures? The familiar voice made Lu Rushue's hand jolt. Her phone thunked onto the hood. Shit. Lin Ran was so pissed he nearly cursed out loud. This car was one of the gifts from Luo Yao, and it had just been dinged by that bitch's phone. He hurried up to check the hood. Sure enough, there was a tiny nick about the size of a grain of rice. Lu Rushue saw the little scratch too, but she didn't care. Hua Haney wasn't about to let Lin Ran off the hook. She still remembered how he humiliated them last time. Lin Ran, what are you doing here? Don't touch this car. Do you even know what it is? If you mess it up, can you afford to pay? Seeing Lin Ran again, Lu Rushue thought he looked even more handsome. She couldn't explain why. She actually felt a small flutter. Lin Ran lowered his head, staring at the scratch on the hood, hard aching. Pointing at the phone, he asked, whose phone is this? Mine, Lu Rushue said. Good. Then pay up, Lin Ran replied. Hua Haney and Lu Rushue both froze, dumbfounded. Lin Ran, school hasn't even started. What are you doing here? Are you here for me? Lin Ran nodded. Yeah, I'm here for you. You damaged my car, so you need to pay for it. Hua Haney laughed. Lin Ran, are you delusional? Do you even know what kind of car this is? Why don't you just say you're a billionaire? I'm not, Lin Ran thought. My wife is. Without another word, he pulled out the key fob and pressed it. The Koenigsegg responded instantly. The whole crowd around them was stunned. A supercar worth over 100 million, was it actually Lin Ran's? Lin Ran was famous on campus, almost everyone knew him. He was known for 3 things. First, he's handsome enough, the acknowledged campus heartthrob of Kyoto University. He's had countless admirers, and Lin Ran turned every single one of them down. Second, he can really simp. For someone that good-looking, he had absolutely no bottom line when it came to fawning over Lu Rushue. Sure, Lu Rushue is gorgeous and the campus belle, but plenty of people think Lin Ran could be done better. Like those looks-obsessed girls he mercilessly rejected, who chased him for ages. Third, he's outstanding. To win Lu Rushue's heart, Lin Ran practically polished himself into a standout. He racked up scholarships, dominated the rankings, could sing, dance, and rap, you name it, and he was the campus heartthrob on top of that. Too bad it all seemed to be for Lu Rushue. Word was he spent almost all his scholarship money on her. Precisely because he had a bit of a name on campus, people knew his whole story. Everyone knew Lin Ran wasn't well off. If he were rich, would he be working part-time every day? But now people are saying even the simping campus heartthrob is the guy behind that Koenigsegg worth over 100 million. You buying that? Holy shit. That car belongs to Senior Lin? That's insane. Lu Rushue, Smashed his car, there's no way Lin Ran just lets her walk. Not necessarily. Didn't you hear what Lin Ran said? He said he'd pay for it. And he looked furious. If someone smashed your car, wouldn't you be mad? If only Senior Lin could be my boyfriend. I didn't expect Senior Lin to be this rich and this handsome. If I could ride shotgun with him, I'd let him put his hand on my thigh. Tease me, I'd even marry him. Aren't you always mooching for free anyway? From what I know about Senior Lin, there's a good chance this will just blow over. Wu Zhishang, standing off to the side, looked stunned too. Lin Ran only said he'd driven here, he never said what he was driving. Who would thought it'd be such a flashy supercar? Some people are even saying it's worth 100 million? Damn, 100 million. That sugar mama Lin Ran mentioned really isn't just your average rich. God, I could kill him. This is unbearable. He'd been afraid Lin Ran would suffer, and afraid she'd end up behind the wheel of a Range Rover. But now it was different, he couldn't even muster a hint of jealousy. The gap between them was just too wide. He steadied himself, walked over to Lin Ran, and stared at the two stunned faces Lu Rushue and Hob Haney. Lin bro, don't push it. They only got a few scrapes. Since you're all classmates, just have them pay 1.8 million and call it a day. Huffed. Hua Haney nearly coughed up blood, then paused, feeling something was off. This car, don't tell me you rented it? Lin Ran said coolly, a luxury car worth over 100 million yuan? Go rent one and show me. Hua Haney froze, suddenly thinking Lin Ran might have a point. No way. She knew Lin Ran's situation, how could he possibly have a supercar? Even Lu Rushue looked completely lost. She tapped her forehead, wondering if she was still dreaming. Lin Ran, is this really your car? Where did you get the money to buy it? Or did you borrow it? Lin Ran didn't bother wasting breath. Talk is cheap. Pay up. Go with old Wu's 1 million. If you can't come up with it, I'll have you both thrown in. Hua Haney blew up on the spot. Lin Ran, don't be shameless. 1 million, are you out of your mind? Right now? Hand over the keys and let Rushua drive it. And maybe I'll consider persuading her to give you a chance to get close. Lu Rushue, shy and fidgety, was also waiting for Lin Ran's answer. Lin Ran sneered. Hell no. You think I'm an idiot? If you're not paying, I'm calling the cops. He pulled out his phone and called the police. Hello. I need to report something. Yes. They're threatening me to hand over the right to use the car. I feel coerced. We're at Kyoto University. As Lin Ran spoke clearly into the phone, Lu Rushue and the crowd watching finally got it. He was dead serious. He hung up and asked, well, ready to pay up now? The cops will be here any minute. With that, he got on the phone with the insurance company. Lu Rushue couldn't come up with that kind of money at all. Whatever savings her family had were thanks to the Lin family looking after them, she herself had next to nothing. She might have looked like she was doing fine, but in truth, she lived off Lin Jian's handouts and Lin Ran's grinding effort day after day. Hua Haney stammered in a panic, we really don't have that much. Who knows if your piece of junk car wasn't already busted? No money? No problem. Go sell yourselves. Lu Rushue yelled. You're so crude, Hua Haney muttered, flustered. Lin Ran turned and stared at Lu Rushue. Or go beg your dear Lin Jian. Aren't you two so? Very close. He bit down on every word of very close. And Lu Rushue panicked like he'd just poked right through a secret. My cousin Lin Jian is just a student. Where would he get that kind of money? She stammered. Your cousin? Oh, right, your cousin. Since you don't want to ask him, then pay up, Lin Ran said, feigning sudden realization. He wasn't in a rush to expose her. He wanted to dig up the key evidence and make things clear about that pair of cousins, Lu Rushue and Lin Jian, right on the spot. If you want to ruin someone, the best way is to inflate them first. It's that plunge from the peak that people both crave and dread. Pouting, Lu Rushue said, okay, I know I was wrong. How about this? I'll give you a chance to have dinner with me, and we call it even. Lin Ran felt his stomach turn. Lu Rushue, can you stop making me sick? Right now you're like a pile of rotten trash, soft and stinking. Knowing you is my bad luck, Lin Ran snapped. Lu Rushue burst into tears. Lin Ran, why are you treating me like this? A chill ran through Lin Ran. He almost puked on the spot. Right now, Lu Rushue's brand of gross beat even Wu Zhishang's phone. Before long, the police and the insurance people showed up. To the police, this counted as a major case of property damage with serious impact. To the insurance company, It was a claim worth a very substantial payout. Soon enough, the insurance people breathed a sigh of relief. They realized the owner wasn't at fault. Then they gave Lin Ran a preliminary estimate on the claim, 1.2 million. The number hit, and the room collectively sucked in a breath. Lu Rushua's tears stopped, and both her and Hua Hanyi's faces went white. It's just a tiny scratch. Why on earth would it cost that much? Hua Hanyi naturally started questioning it. The staffer explained, the scratch may be small, but it's not something you can just fix casually. At minimum, you'd have to order a factory original custom hood. Plus, this car is a globally limited edition, which makes repairs even more of a headache. Even if you swap the hood, the depreciation is huge. Calling 1.2 million excessive isn't exactly fair. Mr. Lin only asking you for 1 million is already very generous. Of course, the staffer spoke up for Lin Ran. Even if he still felt a scratch, that small shouldn't have blown up like this. But since Lin Ran was determined to get it fixed, someone had to foot the bill. Hua Hanyi wasn't ready to give up. Can you be sure this is Lin Ran's car? Absolutely, the staffer said. It arrived in the capital 3 months ago. The previous owner gritted his teeth and let it go at auction for 110 million, and the buyer was Mr. Lin. It caused quite a stir at the time, and I personally handled the insurance for Mr. Lin. I haven't met him, but the paperwork lists him as the owner. At that, Hua Hanyi's heart sank completely. Not even in her dreams had she imagined Lin Ran was this loaded. To her, he'd always been nothing more than the Lin family's disregarded dog, and no matter how handsome, you can't eat pretty. Now he wasn't just stunning. His net worth was pushing 9 figures, and no one knew where the money came from. Besides, Lin Ran had always been the type to spare no expense on women. Everybody knew that. Looking at it this way, Lin Ran instantly became a prime pick for a spouse. The moment that thought hit, Hua Hanyi's gaze flipped from disdain to a burning stare. If Lin Ran really doesn't like Lu Rushua, does that mean I can take a shot? Lu Rushua looked like she'd been struck by lightning. She knew Lin Ran better than Hua Hanyi did, so the shock hit her harder. The straight arrow cop had finished questioning them. With so many witnesses, the two of them couldn't deny a thing. After a quick look into it, the officer offered his advice. Given how high the damages are, I suggest you settle privately. Of course, you can also file in court. It was obvious he didn't want to deal with this if both sides weren't making a fuss. He didn't even want to take them back to make a statement. It was a rich kid with a luxury car. After all, he didn't want the headache. Lu Rushua and Hua Hanyi were rattled. Hua Hanyi, especially, started eyeing Lin Ran with fawning eagerness. Lin Ran, even if Rushua was at fault, setting facts aside, you're really saying you bear zero responsibility? Why park your car somewhere so easy to spot? Lin Ran honestly didn't want to argue, and one line blew the place up. Can you stop talking? I have megalophobia. Just pay up. Hua Hanyi and Lu Rushua. Wu Zhishang hurried over to twist the knife. Brother Lin's terrified of big idiots. The two of them almost dropped dead from rage, and Hua Hanyi just said screw it. Rushua didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ran said, doesn't matter if it was intentional or not, pay up. Since you two are such soul sisters, 500 grand each. Hua Hanyi shot back, I didn't touch the car. It was Lu Rushua's phone that smashed it. Take it up with her. She walked off without looking back. Lu Rushua stood there, dazed, eyes full of disbelief. In the end, with no better option and to avoid getting hauled in, Lu Rushua wrote out an IOU for 1 million, and only then did Lin Ran let her go. Lu Rushua wailed, Lin Ran, I never thought you'd be like this. You're filthy rich and kept it from me this whole time. I hate you, boo-hoo. The moment he finished talking, he took off running. It was mortifying. Gossipy classmates posted the whole thing on the campus forum, and it instantly became everyone's after-dinner talk. Bro. My dear bro. Seeing Wu Zhishang staring dumbly at the Koenigsegg, Lin Ran tossed him the keys. I can't grant your wish myself, but your daddy can make it happen. You got it, Godfather. Wu Zhishang shouted. It was his first time ever driving a supercar. He started it up gingerly, and the bystanding classmates were stunned. Lin, bro, I'm honestly jealous. How hard are you riding the sugar mama gravy train? Even the Koenigsegg has your name on it. Lin Ran chuckled. Not that much, just a few dozen properties, a few dozen supercars, and tens of billions in pocket money. Please. You could brag with your eyes closed. A blind man buying a trumpet, That's you, Wu Zhishang joked. Believe it or don't. In a single day, the two of them managed to lease an office for their company, right across from the Luo group. This time, Lin Ran paid with the black card Luo Yao had given him. After dropping Wu Zhishang off at Jingdu University, Lin Ran made a point of reminding him of one thing. Don't tell your girlfriend about the company just yet. Wouldn't it be better to surprise her once the company starts showing some promise? Wu Zhishang didn't quite get it, but he agreed anyway. Truth be told, the company only came together thanks to Lin Ran. He was just riding his buddy's coattails. In the Luo Group office, Luo Yao had been on the verge of losing it over Lin Ran and Lu Rushua meeting again. Only when she heard Lin Ran had spent money off the black card did she finally rein in her anger. Seeing him willing to spend her money pleased her more than shelling out herself. The Lin family had always kept Lin Ran on a tight budget as his wife. She was determined to give him the most lavish life. But the moment she pictured Lin Ran running into Lu Rushua on campus, she went cold as ice again. Nearby, Lu Meng, busy handling paperwork, kept shifting with Luo Yao's mood. Young Master Lin, stop stirring things up. It might look like you're messing with Boss Luo, but you're really dragging us working stiffs down with you. Why make life hard for people just trying to earn a living? After a long day, Lin Ran returned to the estate, and the first thing he saw was the figure he couldn't stop thinking about, even though they'd been apart for only a few hours. Luo Yao wasn't soft the way he pictured instead. She pinned him with a murderous glare. Lin Ran had run into Lu Rushua again today, and he just couldn't fathom why she couldn't behave herself. Even though his subordinates had reported the whole chain of events, Luo Yao's mind was still filled with the image of him meeting Lu Rushua. Whatever they said or did couldn't erase the fact that they met. Lin Ran hadn't expected that even after he humiliated Lu Rushua like that, Luo Yao would still get jealous. He stood there, utterly baffled and stung, an ache opening like a pit in his gut. Aran, you actually had the nerve to meet with Lu Rushua? Damn, so that's what this is about. Lu Rushua, why can't you just disappear for a bit? Because of you, my wife keeps misunderstanding me. Ah damn. This time Luo Yao didn't hold back. She sank her teeth into Lin Ran's shoulder and only let go when blood welled up. Just a little lesson. If this happens again, I won't go easy. Lin Ran almost burst into tears. Honey, it really isn't my fault. It was a coincidence. I can't hide from her every single day, can I? Or you could just I can't believe I'm only now realizing my wife is hurt. Out of nowhere, Lin Ran felt a stab of pain in his chest. A closer look showed the wound was nearly healed, barely visible to the naked eye, just a faint ridge you could feel with a fingertip. He didn't feel relieved. Instead, he blamed himself for being careless. Sorry, I messed up. I deserve it. Punish me however you want. Luo Yao's eyes lit up at that. Then I'll punish you. Come outside and watch the stars with me. Deal. Under the starlight, Lin Ran took Luo Yao's hand and led her into the rooftop garden. He wanted to talk things through with her, but before he could finish, Luo Yao covered his mouth, like she didn't want him to say another word. She was afraid he'd see how fragile she was, and she didn't want him to worry. The night sky always draws you in, stirring endless dreams. Up in the villa's rooftop garden, Luo Yao was unusually bold. They didn't stop until they were both spent again, then leaned into each other and quietly gazed up at the stars. Lin Ran laughed. I knew it. This stargazing wasn't exactly innocent. Luo Yao asked, do you really like watching the stars? I like the stars, he said, but I like you more. Luo Yao fixed her eyes on the sky, her mind slowly drifting. You know, when I was little, an older boy told me the stars aren't beautiful because once your fantasies shatter, you're left in despair. Lin Ran laughed. Then that so-called older brother definitely wasn't me. I'm younger than you. To be honest, he felt a little crestfallen. Why was that? Luo Yao ignored his mood and kept going. I used to think he was right, but now I think I might have to change my mind. She turned to him, looking at him intently. Because you're my star. Even if one day it burns out, it'll still be beautiful. I just hope that if the dream ever breaks, you'll lie to me a little longer. Okay, Lin Ran said. Then I'll be the brightest star in your sky for a lifetime, never going out. In that moment, Luo Yao nodded and decided to trust him. She reached out the hand with the bracelet, interlaced her fingers with Lin Ran, and together they proclaimed their happiness to the star-filled sky. The temperature in the rooftop garden was set just right. Even if they fell asleep in each other's arms, it would be perfectly cozy. Honey, if something is weighing on you, you have to tell me. Okay, otherwise I'll worry. Got it. Meow. A cat cried. Jolted Lin ran awake. He glanced around to find a pitch-black, blue-eyed cat quietly watching him from right beside the bed. Lin Ran turned his head toward Luo Yao, already asleep. Shoo, keep it down, don't wake her. The black cat obediently trotted off, and a trace of puzzlement crossed Lin Ran's face. There's a cat on this estate. Early the next morning, Lin Ran got a piece of news that was hard to call good or bad. Luo Yao got her period. I'll let you off the hook for the next few days, rest up. Lin Ran could only laugh and cry for a moment. He didn't even know what to say. Are you planning to fatten me up before you make your move? After breakfast, Luo Yao headed out without the slightest hesitation, not a hint of reluctance. Lin Ran even wondered if she had no use for him anymore. Clean your plate, pull up your pants, and pretend you don't know me? Damn, woman, you're really getting me all fired up. Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang went on handling company business. They got the registration done in a single morning. The company's registered name was Nuanyo Media. Beyond short-form video production, the business scope covered live streaming, original music, and film and television production. Lin Ran didn't want to keep doing all the work only for someone else to reap the rewards. He wanted to start from a higher place. From streamer to actor, even the operations and PR teams had to be his own people. After all, with a second go at life, he knew a lot others didn't. Which shows and short videos would blow up later, and which breakout streamers would come out of nowhere. They mapped out the work ahead, though calling it a plan was generous. It was basically exploitation. Wu Zhishang would handle renovations, and hiring Lin Ran would be in charge of slacking off. Lin Ran smiled. I'm in the honeymoon phase with my wife. How would I have time to worry about company stuff? Wu Zhishang asked. So how long is this honeymoon phase supposed to last? Forever. Damn it. You're killing me. How come you get to go honeymooning while I have to bust my ass? Lin Ran chuckled. Because I'm the boss. If you don't want a paycheck, you can slack off all you want to. Forget I said that, Wu blurted. Lin Ran kept Wu Zhishang's compensation straightforward. Base salary at the industry standard, bonuses tied to performance. Even between brothers, accounts should be clear. Wu had no objection. On top of that, Lin Ran gave Wu 5% of the shares. Wu didn't want to take them, but Lin insisted for a simple reason. Back then, Wu had even kept vigil at his grave. While they were having lunch, Lin Ran's phone rang. It was his lawyer, Sukai. Mr. Lin, Lin Tianba wants to meet you in person to discuss dividends, Sukai said. Lin Ran could picture Lin Tianba right now, angry, helpless, forced to come seek a settlement. He could pretty much guess what the man would say if they met. Once he let go of family ties, his mind was crystal clear. No need to meet, Lin Ran said. Tell him to have the money ready. Everything else is off the table. There was no reason to meet. Seeing him would only make Lin Ran sick. After he hung up, Wu Zhishang looked genuinely impressed and gave Lin Ran a thumbs up. Lin, my man, you finally stood up for yourself. Lin Ran rolled his eyes. You make it sound like I used to be on my knees. Weren't you? You even lost your dignity. Lin Ran looked a bit awkward. Kind of, yeah. A man's dignity can't be won back on his knees. True dignity rests on the edge of a blade. Wu waved it off. Forget it. Let us not dredge up the past. Lin Ran nodded. You're right. Let us focus on now, like how my wife is not only gorgeous, but also brings home the bacon. Fuck, Wu blurted. Lin Ran said, this really isn't a plant. Wu Zhishang was stunned. Once the semester starts, don't you go anywhere. I'm gonna have my girlfriend glued to my hip every day, so you can see for yourself. Lin Ran frowned. You didn't tell your girlfriend about the company stuff, did you? Wu Zhishang patted his chest in assurance. Relax, I haven't forgotten. I want to wait till we got results and give her a surprise. Whatever she wants then, I'll buy it for her. Lin Ran thought to himself. Finally, it's your turn to be disgustingly lovey-dovey. Just curious how many more times you can rub it in this round. Sigh. After lunch, the two said their goodbyes. Wu Zhishang had no desire to hang around Lin Ran any longer. Give this guy the slightest chance, and he'll start laying on the PDA. Lin Ran didn't feel like sticking with Wu Zhishang either. What can two grown men even do together? At the end of the day, Nothing beat being glued to his wife. With the new semester around the corner, he planned to give all his time to Luo Yao. Love can't run on passion alone, it needs plenty of seasoning, like simply being there. Of course, that didn't mean putting a stop to the intimate stuff. Before heading back to the estate, Lin Ran picked out a gift. For some reason, though, he couldn't shake the feeling he was being watched. Figures Luo Yao didn't trust him one bit. He shook his head and headed back to the estate alone. Every time the old butler saw Lin Ran come home, he let out a long sigh of relief. Ever since Lin Ran had forbidden him to tail him, he'd been even more cautious. If anything happened to the young master, the young lady would turn the entire capital upside down. And she wasn't stupid. Her protection of Lin Ran had never let up. If anything, it bordered on round-the-clock surveillance. When Luo Yao got back to the estate, Lin Ran naturally greeted her with a hug and a kiss, then took out the gift he'd prepared. Puzzled, Luo Yao opened the box. Inside was an elegant insulated tumbler. Luo Yao asked, "What's this?" Lin Ran had known her long enough to know she gets bad cramps during her period. In his last life he'd known, he just hadn't taken it to heart. In this life, he doesn't want to miss any chance to be good to Luo Yao. "Aren't you about to start? I was worried you'd be in pain, so I thought I'd get you a mug. I also set aside a warming pad, some brown sugar and red dates. Remember to take them with you when you leave tomorrow. When you're at work drinking from the mug I gave you, you can think of me while you're at it, right? And the mug has a pretty sweet meaning. It stands for a lifetime. Yours and mine, for a lifetime." A faint, easily missed flicker of emotion glinted in Luo Yao's eyes. Before, she'd always been the one giving. Lin Ran had never really bought her anything. These past few days he'd given her a bracelet, and now a mug. She couldn't say she wasn't happy, she just didn't let the joy show too much. Luo Yao kept herself in check. She didn't want to be blinded by the way Lin Ran was acting right now. After all this on the surface could very well be a facade. "Thanks. How did you know I get cramps when my period comes?" The old butler at the side was on the verge of tears. Young Master Lin was treating Miss better and better, even taking the initiative to ask about her health, just like a real family. "Honey, just thanks is way too formal, don't you think? We're a bona fide married couple. Me doing things for my wife makes perfect sense. As for how I knew your period hurts, I'm just observant. Don't go thinking your man doesn't know anything. And one more thing." Lin Ran leaned in to whisper in Luo Yao's ear. "If Aunt Flo heads out soon, we can pick up where we left off. How about it?" A glint flashed in Luo Yao's eyes. Could it be that Ran was with her just for her body? If that's the case, actually it's not entirely impossible right now. "Oh well," Lin Ran chuckled. "Honey, are you asking me to go fight a bloody battle? No way. It's not good for your body. I absolutely can't agree to that. Even if it kills me, even if I jump from here, absolutely not." The butler, standing off to the side with his face flushed from what he'd heard, felt awkward. He was quietly edging toward the door, trying to slip out of their line of sight. But when he heard Lin Ran say, "Even if it means death, even if I jump from here," he couldn't help freezing for a beat. Why did that sound so familiar? Lin Ran had nothing on his schedule that afternoon and stayed at the mansion, so he prepped all the ingredients ahead of time, planning to cook dinner for Luo Yao. This time he was going with a Western-style meal. He was actually pretty good at it. The flavors were every bit as good as a restaurant's. Who would have thought the skills he'd honed back at the Lin family home would end up being used to cook for his own wife? "We have a chef. You don't need to run yourself ragged like this." Luo Yao really didn't want Lin Ran wearing himself out, even though she did think it tasted great. "How is cooking for my wife hard work?" Lin Ran said. "It's obviously a pleasure." He meant every word. Truth be told, he didn't even like cooking. Back at the Lin place, it wasn't a hobby. He only pretended it was to curry favor with his family. But the thought of Luo Yao coming home to a meal he'd made with his own hands made him light up inside. A sudden, inexplicable happiness filled his chest. Turns out, whether you like doing something often depends on who you're doing it for. As long as I get to see you eat the food I cooked, I couldn't be happier. Luo Yao gave a wry little smile to herself. Was she really about to let Ran sweet talk her into coming completely undone? Humph. As if she'd actually end up genuinely loving this man's cooking. "Feed me." Lin Ran cut a small piece of steak and held the fork to Luo Yao's lips. "With your mouth." Lin Ran froze. "What?" When it clicked, the big tough guy actually blushed. Seeing him so shy made Luo Yao ridiculously satisfied. Little happy thoughts bounced around in her head. Gritting his teeth and swallowing his embarrassment, Lin Ran fed the steak into her mouth bit by bit. The imported steak was pretty good. Luo Yao was pleased, so she decided to give Lin Ran a little reward. He chewed his worries away, bit by bit, until all that was left was happiness. After dinner, Luo Yao got up and went into the study to handle some important work she and T finished during the day. Lin Ran didn't follow. He went back to the bedroom alone. He still remembered that awkward moment when, during one of Luo Yao's video meetings, he accidentally stepped into the shot. So he swore he wouldn't go into the study and interrupt her unless it was absolutely necessary. He showered by himself, got into bed, and scrolled on his phone alone, watching those small streamers who once trended but still hadn't really made it big. He waited until he was nodding off, and still no sign of Luo Yao. Helpless, he turned off his phone and fell into a deep sleep by himself. He had no idea how long it had been when Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes. "Oh my God!" he almost yelped. After a long beat, Lin Ran's gaze wavered. "You actually, Ran, you don't like it?" Lin Ran shook his head first, then nodded, totally at a loss for words. "Do you like it or not?" Lin Ran took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Honey, it feels pretty good. It's just forget it, I don't want to say." He was too embarrassed to spell it out. Even he couldn't figure it out. She was his wife, so why was he still blushing and heart racing in front of her? "Ran, are you being shy?" "You still haven't answered me." Lin Ran was about to lose it. "Do you really need me to spell it out?" I like it. I'm super into it." Yep, that was Luo Yao, all right. She always had this shocking streak of wild, headstrong whimsy. Getting the answer she wanted, a smile tugged at the corner of Luo Yao's mouth. "Consider this your reward. Go to sleep." But there was no sleep left, and Lin Ran, his head was packed with shock and delight. To him, Luo Yao was a total treasure, full of unexpected little surprises. You never know when she'll pop up with one. Turns out my wife is actually like this. Hey, I'm not writing smut, so don't go off on me. As the heart of China, the capital glittered with extravagant prosperity. Behind that glitter, countless little people were still scraping by. Right then, Zhang Xiaolong dragged his exhausted body into his cheap basement room and collapsed. By day, he delivered food. At night, he streamed himself singing. In the small hours, he cranked out pieces for websites, scraping together a meager trickle of cash. Only 4 or 5 hours in the late morning counted as rest. But he couldn't afford to stop. His old man lived for drinking, brothels, and gambling. His mother was hooked on drugs. His younger sister was frail and sickly. They all depended on this broken version of him to keep them afloat. He hated his parents and hated his own helplessness, but his sister always tugged at his heart. She'd only just come of age and would be heading to college soon. If Zhang Xiaolong didn't keep grinding to support the family, the consequences would be unthinkable. He didn't know what his parents might do to his sister. For money, they might even sell her. He had to make more. Only when he could bring his sister to live with him would he be able to rest easy. Staring at the balance on his phone, Zhang Xiaolong calculated how short he still was on tuition. Knock, knock, knock. At the sound of knocking, Zhang Xiaolong hauled himself to the door. He opened it to an astonishingly handsome face. "Who are you?" "You're Zhang Xiaolong, right?" "I'm Lin Ran. Mind if we talk?" Zhang Xiaolong fixed a wary stare on the boy in front of him. He had to admit, the kid gave off a moneyed aura that made him feel small. Clearly a rich kid. "What do you want with me?" The fact that the stranger knew his name meant he'd done his homework. He worried it was one of his father's creditors come to collect. It wouldn't be the first time. Lin Ran could tell he was tense. "Don't be nervous. I just want to be your friend. If you want a way out of this mess, come with me." It was Lin Ran's final invitation and Zhang Xiaolong's last chance. If Zhang Xiaolong turned him down, Lin Ran would walk away without a second thought. After all, Zhang Xiaolong was only going to be one of the streamers who'd be raking in serious money down the line, not the only one. The reasons Lin Ran sought him out really boiled down to 3. First, he was going to blow up, become a phenomenon-level presence on the platform with 10 million plus followers. Second, proximity. The guy happened to be a local from the capital. Third, he was down on his luck right now, and the family background that got dug up online in Lin Ran's previous life had left a deep impression. Back then, Lin Ran had wondered what kind of cursed fate it took to end up with a family like that. Looking back now, he could only find it ridiculous he was actually worse off than Zhang. At least Zhang had a kid sister who treated him well. Lin Ran's own younger brother wanted nothing more than to see him dead. Maybe there was a bit of pity mixed in there too. Zhang Xiaolong's rise to fame wasn't an accident. He clawed his way up with relentless effort. In one interview, he said all his drive came from his sister. Once he had a little traction, he brought her to his side, and before long the two of them became phenomenon-level streamers online, both of them famous. This time around, while he was still down and out, Lin Ran planned to make his move. You're going to end up at some company anyway, why not do it on your own terms? Besides, Lin Ran could guarantee your package would be better than anyone else's. Just as Lin Ran's thoughts were spinning, Zhang Xiaolong suddenly spoke. All right, I'll go with you. At a sidewalk cafe, Lin Ran made his pitch with genuine sincerity. Being approached by him caught Zhang off guard. He was just an independent streamer, someone actually wanted to sign him, which truly shocked him. Skeptical, he pored over the contract several times. The more he read, the more stunned he became. The terms Lin offered were nothing short of top of the industry. All the perks reserved for big-name streamers were listed. But he was just a small streamer with 10,000 followers. Did he really deserve all this? Zhang Xiaolong was fairly cautious. Even if the contract looked fine, he knew those clauses were basically a slave contract most of the time. Of course, selling yourself wasn't the real issue. What mattered was making money. If you could make money, everything else was negotiable. But he still had his family to deal with, and he didn't want to lie to anyone. Mr. Lin, you might not know my family situation is a bit complicated. Lin Ran said. I know. You know? Lin Ran nodded. Your father's a compulsive gambler who owes over $1 million to loan sharks. Your mother's hooked on drugs. But none of that broke you. You probably realize that, on your own, you might never shake off the burden of your parents. No matter how much you make, it'll never be enough for them to burn through. But you're still busting your ass to put your little sister through school, still hanging on to hope. I really like that about you. That is why I came to you. Even though you only have 10,000 followers right now, I believe that with your attitude and work ethic, plus the company's operations, your future is limitless. Lin Ran deliberately put heavy emphasis on the words company operations. Zhang Xiaolong bit his lip, hesitating over whether to accept Lin Ran's offer. Your sister's about to start college, right? After all, you don't want her dropping out just because you can't afford it, do you? All right, I agree. The moment they signed the contract, Lin Ran took him to the company. The elevator rose, and when the doors opened, Zhang Xiaolong saw the whole floor looked like it had been cleared out. His brows knit. He thought to himself, just how legit is this company? Sorry, we're still renovating. Give it a couple days, and it'll be basically done. They headed into the office area, which was mostly set up already. Wu Zhishang was directing workers to install a projector. Right across the street was the Luo Group headquarters. The location was prime. Seeing that Lin Ran had brought someone, Wu Zhishang hurried over to greet them. Mr. Lin, is this the streamer you recruited? After Lin Ran's introduction, Zhang Xiaolong stepped up, all smiles, to say hello. Hello, Mr. Wu. My name is Zhang Xiaolong. After the introductions and a bit of small talk, it finally dawned on Zhang Xiaolong. So this company only had this few people, just 3? And he was the only employee? You two bosses sure this isn't a joke? Lin Ran couldn't be bothered to explain. He gave a few brief instructions and left. Per Lin Ran's request, Wu Zhishang laid out the future plan for Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Just the 3 of us, and they want to build the biggest media company, even a film and TV studio. And they intend to hype him up into a streamer with 10 million followers, maybe even the #1 name in live streaming? Have the 2 bosses lost their minds? Zhang Xiaolong's stunned look didn't surprise Wu Zhishang back when Lin Ran had told him the same thing. He thought Lin Ran was crazy too. He patiently laid out the plan and the thinking on how to turn Zhang Xiaolong into a 10 million follower streamer, and only then did Zhang start to believe the company might have a future. He still didn't have much confidence, but he said he'd go along with it. Anyway, he was just a streamer under the company banner. Do as he's told, and let fate decide whether he hits 10 million. Who could say what would happen down the line? To him, it was all smoke and mirrors, and Wu Zhishang was no different from those bosses who loved to spin big dreams. All he cared about was whether he could make money. If the money landed in his hand, he could swallow any pie they served. Back then, He didn't know that a lot of big things often start out as pie in the sky. After leaving the company, Lin Ran wanted to see Luo Yao, but he didn't walk straight into the Luo Group S building. He wasn't sure if Luo Yao wanted to see him in public. After thinking it over, he sent her a text. Before long, Luo Yao replied. Seeing her message, Miss Yu, Lin Ran smiled. The chat went quiet for a while, then Luo Yao sent another message. Lin Ran chose a highly rated Western restaurant nearby and sent the location. Just 10 minutes earlier, Luo Yao's office was divided into two areas, a workspace and a lounge. But few knew that behind the bookshelf was a hidden small room. Inside that secret chamber were hung countless photos and dossiers of a single person, even their habits and preferences meticulously recorded. Today, the hidden room received a man with a cruel and sinister face dragged in by bodyguards. The moment he saw Luo Yao, the man trembled like a leaf, as if staring at his own doom. The bodyguards remained silent the entire time, watching coldly from the sidelines. Holding a steel blade, Luo Yao moved slowly and precisely, disabling several key points on the man's body until he couldn't move at all. Ah! His screams echoed continuously, chilling to the bone, enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. Who sent you? Even with his limbs rendered useless, the man clenched his teeth and refused to speak. But Luo Yao seemed in no rush to end the game. Calmly and methodically, she continued to work on his fingers and toes, one by one. If you want to talk, then you've already lost your chance. As soon as the man passed out from the pain, the guards revived him with salt water. Luo Yao resumed her slow torture, no longer asking questions. This whole scene played out like an ordinary routine mundane, as natural as eating or drinking. Until finally, the man couldn't take it anymore. His face twisted in agony as he opened his mouth. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Shaking her head, Luo Yao replied coolly, it's too late. You've lost your chance. And besides, I can already guess. It was that old bastard who sent you to Tail Ran, right? He really doesn't know how to behave. Looks like cutting off his legs wasn't enough. When I have time, I'll go pay him a visit. Since he loves watching people, I'll make sure he never sees again so no one else can take advantage of him. The man's eyes widened. He hadn't expected her to figure it out so quickly. Thinking back to the insane things Luo Yao had done before, the man was terrified, begging for mercy. Kill me. Please, just kill me. Luo Yao smiled a chilling, spectral grin, like Satan himself stepping out of hell. Haha, anyone who messes with a Ran is in for a very pretty ending. She slowly sliced off the man's nose, then with another stroke gouged out one of his eyes. With the eyeball skewered on the tip of her blade, Luo Yao studied it, as if lost in thought. A Ran has been a little run down lately. Soaking this eyeball in liquor would be just the thing to build him back up. She thought it over, then shook her head. This one's too filthy. A Ran won't like it. As soon as the words left her mouth, she tossed the eyeball to the floor and crushed it under her heel. Kill me. Half faint from pain, the man wanted only a quick end. Just as Luo Yao was about to really go to work on his other eye, her phone buzzed with a message from Lin Ran. Husband. Seeing the messages, the corners of Luo Yao's lips lifted after replying to the first. She couldn't help but frown at the second. She opened the phone's location app and immediately panicked. Lin Ran was actually right near her office building. She was drenched in blood. She couldn't let Lin Ran see her like this. If he did, he'd be scared, terrified he might even run. She couldn't let Lin Ran see her like this. Absolutely not. After thinking for a moment, she finally replied to the message. Once she sent it, she ignored both the bodyguards and the maimed man on the floor, intent only on cleaning herself up fast. Miss, what do we do with him? Luo Yao looked down at the twisted, writhing man who wished he were dead, and said coldly, bag him and ship him back to the estate. Lock him in the basement. Then toss in a few rats to keep him company. She pulled out her phone, snapped a few photos, then turned and left. The bodyguards did as ordered, and before they left they cleaned the hidden room until it was spotless, not a drop of blood left behind. Back in the lounge, Luo Yao got herself cleaned up and disposed of the blood-stained clothes. She walked out of the office all smiles. A Ran had come to see her, said he missed her, and asked her to grab lunch. In the elevator, she took out her phone and sent a text, but there was no reply. At the Luo family South Old Estate, Old Master Luo sat in his wheelchair, his face dark. That crazy girl actually dared to try and scare me? If she really wanted to take me down, she would have done it years ago. She wouldn't have stopped at breaking my leg. A soft-voiced, androgynous man beside him spoke up. Old Master, Monkey probably won't make it. What is the plan? Old Master Luo was silent for a moment, then said, useless piece of trash. Didn't he expect that damn girl to have a top-notch expert at her side? Even Monkey got discovered. But don't worry. She won't really do anything to me. I'm her grandfather, after all. The androgynous man frowned, hesitating. But she didn't even spare her own parents. And second master S been locked up. Third and fourth master, some are dead, some crippled. The younger generation doesn't even dare to resist. Old Master Luo rubbed his forehead. He knew the man was right. Luo Yao's methods were no less ruthless than his own, and with his power base so thin now, going after that crazy girl was too risky. Fortunately, he was both her grandfather and the previous head of the family. That still made Luo Yao hold back a little. Otherwise, when she lost it back then, he would have been dead already. As it stood, at least the crazy girl wouldn't take his life. If he wanted to succeed, he had to learn to endure for now. Once he took back his position, he'd make her pay with the harshest punishment in this world. Old Master Luo said, don't provoke that crazy girl yet. Now that we've found her weak spot, we'll find our chance. Yes, sir, the androgynous man replied. Old Master Luo chuckled. Heh, who would thought you actually care about someone? Meanwhile, Lin Ran had been waiting a long time and still hadn't seen Luo Yao, and he was starting to get anxious. It felt like if he could see her even 1 second sooner, he'd be over the moon. In his previous life, he'd never felt this way, but after being reborn it only grew more obvious. He was sure it wasn't guilt, and it wasn't about making up for anything. He'd fallen for this woman, through and through. He wanted to be glued to her every second of the day. When a woman bears her heart and soul to you, what reason could you possibly have not to love her? Before, he just hadn't felt it, but given a second life, the feeling burst up like water from a well. Fine. If he could, he wanted to lay his heart out for Luo Yao to see whether the two names written on it would be theirs. Big bro, what are you doing here? A familiar voice rang out, and Lin Ran cursed under his breath. Just his luck. It was Lin Jian, whom he hadn't seen in days. Lin Jian had on a big baseball cap and a mask, widening his eyes and faking surprise at Lin Ran. Lin Ran knew perfectly well that Lin Jian's injuries from last time hadn't healed. The get-up was just to cover his bruised-up face. Huh, so it's the Lin family's young master. What the hell happened to your face? Lin Jian immediately stepped back, nervous, glanced around, and didn't see the bodyguards from before. Big brother, you're the real young master of the Lin family. I know you don't like me. That's fine. As long as you can forgive me, I'm even willing to leave the Lin family. All I ask is that you go back and kowtow to Dad. Admit you were wrong. Apologize, Dad will forgive you. Lin Ran smiled. Lin Jian, it's just you and me here. Drop the act, okay? Aren't you tired? Big bro, what are you talking about? Lin Ran let out a cold laugh. I'm saying you're a piece of trash. You sure as hell can fake it. Lin Jian bit his lip, choking back the raw anger inside. These past few days Dad keeps talking about you. Big bro, can you go back and see him? His health has never been great. After you left last time, he was hospitalized. As long as you're willing to get on your knees and admit you're wrong, Dad won't hold it against you. Getting back into the Lin family is just a matter of time. Lin Ran, are you out of your mind? Always with the kneel and apologize. Your mom spent years as the other woman, groveling on her knees. How did that end up rubbing off on you? Lin Jian, how can you talk about our parents like that? Don't forget Dad ended up in the hospital because you had him beaten. Lin Ran, serves him right. Even if he dies, he still has to pay back what he owes me, or I'll kick him off the board. Lin Jian, bro, how can you be so cruel? He's still your father. Lin Ran made a gagging gesture. Don't disgust me. He's not my father. I don't have a father like that. And I sure as hell don't have some little punk like you for a brother. So stop calling me brother. If you just have to call something, try barking like a dog. Maybe I'll even toss you a bone to gnaw on. Lin Jian was almost speechless. He swallowed it down, not wanting to offend Lin Ran after all. Lin Ran still held a lot of shares. Bro, we're blood brothers, aren't we? Lin Ran, I don't have a younger brother. Your mom is a homewrecker. You're only a few months younger than me, which means Lin Tianba was cheating while my mom was pregnant with me. A scumbag like that doesn't deserve to be my father. He only deserves to be a dog. And you? You're the S. So am I even dumber than him? I don't care whether you hate him or not. As long as you can pull it off, I'll give you the shares. I'm serious. Lin Jian fell silent, already realizing Lin Ran was stringing him along. Just as he was about to play the emotional card again, a chill washed over him, like something terrifying had locked onto him. He slowly turned his head. She was breathtaking. His heart gave a jolt, and that figure left him speechless. His eyes went wide. Hey, gorgeous. Get lost. With one icy word, Luo Yao crushed the kid's little fantasy. Since you told me to scram, I'll scram. Boo-hoo-hoo. Head down. Lin Jian ran off, and the moment he left he felt something was off. How could a single woman scare him like that? Thinking that, he snuck a glance back and saw the woman sitting right beside Lin Ran, the two of them even brushing against each other. Lin Ran, what makes him worthy of her? A top-shelf ice queen like that, how is he even worthy to lay a finger on her? No way. Everything Lin Ran liked, he de-snatched for himself. After all, he was the true-born son of the Lin family. His dad was the chairman of the Saran Group, and his mom was Mrs. Lin. Everything Lin Ran had should, by rights, belong to the Lin family, meaning to him. He'd take Lin Ran's toys, and he'd even take his father back. Lin Ran was good at school. He'd even steal those grades and make them his. Lin Ran liked Lu Rushua. He planned to steal her too. If Lin Ran liked Luo Yao, then Luo Yao had to be stolen as well. They were his. Every last one of them. Of course he wasn't dumb enough to rush in. He'd watch from the shadows and wait for his moment. When it came to biding his time, Lin Jian was a pro. First he'd figure out who this woman was, then drop some bombshell dirt on Lin Ran right in front of her. Once the wedge was driven, he'd pop out acting all concerned and comforting. Wouldn't he that make the woman his? Ha ha. Thinking along those lines, he couldn't help grinning. To avoid being noticed, he slipped out of the restaurant. He'd completely forgotten he'd scheduled a meeting with the lawyer today. Luo Yao said, "That little brother of yours looks like a dumb dog." Lin Ran replied, "He is not my brother at all, and don't insult dogs like that, okay?" Nothing about Lin Ran's words, manner, or tone felt like he was putting on an act. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. "You've changed a lot lately." Lin Ran said, "Have I? I just woke up from a dream." Luo Yao asked, "Do you mean the dream from before, or the one you're in now?" Lin Ran hesitated for a beat, and fragments of his previous life rose unbidden in his mind. He meant to honor every promise he made to Luo Yao. Lin Ran reached out and cupped Luo Yao's face in his hands. "Look at me. You're my truest love. I'm absolutely certain I only want you, and I only belong to you. No one else even compares, not even to a single strand of your hair. You're not a dream, you're better than a dream. Do you get that?" Her heart pounded. Even though Lin Ran had been sweet-talking her every day lately, Luo Yao still felt a flutter every time she heard it. Whether it was real or not didn't matter, she was simply enjoying the feeling. They just gazed at each other in silence, each with their own words running through their heads. In Luo Yao's heart, in Lin Ran's heart, the restaurant's mood warmed bit by bit. Lin Ran was elegantly feeding this little devil, not caring at all about the stares from the people around them. Lin Ran smiled and asked, "How does it taste?" Luo Yao chewed the steak slowly, savoring it. She said, "It was pretty ordinary at first, but now it tastes like a lover's, still not as good as what a Ran makes himself." Lin Ran answered, "Then next time I'll cook for you myself. I guarantee you'll be too busy eating to keep talking." She said, "Okay." After their romantic lunch, they said goodbye to each other. Luo Yao didn't invite him up to her office, afraid there were still messy bits she hadn't tidied away, and he'd spot a telltale flaw. Truth was, she wanted Lin Ran to stay right by her side, there all the time. Lin Ran, of course, didn't press. He planned to ride this warmth and slowly turn up the heat until the little frog named Luo Yao was cooked through. Right now, only two words were alive in Lin Ran's heart, Luo Yao. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After her rebirth, the relationship between Lin Ran and Luo Yao gradually heated up, and they shared a brief yet beautiful time that both cherished deeply. It was the day before school resumed. In the office of Luo Group, Luo Yao radiated an intense, murderous aura. The entire company was on edge, nobody daring to speak above a whisper, and no one could figure out exactly why the boss was so furious. Throughout the entire morning, not a single executive seemed to be spared. Even dogs passing by outside ran off yelping in fear from the icy glare Luo Yao shot their way. The one who felt it most was Lu Ming, Luo Yao's personal assistant. Right now, she was trembling as she handed a stack of documents to Luo Yao, her voice quivering as she reminded her. President Luo, these documents need your signature and approval. Luo Yao didn't move an inch, her cold gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling. She was mentally counting the ceiling panels, even imagining how many heads could fit inside each one. How beautiful it would be if every single panel held a head specifically, Lu Rushua's. Only when she felt slightly thirsty did she finally pick up the cup on the desk, calming herself slightly. She slowly reached for the bracelet on her wrist, as if it were a switch that could regulate her emotions. After taking a deep breath, Luo Yao spoke coldly. Get out. Lu Ming bolted out of the office like her life depended on it. As soon as she returned to the assistant team, she bumped into an executive coming to submit more documents. She immediately widened her eyes in shock. Manager Wang, if you want to punish someone, use the law, don't just dump paperwork on me. Wang Feng looked a bit embarrassed. Assistant Lu, I'm really sorry about this, but this document is urgent. It really needs President Luo's review. If you want to die, go die on your own. Don't drag me down with you. Wang Feng asked. Is President Luo really that angry? Do you even know why? Lu Ming replied. How should I know? But this time, she's in a worse mood than ever. I swear the temperature in her office dropped 10 degrees just now. Wang Feng shoved the documents toward her, saying, Then tell me what I should do. This project is extremely important. Lu Ming lifted a hand to adjust the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, looking a little pensive. Maybe we could have someone try. Who? Lin Ran was anxiously checking the company's progress. When he picked up the call, confusion was written all over his face. Lu Ming rarely reached out to him. This was probably the first time she sought him out since she was reborn. Even though he hadn't saved Lu Ming's number in his contacts, he recognized the call when it came in. Those distinctive last 4 digits, 8888, hardly anyone had a number like that. His heart tightened, worried something might have happened to Luo Yao. Assistant Lu, what did you need from me? Lu Ming paused. How did you know it was me? Lin Ran froze too. You're always calling Luo Yao. I recognize your number's last digits. That explains it. Hurry over. President Luo is in trouble. Lin Ran didn't think twice before rushing out, asking for details as he hurried over. But Lu Ming hemmed and hawed, never making it clear. She just kept saying it was serious. That only made Lin Ran more anxious. He didn't care about anything else. He just needed to see Luo Yao right away. If Luo Yao was in trouble, he had to get there. No way was he going to let anyone push his wife around. Even though, deep down, he doubted anyone would really dare mess with her. I'm almost there. Should I come straight up? Lu Ming blinked. You're here already? I've been in the office building across from your company. It dawned on Lu Ming. As the special assistant, she was already in charge of tracking Lin Ran's movements. She'd know whenever he came by the company. Then come on up. President Luo already had your fingerprints entered into the system. She said you can come and go anytime. Lin Ran was baffled. He thought to himself, how did I not know about this? It was the first time since his rebirth that Lin Ran had set foot in this building. He remembered Luo Yao's office was on the 88th floor in his past life. Her bodyguards had hauled him up more than once. He made his way in, and the lobby was bustling. The security guards didn't even stop him. The moment Lin Ran appeared, he drew a lot of attention, especially from a few female office workers. Their eyes practically lit up. Lin Ran skipped the front desk and headed straight for the private elevator. Security rushed over to block him. Sir, this is the private elevator. Only Ms. Luo and her assistant team are allowed to use it. Lin Ran nodded. I know. I'm authorized, too. The guard chuckled. Sir, Ms. Luo's kind of a man-hater. She wouldn't hire a male assistant. If you're going to make an excuse, at least make a decent one. Clearly, the guard had misunderstood why Lin Ran was there. Lin Ran didn't want to waste time. Luo Yao still didn't know what had happened, and he was anxious. He put his finger on the scanner, and the elevator powered up, which stunned the guard who had been about to call it in. Someone crackled over the walkie-talkie. Old Lu, why aren't you responding? Old Lu replied, "It's fine. Guess I'm still a rookie." Lin Ran stepped into the elevator and gave the guard a polite nod in acknowledgement of his diligence. The private elevator was blazing fast. In no time, he was on the 88th floor. As the door slid open, Lu Meng was already waiting outside. "Mr. Lin, you're finally here. Come with me," she called. As she spoke, she handed him a stack of documents and quickly filled him in. "So you rushed me over just to give these to Luo Yao?" Lin Ran asked. Lu Meng nodded. "Not just the documents. The point is, Ms. Luo is really angry right now. No one knows why, but at the moment you're the only one who can calm her down." She added, "Dropping off the file is just incidental." She was about to push Lin Ran inside. Then her hand froze. If Ms. Luo found out she'd put a hand on him, she'd probably chop it off. Though Luo Yao was nominally just the chairwoman of Luo Group, everyone in the circle knew she was the real deal, a ruthless operator. Lu Meng might not know everything else, but she knew all too well about Luo Yao's borderline obsessive possessiveness. Everything Lin Ran did day to day was reported up the chain, and she was the first to compile it and pass it along. The more it sank in, the more it scared him. Lin Ran didn't notice Lu Meng moving and headed straight for Luo Yao's office. Luo Yao was upset. "When my wife's in a bad mood, it's on me to calm her down. That's my job." He tapped lightly on the door. There was no response from inside. He gripped the handle and gave it a gentle push. It wasn't locked. He slipped in quietly. The room was empty. No one in the office area, no one in the lounge. Lin Ran looked completely baffled. Where the hell was she? Was I supposed to sweet-talk thin air? All of a sudden, there was an odd sound, like someone lightly tapping at something so faint you'd miss it if you weren't listening hard. Luckily, Lin Ran's ears were still sharp. He barely picked up the noise. He froze. Where was it coming from? He went from the lounge back into the office area and realized the sound was coming from behind the bookcase. There should have been a wall behind the shelves. He set the files back on the desk and, curiosity piqued, leaned in to listen. There really was a faint sound coming from behind the bookcase. He rapped on the wall. It didn't sound solid. Seemed like there was another room back there. He raised his voice and called out, "Luo Yao, are you in there?" He called twice. Luo Yao didn't answer. Just as Lin Ran turned to go out and ask Lu Meng, the bookcase began to move, slowly sliding aside to reveal a gap big enough for someone to slip through. Luo Yao stepped out of the gap, and once she was through, the shelves slid back into place on their own. She saw Lin Ran, and a flicker of panic flashed in her eyes. "Didn't he expect that, did you? There's a secret room in the office." "Huh, babe, you planning to stash a lover in there?" Luo Yao smoothed away that trace of panic and shot back. "Do you want to be the one I stash?" Lin Ran actually nodded. "If it's for you, I'll let you hide me." Joking as he moved closer, he pulled her into his arms, then slid a hand down her arm and pushed up her sleeve. Luo Yao clearly panicked and tried to pull her arm back, but she was a beat too slow. The moment he saw the stark lines of cuts on Luo Yao's arm, Lin Ran's heart clenched as if something had grabbed it. "I just noticed something off about the way your arm moved." Flustered, Luo Yao blurted, "Ran. No, it's not what you think." These past few days were the life she'd always dreamed of, so she couldn't let Lin Ran start feeling afraid of her again. Lin Ran supported her arm, once fair and lovely, now mapped with cuts. Each wound felt like a reminder, stabbing straight into Lin Ran's heart. His love for Luo Yao was still nowhere near enough. He helped her sit down. "Do you have a first aid kit?" Luo Yao hadn't recovered her senses yet. She pointed blankly to a corner of the bookshelf. Lin Ran grabbed the kit, crouched down, and gently lifted her arm. "Don't move." His touch was so gentle it made her feel lightheaded. He dabbed antiseptic, bit by bit, and Luo Yao didn't make a sound. She kept her head lowered, watching Lin Ran carefully tend to her wounds. "It's not on you, it's my fault. I haven't been a good husband, and that's why you're hurt. These wounds, did you do them to yourself?" In an instant, Lin Ran understood the marks he'd seen on her leg last time, and he cursed himself silently. Damn it. Luo Yao's mind had never worked like most people's. The way she did things could be hard to make sense of. By any normal measure, something about her was indeed off. Lin Ran didn't want to change her, but even more than that, he couldn't bear seeing her hurt. Seeing her harm herself like this filled him with aching pity and self-reproach. Luo Yao stayed silent. She'd hurt herself. Would Ran be afraid of her because of it? A gentle voice broke the silence. Does it hurt? Lin Ran looked up and met Luo Yao's eyes. Their noses were almost touching, and he could feel her warm breath. The fear she'd imagined on his face never appeared. Instead, his eyes held nothing but tender ache. Say, I'm okay, Ran. Don't cry. After Lin Ran finished bandaging up, he still didn't get up. Like a child, he held Luo Yao and rested his head quietly against her belly. If you're wronged, let me be the one to bear it. And if you still feel like hurting yourself, then take me with you, okay? My heart really aches. Luo Yao set her hand on Lin Ran's head. As she closed her eyes, a clear tear slid down her cheek. She didn't want to agree, but the words still came out. Okay. Ran wasn't afraid of himself or anything. He was just aching inside, heartsick. They stayed wrapped in each other's arms for a long time before Lin Ran slowly let go of Luo Yao and gazed into her slightly reddened eyes. So she cries, too. After all, she is a woman, not some cold machine. She is my wife. Can you tell me why? It's okay if you don't want to. Lin Ran was trying hard to calm her down. Luo Yao was silent for a moment. School starts for you tomorrow. I want so badly to lock you to my side, but I don't want to do that. I'm so torn. I feel like I'm going crazy. So you hurt yourself to calm down? Lin Ran asked. But why? We see each other every night, don't we? Why would you do this? Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran earnestly and said, because of Lu Rushua. I'm afraid that if you see her, you'll leave me. Just the thought of you going to her makes it hard for me to breathe. I even want to kill both you and Lu Rushua to rip my heart out and show it to you. It clicked for Lin Ran. Everything made sense. To outsiders, Luo Yao is a domineering, ruthless heiress, cold as a machine. But she has the most fragile side, too. You could even say her greatest flaw is herself. Her mind is so raw and sensitive. It's like a live wire graze it, and it resonates with demons. Luo Yao, look at me. I'm your husband. Lu Rushua is nothing in my life, but a piece of shit I once stepped in. You're the only one I can see. I won't ever love anyone else. Relax, no one can take me away from you. I'll never leave you. I'm not going anywhere. And I won't let you leave me behind. Even though Luo Yao's mind was a mess, Lin Ran's words gave her a deep sense of safety. She felt she might need to try to change, to really trust Lin Ran. Okay, I trust you. Sensing her shift, Lin Ran made up his mind on the spot. He would show her his gentlest side and soothe her wounded heart. As for the Lu Rushua situation, it needed to be handled fast, or it would keep festering in Luo Yao's heart. After coaxing her for a bit, he finally saw that bold, commanding gleam back in Luo Yao's eyes. Lin Ran knew that was how she usually looked at him. That sweet, fragile look from a moment ago had just been a fleeting facade born of vulnerability. Honey, about that secret room? Hey Ran, Luo Yao said. Next time I'll definitely take you in, okay? You're not actually hiding someone in there, are you? Nope, it's just my little secrets, and I'm not ready to let you in yet. Lin Ran flashed a charming smile. All right then, but I'm mad now. I need to punish you. Luo Yao thought for a moment. Then punish me. Do whatever you want once we get home. Lin Ran arched a brow. You call that punishment? You sure know how to have your cake and eat it too, huh? He casually dropped into Luo Yao's office chair and said, then be my secretary. Let me see what it's like to be CEO Luo. Luo Yao promptly settled onto Lin Ran's lap. What is that supposed to mean? Luo Yao lifted a finger and slowly traced it across Lin Ran's chest. Boss, you're so handsome, and I'm not too shabby myself. When there's work, I'm your secretary. When there's not, oh. Lin Ran casually picked up the file Lu Meng had just handed him. Then there's one thing, Secretary Luo. Could you review and sign off on this file? Puzzled, Luo Yao took the document, gave it a quick look, and with a few swift strokes signed her name, all while staying perched on Lin Ran's lap. Boss, the file has been approved. Please take a look. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Both of them froze. A flash of menace flickered in Luo Yao's eyes. Come in. Lu Meng eased the door open and said, President Luo, it's about that document. Luo Yao tossed the file over. Lu Meng caught it cleanly without a hitch. Thank you, President Luo. Lu Meng closed the office door and let out a long breath. Looks like President Luo's temper has cooled a lot. Oh my God, just now Lin Ran was sitting in President Luo's chair, and President Luo seemed to be sitting on his lap. Wow, that is a bombshell of gossip, thrilling, with a pinch of disappointment. What a waste not being able to share something this juicy. Sigh. Wang Fong asked. Executive Assistant Lu, all set? Looking drained, Lu Meng handed the file to Wang Fong. Take it down to operations. Wang Fong opened it up and, excited, said, You're amazing, Executive Assistant Lu. The rest of us don't even dare face President Luo right now. Lu Meng shook her head. It wasn't Timmy. Lin Ran coaxed her into a good mood. She was just sitting on his lap, flirting with him. Wang Fong was at a loss for words. So who exactly is Lin Ran? Something seemed to click for her. Could he be that cute guy from the video conference? You're saying they're together, oh my god. Is it really that explosive? Lu Meng hurriedly clapped a hand over Wang Fong's mouth and whispered, You got a death wish, talking that loud? If I'd known, I wouldn't have told you. Wang Fong looked genuinely spooked. Right, I'll get back to work. Thanks for the heads up, Executive Assistant Lu. Lu Meng said sternly, You'd better keep this to yourself. Keep your mouth shut. If you let it slip, I won't be there to save your ass. Wang Fong nodded repeatedly. Got it. After dropping off the files and getting back to her desk, Wang Fong started squirming, scratching her head in frustration. She knew there was some juicy gossip, but didn't dare spill it. Keeping it bottled up was killing her. She glanced at the coworker beside her. Zhang, go get me a coffee, and I'll tell you a secret. Zhang perked right up and, without another word, went to make her coffee. Back in the office, Lu Meng had left. Luo Yao turned around and froze. Her desk was minimalist. Aside from the computer and a cup, there were only a few little trinkets. Lin Ran was staring at a small bottle on the desk, with one of her notes tucked inside. Curious, he reached for the bottle, but Luo Yao quietly snatched it back and put it away. Lin Ran chuckled. Babe, you've been hiding a lot of secrets lately, huh? Ran, do you really want to see it? She asked. If he really wanted to look, she wouldn't stop him, but she felt a bit torn. Lin Ran saw her hesitation and didn't want to push. If you want me to see it, I will. If you don't, I won't, he said. Luo Yao quickly tucked the little bottle away and, batting her lashes, said, I'll tell you what's inside when the time comes. Outwardly, Lin Ran sighed, but inside he wasn't about to concede. It's just a tiny bottle. If I want to see it, I've got 100 ways. If I hang around a few more offices, sooner or later, I'll uncover all your little secrets. Truth be told, he wanted to know how many secrets that usually cool as ice Luo Yao was still hiding. She said, Ran, I still want to keep being a secretary. Lin Ran sighed. Didn't he expect Secretary Luo to be this sensible? They walked from the office to the break room, but since it wasn't convenient for Luo Yao, they didn't take things any further. Ran, do you want to be the real boss of the Luo group? Luo Yao asked. How about I just give it to you? The question startled Lin Ran. He quickly shook his head. No way. If I become the boss, what would you have left to do? Luo Yao flashed a sultry smile and said, Then I'll just keep being your secretary. Lin Ran could only give a helpless smile. Don't mess with me. I just want to be a good-for-nothing who eats, drinks, and has fun. I don't want to be some stressed-out workaholic. Luo Yao asked, Then why did you start a company? It's different. I used your money to start it, so I can make a bit of pocket change to buy my wife gifts. And I'll just wait for you to make money and keep me. Why should I work myself to the bone? A sudden rush of happiness hit Luo Yao. Then I'll take care of you for life. Lin Ran laughed. Of course. You can't bail halfway, can you? It's a deal. A deal. He planned to be a kept man for the rest of his life. After a while, they walked out of Luo Group hand in hand. The moment Lin Ran showed up, the whole company froze, but no one dared to talk about it to their faces. The execs saw his handsome, vaguely familiar face and smirked, while the regular employees were all wide-eyed with gossip and shock. The execs were just saying CEO Luo's boy toy showed up. It's all over the company now. If CEO Luo softens up because of love, we might finally catch a break. Word is, it was supposed to stay within the executive circle, but the cleaning lady overheard it. CEO Luo isn't like before she's been captured by love. How does a junior security guard like you even know? Easy. I was the one who got the elevator for him when he came in. With so many people in the company, there had never been a shortage of pretty boys trying to seduce Luo Yao to climb the ladder. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by a rich, gorgeous female CEO? But anyone who showed the slightest interest in Luo Yao would mysteriously disappear. Before long, no one dared to try. This ice-cold female CEO might very well be a ruthless executioner in private. She scared off all the men in the company. She even frightened away the women back home who tried to cozy up to her. Lin Ran's brow was tightly furrowed as he led Luo Yao out of the building, hand in hand. Why are the people at your company looking at me like that? Seriously? They dare look at us like that? They've got some nerve. I'm docking their bonuses later. Lin Ran felt a pang of sympathy and silently mourned those poor souls. Luo Yao took him to Huatian Plaza. It had just been transferred under Lin Ran's name. The mall was only one part of the plaza. This time, Luo Yao planned to give Lin Ran a full-on makeover. Her man had to be the sharpest-looking one out there, no exceptions. Before, no matter what she did, Lin Ran would push back. But now Lin Ran had changed, and she was determined to treat him twice as well. It was the first time Lin Ran and Luo Yao went shopping alone together. No bodyguards in sight, though someone was probably watching from the shadows. No butler playing third wheel, and no sign of Lu Rushue causing trouble. Standing side by side, they looked every inch a couple. Even with masks on, they drew stares. They were really a perfect match. But Luo Yao's shopping style completely shattered Lin Ran's idea of what shopping even was. No matter which store they walked into, she bought every item that fit Lin Ran's build and had it shipped to the address she gave. From the inside out, from watches to underwear, she even bought over 100 belts. Watching Luo Yao swipe her card non-stop, Lin Ran was so stunned he couldn't get a word out, his jaw hanging open like you could fit an egg in there. So this is how top-tier tycoons shop? Total badass. Lin Ran repeated it to himself. Being a husband is a vibe. Word of Luo Yao's approach spread quickly among the mall staff. Quite a few people recognized that the handsome guy was the newly minted owner of the plaza. And the woman beside him was Luo Yao, the female tycoon who made the entire Kyoto business scene tremble. Even though the mall carried Lin Ran's name, the storefronts belonged to tenant brands that just how big shopping centers worked. So every store was eager for their visit, waiting and hoping they'd drop by. The moment the two of them walked in, it meant a hefty commission. But Lin Ran felt the spending was way over the top, and it took a long bout of coaxing before she finally eased up. After that, Luo Yao led Lin Ran into a beauty spa. This place is for women. What is a grown man like me doing here? Didn't you say you'd do whatever I told you? Alright then. They went for a spa session and ran through every random treatment on the list. Didn't he skip a single one, and only then did Lin Ran finally step out of the mall. Ran, remember, only I have what it takes to spend this kind of money on you. Can anyone else drop this much cash on you? Buy you this many things? Make you this handsome? Lin Ran hurriedly shook his head. He knew full well nobody else could. Was Luo Yao trying to beat a man into submission with money? Honey, I swear you've got serious man vibes, especially when you're paying. Luo Yao laughed. Don't try to outman me. No need to feel inferior. That line hit Lin Ran like a 10,000-point critical strike. Spotting an ice cream shop, Luo Yao asked offhand, Ran, want some ice cream? Lin Ran shook his head right away. No, you're still on your period, you shouldn't. Luo Yao smiled, and it was dazzling. It was the first time Lin Ran had seen that kind of smile on her. It felt like the whole world turned soft. Then let us get dessert. I've never had dessert out. Sounds good. When they got to the dessert shop, a few figures popped out of nowhere and cleared the place on the spot. There weren't many people. The men in black each pulled out wads of cash. They didn't even need to say a word. One look sent everyone in the store scurrying. Luo Yao said, Can anyone else give you this kind of exclusive treatment? Lin Ran was at a loss for words. Of course not. Who else was this loaded, this ruthless with money? The dessert shop staff served the two of them with trembling hands. Lin Ran asked, Which one do you want? Luo Yao said, I've never had desserts from outside. Ran, which one do you want? Lin Ran thought. Figures she's an heiress, she hasn't even tried the most ordinary desserts. Lin Ran said, Then just go with your gut and pick one at random. Lin Ran rarely ate dessert, and the only time he had was when he was with Lu Rushue. Luo Yao pointed at a dessert and said, I want this tiramisu. Aaron, you should order one too. Lin Ran looked at her and asked, Then which one do you want as your second? Luo Yao smiled. Too many sweets will make me fat. Aaron, do you like me chubby? Lin Ran nodded. I do. Luo Yao asked, How about this strawberry cheesecake? Lin Ran told the server, We'll take these too. They found a comfy spot on the second floor, and Lin Ran started feeding this little devil first. Luo Yao tasted it and said, "Pretty good," then leaned over to check out the strawberry cheesecake in front of Lin Ran. He smiled fondly, opened the cheesecake, broke off a small piece, and fed it to her. Luo Yao swallowed it in one bite, savoring the taste slowly. Shidi never cared much about food, but lately, because Lin Ran kept feeding her, Shidi been eating more deliberately. She felt her body was changing too, at least she wasn't as frail as before. Savoring the taste of happiness, she scooped up a spoonful and held it to Lin Ran's lips. They took turns feeding each other, bite for bite. There's a sticky note wall here. Let us write something. Lin Ran tore off 2 notes, handed one to Luo Yao, and kept the other for himself. Luo Yao said it was kind of boring, but since Aaron liked it, Shidi just jot something down. Luo Yao, Lin Ran. They stuck the notes on the wall at the same time and shared a smile. Luo Yao grinned. I know a place with 18 kinds of torture devices, specifically for punishing people who break their promises to me. Lin Ran replied. Then I probably won't get the chance to see it in this lifetime. After they left the dessert place, Lin Ran went to buy a cup of milk tea. I asked for it without ice. I heard girls all love this, give it a try, he said. Does Lu Rushua like it? Luo Yao asked. Lin Ran, exasperated, said, she only likes eating shit. Can we please stop bringing her up? Luo Yao took a small sip first and smiled. It's pretty good. You should have a sip too. It was her very first milk tea and the first time she tried the shop's desserts. The flavors left her a little surprised. Lin Ran took the cup and, without the slightest hesitation, took a sip as well. Luo Yao loved the feeling of the two of them sharing one cup, drinking from the same straw. That kind of faintly suggestive indirect kiss actually made her blush and set her heart racing even more. Compared to intimacy in bed, it was a completely different feeling. Truth is, that was exactly Lin Ran's little scheme when he only bought 1 cup. When the date ended, Lin Ran felt that no matter this life or the last, it was the happiest he'd ever been. These things were simple on their own, but doing them with Luo Yao made them feel especially meaningful. This kind of love was more about a feeling than about outward gestures. Turns out whether a person is happy comes down to who they're with. In his previous life, Lin Ran spent time with Lu Rushua and with his family, but what he got in return was nothing but a sense of being small and demeaned. In this life, with Luo Yao, all he felt was joy and contentment. For Luo Yao, that afternoon was just as unforgettable. Later that night, tomorrow, on the first day of school, I'll take you. Don't go looking for Lu Rushua. Of course I want to look for her, but we're in the same class again. Not anymore, as of tomorrow. Lin Ran blinked, then smiled, nodded, and agreed without hesitation. Okay, I want to go to her. If she comes to me, I'll tear into her and humiliate her good. Luo Yao tapped the corner of her eye with a finger. Remember what you said. I'll be watching you. Lin Ran said, sure, like the tiny camera on a watch face. Luo Yao stiffened for a moment and said coolly, so you knew all along. Lin Ran laughed and reached out to pinch the tip of her nose. To be precise, I like you keeping an eye on me all the time. If you're still worried, just slap a tracker on me. Don't those overbearing CEOs in the novels always do that? Luo Yao said, already did. I put one on 3 years ago. Lin Ran was stunned on the spot. No wonder she could find me no matter where I hid. Even if I died and was buried, she'd still find me. So that's what it was all about. Luo Yao asked, will you blame me? Lin Ran answered seriously. He said, no. Even if I die, you'll still find me. Luo Yao said, if you die, I'll go with you heaven or hell. You belong to me alone. It was settled. No regrets, ever. The day school started. As one of the country's top universities, Kyoto University's opening day was naturally buzzing. Lin Ran officially became a senior. Countless students had fought their way forward, carrying their dreams step by step through the gates of this storied campus. But some people got in by other means, like Lin Jian and Lu Rushua. Back then, Lin Tianba put up a faculty housing building under the Saran Group's name and traded it for 2 admission slots, one for his younger son, Lin Jian, and the other for Lu Rushua. Lin Ran, on the other hand, earned his spot on his own. Today, Lin Tianba personally drove his son and niece to campus. As they reached the gate, an ultra-luxury Rolls-Royce pulled in, and he hurriedly yielded to let it pass, startled. Lin Jian hadn't gone out these last few days. The beating Lin Ran gave him left him black and blue still hadn't fully healed, and he didn't want anyone to know about it. The last time he went to the restaurant, he quietly arranged to meet a lawyer for some advice, but ended up running into Lin Ran. Luckily, he was almost recovered now and no longer needed to wear a mask. Ever since that luxury car fiasco, Lu Rushua hadn't come back to campus. It was too humiliating. The campus forum was flooded with posts about her and Lin Ran. Fortunately, most classmates were fairly level-headed at most. They slapped a pragmatic girl tag on her. Besides, Lin Ran had stopped pursuing her and had even used that luxury car to humiliate her in public, leaving her unable to show her face. She didn't tell Lin Jian about it, much less Lin Tianba. Lin Tianba stepped aside to clear the way, and Lin Jian and Lu Rushua also spotted the luxury Rolls-Royce. Both of them were wondering which rich family's young master or heiress had come to study at Capital University this time. They edged closer for a look at the plates. The plate read Beijing A00001. At a glance, Lin Tianba blurted, "Is that the Luo family's car?" Others might not know, but someone as worldly as Lin Tianba knew a thing or two. Across the whole country, the Luo clan is top of the heap, calling them number one isn't an exaggeration. Word has it the one in charge is Miss Luo Yao, only 26, and she already runs the show. Her rise to power was nothing short of legendary. She went missing at 5 and was found at 18 when she returned. Everyone figured she was a timid little girl who'd be easy to push around. Who could imagine Luo Yao would, by herself, turn the whole place upside down and seize control of the Luo family? Her first move was to personally eliminate her parents. Her older brothers ended up either dead or crippled. Once she had power, she drove several uncles out of the Luo group, and they were never seen again. The previous patriarch, Old Master Luo, tried to step in and set things right, but a few days later his legs suddenly gave out. He had no choice but to step down and retire to the old manor. Everyone put the blame for that on Luo Yao. Yet this cold-blooded, ruthless little thing had the entire Luo family under her thumb. Within a few short years, no one dared defy her. By the time she truly took the reins at 23, the Luo clan was already a behemoth. Back then, Lin Tianba even wanted to cozy up to her. At a cocktail party, he overheard her assistant, Lu Meng, say Luo Yao was looking for someone. He figured he could horn in and stir the pot. But within 2 days he heard the person had already been found. Missing that chance to curry favor left Lin Tianba sulking. Though he didn't take it too hard after all, she was just a woman. Except that this mere woman took the Luo group to number 1 in the world by the time she was 26. Who would believed it? By now, Lin Tianba knew the Luo family wouldn't even spare him a glance. Truth be told, the old him wasn't anyone they would fancied either. The reason was simple. The gap was just too big. On one side stood the most powerful family in the world, on the other, a businessman with some modest success. They weren't even in the same league. But now that someone from the Luo family was actually attending the same school as his son, Lin Tianba couldn't help hatching a plan. Xiaojian, Rushua, did you see that Rolls-Royce? That's the Luo Group's car. Doesn't matter who in that car is here for school, make sure you cozy up to them. If you can win them over, our whole family will soar. Got it. Both of them nodded. But when the three of them stared at the Rolls-Royce as its doors slowly swung open, they all froze. Could that be Lin Ran? After Lin Ran got out, it wasn't just those three who were dumbfounded. Everyone at the school gate was stunned. Upperclassmen were shocked he'd shown up to school in a Rolls-Royce. The freshmen were floored by how rich and handsome this guy was. Who is that? He's so handsome and so rich, I want to go over and get close. Hey, you're a freshman, right? That's Lin Ran, a senior, our campus heartthrob. I just never heard his family was this loaded. Wow, he is too handsome, I just want to squish him. Senior Lin Ran, look over here. You really stopped chasing Lu Rushua? Then how about me? Lin Ran isn't chasing Lu Rushua anymore? Where do you hear that? Go check the campus forum yourself, and you'll see. Lu Rushua's face darkened slightly. Hearing the girls chatter around her, she felt a sour pang in her chest. She couldn't shake the feeling she was about to lose something. When did Lin Ran become this popular? Just as Lin Ran was about to walk off, the car window rolled down, and Luo Yao's voice carrying a deadly edge floated out. Hubby, give me a kiss. Lin Ran immediately turned back and kissed her. A goodbye kiss. I'll come home early tonight. After the goodbye kiss, Luo Yao felt utterly satisfied and swept a cold glance over the crowd of onlooking students. She was both making a show of force and staking her claim. This man is mine, no one else touch him. Lin Tianba, puffing on a seven wolves and about to get out of the car, was startled by the scene. He hurriedly stubbed out the cigarette and ducked back inside. Did he see that right? Was the face in the Rolls-Royce window really Luo Yao? Not entirely sure. He pulled out his phone and started searching. Oh my god, it's actually true. Lin Jin saw it too. The moment he laid eyes on Luo Yao, his heart skipped a beat. She was stunning. How could she be making out with Lin Ran in front of everyone? Where's the justice in that? Lin Ran is the Lin family's unwanted outcast, and I'm the Lin family's treasure. Lu Rushue went ghostly pale. This woman she'd only met twice had left a shadow too deep in her heart. Every time they crossed paths, Lu Rushue felt like she might be slaughtered by this woman at any moment. Dad, Big Brother actually kissed that beauty in public. Doesn't he that tarnish our Lin family's name? Lin Tianba shot Lin Jian a look without saying a word. Reading his expression, Lin Jian quickly changed his tune. It's all my fault. I haven't cared enough about my brother, and didn't notice he disgraced the family. That's on me. Dad, don't make it hard on him. Let him kneel and kowtow and admit he was wrong, and just forgive him. And don't hit him. The blows land on him, but the pain is in my heart. Lin Tianba let out a long sigh. Jian, you're too kind. That's why he pushes you around. He's already forcing me to hand over my dividends. Even if that unfilial son kneels and begs, I want to forgive him in my mind. He's lost the right to be my son forever. Lin Jian said, Dad, don't rush to blame him. We don't even know who that woman in the car is. A light bulb went off in Lin Tianba's head. Jian, your father has something to tell you. She leaned into Lin Jian's ear and murmured a few words. He blinked, stunned, then his eyes went wide, and excitement slowly spread across his face. Lin Tianba's game plan was simple. First, get Lin Jian close to Lin Ran, then use Lin Ran to approach Luo Yao. Ideally, they'd catch Luo Yao's eye, maybe even slip into her orbit and stick by her side. Lin Ran was just a handsome face. If Luo Yao really had anything with him, it'd be for his looks, nothing more. If you wanted to talk about true standouts, his younger son Lin Jian was the one he was proud of. Even if the plan tanked, he could still go to Lin Ran and squeeze some benefits out of him, couldn't he? He was Lin Ran's father. What could Lin Ran do to him? Carving out a share from the Luo family for dear old dad seemed perfectly reasonable, didn't he? He brought the boy into this world. Gratitude was a given. Even a dog knows that, and Lin Tianba certainly did. After that, Lin Jian seemed to think of something. He and Lu Rushue walked onto campus, whispering as they went. Soon, Lu Rushue's eyes widened in shock, then slowly turned bright with excitement. Lin Jian discreetly pinched Lu Rushue's butt and laughed. Well now, not bad. When you've got time, your cousin can give you a little checkup. Lu Rushue pouted, coy and girlish. Lin Jian, you're awful. You want me to go see Lin Ran? Aren't you even a little jealous? Lin Jian said, go. I trust you can take care of yourself. As long as Lin Ran's with you, I'm sure that Heiress 1T let him off the hook. Lu Rushue shot back, so? You're really not jealous at all. She knew their relationship could never be made public. Lin Ran actually made a perfect shield, and now that he was better looking and richer, being with him would be easy to justify. Landing both brothers at once, just thinking about it was a thrill. They could say Lin Jian sent her to hook Lin Ran, but truth was, she wanted to get close to Lin Ran from the start. First day of the semester, tons of upperclassmen were out volunteering and hustling to recruit for clubs, but Lin Ran had zero interest in wasting time on any of that. He headed straight to find his best friend. He pushed open the long-missed dorm room door and saw Wu Zhishang still asleep. The other two roommates hadn't come back yet. Yo, Wu. Wu. Still out. Bro. Nothing. First day back and campus is buzzing, yet he's dead silent. That sleep? World class. Lin Ran grabbed a fistful of his buddy's hair and yanked him awake. The pain snapped Wu Zhishang's eyes open. He stared blankly at the tuft of hair in Lin Ran's hand, then reached up and felt his head. Bald. My bad, dude. That's what you get for sleeping like the dead. Wu Zhishang took a deep breath, flicked the bangs that were no longer there, and forced down his anger. We're brothers, grew up side by side. I'll let it slide. You pretty boy, I'm warning you. You'd better actually have something to say, or I'm gonna pretend you never said a word. Lin Ran was a little embarrassed. He and T expected to make his already scarce hair look even worse. How is the company doing? Wu Zhishang, smug. Renovation S done. We just need people. Perfect timing, being right here gives us home field advantage. If we recruit at our school, I'm sure both the students and the administration will back us. Everybody wants an internship certificate. Lin Ran nodded. We'll find a chance to talk to the principal. But we're not taking just anyone. Someone like Lu Rushua, hard pass. Wu flashed an okay. Got it. I heard Lu Rushua interned all summer and still didn't get an internship certificate. Crack me up. Apparently she tried to seduce her boss and got canned on the spot. Lin Ran froze, thinking this was one hell of a headline. Wu Zhishang said, just thinking about having to run into that bitch all the time pisses me off. Lin Ran said, starting today, she is not in our class anymore. Wu Zhishang looked baffled, going. In the student advisor's office, Lu Rushua was staring in shock. She demanded why? The advisor replied coolly, there's no why. Starting today, you're no longer in the finance department. The president is transferring you to foreign languages to study Burmese. Lu Rushua said in disbelief, are you kidding me? What gives you the right to change my major on a whim? This is outrageous. I'm going to report you to the Education Bureau. The advisor's face was full of disdain. The one thing he couldn't stand was students who got in by pulling strings. Raise all the hell you want, the advisor shot back. But before that, I'll have the Education Bureau look into exactly how an academic slacker like you got into Jingdu University. Lu Rushua stammered, you're being way too much. The advisor went on, save it. Luo Group has already reported to the school that you seduced a married man. Not expelling you is us cutting you a break. If you refuse to change majors, I'll have no choice but to ask the president to expel you, he threatened. Lu Rushua argued, I'm being framed. You're so unforget it. I'll go study Burmese. Seeing how ice-cold the advisor was, Lu Rushua stopped resisting. She stumbled out of the student affairs office, and the moment she stepped outside, her phone started buzzing. She picked it up and saw it was a message from the advisor. She felt a little burst of excitement. Could the school be changing its mind? The advisor sent a single line. Lu Rushua stood rooted to the spot, not moving for a long while. Why does bad luck keep piling up lately? First Lin Ran walked away from her, then she somehow ended up $1 million in debt, and even her bestie started keeping her distance. She knew Lin Ran wouldn't actually ask her for the money. That was just his way of humiliating her when he was mad. But because of that, she'd become a trending topic on the campus forum, and all kinds of private dirt got dug up. Work hadn't even started, and I already couldn't get my internship certificate. Instead, I got falsely accused of seducing a married man. The school kicked me out of my major, and the show got pulled. What was the point of all the grueling practice these last few days? All of this really started the moment Lin Ran left me. Lin Ran, I hate you. No, I have to go find Lin Ran. I still have a task I haven't finished. I need to find a chance to confess to Lin Ran and leave myself no way out. If you want something, you have to pay the price. Since I've already lost it, I have to fight to win it back. I won't be in this class anymore. My chances to be around Lin Ran will only get fewer and fewer, so today is the perfect opportunity. Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang were on their way to the classroom when Wu Zhishang suddenly let out a yelp. Holy shit, dude, you made the front page of the forum. You were making out with your girl in public on the very first day? Lin Ran hurriedly pulled out his phone and logged into the forum. Sure enough, there were several threads about him. Fortunately, none of the posts had a clear shot of Luo Yao's face. Most were blurry. Even the clearest one was mostly blocked by Lin Ran's head while they were kissing, showing only a sliver. Even so, you could tell how beautiful Luo Yao was. Wu Zhishang said, there isn't a single clear pic of your girl, but even from these you can tell she is pretty. Lin, you must ve saved a goddess in your last life, huh? Lin Ran just smiled and said nothing. In his last life, he hadn't saved any goddess. He hurt one. They had barely reached the lecture hall doors when someone stepped in front of Lin Ran. Lin Ran, I need to talk to you. Lu Rushua's move made the entire room fall silent. So, you got the money ready? Lin Ran, when did you get this shallow? Can't we talk about anything besides money? If not money, then what? You want me to talk dreams with you? Okay, then what is your dream? What are you doing here batting your eyes and striking poses? Lu Rushue was seething. She drew a deep breath, as if she just made a big decision. I know you've been cold to me and taking jabs at me because I turned you down before, but I don't take any of that to heart. I've gone over it again and again these past few days and realized I actually do like you. And ever since you left, when I'm by myself, I can't hide how much I like you. Lin Ran, I'll be your girlfriend. Let us be together. Lin Ran said, then you'd better be careful. Lu Rushue froze, not sure what he meant, a flutter of panic rising in her chest. What do you mean? I already agreed to be your girlfriend. What more do you want? Lin Ran, I don't agree. And first, pay me back. Lu Rushue finally snapped. Money, money, money. Do you know anything besides money? Is that all that's left between us? Lin Ran said, the only connection between us is that you're my creditor. Disappointed, she still gritted her teeth and said, I admit I expected too much from you before. Lin Ran, stop it. Let us just go back to how we were. I already agreed to be your girlfriend. Don't ignore me anymore, okay? Haven't you thought about me these past few days? Lin Ran cut her off. Enough. Whether I thought about you doesn't matter. If you really miss me, call me. The card number hasn't changed, it's still the Agricultural Bank one. Lu Rushue felt humiliated. With a confession this obvious, had Lin Ran really not picked up on it? Lin Ran, are you actually stupid or just playing dumb? I'm really pissed. Lin Ran said coldly, if you're sick, call 120. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. If you've got money, transfer it to me. If you don't, go sell something. Lu Rushue kept blinking, and tears spilled down like a snapped string of pearls. But the whole classroom was dead quiet. Everyone was staring at her, and no one stepped up to plead her case. If this were before, at least a few simps would jumped up to call out Lin Ran, but things were completely different now. Damn, Lu Rushue is shameless. Lin Ran already posted that he got married, and she is still clinging to him. Isn't that textbook side chick behavior? Can you even call it married? At best, they just got the paperwork. Maybe that certificate was some picture he pulled off the internet to piss off Lu Rushue. I saw Lin Ran roll up in a luxury car today. There was a gorgeous woman in the passenger seat, too. Looks like he might be kept. No way. Lin Ran, doesn't he seem like the kind of guy who'd sell out for money? Real or not? Lu Rushue confessing first is still pretty wild. Hearing the whispers, Lu Rushue's eyes went wide. She stared at Lin Ran in shock. Lin Ran, did you really get married? Lin Ran shrugged. Is that a problem? Lu Rushue, listen up. If you're trying to be the other woman, take it somewhere else. If you're here to pay me back, then come find me. Lu Rushue ran off in tears. Only then did she realize Lin Ran had already posted about it on social media. But he'd already removed her from his friends list and left her on his block list. Once Lu Rushue left, the classroom buzz picked back up. A few people kept sneaking glances at Lin Ran, and the ones whose curiosity was off the charts couldn't help running over to ask him questions. Before he figured out what Luo Yao wanted, Lin Ran hadn't planned on revealing who his wife was, just admitting he was married. But nobody knew who she was. The girls in class felt their hearts shatter, though some still figured Lin Ran was just putting on an act. He was obviously playing hard to get under Lu Rushue's skin. After all, Lin Ran's image as a simp was burned into everyone's mind. Lu Rushue went back to her dorm, crawled under the covers, and cried by herself. She felt like Lin Ran really didn't care about her anymore, and she just couldn't accept it. As soon as Hua Haney pushed open the dorm room door, she saw Lu Rushue with eyes swollen from crying. Remembering how she betrayed her last time, she actually felt a little embarrassed. Rushue, I was just buying time back then. If it were you, Lin Ran would never really make you pay. But once it involved both of us, Lin Ran would definitely make me cough up the money. You get where I'm coming from, right? We're best friends, after all. Lu Rushue froze, staring at Hua Haney, unsure whether she was telling the truth. It's just, you haven't given me any explanation these past few days. My dad insisted I go home for blind dates, so I couldn't get away. Lu Rushue accepted that, and the two of them made up like before. So how did the blind dates go? Nothing good. Every guy was either a creep or a loser, nothing like your Lin Ran. At the mention of Lin Ran, Lu Rushue's eyes went red again. Rushue, what's wrong? Did Lin Ran give you a hard time again? Lu Rushue cried even harder, her voice rising. Lin Ran, I think he got married. He doesn't want me anymore. Hua-Haney's eyes went wide. What? Between sobs, Lu Rushue explained what had happened, and when Hua-Haney finished listening, she started laughing. Rushue, don't panic. I bet anything Lin Ran's lying to you. Lu Rushue was baffled. Think about it. Lin Ran's feelings for you haven't faded. How could he just let go? He has probably gotten smarter and wants to play hard to get. He has driving a luxury car and putting on this rich guy act who knows where the money comes from. But it's obviously to get a rise out of you, to make you see how good he is. And besides, you used to spend his money without ever reciprocating. He is resentful, so he is cold to you today. It suddenly clicked for Lu Rushue. As she lifted her head, she remembered the woman who had kidnapped Lin Ran. Could that woman be the reason Lin Ran doesn't dare get too close to me? There's no way Lin Ran doesn't like me. He must been forced, yeah, that has to be it. There's even less chance he marry anyone but me. Sob, is Lin Ran actually lying just to provoke me? I only spend his money to push him to work harder. Why is he so dumb? He just doesn't get it. Hua-Haney stared at Lu Rushue like she was looking at an idiot. If it weren't to get close to Lin Ran, she wouldn't still be playing bestie with this airhead. Over the past few days, she had her cousin at an insurance company look into it. Sure enough, Lin Ran was the owner of that Koenigsegg. Even crazier, he had dozens of luxury cars under his name. The cheapest one goes for millions. Even Hua-Haney was stunned when she found out. Now she could see at a glance how cold Lin Ran was to Lu Rushue. He really didn't like her. So I can make a play for him, right? Lin Ran is handsome, rich, and seriously impressive. He checks every tall, rich, and handsome box, okay? If you don't appreciate Lin Ran, then I will. You've known him for years and haven't even let him hold your hand. All you do is burn his money shameless. Uft, what a trashy bitch. It's okay, Rushue. You're the most innocent girl I've ever met. You can definitely win Lin Ran back. Thanks, Nini. You were right, Lin Ran loves me so much. He must be lying to me. Don't thank me. What are best friends for? That afternoon, in the principal's office, Principal Tang was reaching out to former students, trying to leverage his connections to wrangle some internships at different companies. The corporate landscape keeps getting worse and worse. Big companies are monopolizing, and small ones can hardly get a foothold. Openings at big firms are insanely competitive, and small firms don't want to spend the money. The result? It's getting harder and harder for college students to find jobs. Even at a top school like Jingdu University, plenty of undergrads were struggling to find jobs. As president, he absolutely didn't want to see that happen. On top of that, the library was falling apart with age, the funding approval kept getting delayed, and he had to personally juggle every little chore. He was only 50, but his hair had already gone gray. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from outside the door. Come in. 2 students stepped in, and the president looked puzzled. What can I do for you two? 10 minutes later, President Tang asked, so you've started a media company and want to recruit students on campus? Lin Ran gave a slight nod. President Tang broke into a grin. Of course. Not only can we send talent your way, it'll also help ease our job placement pressure. Students had tried similar things before, but most hadn't met expectations. How many positions can you offer? Wu Zhishang handed over a packet. The more President Tang read, the wider his eyes grew. You're planning to hire 100 students? With an operation this big, if it doesn't go well, can you handle it? Lin Ran replied. Thanks for your concern, sir, but don't worry, we're well funded. This 100 is just the first batch. Once the company gains momentum, we'll be back for more, and we hope you'll help open a few doors for us. President Tang's eyes went moist. Absolutely. 100 is no small number. Once freshman military training wraps up, you can announce it yourself at the welcome gala and start recruiting on the spot. Lin Ran said, Thank you so much, President. I'll start with the arts and finance departments, and maybe look at other departments for candidates too. President Tang chuckled. Good, good. Spread the opportunities around. Different kinds of talent make a company better and better, I get it. Outside the president's office, Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang exchanged a smile. All set. Time flew by, and before long the day slipped into night. In the morning, Luo Yao personally dropped Lin Ran off at school that evening. He left campus in a Koenigsegg. The sight left plenty of students gaping. Questions about Lin Ran erupted everywhere. The freshman girls' eyes lit up, like they were ready to pounce and fight over him. From that day on, Lin Ran was unmistakably the resident rich kid at Peking University. He was already famous, and you couldn't even count how many students were following his every move. When Lin Ran got back to the estate, he froze the moment he opened the door. "Sir, welcome home." Servants stood in 2 neat rows, a red carpet spread across the living room, and the old butler waited opposite with a bottle of champagne in hand. Lin Ran looked baffled, not quite sure what he was seeing. "Young Master Lin, Miss said today is your first day of school, so she had us set up a back-to-school banquet." "A banquet for the first day of classes? Rich people really do whatever they want. Has Luo Yao come back yet?" Right then, Luo Yao walked in from outside. Lin Ran turned, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. Luo Yao smiled. "Right on time. Of course. I promised I'd come home early," Lin Ran said. She lifted her gaze, and her eyes suddenly sharpened. "Did you see Lu Rushua today?" With that, the room fell instantly silent. "Yao Yao, I don't want to lie to you. I did see her, but I don't have the slightest interest in her. I only want to get money out of her. She scratched up the car you gave me." Naturally, Luo Yao already knew. Where Lin Ran went today, what he said, how much he said, she had it all down to the last detail. Lucky for him, he hadn't crossed any lines, but Luo Yao was still far from pleased. She meant to punish him, let him taste a little pain, and make him rein himself in. Lu Rushua had actually confessed to Lin Ran in front of everyone, might as well have been asking for it. In the dining room, the table was set for a lavish feast. Lin Ran still chose to sit beside Luo Yao right now. He just wanted to give her as much reassurance as he could. Otherwise, who knows, maybe one day he'd never get out of this estate. Luo Yao's gaze locked on Lin Ran. The real show was about to begin. Chapter 30. To celebrate Lin Ran starting school, Luo Yao uncorked a bottle of red wine. They finished the meal in a warm, cozy mood. During dinner, Luo Yao didn't act any different from usual. Lin Ran knew he couldn't hold his liquor and was afraid he'd say something he shouldn't if he got drunk, so he kept himself in check. Luo Yao picked up her glass, walked behind him, slipped an arm around his neck, and spoke slowly. "Ran, happy back to school. Let me give you the last sip." Lin Ran blushed and nodded. "Okay, this little minx really knows how to flirt." Luo Yao leaned in and kissed him, slipping him a mouthful of imported red wine as she did. That sip was poison. Literally. Lin Ran felt his head spinning when he came to. He was lying naked on the bed. He tried to get up, only to find he couldn't move. This familiar feeling? Memories from the past surged up. A chill ran through him. He slowly turned his head toward the figure by the bed. "Babe, what are you doing?" Luo Yao didn't say a word. She just lay beside him, lowering her head to meet his eyes. Her gaze seemed to say, "You're not being good again. Luo Yao, you're not serious, right?" "Right?" Luo Yao put on a pitiful, doe-eyed look. "Hubby, do you like Yao Yao?" Lin Ran nodded frantically. "Like, yes, I like you. I like you the most. Then no matter what I do, you won't blame me, right?" Lin Ran nodded hard, babbling. Of course, how could I bear to blame you?" 49 minutes later. This little minx can be pretty ruthless. Lin Ran knew that the more he fought back at a time like this, the angrier Luo Yao would get. It was a lesson he'd figured out the hard way in his previous life. Luo Yao was still that little devil, although she'd been acting gentler lately. Her nature hadn't changed. In his previous life, Lin Ran remembered an incident that was even worse. His body had been battered so badly that his skin split open, revealing raw flesh beneath, a truly horrifying sight. That had all started on Luo Yao's birthday, when Lin Ran used the excuse of preparing a gift to meet Lu Rushua. Later, Luo Yao had personally applied medicine to his wounds, but Lin Ran had resisted violently and even slapped her across the face. Lin Ran remembered that after that, he was locked up full-time on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and kept in confinement intermittently on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. It had taken a full 3 months before Luo Yao finally let him out again. Who would have thought that in this second life, he still couldn't escape the same tactics? "Ran, why can't you just obey me? Why are you still meeting Lu Rushua? Don't you like me anymore?" Lin Ran inhaled sharply. Just a few moments ago, he had been beaten again, fresh cuts now marking his body. "I do like you, of course. I hate Lu Rushua, but she keeps showing up out of nowhere. I can't help that. Honestly, it would be more effective if you just went after her directly. Luo Yao yanked him up by the collar, pulling his face close so she could study it carefully. I've already been targeting Lu Rushua. Ran, we're the same kind of people. We both enjoy the slow, drawn-out kind of torment. But I can never tell if you're being genuine with me or just putting on an act. And honestly, I don't even want to find out. I'm only warning you, betray me, and you'll die a very painful death. And Lu Rushua will suffer even worse. Don't think I'm joking. When I get serious, even I scare myself. Luo Yao's threats didn't intimidate Lin Ran. In his eyes, Luo Yao was clearly off her rocker right now. She was having an episode. Lin Ran knew Luo Yao better than anyone, not just from this life, but from the memories of their past life together. In the previous life, most of the time, Luo Yao had still managed some self-control. She loved clinging to him, controlling him, possessing him completely, but every once in a while, she would go completely insane. And those episodes always came as a result of something he had done to anger her. After going on a rampage, she would either come back to soothe him or disappear for a few days before suddenly reappearing as if nothing had happened. Once, Luo Yao did something reckless and later confessed it to Lin Ran. She could never control herself, especially whenever Lin Ran tried to leave. She couldn't help wanting to do those terrible things. At first, Lin Ran didn't understand and just saw Luo Yao as a demon. After he was reborn, he chose to accept Luo Yao, to love her, and to understand her. Slowly, he realized Luo Yao might have a split personality. When she was in a good place, she loved him. When she wasn't, she took out her self-hatred. So the last time, in the office, when Luo Yao hurt him, Lin Ran instantly guessed why she did it. He had hurt Luo Yao before he knew that debt all too well. And this time, Luo Yao was already being good to him, at least much better than before. If it were like it used to be, he knew better than anyone what the consequences would be. Luo Yao had her hands around Lin Ran's throat. He felt her breath, met her eyes, and listened to her heartbeat. She was starved for love, and he would give her love, endless love. I'm dead serious. You're the only one I love. You can hit me and curse me. I want to get angry. If you need to vent, I'd rather it be me who gets hurt, not you like right now. But if you think I'd ever do something to betray you, all I can say is, not a chance. Go ahead. If it makes you feel better, bring it on. Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran, puzzled. Are you serious? Lin Ran's heart gave a small tremor. Of course, you're not my bestie. Why are you breaking all the rules? Are you addicted, or what? Those few words tugged at Lin Ran's heartstrings. He felt that even if he died for this, tonight would still be worth it. Afterward, Luo Yao still couldn't sleep. She stayed wrapped around Lin Ran, her breath carrying a faint, sweet scent. Ran, do you like it? He reached out a finger and gently pressed it to Luo Yao's lips. Shoo, woman, I'm warning you, don't try to seduce me. I graduated high school early. I forgot all that classical poetry ages ago. Don't mess with me, I'm pretty damn tough. Luo Yao said coolly. And then? Lin Ran went completely blank. They say lust comes with a blade hanging over your head under a pomegranate red skirt. A man's fate is sealed. It felt like a bone-scraping knife digging into his waist, cut after cut. At first light, he flung open the curtains, feeling ridiculously good. Over breakfast, Lin Ran leaned close to Luo Yao and murmured, Babe, I think we really need to dial it back a bit. I'm only human, you know? Luo Yao said. Then I'll tell Lu Ming to throw out everything we got ready. Outside the villa, Lu Ming was waiting for Luo Yao, eyes closed, trying to catch a breather. She tossed and turned all night, dark circles shadowing her eyes. She blinked awake, checked the time, realized she was already late, and knocked to ask. She had just followed the butler, Uncle Fu, into the dining room when she heard Luo Yao's words and looked utterly puzzled. Had Ms. Luo told me to prepare something? Oh, it can't really be that, can it? Her nosy little heart lit up again. She'd been with Luo Yao for years, from the little assistant at her side to her right hand, so of course she knew Luo Yao well. Which is exactly why Luo Yao's change now left her stunned. So this is what you're like, Ms. Luo. Young Mr. Lin really hit the jackpot. Honestly, do you even deserve our incomparable Ms. Luo? And other than being good-looking, I don't see anything that's special. Lin Ran froze. There were other things? Wait, a wasting is a sin. We can't just toss stuff. Luo Yao smiled and leaned in. Aran, I think I've figured out a few tricks to keep you in line. Lin Ran said, let us just say I'm doing it willingly. Really? Really? Be good today, okay? Lin Ran nodded, obedient as ever. In his head, he was already planning. He had to deal with Lu Rushua, or this would always be a thorn in Luo Yao's heart. Luo Yao straightened her clothes and got in the car with Lu Meng. The moment she sat down, she reminded her, don't forget to prep the things I mentioned. Lu Meng, President Luo, are you serious right now? I may be your assistant, but I really can't do something like this. Okay, President Luo. What kind of galaxy did Lin Ran save in his past life? Luo Yao, prepare a bit more. Lu Meng. Luo Yao. If A Ran isn't satisfied, don't bother showing up to work. Lu Meng's eyes widened. What? President Luo, do you even know what you're saying? At the villa, Lin Ran decided to skip school and called Wu Zhishang to cover for him. After getting some extra sleep, his legs finally didn't feel so wobbly. Rested up, Lin Ran thought, it's time to officially settle accounts with the enemies from my last life. Step 1. Let you taste real torment. The Lin family and Lu Rushua accept the devil's judgment. Once the plan was set, he contacted Wu Zhishang. Do you know Brother Dao? Wu Zhishang was startled. As a local, how could he not know Brother Dao? On the other end of the line, Wu Zhishang was breaking out in a cold sweat. Of course I do. Lin, what do you mean did you mess with him? Lin Ran, no? Wu Zhishang. Good, because crossing Brother Dao is serious trouble. Lin Ran said confidently, doesn't he matter? Even if I did, he'd have to make way for me. What can I say? My wife is a badass. Wu Zhishang. Lin, I've noticed your bragging game getting stronger lately. Lin Ran couldn't be bothered to explain. Listen, help me get Brother Dao over here. Tell him I've got a deal to discuss. There was a brief silence on the other end before a response came. Bro, are you serious? What exactly are you trying to do? Doing business with Brother Dao? That's dancing on the edge of the law. Lin Ran, just say it, are you helping or not? If Wu Zhishang wouldn't help, Lin Ran planned to ask Luo Yao for assistance. He didn't go to Luo Yao directly because he didn't want her to know what he was planning and worry. Wu Zhishang, fine, I'll reach out. I've got a good-for-nothing cousin who works under Brother Dao. With that, Lin Ran smiled and said, all right. Thanks for the hard work, bro. After he hung up, moisture pricked at the corners of his eyes. He knew full well that Wu Zhishang's cousin ran with Brother Dao's crew, otherwise he wouldn't have gone straight to him. In his previous life, after Lin Ran died, the first to learn the news was Wu Zhishang, even before Luo Yao. When Lin Ran was pushed off the rooftop, Wu Zhishang was waiting downstairs that very day. He risked everything to pull Lin Ran out of the manor. Wu Zhishang couldn't believe what he was seeing. He called the cops, but Lin Jian, Lu Rushua, and Lu Yueme insisted Lin Ran had slipped and fallen by accident. With Lin Tianba pulling strings in the shadows, none of them were even investigated, and Wu Zhishang fell apart. He hated his own helplessness and regretted ever taking Lin Ran out. Only then did it hit him that letting Lin Ran stay as that heiress' caged canary might been a choice. At least it wouldn't have gotten him killed. After the grief ebbed, all he could think about was revenge, so he reached out to his cousin. The cousin didn't hesitate. He went to borrow men from Brother Dao, and Dao lent them without a fuss. Unfortunately, one of the cousin's boys happened to know Lin Jian, and for 100,000 in cash he sold him the tip. Lin Jian had that punk get Wu Zhishang drunk and egged him on to go get revenge right then. Heartbroken and unsuspecting, Wu Zhishang drank, jumped in a car to hit back at the Lin family, never knowing the vehicle had already been sabotaged. Driving drunk, Wu Zhishang crashed. Both his legs were shattered, and from then on he was confined to a wheelchair. Back then, Lin Ran struggled desperately to stop it, but as a soul he couldn't do a thing. In fact, less than an hour after Wu Zhishang's accident, Luo Yao had already sent people to seize everyone in the Lin family. It all felt like fate's design, always twisting things so the ones who shouldn't be punished paid the price. Wu Zhishang was his brother for life. That afternoon, after receiving the news, Lin Ran finally stepped out. The capital may be dazzling, but behind all that bustle lies plenty of shady business people don't talk about. That unfinished complex probably isn't as simple as it looks. Are you Lin Ran? Wei Xiang took one look at the car Lin Ran pulled up in, and was a little shocked he hadn't expected his younger cousin to have a classmate with that kind of money. Lin Ran nodded. Hi, I'm Lin Ran. He didn't actually dislike people like Wei Xiong, or rather, in this life, he wasn't going to. Everyone has their own path, and he didn't blame Wei Xiong for what happened in his last life. No one had seen the traitor in their own ranks coming. Besides, he wasn't exactly a good guy now. Whatever innocence he had was long gone in this lifetime. Wei Xiong didn't dare be careless. He hurried up, stuck out his hand, and said, Hey, I'm Wei Xiong, Wu Zhishang's older cousin. I'll take you to see Knife. They followed Wei Xiong into the unfinished building, slipped into a hidden spot, and took an elevator down. Lin Ran couldn't help thinking the world was a strange place. Who would thought a derelict shell like this was hiding a gilded money magnet underneath? He followed Wei Xiong straight to B3. When the door slid open, a ring caged in iron filled the view. Lin Ran wasn't deep in this scene, but one look told him it was an underground fight pit. The ceiling on this level was plenty high, and the layout was surprisingly clever. They headed to a second-floor box on this level, directly facing the ring prime seats. Inside, Lin Ran saw the top dog of the capital S underworld, a man everyone called Knife. Knife looked about 40. True to the name, a blade mark ran across his face, slanting from his forehead down to his chin. A wound that bad hadn't finished him call it luck. Because he'd done time with Knife, Wei Xiong was someone Knife especially valued. Wei Xiong strolled over and sat by the sofa with easy confidence. Knife. He hear that him. Name Lin Ran, my younger cousin classmate. Lin Ran gave Knife a nod. Knife cast him a cool glance, sizing him up. Looked like a young guy, probably here to settle a score. He took a closer look. One glance at the outfit and you'd peg him as a pampered heir from a powerful family. Looking again, his eyes flew wide. He nearly lost his footing. Holy shit. Isn't that one of Boss Luo's men? What the hell is he doing here? Ah, it's young Master Lin. Please, have a seat. Lin Ran was a bit surprised by Knife's attitude, thinking the capital S top underworld figure actually had a pretty decent temper. Lin Ran sat across from him. Knife personally slid over a cup of freshly brewed dragon well tea, and the boys nearby all stared, eyes wide. Knife's attitude toward the young man was unusually good. Lin Ran took a sip and praised him. Nice. Thanks for the hospitality, Knife. Knife was courteous, not throwing his weight around at all. Got a deal you want to talk about, young Master Lin? Lin Ran handed over the IOU. Knife took it, puzzled, flipped through it, then looked up. You want me to collect this debt for you? Then you came to the right guy. We're professionals at this. He wasn't about to turn his nose up at $1 million on an IOU. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. By street rules, debt collection takes a 20% cut. Lin Ran raised one finger and gave it a little wag. There's a big deal. I want you on do it, and you'll make a tidy sum, and it's legal. Consider this IOU a small token for a friend. If you can collect it, use the cash to treat the boys to drinks. Knife stared at Lin Ran, a bit taken aback. As far as he knew, the kid was still just a student. Yet in front of him, he was neither deferential nor arrogant, not the least bit performative, genuinely surprising. Most importantly, he was willing to hand over that IOU in someone else's hands. It might not cash out, but in his, it would definitely turn into money. That made this new friend seem both bold and generous. Besides, he was one of Boss Luo's people. Even without the IOU, Knife couldn't afford not to be courteous. After a moment of silence, he said, Brother Lin, you're under my wing now. I'll take over your situation. Whether it crosses a line or not, that's on us. If anything goes down, it won't touch you. He reached out and clasped Lin Ran's hand. As he spoke, Lin Ran hadn't expected it to go this smoothly. In Brother Dao's head, how could it not go smoothly? This guy was the real big shot, no joke. If anyone dared make things hard for him, they'd be sleeping with the fishes by tomorrow. Hell, a shark might make them dinner tonight. Even so, Lin Ran didn't fully trust Brother Dao. The man operated in the gray, and there aren't many truly decent people there. In their world, Brother was just lip service. The only real brother he had was Wu Zhishang. For now, though, Brother Dao was bound to play ball. Nothing tempted his crowd more than cash. Lin Ran glanced at the men around Dao. Dao caught on and cleared the room. In moments it was just the two of them. Only then did Lin Ran lay out what was about to hit the Lin family. As soon as Brother Dao heard it, he perked right up. Damn, You don't say this is barely illegal, and it could make a killing. But isn't young Master Lin one of the Lin clan? How is he going to come down on his own family like that? He muttered, then shook it off. None of that was his business, and it sure wasn't something he dared dwell on. Maybe it all came from Boss Luo, and Lin Ran showing up today was Luo's way of testing him. With that thought, he didn't dare drag his feet. He agreed on the spot. Truth is, even if Lin Ran hadn't come, he would jumped on it the moment he heard. But Lin Ran was the one pulling the strings, the one handing him this opening. That earned Lin Ran a spot in his good graces, and he invited him upstairs to take a look around. Lin Ran didn't refuse. He was curious about the place anyway. The underground entertainment club was pretty empty. It was daytime, after all. The moment they hit the second floor, Lin Ran was stunned by what he saw. The kind of casino you only ever saw on TV had suddenly appeared for real, a massive money pit. It was still daytime, so there were only about a dozen people in the place, crowding around a single table, idly playing cards. Brother Dao called out with a grin, "Brother Lin, how about a couple hands? If you lose, it's on me." Lin Ran shook his head. "Gambling and drugs I won't touch either." Brother Dao arched a brow. "And what about the girls? You're not even going to bring that up?" Seeing Lin Ran had no interest in joining in, Brother Dao just smiled and let it drop. Right then, at the far end of the table, someone suddenly kicked a guy to the floor. "Fuck, I already told you I don't use that shit. Keep asking, got a death wish?" As soon as he said it, the casino went dead silent, like someone had hit the mute button. Brother Dao's face went dark as hell. Everyone knew that on Brother Dao's turf you could find girls and gambling, but drugs were a hard no. Nobody could figure out why a crime boss would ban drugs, but that was the unwritten rule. Brother Dao shot Wei Xiong a cold look. "I'm not seeing things, am I? That your boy?" Wei Xiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and rushed to answer, "Yes, Brother Dao. His name is Zhang Dahai. I'll make it right." With that, he stepped up, hauled Zhang Dahai to his feet, and wrenched the goods right out of his hand. "Goddamn, you've got some nerve selling this poison here?" he snarled. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the traitor who sold intel to Lin Jian in his previous life. Zhang Dahai knew how dangerous Wei Xiong could be. Don't be fooled by his easygoing manner when he got mad. He was vicious. He also knew Wei Xiong had a code, so he quickly broke down, crying as he begged for mercy. "Brother Xiong, I was wrong. Please hear me out. My wife is laid up in the hospital. I don't even know where my kid ran off to. Nobody is looking after us. I'm at the end of my rope, so I took a risk, tried to make some fast cash to cover the medical bills. My daughter just started college, and I still don't have the tuition. Please let me off this once. I know we're not allowed to sell this stuff in our place, but I've got no other way," he sobbed. Wei Xiong froze, actually taken in by the sob story. Blade was seasoned. He saw right through the guy at a glance. "Xiong, rules are rules. I'm not going to repeat myself. Keep a guy like this under you, and he'll burn you sooner or later." Wei Xiong pressed his lips together and went quiet for a long beat, as if trying to figure out a way to plead for him. Lin Ran felt Wei Xiong might not be cut out for this line of work. Blade, wasn't he wrong? Later it proved out Zhang Dahai turned out to be a rat in the end. Thinking of Wu Zhixiang's fate in his previous life, a surge of anger flared in Lin Ran's chest, but he forced it back down. Lin Ran glanced around, quietly picked up a stick and handed it to Blade. Blade hesitated, then smiled and took it, then walked over to Wei Xiong and passed the stick to him. "Xiong, do it." Wei Xiong narrowed his eyes and then opened them again, a golden glint flashing there. He grabbed the stick and smashed it into Zhang Dahai's legs, cursing as he swung. "Motherfucker, how many times have I told you don't?" What was strange was, how did Brother Dao happen to run into Zhang Dahai at this exact moment? Was this a chain reaction kicked off by me showing up? In my last life, I wasn't here at this time, and he didn't end up with a broken leg. For the first time, Lin Ran really started mulling over fate and all its bizarre twists. He shook his head and said, "He broke Brother Dao's rules. Serves him right." Brother Dao stared at Lin Ran, a little surprised, and felt even more certain. This kid was no ordinary person, otherwise Boss Luo wouldn't have set his sights on him. Brother Dao nodded in approval, then turned to the people in the casino. "Sorry for the scare. 10 chips each to settle your nerves. But let me say this again, no drugs on my turf. If I catch you, you're done." The guests didn't care whether Zhang Dahai lived or died, they chimed in happily. Tin chips for free, after all. When Brother Dao finished handling things and came back to Lin Ran, one sentence from Lin Ran nearly scared him witless. Lin Ran asked, "What is level 1? Should we go take a look?" Brother Dao jolted at that, shook his head, and said, "Level 1 isn't open yet. Next time I'll take the guys to check it out." He didn't dare take Lin Ran up there. If Lin Ran slipped up even once, his own life would be over. Lin Ran was just curious. Since Brother Dao didn't want to bring him, he didn't press it and got ready to leave. Brother Dao warmly invited him to dinner that night, but Lin Ran still found an excuse to slip away. Leaving the underground entertainment complex, Lin Ran drove toward the estate, aiming to arrive before Luo Yao got home, so she'd see him the moment she walked in. On the way, he called Su Kai and told him the operation was underway. Back at the estate villa, he eased the front door open and saw Luo Yao sitting on the couch, her face like ice. He asked, "How come you're home so early today?" Luo Yao didn't answer his question. Instead, with a frosty look, she shot back, "What have you been doing today?" Lin Ran froze, weighing how to put it into words. He didn't want to worry Luo Yao, nor did he want to hide anything from her. "I've got something to take care of." Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. She already knew what Lin Ran had done that afternoon and had a rough idea of what he'd do next. Dao Gu had just finished reporting the day's events to Luo Yao when she coldly told him, "Don't you dare bring Lin Ran to places like that again." Dao Gu felt a bit bitter inside. It wasn't like Lin Ran hadn't come looking for trouble himself. But what could he do? He didn't dare talk back, so he could only mumble his agreement. Luo Yao said, "Tell me the truth." Lin Ran replied, "Fine. The truth is, I went after Lu Rushue and the Lin family. That's exactly what I left for today." Luo Yao asked, "Are you really willing to go that far?" Lin Ran said, "Baby, I really am. I truly am. I hope they suffer endlessly, and even in death, can't find a place to be buried in peace." Luo Yao's eyes darkened as she stared at Lin Ran for a long moment before finally speaking. "If you need help, promise me you'll tell me." Lin Ran nodded. But for now, he had no intention of dragging Luo Yao into this. When it came to revenge, he preferred handling it himself. He smiled and said, "If I run into something I can't handle, I'll definitely come find you to clean up my mess since you're keeping me around. Taking care of my shit comes with the territory." Ahem, old butler Fu coughed lightly. "Master Lin, maybe you should listen to yourself before you speak?" Luo Yao softened her tone, stood up, and walked over to Lin Ran's side. "As long as you think that way, then good. With my abilities, I can turn you into the ultimate spoiled brat in the entire world." Old butler Fu thought to himself, "Miss, aren't you being a little too love-struck?" Dinner was warm and cozy, and Luo Yao kept glancing at Lin Ran as he fed her bite after bite. Looking at the half-smiling, half-teasing look in Luo Yao's eyes, Lin Ran was reminded of the time she had fed him wine. A faint chill still lingered in his heart. Luckily, this feeding session went smoothly. Lin Ran himself ended up eating contentedly. Luo Yao then walked behind Lin Ran, her arms slipping around from either side of his neck, like a seductive little fox spirit. That familiar move sent a jolt through Lin Ran's entire body. He stiffened completely. Luo Yao leaned in close to Lin Ran's ear and whispered, "Aaron, come with me." Lin Ran let out a breath and, still puzzled, followed Luo Yao into the bedroom, then froze on the spot. What the hell was all that piled on the bed? No way. You seriously bought them in every color of the rainbow? And what's that over there looks like a dog leash? A chill ran through Lin Ran. He shivered, unable to imagine how humiliating it'd be to have any of that on him. He stiffened and turned his head, stammering, "Honey, I didn't mess up today, did I?" Luo Yao's eyes shone with innocent light. "Nope. I got all this for you, Aaron. You like this stuff, so I bought it all. Aren't you happy?" Lin Ran stammered, "Ha ha ha. I like it. Damn, are we really doing stuff this freaky now?" Luo Yao tugged Lin Ran toward the bathroom, but his stomach stayed knotted. Back in the bedroom, Lin Ran looked a little skittish, but things were far more complicated than he thought. So that's how it was. Staring at the perfect Luo Yao, Lin Ran stood there dazed, and suddenly felt a rush of heat in his nose. His nosebleed dripped onto the floor with little plops. He clapped a hand over his nose and rushed into the bathroom. What the hell, where did she learn all this? Isn't she straight up tempting a guy to commit a crime? After rinsing off, Lin Ran turned and saw Luo Yao standing behind him, looking heartbreakingly pitiful. Aaron, do you not like Yao Yao anymore? Lin Ran's nosebleed burst out again. That night, after the madness, Lin Ran turned and stared at this hyper little devil. He asked, Yao Yao, do you just never rest? Luo Yao got up early every day and often didn't he go to bed until late at night. By comparison, he could still catch up on sleep during the day, while Luo Yao seemed to be busy nonstop. To Lin Ran, Luo Yao was like a perpetual motion machine, she never stopped. He honestly couldn't figure out how she did it. Luo Yao blinked, then said, of course we'll rest right now. With that, she latched onto Lin Ran like a sloth clinging to a tree. The next day, sure enough, Lin Ran skipped school again, and Wu Zhishang was so furious he nearly flew off the handle and let loose a string of curses. Lin Ran didn't know that by then someone was already being driven half crazy trying to track him down. Claiming he was sick, Lin Tianba had kept stalling and refusing to let the hearing open. His plan was to find Lin Ran before court and settle the matter quietly. Outwardly, he called it a private settlement, but he was brutally practical. He wanted Lin Ran on his knees, admitting fault, so he could play the magnanimous father and take him back as his son. On the first day of school, he meant to go straight to campus and drag Lin Ran home. But when Lin Ran showed up with Luo Yao, he backed off and decided to try again the next day. Only when he asked around on campus the following morning did he learn Lin Ran hadn't come. That very morning, several court officers had shown up at the company and, citing Lin Tianba's willful refusal to appear, froze all assets in his name. Worse, because Lin Ran was a shareholder of the Saran Group, the whole group got dragged into it. The corporate accounts were frozen too. The stated reason was that Saran Group had been withholding shareholder dividends, prompting a shareholder petition to freeze the group's funds. The news left Lin Tianba stunned. He never imagined the kid would actually hit him this hard. By then he was like a cat on a hot tin roof. He rushed to the school to ask around, and found out Lin Ran still hadn't shown up for class. He reached out to Lin Jian and even tried Lu Ruxue, but none of them could get through to Lin Ran. Sweat was pouring off him. He had to wire money to a very important partner today. If the funds didn't land, the site could shut down, and he might be on the hook for breach of contract. After a whole morning of wrangling, neither the bank nor the court would budge. And why would they? Don't forget, the plaintiff's attorney was none other than the head of Luo Group's legal department. Attorney Su Kai is an industry heavyweight, widely hailed as the country's top legal mind. He's the kind of guy who could put just about anyone behind bars with a mere tap of the gavel. What's more, everything Attorney Su Kai does is strictly by the book. Nobody can find a single flaw. The entire Lin family was so frantic they were about to pop a vein, and Lin Tianba was so worked up his heart couldn't take it. He ended up in the hospital. Lu Ruxue went to find Wu Zhishang and only said she needed to reach Lin Ran, never giving a reason. Naturally, Wu Zhishang wasn't about to contact Lin Ran for her, so with no other choice, Lu Ruxue went to other classmates for help. Around noon, she finally borrowed a classmate's phone and managed to get through to Lin Ran. When the call connected, Lin Ran picked up, but the voice on the other end was Lu Ruxue's. Lin Ran, big bro, Uncle is desperate to find you. Can you beep? Beep. Beep. Lin Ran swore on the spot. Fuck. The phone rang a few more times, and he simply hung up. He knew perfectly well what Lin Tianba wanted from him. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. Odds where Attorney Su Kai had started making moves. You've been stiffing me this whole time? Fine, keep stalling. Let us see who cracks first. Just as Lin Ran was quietly amused, another call came in from Wu Zhishang. Lin, your stepmother Lu Yueme just stormed into the principal's office. She says if you don't show up, she is going to tell the whole school you pissed your dad off so bad he landed in the hospital. The principal says she's raising hell, calling you unfilial, claiming the Lin family raised you for years and you're ungrateful, that you've pushed them to the brink. He told me to reach you. He's holding her off for now. I felt sick the moment I heard it. That family is just gross. Holy shit, man, you've really had it rough all these years. Lin Ran paused, thinking they must have been backed into a corner. Otherwise, someone like Lu Yueme who cares so much about her reputation would never run to the school and make a scene. No worries. I'll head over now and see what exactly she wants. So long. Lin family. Lin Ran decided to make a high-profile appearance for once. This time, in the dressing room, he picked out an outfit that radiated a power player vibe, luxurious without being ostentatious, the kind of understated look that whispered deep heritage. He normally didn't wear a watch, but today he surprised himself by strapping on a Patek Philippe 5208T and, once again, taking out his Koenigsegg. The car alone was a seven-figure flex, the watch was half that, and the clothes had to be at least six figures. Lin Ran looked like walking money, making a high-profile exit from the manor as he headed for campus. He'd already set up the access card for the car last time, so the barrier at the school gate lifted automatically. He had barely stepped onto campus when a wave of envy and side-eye washed over him. From the lab building to the classroom block to the dorms, people leaned out to look. The Koenigsegg was a total head-turner. Last time he brought the car was over summer break. This time, it just happened to be the start of the semester. Even the underclassmen on the field, taking a breather from military training, craned their necks to stare, every face full of envy. As soon as he parked, Lin Ran stepped out slowly, instantly drawing a storm of starstruck stares. He walked, step by step, to the principal's office. The moment he went in, he saw Lu Yuemei on the floor throwing a tantrum, while a few security guards stood around looking helpless. "Principal, I'm here." At the sound of Lin Ran's voice, Lu Yuemei froze, then scrambled to her feet. "Xiaoran, you finally made it. Please, save your father." She stopped short as the words left her mouth. The way Lin Ran was dressed screamed money. His clothes looked fully bespoke, and the watch on his wrist was clearly worth a fortune at a glance. He'd already left the Lin family. Where was he getting the cash for all this? Principal Tang stepped forward, patted Lin Ran's shoulder, and gave him a meaningful look. "Lin Ran, do you want the school to step in? Our legal department is pretty capable. No need to trouble the school. I can handle it myself." Principal Tang nodded. "You two go ahead and talk. If anything comes up, come find me. The school's got your back." With that, he walked out, shaking his head. Only today did he learn that Lin Ran was actually from the Lin family. If that's the case, why has the Lin family been so neglectful of this kid? From what he knew, Lin Ran hadn't had it easy these past few years. Even though he's running a company now, Principal Tang had always figured Lin Ran scraped it together bit by bit through his own hard work. Lin Ran studies well, and isn't afraid of hardship. Someone like that is bound to succeed sooner or later. His name carries weight not just among the students, teachers, and even the principal all know who he is. But as the principal, he only knew Lin Ran had struggled. He didn't know all that effort was to curry favor with others. Lin Ran nodded. He respected the old principal too. After the principal left, only Lin Ran and Lu Yuemei remained in the room. "Rand, please, save your dad. His company's funds are all frozen." Lin Ran raised a hand, stopping Lu Yuemei as she stepped toward him. "First, he's not my father. Do you want me to pull out the paperwork proving we severed ties? Second, that company isn't his. When it comes to the equity, I'm the one who calls the shots. Third, I'm just a heartless ingrate. I recognize money, not relationships." Those words left Lu Yuemei speechless. Whatever the case, just unfreeze the company's accounts. Lin Ran shot back. "What do you take me for, a bank? You say unfreeze, and it just happens?" Lu Yuemei pressed. "But if you withdraw the lawsuit, wouldn't that fix it?" Lin Ran said, "Yeah, withdrawing would fix it. I just don't want to." Lu Yuemei stammered. You really are a heartless ingrate. I don't care anymore. If you don't withdraw, I'll tell the whole school you made your biological father so angry he ended up in the hospital, and make sure you're utterly humiliated." Lin Ran. Lu Yuemei, Saran Group was built from the ground up by my mother. On her deathbed, she left the shares to me. All these years you not only withheld dividends, you made things difficult for me at every turn. You're a mistress to begin with. Where do you get the nerve to threaten me? Your assets were frozen by the book. Hand over the dividends I'm owed, and I'll drop the suit. Is that really so hard? You've been leeching off me for years. The fact I haven't dragged you all to hell already is me going easy. What exactly do you have to complain about? Lu Yuemei, don't talk nonsense. When did we ever mistreat you? I never laid a hand on you. Look at you now. Can you honestly say you didn't get where you are because of the Lin family? Lin Ran. Right. You didn't hit me yourself. You had Lin Tianba beat me, and you punished me by withholding meals. We had a housekeeper, but you still forced me to do chores and cook every day, serving your whole family. Starting when I was 13, you tossed me $300 a month, less than a maid makes. I even had to earn my own tuition. What gives you the right to police what I wear? The money I spend now has nothing to do with your Lin family. Or is it that you just refuse to admit the truth I'm spelling out? Liu Yueme, we were trying to toughen you up. You're a boy, some hardship does you good. Lin ran. Then why didn't you toughen up your son? Isn't he a boy? When did he go to Thailand? I didn't hear a thing. Are you trying to cut off your own family line? Liu Yueme, cut the crap. My son is a real man. You're not worthy of him, he's the Lin family heir. Lin ran. A child born to a mistress, and he dares call himself the Lin family heir? Liu Yueme, I'm the real Mrs. Lin. Back then your father never liked your mother, and he didn't care for you either. He spent every holiday with me and Xiao Jian. Lin Ran asked in a cold voice, so are you admitting you're the other woman? Or did you flirt with Lin Tianba on purpose just to become Mrs. Lin? Or are you two actually in love? Liu Yueme's eyebrows shot up in anger. She couldn't understand why Lin Ran had suddenly become so out of line. She'd spent all these years keeping her head down, meek and deferential. Just admit it, Lin Ran said. It's just the two of us here, no need to play the saint. If we're going to talk, let us put it all on the table. I didn't seduce your dad, Liu Yueme stammered. He came after me. He said if I became his mistress, he'd marry me sooner or later. Lin Ran's face darkened. A thought jolted through him. Could his birth mother's death be tied to Lin Tianba too? Lin Ran closed in on Liu Yueme, step by step. So you too caused my mother's death? Liu Yueme's eyes went wide. No, not me. Don't talk nonsense. Then the blame falls on Lin Tianba, Lin Ran replied coolly. She stared at him in disbelief, shaking her head hard. No, cut it out. No one killed that bitch. With a sharp crack, Lin Ran's palm flashed across her face. Liu Yueme reeled, stunned. Lin Ran let out a cold laugh. A mistress like you thinks you even get to mention my mother? You want me to drop the lawsuit, keep dreaming. You and Lin Tianba call it true love, don't you? Guess money doesn't matter to you. Go cling to your true love. I will force the Lin family into bankruptcy. Liu Yueme sobbed, you can't do this. Liu Yueme murmured, you. Lin Ran turned and walked out of the office. If you've got something to say, spit it out. I don't mind making this recording public. Liu Yueme slumped to the floor, never imagining Lin Ran could be this calculating now. If he released the audio, it would expose her as the other woman and implicate Lin Jian as the child born of that affair. It would also make Lin Tianba suspicious of her. If Lin Tianba blew up and started digging, a chill ran through Liu Yueme. Lin Ran left the office and headed straight off campus, doing his best to avoid running into Liu Rushua. A moment later, Su Kai called. Mr. Lin, Lin Tianba agreed to hand over the dividends. His condition is that we drop the lawsuit before he release the money. Lin Ran replied coolly, we're not dropping it. We withdraw only after the money hits. He knew that as long as Lin Tianba's assets stayed frozen, he couldn't come up with the cash. This was just a ploy to force their hand. If you've got the guts, bring it on. If you don't, sit tight and wait to crash and burn. Either way, your way out has long since been arranged. Back at Saran Group, Lin Tianba, dragging his ailing body, had returned only to be besieged by shareholders, all of them piling on blame. By now, the shareholders all knew why the company's funds had been frozen. They hadn't expected the Lin father and son to let things blow up like this. As shareholders, they had no interest in the family drama and couldn't care less about who was right or wrong. The only things they cared about were profit and power. Now that Lin Tianba's blunders had caused massive losses, the shareholders weren't about to sit still. They convened a joint meeting to try to remove him as chairman, but it didn't go through. There was no helping it. He held too many shares, and he still had backers, so the meeting broke up in discord. In the end, they issued an ultimatum. Fix this within a day, or they'd go nuclear even if it meant sacrificing their own stakes just to drag him down with them. Lin Tianba sat alone in the conference room, his expression grim as he chain-smoked one cigarette after another. Out of options, he could only find a way to scrape together money for Lin Ran, or the company wouldn't last much longer. This could easily be the spark that ignites a company-wide crisis. His phone chimed. He picked it up wearily. He expected more blame from the shareholders, but when he saw the Cinder's name, his eyes widened. He hurried to call back, but it went unanswered. Seething, he almost hurled the phone, then hesitated and opened the file anyway. A recording began to play. It was your dad who came on to me. You can't do this. I'm Mrs. Lin. I can't live without money. This Lin Tianba froze. His face went as dark as a storm cloud. It took him a long moment to pull himself together. After thinking it over, he reached out to Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian, and the three of them sat down for a family meeting. That ungrateful brat is dead set on humiliating me, Lin Tianba said. We've got no choice. Let us get the money together first. Lu Yuemei's face immediately soured. How are we supposed to do that? We can't possibly come up with 300 million, she blurted. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he frowned hard. Then we liquidate assets. Sell the house and the cars. Unload all your jewelry in one go, he suggested. When this blows over, we'll make up for what we've lost. Even if she had 1,000 objections, it wouldn't do any good. She understood how serious this was, and, like it or not, there was nothing she could do. Seeing her reluctance, Lin Tianba spoke slowly. Did you go looking for that ungrateful brat Lin Ran today? Lu Yuemei froze, then seemed to realize something. A slight tremor ran through her. Honey, I was just trying to help you to help the company, she protested. He let out a cold laugh. Some help. Don't help again. She tried to argue, but he cut her off. She sent me the recording of you too. A chill swept through Lu Yuemei, but she quickly forced herself to act composed. Honey, don't get me wrong. I'm not like that. I was just saying things in the heat of the moment. Really, I love you. Lin Tianba nodded and said he knew. He wasn't angry, because he loved her too. We're a family, the kind that cherishes each other. Lu Yuemei was moved to the core. She took Lin Tianba's hand with one hand and held Lin Jian's with the other. That's right, we're a family. We trust one another. We love one another. Lin Jian looked at his dad, then at his mom, and nodded obediently. Yeah, we really are a loving family. Lin Tianba took a deep breath and admitted that when he first heard the recording, he did lose his temper, but after thinking it through, it didn't seem that serious. If Lu Yuemei didn't love him, why would she have had his child? And why would she have been his lover for 13 years? Could she really be after his money? On closer thought, it didn't seem like it. Thinking he'd even entertain the idea left Lin Tianba both sad and ashamed. He felt awful. So he decided to be generous with Lu Yuemei. He chose to forgive his wife. Once we get through this, I'll take you two on a trip around Africa. How about it? They both nodded in agreement. To cash out fast, Lin Tianba sold off the properties under his name at low prices, keeping only the villa they were living in. He unloaded the car under Lin Jian's name and his own, dumped all his funds and stocks in one go, and still didn't have enough. Shareholders who caught wind of the situation weren't shy about it. They swooped in and snapped up his assets at bargain prices. Because the funds were frozen, they signed purchase agreements first, but of course there was no way Lin Tianba would dare back out later. By nightfall, after tallying everything up, the total still didn't reach 300 million. They were a full 100 million short. Lu Yuemei pressed her lips together and kept quiet. She actually had a fallback. Over the years, she secretly saved a good stash, kept on the card under Lin Jian's name a full 50 million. And before the Lin family started selling off assets, the only cash they could lay hands on immediately was about that 50 million. Just as they sat there, brows knitted, someone unexpected walked over. In the capital S underworld, Knife was a big shot. He made so much money it could have been a chapter in the penal code. Lin Tianba looked puzzled, but he didn't dare offend him. He heard all about Knife's name. Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian didn't know Knife, but seeing Lin Tianba's demeanor, they both became very polite. Knife smiled and said, Boss Lin, I'll cut to the chase. I hear you're pretty short on cash right now. I'm here to bring you money. Lin Tianba froze for a second, then his face lit up. He knew Knife's main line was loan sharking, and it wasn't exactly a secret that he liquidated some assets today and hit a snag. In other words, Knife was offering him a loan. He'd just have to pay the interest to get the cash. As long as his company's funds could unfreeze and keep running, even a steep rate would be fine. At that, Lin Tianba beamed, and even Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian looked excited. Lin Tianba said, So that's how it is. Boss Knife, You're a real lifesaver. I do need a chunk of money right now. It's a pretty big number, though. Not sure if you can handle it. How much? Knife asked. Lin Tianba held up one finger. Knife paused, thinking Lin Ran's estimate had been spot on. 100 million, Lin Tianba said. Easy. We can sign right now, Knife replied. Lin Tianba froze again. He hadn't expected an underworld guy like this to really have that kind of muscle. He hurried to say, then thank you, Boss Knife. I'll be able to pay it back soon. He wasn't stupid, he knew better than to get too tangled up with people like this. Knife chuckled, then his face went cold. Boss Lin, the term is 1 month. 30% interest. And this villa goes up as collateral first. If you've got a problem with that, you can walk away now. Lin Tianba went rigid. He had to admit it rattled him that rate wasn't your garden variety high. Lu Yueme and Lin Jian stiffened too after hearing the rate. They kept frowning, clearly uncomfortable. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tianba said, all right, let us call it making friends, Boss Knife. After the signatures were done, Brother Dao tucked away that sketchy IOU, smiled at Lin Tianba, and said, Boss Lin, I won harp on the repayment. I've been in this game in the capital for a long time, and I've never run into a debt I couldn't collect. You wouldn't want your wife dragged off to an entertainment club to teach foreign languages, would you? As soon as the words landed, Lu Yueme and Lin Jian both jumped, a bad feeling creeping over them. Lu Yueme tugged at Lin Tianba's sleeve. Lin Tianba wiped a sheen of cold sweat and nodded. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll pay back principal and interest within a month. He knew perfectly well what would happen if he couldn't. With Brother Dao's methods, Lu Yueme really might get sent to an entertainment club as a so-called foreign language teacher, and he himself might get dragged in too. Satisfied, Brother Dao left the Lin family villa with his men. Only then did the others let out the breath they'd been holding and sink back onto the sofa. It's all that little bastard Lin Ran's fault. He cost me 30 million for nothing. Sooner or later I'll get it back. Lu Yueme frowned. It's more than that, about 330 million. Plus what we let go at a discount, it could hit 400 million. For 100 million, she'd been in the Lin family this long and had never seen that kind of money. Now it might end up going to that little bastard. Lin Jin couldn't help bursting into tears. Dad, even if Big Brother forces all your money away, I won't blame him. He's the only brother I've got. Lu Yueme said, I hope Lin Ran comes to his senses after taking the money. Blood ties matter most. If he's willing to kowtow and admit he was wrong and give up the money, honey, just forgive him. Lin Tianba's temper flared at once. You two are too soft. You treat him like family, but he never treated you like his. Even if he kowtows and admits he's wrong, even if he says he doesn't want the dividends. Anxiously, Lu Yueme said, honey, we have to pay back the money within a month, or I'm really afraid that guy Knife will do something to our family. Lin Tianba replied coldly, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. That ungrateful brat I won let him off easy. The more he talked, the angrier he got, like a weight pressing down on his chest. He thought for a moment, then turned to the housekeeper. Mrs. Wong, throw out all of Lin Ran's things. I don't want to see anything of his in this house. Mrs. Wong sighed. Mr. Lin, the last time the eldest son came back, he'd already packed up and taken most of his things. There isn't much left, even the bicycle by the door was smashed. Lin Tianba paused. He only had one suitcase. How much could he possibly take? Seeing Mrs. Wong go quiet, Lin Tianba sprang to his feet, fuming. Forget it. I'll toss it myself. No sooner had he spoken than he headed for Lin Ran's room. Lu Yueme and Lin Jinny froze. It was too late to stop him. Lin Tianba shoved the door open and stood there, stunned. How did this turn into a storage room? He shouted. Mrs. Wong looked at him, puzzled. Mr. Lin, it's always been a storage room. The eldest son lived here for 10 years, she explained. Mrs. Wong couldn't make sense of it. With so many rooms in the villa, why make the eldest son live in a storage room? What baffled her even more was that the Lin family was clearly wealthy, so why were they always so hard on the eldest son? Even though she was just the housekeeper, they had the eldest son doing all sorts of chores. Was Lin Ran really Lin Tianba's biological son? Catching up, Lu Yueme said, honey, wasn't he it because you were afraid Ran would get spoiled at home that you wanted him to live like an ordinary person? I'm the one who cleared out this room. Look at this room. Lu Yueme peered inside and froze too. The room was barely 50 square feet. Aside from a bed and a flimsy wardrobe, it was almost bare, no window, and hardly any space to even stand. Honey, I didn't notice this room doesn't even have a window. Rubbing his temples, Lin Tianba said, forget it. He's a boy anyway. It doesn't really matter. He stepped inside, intending to rummage through Lin Ran's things and toss them out, only to find the room completely empty. There was nothing in the wardrobe, nothing under the bed. Aunt Wang, when did Lin Ran come back and take all his stuff? Sir, I told you already, Aunt Wang said. The eldest son packed up the last time he came by. He didn't have much to begin with, just a pair of shoes patched over and over, 2 sets of his high school uniform, and a casual outfit I gave him years ago. Lin Tianba froze, at a loss for words. Only then did it hit him. Lin Ran apparently hadn't had the money to buy new clothes. A sudden stab of pain twisted in his chest. All these years, his concern for this son had been sorely lacking. If Lin Ran would give up his dividends and even get on his knees to apologize, then it wouldn't be impossible to forgive him. The kid was probably just going through a rebellious phase. Lin Jian clenched his jaw and shot Aunt Wang a look, cursing her in his head for running her mouth. Lu Yuemei spoke up. Honey, I wanted to take Ran shopping before too, but he always said no. Don't just blame Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense was that? It was too flimsy an excuse. Lin Tianba didn't say more. He headed straight down the stairs. Since he didn't want it himself, we can't be blamed, he said. He sighed. I'll sit him down and talk to him properly when I see him tomorrow. Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian exchanged a glance, neither of them saying a word. Lin Tianba contacted Su Kai, set up a meeting with Lin Ran, and prepared to hand over the dividends. When Lin Ran got the message, a faintly triumphant smile curved his lips. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Lin Tianba, you think it's over? Once you hand over the money, that's when the real nightmare begins. Ran, what are you smiling at? Luo Yao asked from where she lay on her side beside him. With one arm wrapped around the beauty at his side, Lin Ran used the other to pluck a grape and pop it between the little minx's lips. Luo Yao let out a playful ow, opened her mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. I think you look adorable when you eat. She chewed, a faint crunching sound coming from her mouth. Still not as good as the imported ones. It's just a small request, humor me. Luo Yao was getting more and more clingy with Lin Ran whenever she saw him. She felt uncomfortable all over if she didn't latch onto him. Lin Ran didn't mind being clung to. He needed to take good care of his clingy, troubled wife. Ran, I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. Be good at home. Lin Ran asked, pained. You're going on a business trip? When will you be back? The day after tomorrow. Lin Ran nodded helplessly. Luo Yao said, there's an auction tomorrow night. Go on behalf of Luo Group and check it out. She wanted to find something for Lin Ran to do, afraid he'd go looking for Lu Rushua when he got bored. Since she wouldn't be home, she didn't want Lin Ran to have a chance to seek out Lu Rushua. Lin Ran was stunned. Luo Group? Can I represent them? Luo Yao said, you're my husband, of course you can. I'll have Lu Meng go with you tomorrow, and Uncle Fu will accompany you. If you like something, bid on it. Don't worry about the money. Lin Ran grinned. All right. Haha. I'll finally have a little cash to spend tomorrow. Luo Yao knew Lin Tianba would come to discuss dividends with Lin Ran tomorrow. After a moment of silence, she still gave a few instructions. If anything comes up, you must contact me. Lin Ran agreed. Okay. Before they knew it, it was the next day. At 8 o'clock, Lin Ran arrived at the restaurant they'd agreed on, right on time, with Su Kai. Lin Tianba hadn't shown up yet. As the father, he had to keep his son in check. He would never arrive before him. They set it for 8, and he deliberately came at 9. Lin Ran only waited 5 minutes. Seeing Lin Tianba still hadn't arrived, he left. Before leaving, he gave Su Kai a few instructions. At 9, Lin Tianba finally showed up at the restaurant with his family, hoping to use them to soften Lin Ran and make one last push. He entered the private room to find Su Kai and 2 assistants. No Lin Ran. That little bas where's that unfilial son, Lin Ran? Su Kai said politely, Mr. Lin has already left. He said since you want to pay up cleanly, he's in no rush either. Lin Tianba froze, drew a breath, and shot back. Who says I'm not willing to pay? Get him over here, I'll give him the money right now. Su Kai said, sorry, Boss Lin. Mr. Lin said he's going back to sleep. We can deal with this later. Lin Tianba was so angry he almost couldn't breathe. If this dragged out any longer today, the shareholders would never let him off. Sleeping in the middle of the day, what kind of lousy habit is that? Have him come. I'll pay him right now. Sukai said, apologies, but Mr. Lin says you were late and missed the appointment. That's not on him. So if you want him to come again, you need to show the right attitude. Puzzled, Lin Tianba asked, what do you mean? Sukai said politely, if you want him to come again, you'll have to kneel and beg him. What did you say? Lin Tianba snapped. You want me to kneel to him? That's turning things upside down. Smiling, Sukai said, so are you kneeling or not? If not, I'll go. I want to make things hard for you. Grinding his teeth, Lin Tianba swallowed his anger. Tell him to stop dreaming. I am not kneeling. This time Sukai really didn't say anything more. He stood up to leave, and his two assistants packed their things to go with him. Lin Tianba was stunned, and so were Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian. Wait! Lin Tianba shouted. Just as Sukai was about to step out, Lin Tianba stopped him. Sukai looked back with a smile. Have you made up your mind, Boss Lin? Through gritted teeth, Lin Tianba shouted, I'll kneel. Get him here. Sorry, Boss Lin, Sukai said. No need for Mr. Lin to come in person. He pulled out his phone and started a video call to Lin Ran. It rang several times before Lin Ran picked up. On the screen, sure enough, Lin Ran was actually lying in bed, asleep. Attorney Su, what is it? Lin Ran asked from the other end. Sorry to disturb your sleep, Sukai said. Boss Lin would like to ask you to come over. Don't go in person. Just represent me. Make him get on his knees, kowtow and admit he was wrong. Pay up, and then get the hell out. Hearing that, Lin Tianba shook with rage, almost burst out swearing, but forced himself to swallow it. It wasn't time to blow up, yet he still needed Lin Ran to withdraw the suit. Sukai aimed the phone camera at Lin Tianba and said, Boss Lin, you can start. Lin Tianba didn't move for a long while. After a heavy silence, he spoke through clenched teeth. Lin Ran, do we really have to take it this far as father and son? Fuck. Are you going to kneel for me or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Lin Tianba shut his eyes and slowly sank to his knees. Making a father kneel to his own son, you unfilial brat. Aren't you afraid you'll die young? Next time you see me, won't you feel the urge to kowtow and confess? A voice came through the phone's mic. What, can't talk? You turn mute? Through gritted teeth, Lin Tianba answered, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been late. Lin Ran shifted into a more comfortable position. He said, not bad, not bad. Boss Lin can bend and stretch, good dog. Transfer the money to my account. Handle the rest with Attorney Su. With that he hung up, saved the screen recording, and happily took a nap. That clip would keep him amused for a good long while. Whenever he was idle, he'd pull it up and watch. I've always wanted to make you kneel to me. Today we see who's kneeling to whom. After Lin Ran hung up, Lin Tianba stood there like a statue, feeling every humiliation from the past years explode at once. He had actually gotten on his knees for Lin Ran. He forced himself to stand despite the pain in his chest. Can we withdraw the lawsuit now? Sukai nodded and handed over the papers. He said, wire the money to the designated account and sign. Once the funds are in, we'll withdraw the suit. Lin Tianba had planned to play the emotional card, try to stir Lin Ran's conscience, and dodge paying. He hadn't expected he wouldn't even get the chance, and now he could only regret being late. He didn't dare pull any stunts in front of a lawyer like Sukai. He could only grit his teeth and wire the money to the designated account. Lu Yuemei and the child stood off to the side. Hearts aching, the money was all theirs. The instant Lin Ran got the payment alert, he shot Sukai a message, and Sukai immediately moved to withdraw the suit. With the matter settled, Lin Tianba went right back to strutting like before. Pass the word to that unfilial brat. He can forget about ever coming back to the Lin family. Even if he kowtows and admits fault, slapping his own face, I still want to acknowledge him as my son. Sukai smiled and held out his hand, and Lin Tianba froze. What do you mean? Lin Tianba asked, baffled. Sukai said, good afternoon, Mr. Lin. I'm Sukai. Regarding your retaining me to sell Saran Group equity, this is to formally notify you. Please convene a shareholders meeting as soon as possible. I'll handle everything in full as your attorney. What? Lin Tianba blurted. Then Sukai handed him a document. This is the letter of authorization and the equity sale documents. Please take a look, Chairman Lin. Lin Tianba took the papers and went over them again and again, shock filling his eyes. Lin Ran was actually going to sell his stake in Saran Group? That would hit Lin Tianba hard, likely reshaping the group outright. His seat as chairman might not survive it. Even if he somehow held on, his clout at the shareholders' meeting would be weakened. Lin Ran holds 30%. He himself only 21%. Together, they could steer the company. But now Lin Ran wanted to sell, which meant he was planning to bow out. Still, Lin Ran was his flesh and blood in his mind. That 30% ought to belong to the father by rights. That was exactly how he kept control all along. Didn't he, that unfilial little bastard, owe it to his old man to hand the shares back? No questions asked? Something this big, how could that little beast not even give me a heads up? Su Kai said coldly, Chairman Lin, I've already made it explicit my client intends to transfer his shares. If you keep insulting my client, I'll file suit and hold you legally accountable. Lin Tianba stood there stunned. He knew full well that Lin Ran was truly determined to sell. If the old guard found out Lin Ran was putting his stake on the market, they would definitely jump in to fight over it. And then he wouldn't be the one actually calling the shots at Saran Group anymore. That unfilial brat, what right does Lin Ran have to sell those shares? Those shares were supposed to be rightfully his. Worse yet, Lin Ran held 30%. That's no small stake. If he sold, with Saran Group's reputation, it would likely fetch a premium even without a markup. The conservative estimate was about 800 million yuan. There was no way he could buy it back, not even if he emptied out everything the Lin family owned. Getting Lin Ran to just give him the shares was clearly impossible now. What the hell was this kid trying to do? Did he really have to anger his own father to death to feel satisfied? Uffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Lin Tianba's lips. Lu Yueme and Lin Jian jolted in fright and rushed to catch him as he collapsed. You heartless lawyer, Lu Yueme demanded. Can you afford it if you've made my husband this angry? Su Kai fixed his gaze on her and said evenly, Ma'am, you'd better have evidence for what you're saying. Otherwise I can sue you for slander. With 300 million in hand, how to spend it and on whom was entirely up to her. The feeling was intoxicating. Under cover of night, the Luo family South ancestral estate sat beside a mountain stream on the outskirts of the capital. The courtyard wasn't large, but the place was built into the slope, facing south with the mountain at its back. Several little creeks ran through the property. Prime feng shui, nestled against the hills with water at hand and solid backing behind. After centuries of wind and rain, the old house had been kept up, still retaining its antique charm. A graceful figure appeared at the gate. The guards didn't move to stop her. She stepped into the yard. It was cold and deserted. She didn't pause, kept going deeper. A slight lift of her chin revealed her face. It was Luo Yao, the one who told everyone she was away on a business trip. After leaving the office that night, she'd driven here alone, more than 2 hours on the road to return to a place she had once called home. She had no idea how long it would take to settle things tonight, or whether the bloodshed might push her over the edge afterward, so she lied to Lin Ran, saying she was out on a work trip. She threaded past a row of old buildings and soon stood before the door to the main house in the rear courtyard. Since I'm back, why not go in? Luo Yao gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, her eyes sweeping the old man within with a hint of mockery. He sat in a wheelchair and looked. The old man frowned, as if demanding, You don't know how your leg got broken? You chased people off in broad daylight and had your men guard this place. I figured you'd come back to talk. What breeze blew you back here this time? Luo Yao nodded and smiled. That's right, you're not senile yet. It's nothing major, really. Your granddaughter came back tonight to borrow 2 things from you, but once I borrow them, they won't be coming back. Cold sweat slid down old Master Luo's spine. His voice trembled. What do you want to borrow? Luo Yao lifted one hand and made a peace sign, her 2 fingers pointing straight at old Master Luo. Your eyes. Since you love staring at people so much, I'll borrow those eyes of yours and let you see me anytime. Sound good? Her playful tone only made the room feel ice cold. Old Master Luo stared at Luo Yao in disbelief. You unfilial brat. Luo Yao shot back. Am I not exactly what the Luo family wanted? Isn't this what you all made with your own hands? Didn't you say I was the perfect granddaughter for the Luo family? How did I suddenly become unfilial? Look at the Luo family. Now Haven T, I shaped it up nicely. Relax. It won't hurt much. I'll be gentle, slowly scoop your eyeballs out and give them to my Aaron to play with like marbles. Before the words had fully left her mouth, a knife flashed coldly in Luo Yao's hand. Old Master Luo burned with rage. Is that man really so important? Important enough for you to lay hands on your? The last time Luo Yao broke Old Master Luo's leg, Wolf Fong was out on a mission and couldn't he make it back in time to stop her. His feelings toward Luo Yao were complicated. Besides hatred, there was admiration, fear, and a stubborn refusal to yield. Of course, more than anything, there was desire. He wanted to make Luo Yao his woman. Only by claiming a woman like her would he feel any sense of accomplishment. The way he looked at her was predatory. There was no love in it at all, just raw possessiveness. Especially these past few years, the thought had wrapped around him day and night, driving him nearly insane. He even wanted to lock her up and ravage her, as if he meant to swallow her whole. But he held himself back, because he knew just how formidable Luo Yao really was. Luo Yao wasn't he the least bit rattled. She'd long since figured the old bastard wouldn't he just sit there and wait to die. She simply hadn't expected that under her nose he'd still managed to carve out a hidden chamber that did surprise her. Feeling Wolf Fong's stare on her, Luo Yao narrowed her eyes and saw at a glance what was wrong with the man. His gaze wasn't just hostile, something else was mixed in, and he wasn't even trying to hide it. Luo Yao knew exactly what it was. He was just like her. They were both sick. But Luo Yao's possessiveness toward Lin Ran was laced with love, while that effeminate man's possessiveness was nothing but desire. If she fell into this man's hands, her fate would be miserable. Even suicide might not spare her from humiliation. Old Master Luo sneered. Did you really think I was some pushover you could toy with? Think I wouldn't have a contingency? To tell you the truth, if Wolf Fong had been at my side last time, you wouldn't have gotten the better of me. Wolf Fong, go. Take down this crazy girl, she's yours. Greed flashed in Wolf Fong's eyes, but he didn't dare get careless. The instincts of a top-tier assassin were on high alert. Young miss, don't hurt the old master. Come quietly and surrender. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold flash of light zipped through the air so fast it made one's heart race. Wolf Fong prided himself on having top-notch reflexes, yet before he could even move, he felt a sudden metallic taste in his throat. He swallowed hard, stunned. Gulp! It snapped. With a blur of motion, Luo Yao appeared, gripping the dagger embedded in Wolf Fong's Adam's apple. With a slight twist, she sent his head rolling across the floor with a low gurgle, while his body remained stiff and upright. A full second passed before the blood erupted from the severed artery, gushing like a fountain, proof of just how swift Luo Yao had been. You actually think you're worthy? Luo Yao hated the way men looked at her. Truth be told, she had never liked men to begin with, so of course she wouldn't give this guy a chance. The room fell into complete silence, the only sound being the hiss of blood spurting from Wolf Fong's neck. The old man's bodyguards stood frozen, speechless, their pupils wide with shock. Wolf Fong wasn't just any ordinary bodyguard. He used to be the top hitman in the Yangtze River Delta. Just like that, he was taken out in an instant. Everyone, including the old man himself, stared at Luo Yao in disbelief. The old man pointed a trembling finger at her, his voice shaking. You've been hiding your strength all along. Wolf Fong had been the final ace up his sleeve. Luo Yao didn't respond. She simply fixed the other four bodyguards with a cold, unblinking stare. The four men shuddered, as if they had already received their death sentence. Wolf Fong was taken down in a heartbeat. How could they possibly stand a chance? Run? Yeah, run like hell. Just leave the old man in his wheelchair behind to fend for himself. They were just hired guards, not fanatical loyalists willing to die for the job. There was no reason to die for a dying old man. The four guards pushed the door open and fled, glancing back once at Luo Yao still standing inside. She hadn't chased after them secretly. They felt relieved. Seems like this woman wasn't the kind to hunt people down mercilessly. But just at that moment, bang, 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 four gunshots rang out, and the guards dropped to the ground, convulsing briefly before going still. Luo Yao blew lightly on the smoking barrel, then slowly holstered the pistol. After swiftly taking down the remaining four bodyguards, She turned her gaze toward Old Master Luo. Any last tricks up your sleeve? Bring them out now. Old Master Luo trembled all over whether from rage or fear. Even he couldn't tell. When he stayed silent, Luo Yao lost interest in dragging things out. She walked straight up to him. It's your turn now, Grandpa. The old man shook his head in terror. No, no. Luo Yao, don't do this. I'm your grandfather. Her eyes didn't flicker with the slightest emotion. He stammered, trembling. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. A cold glint flashed in Luo Yao's hand, and a moment later, a single eyeball appeared on the tip of her blade, just barely quivering. She smiled and said lightly, "Oh, I almost forgot I should take my time." Only then did the unbearable pain strike. With a shriek, Old Master Luo tumbled from his wheelchair onto the floor, howling in agony. Luo Yao, you're insane. You're a murderous madwoman. Luo Yao crouched down, looking down at him with a grin. Yeah, I guess I really am just a crazy girl. She gripped his chin tightly in one hand and raised the knife in the other. This time, I'm going to take your eyes out slowly, very, very carefully. As she moved with a deceptive gentleness, Old Master Luo's screams pierced through the entire mansion like a butchered pig. Ah! Mercy, Luo Yao. Please spare this old man. Ah! Luo Yao seemed to truly enjoy the torment her own grandfather be damned. You dared to follow Iran? You should have known this was coming. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Yao finally held the perfect eyeball in her hand. She lifted it delicately between two fingers and examined it under the light, clearly pleased. Absolutely perfect. Don't worry, I'll preserve it and display it in the manner, so you can always see us, no matter what. Grand Elder Luo crawled on the ground, his body twisted in agony, his hands flailing blindly, as if trying to feel for the eyes he had already lost. Luo Yao looked down at him with disdain and sneered coldly. How pitiful. First your legs. Now your eyes, looks like you'll have to behave from now on. Otherwise, who knows what else you might lose next time. Of course, she added, if you hand over what I want, maybe I'll be kind enough to end it quickly for you. Grand Elder Luo gritted his teeth through the unbearable pain, his voice filled with hatred. You want to have family, not even love in this life. Luo Yao replied calmly. One person, a Ran, is more than enough for me. Grand Elder Luo let out a painful wail. You're all mad, truly mad. Luo Yao stepped out of the old house, lifting her head to gaze at the scattered stars in the night sky, then glancing at the bloodstains covering her body. Her mood was unusually good. She closed her eyes and inhaled the cool night air. The broken, intermittent cries from behind echoed faintly in her ears. I always feel like there's still something beautiful left in this world. Maybe tonight I want to go mad after all. Should I head back right away? I really want to see Iran sooner. I wonder if he is thinking of me too. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Luo Yao opened her eyes and glanced at the caller ID. Her brows slightly furrowed. She walked back into the room, first kicking the still wailing Grand Elder Luo hard enough to knock him unconscious, then answered the call. As she listened to what was being said on the other end of the line, her expression grew increasingly dark. After hanging up, fury surged through her like a tidal wave, impossible to hide. Her voice burst out, sharp and clear, each word cutting through the air like a blade. Iran, you've been stripped of your freedom. Luo Yao. Quick, tap the gift button below and send some free love energy to the author, it really helps. Or else don't blame me for turning you all into specimens. A quick note from the author. New chapters drop every night at midnight, 3 at minimum, sometimes more. Quality and quantity guaranteed. Feel free to push for updates. Now, let us rewind to the evening, switching scenes to the only 7-star hotel in Kyoto. Lu Ritian said, Rushua, tonight's auction gala is very high-end. Your uncle is sick again, and we're stepping in for his company, so watch your manners. Lu Rushua nodded gracefully and casually glanced at Lin Jian standing beside Lu Yueme. Lin Jian didn't look too happy. Lu Ritian hadn't imagined he'd ever be attending an auction gala this high profile. Lin Tianba was in the hospital and couldn't be there in person, but he knew that precisely at times like this someone had to show up to signal that the Saran Group was business as usual. So he handed the invitation to Lu Yueme, told her to take Lin Jian to represent Saran Group, also a chance for the Lin family to show their faces. Lu Yueme not only brought Lin Jian, She also called up her own elder brother. Lu Rushue came along with Lu Ritian. And just like that, the four of them turned up at the entrance to the Panga Hotel, practically hauling the whole clan along. Lu Yume was dripping in jewels. Full-on Mrs. Lin vibes. Lin Jian wore a sharp suit, looking the part. Lu Ritian had slicked his hair into a glossy, big slick back, like it had been licked by a calf. Lu Rushue kept it sweet and simple, the girl next door look. Just as Lu Rushue and Lin Jian were chatting about those rich second-generation heirs, a super flashy red Ferrari LaFerrari pulled up to the hotel, making a scene. Whoa, a Ferrari LaFerrari. Rushue, you know it's been out of production for years, right? It's worth 25 million. I have no idea who can even pull that off. If that were mine, I'd take you up the mountain for a spin. Up the mountain? Something about that made Lu Rushue blush. Lin Jian, you're such a tease. She said it to him, but her eyes were glued to the Ferrari, her envy impossible to hide. Lu Ritian said, Rushue, you need to find a boyfriend of this caliber someday. Lu Rushue replied, Dad, come on love isn't measured by cars. Lu Yume frowned without saying a word. She couldn't shake the feeling that the person in the car looked familiar. When they saw who got out of the car, everyone's eyes went wide. Lin Ran pulled up to the entrance of the Panga Hotel with Uncle Fu and his buddy Wu Zhishang. Today, Lin Ran was driving a red LaFerrari, swaggering from head to toe. Riding shotgun, Wu Zhishang asked coyly, should I be wearing black stockings? Lin Ran shot him a sidelong glance. Don't crack gross jokes like that. My stomach's not great, I might puke. Wu shot back, a bad stomach doesn't just make you puke. You gotta stick to something soft and nurse it. At the hotel entrance, the flashy red supercar eased to a stop, and the doorman hurried over to open the door. Lin Ran tossed him the keys and casually peeled off a few bills. Watch the car. Otherwise, don't even think about a tip next time. The doorman nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Don't worry. Wu Zhishang stood there, dumbstruck, while Lin Ran was reveling in it. This is the kind of clout money gives you. Uncle Fu climbed out too, and he and Wu Zhishang flanked Lin Ran on either side as they headed into the hotel. The stunned Lu Rushue and her crowd were ignored the whole time. Wu Zhishang said, Lin, Lu Rushue and her people are here. What's the move? Lin Ran answered without hesitation, not my damn problem. If she dares make trouble, I'll flop right there on the floor and make her cough up $1 million in repair fees. Wu Zhishang immediately gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yume and Lu Ritian were about to step up and say hello when a few of Lin Ran's bodyguards blocked them, and Lin's group just kept walking into the hotel. Holding back her anger, Lu Yume demanded, I'm his mother. What right do you have to stop me? The bodyguards traded looks, and the one in front spoke up. Sorry, Mr. Lin says his mother passed away. If you keep impersonating her, we won't mind taking you away for a little chat. Lu Yume almost couldn't catch her breath. It took a long moment before she jerked her head up to try and explain, only to realize the bodyguards were already gone. Lu Ritian shouted, was that really Lin Ran? How could he possibly be driving a Ferrari and with that many bodyguards? Lu Yume's face was stretched tight with anger. She knew full well Lin Ran was loaded now. The guy sitting on 300 million, dropping tens of millions on a car wouldn't be surprising. And another thing, when she went to see him at school last time, his clothes were clearly out of the ordinary. Looked like he'd squeezed plenty of perks out of the Lin family over the years. That money should been Lu Yume's. The more she thought about it, the madder she got. Move. We're going in. Decked out in a jangly, gaudy get-up, Lu Yume led the way. The slick, greasy Lu Ritian followed, and the presentable ones Lin Jian and Lu Rushue brought up the rear. They took the elevator to the venue. The gold and jade opulence of the decor made even Mrs. Lin, who was used to luxury, do a double take. They showed the invitation and were just about to step inside when a staffer spoke up. Ma'am, one invitation admits only 2 people. The 4 of you can't all go in. Lu Yume's temper shot through the roof. She'd been stewing all day, and now a staffer was giving her a hard time. She was about to explode. She jabbed a finger and demanded, didn't the people ahead go in 3 at a time? Why can't I? The staffer replied politely, they're with the Luo group. Naturally, the treatment is different. He figured name-dropping the Luo group would put a lid on things, but the woman in front of him wasn't having it. Lu Yume had never even heard of the Luo group. She snapped, what lousy Luo group? Never heard of it. If he can get in because he is invited, why can't my Saran group? This is differential treatment. I'm filing a complaint. The staffer lifted an eyebrow, then forced a smile. Sorry, those are the rules. Louis Weme was about to blow up when Lu Ritian stopped her, leaned in, and whispered in her ear, Sis, the Luo Group is the #1 conglomerate in the world. Our Saran can't compare like dust trying to measure up to a skyscraper. And I hear tonight's auction gala has very deep backing. Even the Saran Group would do well not to stir anything up. Louis Weme froze for a second. The world's top conglomerate? Could that be true? And Lin Ran had just gone in with that kind of status? She sucked in a sharp breath and forced her temper down. So it really is only 2 per party? Can't you make an exception? The staffer grumbled inwardly. What do you think this place is? You think we can just make exceptions? He thought sourly. Look at the way the 4 of you are dressed like 4 gaudy peacocks. The only reason security hasn't tea-tossed you already is because I'm being gracious. Got it? Yes. Only 2 people are allowed in. Louis Weme sighed. Then my son and I will go in. Lu Ritian and his daughter Lu Rushua both looked stunned, Ritian especially. So angry his hair practically stood on end. Sis, you asked me to come just so the 2 of us could play doorman? Louis Weme felt a twinge of embarrassment, but she was dying to get inside. She and Lin Jian were here representing the Saran Group. After all, Lu Ritian snorted. Fine, I can stay out, but Rushua has to go in and see the world. Sensing the tension, Lin Jian spoke up. I'll sit this one out. Let Rushua go in. Lu Rushua looked at Lin Jian, moved. He gave her a meaningful look in return. Louis Weme knew this was on her for not checking the rules beforehand. She had no one to blame now, so she could only go along. But the image of Lin Ran swaggering right in a moment ago made her see red. It was all Lin Ran's fault. If not for him, she wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Her resentment toward him only deepened. And so, with her niece in tow, Louis Weme stepped into the venue only to spot Lin Ran sitting in the very front row at first glance. She hesitated for a moment, wearing a kindly smile, and led Lu Rushua toward the front rows only to be stopped by a staffer. Ladies, you'll have to sit in the back. The front VIP seats are reserved for important guests. Lu Rushua arched a brow. Do you have any idea who we are? We're with the Saran Group. The staffer chuckled. I've heard of the Saran Group, but it's hardly a big company in the capital. And you still dare to snub the Luo Group, now that's something. If you don't like it, you can leave right now. He'd already seen at the entrance how Louis Weme was giving other staff a hard time, and knew this woman even dared to dismiss the Luo Group, so he had it in for them from the start. A surge of anger welled up in Louis Weme. This guy was treating Saran like it was nothing, pretty much slapping her in the face right there. Fuming, she shouted, How dare you look down on my Saran Group? The staffer replied coolly, If that's how you want to see it, there's nothing I can do. She was about to grit her teeth and threaten, You believe I'll, but before she could finish, she remembered her older brother had warned her that the people running tonight's auction gala had serious backing. So she switched tactics, pointing toward Lin Ran's seat. My son is right there, that one he is here on behalf of the Luo Group. I can go over, right? The staffer blinked, hurried to verify through his earpiece, and a moment later another colleague answered. Mr. Lin says he doesn't know the 2 of you. Louis Weme exploded. Nonsense. Lin Ran is my son. That unfilial brat dares say he doesn't know me? He thinks just because he latched onto the Luo Group, he can disown his own family? The staffer snorted, though inwardly he thought, Hitch yourself to the Luo Group and, sure, you've got every reason to cut ties. Ladies, if you want to take your seats, please leave. Don't disrupt the order. We have the authority to clear the venue. Louis Weme hadn't expected a mere staffer to be this tough, but when she saw the security guards hurrying up behind him, she lost her nerve a little. Louis Weme dragged Lu Rushua to the back row and sat there silently, staring at Lin Ran up front with her face full of hate. It was all Lin Ran's fault. If he hadn't brought this on himself, how would they be this humiliated? Lu Rushua asked, Andy, what is going on with Lin Ran? Louis Weme didn't respond. She couldn't exactly say Lin Ran had shaken the Lin family down for 300 million. What she didn't realize was that Lin Jian had already told Lu Rushua, and Rushua was just pretending not to know. 300 million if she got all of it. Imagine how many handbags that could buy. When she looked at Lin Ran, her gaze was nothing but love. If Lin Ran was willing to put up 300 million as the bride price, She wasn't entirely against marrying him, sure. She also had love for Lin Jian. But a cousin is still a cousin. No one would accept or bless that kind of relationship. And Lin Ran right now happened to check all the boxes. Money, decent looks, and most importantly, he'd always been generous with her. If he cut ties with that woman from the Luo family, then put 300 million on the table and proposed, she'd probably say yes. Up in seat number 1 in the front row, Lin Ran never once turned around. The one constantly glancing back was Uncle Fu beside him, looking nervous as hell. Wu Zhishang had his mouth to Lin Ran's ear, whispering nonstop, "Dude, this place is insanely fancy. Look at that stage, look at those babes, look at those legs, look at." Lin Ran answered coldly, "I'm looking at jack shit." He added, "You trying to get me killed, you dumbass." Wu Zhishang froze. Right then, the lights shifted and a host walked onto the stage. The whole room gasped. Wu Zhishang's eyes went wide. Holy shit, isn't that Chen Qingtian, the leading lady from Donghai Satellite TV? He went on, "I thought an auction would have some crusty old guy hosting, but they actually brought in such a famous star." Lin Ran nodded. He hadn't expected the host to be a celebrity either. Lin Ran remembered that Chen Qingtian's path to stardom had always been smooth. The only dip came shortly after, when a rumor broke that he and a director were discussing scenes late at night in a hotel. But Chen Qingtian wasn't some ordinary figure. The moment the gossip hit, he leveraged his status as the scion of a wealthy family and handled the PR. In the end, not only was that director cleared, the media lined up to apologize. With backing that ironclad, who would dare keep slinging mud at him? None of this had anything to do with Lin Ran. Seeing the man in the flesh just stirred up a few memories, that's all. A celebrity? Please, untouchable to ordinary folks. But to the rich, they can be playthings tossed around at will. What people truly fear is the muscle behind them. With backing like Chen Qingtian's, otherwise he would have been dragged through the mud until he couldn't show his face. Before long, Chen Qingtian picked up the mic. "Distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you so much for coming to tonight's charity gala. I'm Chen Qingtian." He talked for another 10 minutes before steering the topic to the charity auction. "Everyone, the charity auction begins now. We solemnly promise that all proceeds from tonight will go to charity, and we welcome your oversight. Now, please welcome today's auctioneer, Mr. Yang Wei." Uft. Lin Ran stifled a laugh. Hearing that name left him with an indescribable mix of embarrassment and self-consciousness. As soon as the words fell, a man in his 50s wearing a Tang jacket slowly made his way onto the stage. The staff immediately set out the first lot. The moment the piece was unveiled, the room erupted in gasps, and the PowerPoint on the screen kicked off the introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first lot of tonight's auction, titled Eternal Love. This necklace is the final work of Master Jack, the chief craftsman of a renowned jewelry house. Crafted with world-class techniques, it features an exceedingly rare sapphire at its center, framed by white diamonds. It's one of a kind worldwide, hailed as the finest necklace in the world today. Some say it was Master Jack's final work, left to honor the eternal love he shared with his late wife. It symbolizes more than love. It's a piece of exceptional significance and sky-high collectible value. The sapphire set in it alone once hammered for 100 million yuan at an auction in the States. This time, the opening bid is set at 130 million yuan, with each raised no less than 10,000. The words had barely left the auctioneer's mouth when the whole room drew a sharp breath. No one expected them to roll out a showstopper right at the start. People figured they'd warm up with lower value lots, but it was the total opposite. No one doubted the necklace's worth. The world's largest sapphire is set in it. That alone was enough to make half the room salivate. The socialites in the audience, some legit, some just playing the part, couldn't sit still. "Oh my god, it's eternal love. If someone buys me this necklace, I'd even have his baby. Give me a break. You're not getting married unless you get the necklace? That's ridiculous. Cut it out, you broke ass. No money, no romance." Lin Ran frowned at that, thinking, "I'm broke too, and Luo Yao still loves me for real, doesn't she? 140 million. Soon, people started calling out bids. 170 million. 170 million 10,000. 180 million. In no time, the price rocketed to 200 million. A top-shelf necklace like this won't lose value even if you flip it. The tycoons in the room piled in. A female magnate held the highest bid. Lin Ran was swept up by the necklace himself. He could already picture Luo Yao with it around her neck, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he lifted his paddle. 300 million. The moment the words left him, the room went dead silent. Wu Zhishang's eyes went wide. No way, dude. Everyone's been nudging it up by tens of thousands, maybe a few 100,000, and you just jumped it by 100 million? Your whole net worth is just 300 million. You're not actually planning to blow it all, are you? Well, he can always lean on his wife. Holy shit, I'm about to lose it. Butler Fu looked stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Ran to step in. Was he really going to use Miss Luo's money? That's actually not a bad thing. The auctioneer flinched, his hand with the gavel trembling. At this price point, odds are no one's going to bid against it. Because it isn't worth that much. At least for now, this thing doesn't come close. 300 million, going once. 300 million, going twice. 300 million, going 3 times. The auctioneer brought down the gavel and announced sold. Congratulations to the gentleman in seat number 1 on winning eternal love for 300 million. Wishing you success in both business and love. Getting this necklace to 300 million was no small feather in the auctioneer's cap. From today on, eternal love will firmly hold the title of the number 1 necklace. The whole room went still, and every gaze snapped to Lin Ran. One look at him, and he swept up the hearts of countless socialites. Not just loaded, but this handsome? What kind of fairy tale trust fund prince is this? Plenty of socialites were practically bug-eyed, like they just spotted a treasure, their eyes full of hunger. Lin Ran got the necklace he wanted. Butler Fu moved to settle the payment on the spot, but Lin Ran stopped him. I'll handle it myself. If it was for his wife, he had to buy it himself, sure. 300 million is a lot. But in his heart, Luo Yao's worth is beyond measure. He had his reasons for going straight to 300 million. Part of it was to show Luo Yao he was willing to give her everything. The other part was to scare off the people who kept pushing the price. One drop of the hammer sent them packing. Butler Fu hesitated, sighed, and didn't argue further. Looks like getting young Master Lin to spend Miss Luo's money really is unrealistic. Back when young Master Lin started a company, rented a place, did renovations, he might you spend a few $100,000, but what's that? It wouldn't even cover the estate's daily maintenance. Before long, Lin Ran was back to being broke, carrying that lavish gift box to his seat. Women around the room looked on with envy. The men were quietly jealous. He glanced around instinctively, only then remembering Luo Yao wasn't beside him, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Why does everything feel off without Luo Yao? He wanted to put it on her right away, but she was out on a business trip and not here. The most shocked of all were Lu Yuemei and Lu Rushua. Everybody knew Lin Ran had 300 million, but no one expected him to burn through it like that. Something didn't add up. Lu Yuemei suddenly frowned. He'd shown up in a sports car, a brand new purchase. How could someone like that still have 300 million? Could that be it? The car was probably rented, just to show off. At that thought, her mood lifted instantly, and the corners of her mouth curled up. But then she remembered Lin Ran had blown the Lin family's 300 million, and a sharp pang hit her chest. That bastard actually squandered all the money. No, this necklace has to be taken back. It's the Lin family's asset. Lu Rushua, however, had a different plan. She was trying to figure out what Lin Ran was after by buying that necklace. Was he going to give it to that woman from the Luo family? Not likely. He hadn't known her long. How could she compare to a childhood sweetheart? Then, seeing Lin Ran look around after he sat back down, Lu Rushua froze. Could it be he bought that necklace for me? Is he looking for me? Oh my God. She covered her mouth, tears glimmering in her eyes. She had to admit she was truly moved. The auction kept going. Lots worth thousands, tens of thousands, even millions and tens of millions came up, but Lin Ran didn't bid again. He was out of money. Of course, if something really caught his eye, he might tap into Luo Yao's money. Spending your wife's cash isn't embarrassing, after all. In the final stretch of the auction, a few lots came up that caught Lin Ran off guard, and that finally piqued his interest a bit. They had everything: companies, land parcels, properties, and that one parcel in particular had several developers practically tearing each other apart. Land auctions aren't like buying items you settle on the spot. As long as a developer puts down part of the deposit, they can take the preliminary purchase agreement to the bank for a loan. Once the financing clears, they secure the land, go back for a second loan to fund the project, throw up a few building frames, and start pre-sales. Cash flows back fast, leveraging a small stake to pry open a big market. Even with the real estate sector getting more transparent, handled right, the margins in the middle are still hefty. Su Ran Group's main business is real estate development. It isn't big, but it's legit, so Lin Ran knows the ropes. What really drew Lin Ran in wasn't that land parcel, it was a handful of properties that went under the hammer. He narrowed his eyes and saw at a glance those properties seemed to come from the Lin family. It clicked fast. They were likely homes Lin Tianba had sold off cheap to raise cash, now being re-auctioned by their buyers. Lin Ran smiled, truly pleased. One TB long before the Lin family is out on the street. The auction ran until 8 that night, then rolled into the cocktail reception and dinner. He'd never been to an event this high-end. With Luo Yao out and no one waiting at home, he and Wu Zhishang headed into the ballroom to check it out. He turned heads the moment he walked in. Couldn't be helped, his presence tonight was off the charts. Socialites started stirring, and plenty of elite families were looking to cozy up. If you can slap 300 million in cash on the table, even dogs will wag their tails at you. And don't forget, 300 million in cash signals far more than a net worth of 300 million. There's a whole lot behind that. Even a company with a market cap of 10 billion would have to plan ahead to pull out 300 million, never mind Lin Ran tossing 300 million at a necklace like it was nothing. What normal person would put up their entire net worth just to buy a necklace? But what they didn't know was, Lin Ran was the exception. He didn't play by the usual rules. The socialites crowded in, working all kinds of little schemes, but Lin Ran saw right through them and simply ignored them. He flatly refused even the toasts and invitations to dance. Lin Ran was certain. If he danced with another woman tonight, by tomorrow both she and he would be in serious trouble. Best case scenario, one would die a horrible death and the other end up crippled. And those tacky socialites couldn't hold a candle to his wife. Was Luo Yao not adorable? Not beautiful? Not irresistible? Sure, she could be a little crazy sometimes, but the Lin Ran of today loved everything about her, even that wild streak. Restraint was written all over Lin Ran, which had the socialites stomping in frustration, and some shifted their gaze to the man beside him, Wu Zhishang. Anyone who could mingle with that kind of upper-crust crowd had to be somebody, even if Wu Zhishang was dressed pretty plain. But do plain clothes make a plain man? Take Mr. Ma wherever he goes. He in those old Beijing cloth shoes, would you say he broke? Everyone knows he loaded. Besides, most people who can get into a place like this have background and status. So someone started swaying their hips and batting their lashes at Wu Zhishang. To everyone's surprise, Wu Zhishang shot them down just as coldly. The reason was simple, he wasn't about to shortchange his girlfriend. Holy crap, I get it, they're a couple. Turns out they play for the same team, no wonder. I've been saying it. With my charm there's no way I'd get turned down. But if his orientation's a little special, then it tracks. Who would thought two such handsome guys are actually into each other? Lin Ran had heard some of the gossip too. Rubbing his temples, he pondered it, and figured maybe he ought to come out and set the record straight. He only turned down women because he was married. Wu Zhishang didn't have that excuse, which made things feel off. His girlfriend was bad news. He needed to find a way to make Wu see the truth. From the way things were shaping up, trouble was about to hit Wu's family, and this was better handled sooner rather than later. Just then, Chen Qingtian walked up to them, lifted her glass in a polite toast, and said, "Excuse me, I wonder if I might have the pleasure of meeting you both?" The moment she appeared, Wu Zhishang's eyes lit up. Lin Ran noticed that detail right away. "My friend really likes you and wants to ask you for a dance," she said, then gave Wu a push out front. Wu had his own thoughts, but he still shot Lin Ran a confused glance. The two traded looks. Wu's eyes, "Did I ever say that?" Lin's eyes, "To keep our names clean, just take one for the team. Look how gorgeous Chen Qingtian is." Wu's eyes, "But I can't dance." Lin's eyes, "Learn as you go, you'll pick it up fast." Catching their silent back and forth, Chen Qingtian kept smiling politely. "Then I want to be shy. Mr. Wu, please." In truth, the one she really wanted to meet was Lin Ran. She didn't have designs on him, there was just something about this handsome kid that made people want to get close. Since Lin had put Wu forward, she wasn't about to pass up the chance. Besides, that green, bashful look of Wu's was kind of cute, it only made her want to tease him a little. Seeing that even Chen Qingtian had been turned down by Lin Ran, the socialites finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly delighted. They knew they couldn't beat Chun in looks or presence, never mind the star power behind her. If Lin Ran had brushed off both them and Chun, didn't that mean they were in the same league as Chun? The thought made them feel a whole lot better. Lin Ran turned down Chen Qingtian and, naturally, shooed away any other women who tried to cozy up to him. Wu Zhishang followed Chen Qingtian onto the dance floor, awkwardly trying to learn ballroom steps. Seeing how stiff and self-conscious he was, body rigid, too nervous to even touch her hand, Chen Qingtian couldn't help but burst into a little laugh. "Mr. Wu, don't be nervous. Just follow my rhythm and take it slow. Not knowing how to dance isn't shameful. Put your hand here, follow me like this." Wu Zhishang's heart was pounding, and he cursed himself for being shameless, actually checking out a woman who wasn't his girlfriend. Still, his body gave him away. He moved with Chen Qingtian's lead, and slowly it didn't seem so hard. Off to the side, Lin Ran wore a knowing, Annie-like smile. "Wu Zhishang, turns out you're not exactly the paragon of chastity. But Chen Qingtian, don't read too much into it. He's from a powerhouse family, they could eat you alive in a heartbeat. Then again, to outsiders, aren't Luo Yao and I a pretty explosive pairing too? Maybe there's just no telling how any of this will play out. Wu Zhishang, you've always wanted to be a kept man, haven't you? This kept man gig isn't all it's cracked up to be. Whether you can become the next me depends on whether you've got the fight in you." Just as Lin Ran was getting bored of watching the show, Lu Yuemei walked over, leading Lu Rushua by the hand. The moment they appeared, Lin Ran's gaze went cold. "Stop them." Uncle Fu and his men didn't waste words, they blocked the two at the door, and Lu Yuemei immediately started cursing them out. "What do you think you're doing? I'm here to find Lin Ran. I need to discuss something with him." The bodyguard said, "Sorry, our young master doesn't care to speak with you." Lu Yuemei glared and shot back. Your young master? Do you take me for an idiot? You think I don't know who Lin Ran is?" Following behind, Lu Rushua gazed at Lin Ran with soft, tender eyes, but her view was quickly cut off. She moved left, the man moved left, she moved right, the man moved right. Huh. She looked up and found an old man staring at her, his expression gentle yet edged with anger. Lu Rushua frowned, forcing down the fire in her chest. So she wouldn't crash and burn in front of Lin Ran. She kept a soft smile plastered on her face. A sudden bellow erupted, and Lu Rushua startled. Lu Yuemei shouted, "Lin Ran, you ungrateful bastard, do you not even recognize your own mother?" The room fell into an eerie hush. Talk about no class. Head swiveled. People stared in surprise, even the dancers froze, leaving only the music drifting on. Lu Yuemei's voice was so loud it was impossible to ignore. All eyes locked on Lin Ran. The handsome, loaded golden boy and ungrateful son? Lin Ran wasn't about to let that slide. He shot back, "You're the mistress, what right do you have to call her my mother?" That set off a bomb in the room. "Fine, if you want to scream, then scream, let us see who ends up looking worse. Come on, let us tear into each other." Lu Yuemei stood there, stunned, unable to believe it. She choked for a long moment, and still couldn't come up with a retort. If anyone dug even a little, her so-called status as a mistress would be exposed. Mr. Fu frowned and said coldly, "Throw them out." Several security guards surged forward and grabbed the two of them, and Lu Rushua panicked. She shouted, "Lin Ran, it's Rushua. Tell them to let go." Lu Yuemei snapped back to herself and started yelling again. "I'm the chairman's wife of Saran Group. Your hotel's just going to let some little punk make a scene here? Do you want me to stop spending money here?" The staff were thinking, like you've ever spent a dime here. A glamorous woman in her early 30s walked over. She was the hotel's manager. At the sight of her, the employees straightened up immediately, greeting her with respect. From their attitude, Lu Yuemei guessed who she was. Lu Yuemei barked, "Is this how your hotel treats customers? I'm Mrs. Lin of Saran Group. Want me to have people tear this place down?" The moment the words left her mouth, the whole room sucked in a breath. Plenty of people here knew Saran Group. A little company worth, what, only 2 or 3 billion. Thinks it can tear down Panga Hotel? You trying to shoot for the heavens? Panga Hotel's valuation has long topped 5 billion, and its owner's background is murky, influential, and well-connected. And you want to demolish his hotel? Then everyone took in Lu Yueme and Lu Rushua's outfits again. The more they looked, the more they screamed nouveau riche mom dragging along her pretend pure White Lotus daughter. Totally out of place for a venue like this, period. Look at the socialites, sexy yet tasteful. The wives elegant, poised, with real class. You two, one armored head to toe, the other wearing that wounded, aggrieved face. What soap opera are you acting out? Probably a mistress here to flaunt her wealth, with the daughter putting on the innocent act. By now most people had pegged Lu Yueme as the mistress. Folks tend to go with their gut. The manager arched a brow, stared at Lu Yueme in surprise, and thought, what kind of gaudy, tacky nouveau riche getup is this? Where did this bumpkin crawl out from? Saran Group? Catchy name. Hearing the manager's praise, Lu Yueme lit up and snapped at the bodyguards holding her. Did you hear that? Let go, your manager already spoke. The bodyguards looked baffled. Whose manager is she supposed to be? Just then, the hotel manager went on. Your company's name sounds nice enough, but I've never heard of you. And these bodyguards aren't with our hotel, they're not under my control. She meant to smooth things over and tamp the incident down, but she changed her mind fast. Lu Yueme was shaking with rage. Since marrying Lin Tianba, she never had to swallow this kind of insult. Let go now? In your hotel, I'll remember this. Just you wait. The hotel manager narrowed her eyes and said coolly, you lot, can't you see those bodyguards are working hard? Get over there and give them a hand. The staff on duty had taken a dislike to Lu Yueme and her companion the moment they walked in, and after that scene in the ballroom, they were even more repulsed. Everyone rushed up to help. In teams of 4, they literally hoisted Lu Rushua and Lu Yueme and carried them out. No one there spared a shred of pity for Lu Yueme. Plenty of the women wore expressions that screamed, serves you right, and some looked like they'd happily kick her while she was down. She was just a mistress, and mistresses never bother with decorum. No wonder she didn't have the refinement of a proper society wife. The room was full of well-heeled society wives, and nothing disgusted them more than homewreckers. Once Lu Yueme had been dumped outside, the staff gave the hotel manager a quick rundown of what had happened. When he finished listening, the manager looked at Lin Ran in disbelief. Lin Ran was representing the Luo group. No one dared cross them. Even the event organizer would rather turn a blind eye. For someone so young and handsome to be representing the Luo group, was he actually one of the Luos? And the more the manager looked at the young man, the more familiar he seemed. Quick on the uptake, the manager hurried over to Lin Ran. Sir, we're terribly sorry for the trouble. Our hotel would like to offer you a diamond membership card as compensation. A diamond member was the top tier at the Panga Hotel, entitled to the most exclusive service. The room rippled with shock again. It clearly wasn't the hotel's fault, yet they were apologizing and putting a prize like that on the table. Curiosity about who Lin Ran really was only deepened. That card alone signaled a status most of the people here could only dream of. Lin Ran smiled and declined. He had no idea what the manager was angling for, and he had no desire to cash in on the Luo Group's name. A favor like that would end up on Luo Yao's tab sooner or later. The manager seemed to see right through Lin Ran's thoughts and reminded him in a low voice, Mr. Lin, Ms. Luo holds shares in our hotel. As her representative, of course we'll give you priority. And this membership card isn't for the Luo Group. It's my personal apology to you. Please don't feel pressured. Only then did Lin Ran realize the hotel had something to do with his wife. He could just about accept the membership card counted as giving her a bit of face. After all, Luo Yao had always liked giving gifts. If she found out, she'd probably be pretty happy. In that case, thank you. Certainly, sir, the manager said. May I have your full name for the record? Lin Ran, he replied readily. The manager froze on the spot. Why, you're Lin Ran? He stammered. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to look something up, and his expression changed completely. My God! Seeing the manager at a loss for words, Lin Ran looked puzzled. Then the manager suddenly bowed, a bit over the top in his deference, and said, Hello, boss. That greeting nearly made everyone present drop their jaws. The owner of Panga Hotel was actually Lin Ran? It wasn't he, just the others. Even Lin Ran's jaw was about to hit the floor. What did you just call me? Boss. The manager blurted. You're our boss. You've never come in person, but your information is in our system. No wonder you looked familiar the moment I saw you. So you're the one we rely on. It's my fault for not recognizing you right away. I should be punished for that. Lin Ran looked questioningly at Uncle Fu, who gave him a nod. The message was clear. Lin Ran really was the owner of this hotel. Good Lord, the only 7-star hotel in the entire capital was actually under his name? Luo Yao, just how much did you stash away for me? He looked a little embarrassed on the surface, but inwardly he was thrilled. Wu Zhishang and Chen Qingtian, who had been slinging their arms over each other's shoulders a moment ago, were now frozen, staring blankly at Lin Ran. The women who'd once given up on getting close to Lin Ran felt their interest flare back up. A man this handsome, loaded, and high status, how could some ordinary fan ever be worthy of him? I'm not backing off just because he got rejected once. No way. I have to get in there and fight for it. Even if he really likes men, I'll turn him straight. Sensing the odd looks around him, Lin Ran gave an awkward smile. Huh. To be honest, I'm not too sure either. This should be the hotel my wife gave me. You all go ahead and get back to work. What? This hotel was actually a gift from that handsome guy's wife? No way. Absolutely impossible. He's definitely stalling. Using that as an excuse to brush us off? He thinks it'll be that easy? The manager could tell the vibe had gone cold, so he hurried to tell the staff to keep things moving. The place gradually livened up again. Lin Ran asked Uncle Fu to escort the necklace back to the estate first, while he stayed behind to wait for Wu Zhishang. Figuring there were still people covertly protecting them outside, and the potential threats had been cleared out, Uncle Fu agreed. Chen Qingtian shot Wu Zhishang a meaningful look and said, Your friend is really no ordinary person. Panga Hotel is the only 7-star in the capital, valued at around 5 billion. The owner had always been a mystery until today. Wu Zhishang fell silent. Not sure what to say, he only just found out himself. Judging by Lin Ran's expression, even Brother Lin himself probably didn't know he was actually the owner of this hotel. Who on earth is Brother Lin's wife? Even though the room had warmed up again, people chatting and dancing plenty still couldn't help sneaking glances at Lin Ran. Wu Zhishang knew it was time to pull out without the old man at Lin Ran's side. Those beauties kept pressing closer. Lin Ran was dodging and turning them down as best he could, but it was clearly wearing on him. As his bro, he couldn't just stand by and watch his guy be put on the spot. He had to shoo those vixens away from his sister-in-law. If even one of them managed to latch on, it wouldn't just be Lin Ran who'd get the short end of the stick. He'd feel he was letting his sister-in-law down, too. But looking at Chen Qingtian in front of him, he couldn't help feeling reluctant to leave. Sure, he shouldn't do his girlfriend wrong, but just getting acquainted couldn't be that bad, right? Seeing how shy Wu Zhishang looked, Chen Qingtian couldn't help but laugh. Guys this bashful were rare. She smiled. Let us at each other. Wu Zhishang froze. He'd only planned to ask for a signed photo. He hadn't expected Chen Qingtian to offer to add him herself. He nodded excitedly, pulled out his phone, brought up a QR code, and said, You scan me. When the payment code popped up, Chen Qingtian blinked, then went ahead and scanned it. How much? She asked. How much what? He replied. How much to add you as a friend? She shot back. Wu Zhishang glanced at the screen, and his face went crimson. He hurried to refresh the QR code. Does refreshing the payment code get me a discount? Chen Qingtian said with a laugh. Mortified to the point he wanted to curl his toes until they snapped, he quickly switched to the actual friend QR code. The two of them happily exchanged contact info, and Chen Qingtian wore a smile like a spring breeze. Bye? Bye? The moment Wu Zhishang got back, Lin Ran called out to him. You finally made it back. We should go their class tomorrow. Wu Zhishang was stunned. You remember class? Ever since the semester started, she'd only shown her face on day 1 and had basically vanished after that. The one time she went back, she headed straight to the principal's office. And now this kind of student is thinking about class? Spotting those witches getting restless again, Wu Zhishang cut in briskly. Yeah, let us go. Class tomorrow. They skedaddled like a gust of wind. Lin Ran hated the feeling of being made a fool of. If Wu Zhishang hadn't still been there, she would be left long ago. The moment they left, The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. Who would be thought the owner of Panga Hotel is that pretty boy? He even looks like a student. What's his deal? Haven't you heard? They say his wife gave it to him. Maybe he is being kept, or he is just a side piece. You're the side piece. Your whole family are side pieces. Damn, are you out of your mind? Even if I were sick, I wouldn't take your family's medicine. Everything you sell is sour as hell. Half an hour earlier, Lu Ritian and Lin Jian were starving, so they grabbed a bowl of beef noodles. Lu Ritian was floored. He never imagined his good nephew would only treat him to a single bowl of noodles. Lin Jian was helpless. The Lin family was in trouble, and he had to shoulder it with them. If he took his uncle out for a big feast now, what would Lin Tianba think? When they got back to the hotel entrance, they happened to see Lu Yuemei and her people being kicked out, and both Lu Ritian and Lin Jian were stunned. After asking around, they learned what had happened. Lu Yuemei wanted to keep it quiet, but there was no way Lu Rushua knew too. Lu Ritian asked, Lin Ran actually kicked you out? Where did he get the guts? And where did he get 300 million to buy a necklace? Was that money from Lin Tianba? Honestly, sis, think about what mom and dad taught you. How could you let Lin Tianba give Lin Ran money? Lu Yuemei sighed. With no way out, she had to lay everything bare. Lu Ritian's eyes went wide. What? He extorted 300 million out of you? Lin Jian said, not just that. Lin Ran also wants to sell his shares, the ones that should belong to the Lin family. The Lin family really is in a tough spot right now. Lu Ritian couldn't believe it. He never imagined Lin Ran held that many shares. He looked at Lu Yuemei, then at Lin Jian, and finally exchanged a glance with his daughter Lu Rushua. A light bulb went on in his head. He thought, if Lin Ran really sells his shares, getting Rushua to marry him wasn't out of the question. The catch was he'd have to put up all the money as a bride price, otherwise her father wouldn't budge. Still, they had to save face. Lu Ritian backed Lu Yuemei and tore into Lin Ran for ages, until a few hotel security guards rushed out and, without another word, kicked them out. Only then did they leave. Lin Jian found a chance to quietly slip a key into Lu Rushua's hand, muttering a few words under his breath. Rushua's eyes went wide. She looked at Lin Jian in disbelief. Lin Jian gave her a nod, and Rushua drew a deep breath. All right, I'll go. After that, Lu Yuemei and the other two got in the car and left, leaving Lu Rushua alone. She thought for a moment, then quietly slipped back toward the hotel. Where did Rushua go? Lu Ritian asked, puzzled. I just ran into her best friend and chatted for a minute. She said she's heading back to campus with her, Lin Jian said. Lu Ritian snorted. Humph. Won't even go home, stays at school every day. Kids grow up and they get all kinds of ideas. He didn't press it, figuring he'd talk to Rushua about Lin Ran another day. The three of them drove to the hospital. Lin Tianba was ill, not dead. At a time like this, their concern would move him more easily, so they decided to stay and keep him company. Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang walked out of the hotel together. Wu was still dazed. Lin, are you seriously the owner of this hotel? Wu asked, astonished. Lin Ran nodded. Looks like it. Seems my wife gave it to me. I just found out too. Wu felt his whole worldview buckle. He blurted, damn, bro, look at me. Do I have what it takes to be a kept man? Lin Ran shot him a look. What? You ditching your girlfriend now? Wu gave an awkward laugh. Man, I'm just running my mouth. I don't mean it. Your wife really spares no expense on you. I just heard those guys saying this hotel is worth, conservatively, 5 billion. What does your wife even do? Her job is taking care of me. Damn, just kill me. I can't take it. Lin Ran said, be serious. Bro, ever thought about being a kept man? I can't own my girlfriend, Wu Zhishang replied. Lin Ran sighed to himself. This Wu Zhishang, just like him, was a blind fool. They walked into the parking garage and both froze. The valet who'd been watching his car earlier was squatting on the ground, sobbing, while a few staffers were helping him rummage around for something. What happened? At the sound of his voice, the valet jerked his head up. When he saw Lin Ran, he got even more flustered and looked away. Sir, I'm sorry. I lost your car key. He was crying hard, pitiful as an abandoned puppy. Lin Ran looked exasperated and hurried to say, lost is lost. Don't stand here bawling like somebody bullied you. The valet cried even louder. Lin Ran sighed, and didn't he blame him? It wasn't he like he did it on purpose. It was just a lost key, not a smashed car, no big deal. Besides, The kid worked for him as the boss. He ought to be generous when the guy was crying like that. Enough with the tears. It's lost, I'm not mad. Just be more careful next time. As he spoke, he tossed a casual glance at his Ferrari. Huh. He looked again. Was there something in the car? He leaned in. There was a vague, shadowy shape inside. Bro, is there a ghost in that car? Wu Zhishang peered over too. Looks like a person? Incredulous, Lin Ran stepped up and pulled the door open, brow furrowed only to see an almost completely naked woman inside, staring at him with bedroom eyes. He gagged. It was Lu Rushua. Without another word, Lin Ran slammed the car door shut with a bang and shouted toward the front. What the hell is going on with your hotel? Why is there a completely naked woman stuffed into my car? Is this some kind of test? What man could resist that? Everyone at the entrance who'd been searching for the key heard him and turned to look. The valet, startled, rushed over and yanked open the passenger side door. He recognized Lu Rushua at a glance, had zero interest in taking in the sight, and snapped. How did you get in here? Did you steal my car key? Lu Rushua froze. She had never imagined she'd end up in the car like this, only to have Lin Ran act like he hadn't even seen her. She'd psych herself up beforehand, even planning on a little romantic interlude with Lin Ran in the car. Who could guess Lin Ran would sell her out on the spot? Not only did she fail to seduce Lin Ran, she managed to embarrass herself too. She quickly covered her face, the car key still dangling from her hand. The valet snatched the key and barked, "You little thief, you almost cost me my job." He handed the key to Lin Ran, then reached in to yank Lu Rushua out. "You thief, get out. Do you know you almost got me fired?" Holding the key, Lin Ran's expression turned thoughtful. Could he even trust this key now? Had Lu Rushua done something weird with it? If anyone had the nerve, it would be her. The valet tried to pull her out, but Lu Rushua clung to the door and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, I picked it up." Lin Ran, "It's me? Really, it's me, Rushua." Hearing her voice, Wu Zhishang was stunned too. He stared at Lin Ran and said, "Bro, you gotta keep it together." Lin Ran shot Wu Zhishang a sidelong glance, thinking this kid was getting cheekier by the day. Carboy yanked Lu Rushua out of the car, his palm cracking against her face with a loud slap. He screamed hysterically, "You poisonous bitch! Why did you steal my car key?" Holding her cheek, Lu Rushua stared at the carboy in shock. "You actually hit a woman? I hit exactly who I meant to hit, a thief like you." He slapped her again, snapping her head sideways 90 degrees, directly into Lin Ran's line of sight. When she saw Lin Ran, tears welled in Lu Rushua's eyes as she whispered, "Big brother Lin Ran, I just missed you so much. The eternal love you bought today wasn't it meant for me? I was so moved, so I waited for you in your car." The carboy hesitated for a moment, glancing first at Lu Rushua, clad only in flimsy lingerie, then at Lin Ran. He sucked in a sharp breath and muttered, "Did I mess up again?" Covering his forehead in complete exasperation, Lin Ran thought, "Oh great, this world's officially gone mad." Lu Rushua slowly approached Lin Ran, her face twisted in a pitiful pout. She wore only sheer, translucent lingerie, her silhouette clearly visible through the thin fabric. Lin Ran stepped sideways to avoid her advance, pointedly ignoring the provocative scene before him. He turned to the carboy and said, "That last 2 slaps? You did good. Go find your manager and tell her to give you a bonus from me." He pointed at himself and added, "Tell her it's on the authority of Lin Ran himself." The carboy blinked, then nodded, his face breaking into an excited grin. This kid must be someone important, makes sense he'd know the manager. Never imagined that not only would he avoid punishment for losing the key, but he'd actually get rewarded all because he slapped that woman twice. That woman clearly looked like the type who'd do anything to seduce a man. Must have targeted the young master for his money, stole the key, then stripped down and crawled into his car. "Got it, young master," the carboy said. "Want me to beat her up a bit more? If she calls the cops, I'll go to jail first, then come out and deal with her later." Lin Ran gave the carboy a surprised look, thinking to himself, this kid actually thinks ahead. "Ahem, not today. You can head back." "Got it." The valet and a couple of his buddies walked off, grinning. The young master had only said he didn't need them today. As for tomorrow, the day after, or the day after that, he hadn't specified. Covering her face, Lu Rushua said, "Lin Ran, if hitting me will make you feel better, then go ahead and hit me." Didn't you say you liked me? Then I'll give myself to you today. You bought me that eternal love. I'm so moved, I don't even know what to say. Lin Ran shuddered. Something felt off, like trouble was about to hit. He leaned in close to Lu Rushue, murder in his eyes, and hissed 2 words, "Get lost." He shoved her away, then stared at his beloved car, heart aching. When he saw the pile of discarded clothing on the passenger seat, a chill ran through him. Can this car even be driven now? After a moment's hesitation, he tossed the keys straight to Wu Zhishang. It's dirty. It's yours. Wu Zhishang caught the keys and just stood there, dazed, as if he'd forgotten everything happening around him. Thank you. Thank you, Godfather. Lin Ran had no idea a bodyguard lurking in the shadows was watching it all with a frown. As soon as the bodyguard heard Lin Ran had gone downstairs, he left the hotel the moment he reached the parking lot. He caught Lu Rushue's lines. Didn't you say you liked me? Then I'll give myself to you today. And you bought eternal love for me. I'm so touched. Then, seeing Lu Rushue standing there in nothing but her underwear, the bodyguard felt a chill run down his spine. The young master was in for it. After thinking it over, the bodyguard decided to report the whole truth to Luo Yao, exactly as it was. He had no choice when it came to Lin Ran. He wouldn't dare cut corners, much less lie. He valued his life. It was literally his job, not only to protect Lin Ran, but to keep the higher-ups informed of his whereabouts. When Luo Yao got the call, she went ballistic and rushed back overnight from the old estate. Lu Rushue, practically naked, met Lin Ran's cold, murderous stare and shivered all over looking the way she did. She couldn't afford to humiliate herself any further. Only then did she realize the necklace Lin Ran had wasn't meant for her at all, and even with her standing stark naked in front of him, he had no urge to touch her. Sobbing, she cried, "Brother Lin Ran, I hate you." She grabbed the clothes off the passenger seat and bolted. She didn't want to stay here another second. After all she'd done, all she got from Lin Ran was one word: get lost. It was both ridiculous and cruel. She had fallen for Lin Ran, but he didn't love her back. Lu Rushue ran off, and Wu Zhishang watched her go, not sure whether to laugh or cry. Brother Lin, I only just realized Lu Rushue is really shameless. Lin Ran arched a brow. You'll run into plenty more shameless people down the line. Wu Zhishang nodded. The longer you live, the more bizarre things you see. I thought we'd at least get a proper meal tonight. I skipped dinner to come over, and it was just some red wine and pastries. There wasn't even a table. Don't these rich people get tired of living like that? Surprised, Lin Ran glanced at him and chuckled. Say no more. We're on the same page. You have no idea I put away several slices of cake just to hold out, and now I've got straight-up heartburn. They traded a look and laughed. So the rich life really is humble and no frills. I agree. Lin Ran turned and headed back toward the hotel. Puzzled, Wu Zhishang asked, Where are you going? You're really not leaving? Lin Ran waved a hand. I can't. Lu Rushue was in that car, and just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. No offense, man. Clutching the keys, Wu Zhishang felt a sudden swell of emotion, like hell he'd be offended. By now he kind of liked Lu Rushue. Why not try sneaking into Lin Ran's garage and see how that goes? After they split up, Lin Ran didn't want to ride in the Ferrari anymore. Back at the hotel, he had someone call a car to take him home. The hotel manager even offered to drive him herself, but Lin Ran politely declined. She might have looked just over 30, but she was still a woman, after all. He was worried that Luo Yao might misunderstand, although chances were she already had. Get the parking lot surveillance footage ready to send to me. And as for the ride back, just let that parking attendant take me. The manager hurried off to make arrangements. A moment later, the same teary-eyed valet pulled up in a commercial Mercedes. Lin Ran didn't mind in the least. Inside the car, Bro, next time we run into that woman, I'll beat the crap out of her for you. Lin Ran replied. Try to keep it balanced on both cheeks. If you get arrested, just come find me. I'll bail you out. Got it, bro. As soon as they entered the estate, the valet was completely stunned. He couldn't help but wonder in his mind what kind of ultra-wealthy family this was. He'd driven many rich people home before. Some lived in mansions, others in villas. But someone living in an actual manor? He'd never even heard of that before, let alone seen it. It was absurdly luxurious, borderline insane. Bro, this place is huge. If we hadn't driven here, I'd have gotten lost for sure. Lin ran. Then you better not get lost. Why not? There are crocodiles here. Valet. And tigers. Valet. And snow leopards too. The valet stammered nervously. Bro, I'll try really hard not to get lost. Lin ran laughed. Don't worry, I'm not kidding around. They're all locked up and watched by professionals. They want to come out. Valet. Bro, just hypothetically if one of them somehow got out, what would happen? Lin ran. Then I'll handle it real smooth like. Following the directions Lin ran gave, the valet drove through the estate for a while longer before finally reaching the central villa. He was practically buzzing with excitement. After dropping Lin ran off, the valet left. As Lin ran approached the front door of the villa, about to go inside. Meow, meow, meow. The cat's cries were a bit eerie, almost like a warning not to go in. Lin ran turned his head and saw the same black cat that had appeared in the sky garden that night when he was stargazing with Luo Yao. Last time he'd already sensed something was off. Now he was sure of it. The cat's eyes were unusually bright and lively. Those eyes looked like they could speak. Lin ran was about to reach out and pet it. The little black cat stepped back. He stepped forward. It retreated again. Meow? Are you hungry? The little black cat glanced at him, as if calling him an idiot with its eyes. Another meow. It turned, melted into the night, and disappeared. Lin ran stood there, stunned, slow to react. It felt like the cat had just cursed him out, but he had no way to prove it. He shook his head, chuckled at himself, and strolled into the villa. As soon as he walked in, Butler Fu came up to greet him. Young Master Lin, why don't you rest in your room first? I'll eat something before I go in. I only had a few slices of cake at the banquet, Lin Ran said. Butler Fu sent someone to prepare a late-night snack. Lin Ran thought the butler's expression looked a little odd, but he didn't dwell on it. He didn't notice that the moment he stepped inside, Butler Fu quietly slid the lock on the front door. After a few bites, Lin Ran finally felt better. The sour churn in his stomach settled. Content. He headed back to his bedroom, the necklace called Eternal Love still with him. He showered and climbed into bed, his head full of his wife. Lying there, he sent her a message. After waiting a good while with no reply, he sent another. Still nothing after a long time, and his mind started to wander. Was Luo Yao asleep, or still caught up with work? He tossed and turned by himself, unable to fall asleep. He got up, took out the necklace, turned it over in his hands, picturing how beautiful Luo Yao would look wearing it. He wondered, was he turning into a love-struck fool? Meow? Just as he was picturing Luo Yao with the necklace on, a soft meow drifted in from outside the window. Lin Ran walked to the window and saw the black cat crouched on the sill, staring at him. Those blue eyes gave him a start, but he calmed quickly, crouching at the window to meet its gaze through the glass. Little guy, are you hungry? Meow? Damn. Lin Ran felt his heart lurch. That cat was definitely off. Those eyes looked like they could cuss you out. Meow? Goddamn it. Meow? Keep it up, and I'll make sure you're not a cat anymore. Meow? After that last meow, the black cat took off. Lin Ran had no idea where that cat came from or why it kept popping up today. He'd have to ask Luo Yao when he got the chance. It was probably one of the manor-esque cats. Back in bed, he checked his phone. Still no reply from Luo Yao. Sleepiness crept in, and Lin Ran drifted off. Outside the door, the butler sighed and locked it from the hall. Miss had given strict orders tonight. Lock. Lin ran in and wait for her to come back. From the way she spoke, you could tell she was furious, properly pissed. She sounded like she could kill someone. God knows what trouble young Master Lin has stirred up this time. Did something happen while young Master Lin was escorting the necklace back? Even for a small slip like this, who knows if Miss will let me off? Young Master Lin, can't you just behave and do as Miss says? She treats you well, doesn't she? Being Miss S pampered little canary is a pretty cushy gig, isn't it? When you screw up, it's us who end up paying for it. Why make it so hard on an old man? Late into the night, just as Lin Ran dozed off, there was meowing every so often, driving him up the wall. After who knows how long, Lin Ran finally couldn't take it anymore. He got up to teach it a lesson. The moment he reached the window, the cat let out a piercing cry, and the black cat bolted. Right then, the bedroom door flew open with a bang. A boot had kicked it in. Lin Ran jerked in shock, turned, and saw Luo Yao's silhouette in the dim hallway light, looking icy and menacing. Luo Yao? Why are you back so late? Luo Yao walked toward him, step by step. As his eyes focused, he realized hers were filled with nothing but despair. A chill rushed through Lin Ran. What else with that look? Oh no. Yao Yao, let me explain. Before Lin Ran could get a word out, Luo Yao sprang to her feet, a flash of cold steel in her hand, the point aimed straight at his heart. In his eyes, she seemed to loom larger and larger. Schlick. Just as the dagger was about to reach his heart, Luo Yao shifted her grip, changed the angle, and drove it into Lin Ran's shoulder instead. Ugh! Lin Ran cried out in pain. That was close. He almost lost his life. He wasn't afraid of dying, he just wanted to settle his score before he went. He wasn't afraid of Luo Yao, either, but the thought of her having no one to cherish her after he died made his heart clench. Worse, if he died and Luo Yao later learned it had all been a misunderstanding, she would completely fall apart, she might even destroy herself. When it came down to it, Lin Ran was still afraid to die. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Luo Yao roared. Why did you lie to me? Why can't you just behave and stay by my side? She broke down sobbing, tears gushing like a breached dam. She was nearly hysterical. Only now did she realize that Lin Ran's recent obedience had been a facade. He'd been fooling her all along. She had tried so hard to believe him, and he still lied to her. Why would he do that? To be duped first, and then betrayed. Just thinking about it made Luo Yao feel like she couldn't breathe. If not for that obsession she couldn't let go of, Luo Yao really would have gone through with it just now. In the end, she just couldn't bring herself to be that ruthless. She hated her own weakness, and she hated Lin Ran for deceiving her. Why did you lie to me? Why? If she couldn't kill him, then she'd just lock Lin Ran in the gilded cage she'd woven with her own hands and keep him there for life. Ran, from now on, you won't have any freedom. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, breathing in ragged gasps, Lin Ran still forced a smile, not wanting to add to Luo Yao's burden. Yao Yao, I've always been good. Luo Yao said coldly. You still dare to lie to me. Before she could finish, she froze. Lin Ran had raised the necklace he was holding. Here, this is for you. You're tired. Take a breather, get some rest. Luo Yao froze where she stood and took 2 steps back. Her eyes landed at once on the beautiful sapphire in the center. She slowly reached out and took it. The necklace was stained with Lin Ran's blood, but the warmth of the sapphire told Luo Yao he'd probably been clutching it in his palm the whole time. She recognized it instantly, eternal love. She'd seen it before in a fashion weekly. Back then she'd even thought that someday Lin Ran would fasten a necklace like this around her neck. But wasn't this one meant for Lu Rushue? Could that be it? A possibility popped into Luo Yao's head. And if that was really the case, then what about me? Lin Ran held his phone up to her. This is the truth you wanted to know. As soon as he said it, Lin Ran sank to the floor, gasping for breath. He knew Luo Yao had definitely misunderstood, so before leaving he'd made a point of asking the hotel for the entrance security footage. That was too close. He needed to be more careful from here on out. He couldn't let a misunderstanding like this happen again. It was a killer. Luo Yao took the phone. On the screen were several clips of surveillance footage Lin Ran had edited together. She saw Lin Jian steal the valet's keys, saw Lu Rushue get into the car on her own, and, most clearly of all, saw Lin Ran's reaction in that moment. She also realized why the bodyguards had misreported what happened. So all of this. Don't cry. I hate seeing Yao Yao's face all smudged from tears. Do you remember the question you asked me the last time you got me drunk? No matter what you do to me, I won't hold it against you. Those words have never failed. Luo Yao tried to hold it in, but the tears wouldn't stop. She wasn't the kind to cry, yet every one of these tears fell because of Lin Ran. I was wrong. I really was. Ran, don't go, please don't leave me. Lin Ran's wound hurt, but his heart hurt more. How starved for security does a love have to be to end up this humbled? And really, what had Luo Yao done wrong? You're not wrong. You're the one guarding our love. Your love is blazing and a little dangerous, but I'd rather you never stop. Because it's exactly what my heart longs for. A sudden tremor hit Luo Yao's chest, like someone pounding there, punch after punch. I'll go call the doctor for you. Lin Ran held the pendant called Eternal Love and said, right now, I just want to put it on you myself. Luo Yao wanted to tear herself apart. She'd gone off the deep end without getting the facts straight, hurting herself, and hurting Lin Ran. But Lin Ran didn't hold it against her at all. He was still so good to her. More tears slipped down Luo Yao's cheeks. Lin Ran gently, slowly hung eternal love around Luo Yao's neck and forced out a faint smile. "It's beautiful, Miss Luo Yao. Would you take care of me for the rest of my life?" Luo Yao finally smiled through her tears, the droplets scattered. Of course he was to blame. If he hadn't left early, if he asked and cleared things up the moment Luo Yao came back, these misunderstandings probably wouldn't have happened, and he blamed himself for it. But the bodyguard kneeling on the floor felt even more guilty, trembling with fear. He was actually the key to the whole mess. He passed the wrong information to Luo Yao, and now all he could do was wait for her to punish him. Looking at Lin Ran's face unconscious, but still twisted with pain, Luo Yao felt a tightening in her chest that was getting harder and harder to control. These people were certainly at fault, but in the end, the one she should blame most was herself. Her eyes went glassy, then slowly focused, a red haze creeping in. "Go." Luo Yao didn't say anything more. She stepped out of the bedroom in silence and headed for the secret room. The bodyguard got to his feet and followed. At the door he fumbled with the lock, his hands shaking badly. He kicked the door open with a crash. In the center of the room, a transparent glass cage held a man on the verge of death. The man's nose was gone, one eye socket was empty, the other eye infected. He wasn't completely dead yet. Rats scurried all over the cage. Sensing someone had come, his mouth parted, but no sound came out. Luo Yao went to a nearby shelf and took out a device meant to pry a person's mouth open. She gave him a look. The bodyguard froze for half a second, then took the device, pulled on a mask and gloves. After a while, Luo Yao slowly stepped to the side, took out a glass bottle, and stuffed the thing inside. 2 eyeballs lay in the bottle. She poured in some liquid, hoping to keep the eyeballs from decaying. She set the bottle upright and held it facing the man under torture, keeping it there until he was full. The old man's eyeballs. That's what he gets for spying on Ran. The man in the cage twitched slightly. By now he'd probably been forced to choke down several mice, and he couldn't even speak. But when he heard Luo Yao's words, his one remaining pupil still widened a fraction, as if in disbelief. Luo Yao glanced at him, and the bodyguard, without a word, taped the man's mouth shut. From here on out, all that was left was a painful wait for death. After sending the bodyguard away, Luo Yao sat off to the side, zoning out, then pulled out a dagger and drove it toward her own shoulder. Just as the blade was about to go through, she stopped. Ran said, "I mustn't hurt myself. It would break his heart." She stroked the necklace at her throat, still stained with Lin Ran's long dried blood, and only after a long while did she leave the secret room. When she got back to the bedroom, the wound on Lin Ran's shoulder had been bandaged, but he still hadn't woken up. Luo Yao gave the doctor who hadn't left yet a cold look. A chill ran through him, and he hurried to explain. "Mr. Lin is only temporarily unconscious from blood loss and pain. He is otherwise fine and will wake up soon." Luo Yao's expression went a little vacant. "Ran, will it hurt a lot? Get out. All of you." Once everyone had been driven out of the bedroom, Luo Yao slowly took Lin Ran's hand. "Ran, does it hurt?" Lin Ran didn't answer. "Ran, look at me, please. Do you still like Yao Yao?" Lin Ran remained silent. "Ran, I'll let you go, okay?" No." "Okay." Luo Yao started, wondering if she misheard. She looked down and saw Lin Ran slowly open his eyes. "If you don't want me, I'm afraid no one else ever will." For the first time, Luo Yao felt a surge of excitement. She looked at Lin Ran and saw that familiar smile back on his face. She gave a firm nod and said, "Of course. I was lying to you just now. I'm not letting you go, you belong to me." Lin Ran held out his palm. Luo Yao glanced at it, a little puzzled, then obediently rested her chin on it. Lin Ran smiled and said, "Right now you look like a little kitten." Luo Yao answered, "Then I'll be your little kitten. As long as you don't leave me, I'll do anything." "Kitten?" Lin Ran suddenly thought of that foul-mouthed cat. Next time he saw it, he'd have to scoop it up and give it a good petting. "It's almost dawn. Get some sleep, or you'll have no energy during the day." Luo Yao shook her head. "I'm not going to work. I'm staying with you." Though Lin Ran was injured, it didn't stop him from sharing a bed with Luo Yao. Luo Yao rolled onto the bed, lying on sheets stained red with Lin Ran's blood. The two of them held each other tight, like the tomb of star-crossed lovers, as if life and death had been bound together. Not until dawn did Lin Ran finally get a taste of being waited on hand and foot. Luo Yao personally helped him wash up. Back in the bedroom, Lin Ran saw the bodyguard kneeling there, and Uncle Fu with his head bowed, silent. Lin Ran immediately understood why and hurried to speak. "Uncle Fu, I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat. And you, sir, thank you for protecting me lately. I appreciate it." Lin Ran knew Luo Yao would have someone keeping tabs on him today. He finally saw the person in the flesh. Uncle Fu answered at once. "All right, I'll have someone prepare it right now." It sounded offhand, but Lin Ran was giving Uncle Fu a way to save face, and the seasoned old man naturally caught the hint. The bodyguard took a deep breath and kowtowed to Lin Ran. Lin Ran started to help him up, then hesitated. "Get up. This is New Huaxiao. We don't do that feudal stuff anymore. What is your name?" The bodyguard sprang to his feet and said quickly, "My name is Wang Bao, young Master Lin. I'm sorry my reporting mistake yesterday is what got you hurt." Lin Ran smiled. "Good, Wang. From now on, stick with me out in the open. Don't skulk around in the shadows. That way we won't have this kind of screw up again." Wang Bao looked up, stunned. "I can really stay by your side." After all, keeping tabs on Lin Ran was the most lucrative assignment in the entire security operation. Lin Ran nodded. "Of course you can. Right, Yao Yao?" Wang Bao glanced at Luo Yao. A little thrill ran through her. Lin Ran's meaning was obvious. She could legitimately keep him under real-time surveillance now. "Since Ran doesn't want to punish you, I'll agree," she said. "But remember, keep Ran safe. If he loses even a single hair, I'll be coming after you." Wang Bao nodded hard. "Rest easy, Mississippi. If young Master Lin loses even a single hair, I'll slit my own throat to atone." He bowed deeply to Lin Ran. "Young Master Lin, I want to run my mouth. This is a favor I can't repay. Please judge me by my performance." After the bodyguard left, Lin Ran asked Luo Yao, "Handling you like this, you're not mad at me, are you?" Luo Yao smiled. "How could I be? You're Ran. You call the shots at home. Whatever you decide is the right call." Lin Ran said, "Then that's that. But I still haven't punished you." A pang tightened in Luo Yao's chest. She said, a little hurt, "I'm sorry." Lin Ran quickly cut her off. No, I'm not blaming you. I just want to punish you a little. That is not too much, is it?" She lifted her wide, watery eyes. "Okay, then, Ran, go ahead and punish me." "Deal," Lin Ran said. "Once I'm healed, I definitely want to let you off, you little vixen." Being injured meant he didn't have to go to school or the office, and the excuse was perfectly reasonable. Luo Yao stopped going in. The company's assistant team was directly invited to come work at the manor. Luo Yao stayed with Lin Ran in the bedroom, feeding him bite by bite at mealtimes, helping him to the bathroom, and when it was time to take care of certain matters, she clear everyone else out. Lu Ming kept shaking her head and sighing. Lin Ran, that guy, was without question a bona fide man-shaped calamity. She'd taken over most of the work that should have been Luo Yao's. But there was one especially important document that had to be handled by Luo Yao herself. When she went back to the bedroom, she happened to see her usually ice-cold boss spooning food into Lin Ran's mouth, one spoonful at a time. Lu Ming just froze like a deer in headlights. Lin Ran said, "Assistant Lu, you still have work. Go handle it. Don't let this stuff distract you from what matters." Luo Yao replied, "You're both my ambition and my plaything." Since Lin Ran had spoken, Luo Yao casually took care of the document, and Lu Ming's worldview shattered on the spot. Fine, play it your way then. From now on, if something important comes up, wouldn't it be easier to just tell Lin Ran directly?" Her own thoughts startled her, but the more she considered it, the less realistic it seemed. If she got too close to Lin Ran, she'd be asking for trouble and probably not far from getting herself ruined. Still, in a pinch, she could go to Lin Ran for help. Just like that, 3 days passed. The assistant team stayed at the estate for 3 full days. Now the entire team was joking, His Majesty isn't attending court anymore. Today, Luo Yao brought the assistant team back to the office, and the moment they arrived they were swamped. After all, they hadn't come in for days and had effectively skipped work without notice. All the meetings and negotiations had piled up, waiting to be handled. Lin Ran had mostly recovered as well. He planned to drop by the company first, then go find Luo Yao. Because he wasn't fully healed yet, His driver took him out, and Wang Bao followed in plain sight. The moment Lin Ran got to the office, he saw Wu Zhishang was there too. The company had also just brought on a few new hires, and even a cleaner. "You're not going to class today?" Wu Zhishang stared at Lin Ran like he was an idiot, and said, "Bro, we're seniors now. We've got to put our focus on our careers. I've got enough credits, and I'm not planning on grad school. Who has got time for class?" Lin Ran couldn't help blurting out, "Damn, that's badass. Where's Zhang Xiaolong then?" "Can't reach him," Wu Zhishang replied. "What is going on?" Wu Zhishang laid out the details. They hadn't been able to get a hold of Zhang since yesterday, so the stream that had just started to gain traction had to go dark for a day. If he didn't show today, Wu was planning to step in and stream himself. Lin Ran pulled up Zhang Xiaolong's onboarding file and called his sister. No one picked up. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed Zhang's family, his father. When the call connected, the voice on the other end was pretty curt. "Who is this?" "I'm calling about Zhang Xiaolong," Lin Ran said. "I don't know any Zhang Xiaolong. You've got the wrong number." The man snapped. Before the call ended, a cry suddenly came through the line. "I'll please save my sister." A chill crept up Lin Ran's spine. Something was off. He called back, but the call was declined. Lin Ran stood there, stunned. Zhang Xiaolong was basically one of his own now, but even with this second shot at life, Lin Ran wasn't sure he could change the course of Zhang's fate. He didn't waste another word. He whipped out his phone and called Luo Yao. She picked up, teasing, "What's up? Ran, do you miss me?" "I do miss you," Lin Ran said, a little on edge, "but I've got an urgent problem. Help me find one of my employees." "Male or female?" Luo Yao asked, suddenly alert. "Male. Zhang Xiaolong." There was a beat of silence on the other end before she spoke again. "You've been hanging out with Wu Zhishang a lot lately, and now it's Zhang Xiaolong, Ran. You're not into guys, are you?" Lin Ran froze for a second, then shot back. "You don't know who I like by now?" Luo Yao, who agreed to help Lin Ran find someone, sent a message a moment later. "Number 38, Alley 2, Jiaodong Road. If you want to see that employee of yours again, you'd better hurry." Lin Ran didn't say much. He grabbed Wu Zhishang and pulled him into a Rolls Royce. Wu Zhishang couldn't help marveling. "Damn, Lin, it really is you switching cars like they're toys." Lin Ran said, "If you could lock down Qin Tian, you'd be set too. She makes enough off one project to buy several cars." Wu Zhishang flushed and hurried to reply, "Come on, don't joke. I'd never do my girlfriend dirty. Besides, someone like Qin Tian would never look twice at me." Lin Ran smiled. "Don't be so sure. I never thought I'd see the day myself." Wu Zhishang was at a loss for words. They soon reached Jiaodong Road. There was none of the city's glitz here, just run-down, narrow old alleys, mostly home to migrant laborers. Number 38 was tucked away in an especially narrow lane. Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang walked up front, with Wang Bao trailing behind. Standing outside the door at number 38, they saw it looked like a small warehouse, no courtyard, and the windows were so grimy you couldn't see inside. Lin Ran was about to knock when sounds took shape inside. "Dad, please don't sell my little sister. Whatever you want, I'll do my best to scrape it together." Inside, Zhang Dahai slapped Zhang Xiaolong with one hand, knocking him to the floor. "Damn it. How did I end up with you two money-losing brats? My leg's busted. You wouldn't even look in on me, and I'm supposed to beg you nicely to come back? Boss Wang's on his way. No matter what anyone says, the girl's getting sold off today." A girl's muffled sobbing threaded through the room, along with a burst of laughter you couldn't quite make out. Lin Ran didn't waste another word. He drove a kick straight into the door. Bang, the door didn't budge. Embarrassed, Lin Ran scratched his head and glanced at Wang Bao beside him. Wang Bao wanted to laugh, but fork. "Mr. Lin, let me handle it." Lin Ran nodded, and Wang Bao drove a boot into the door, blasting it open. A man in a wheelchair sat inside. The moment the door flew in, his face twisted with rage, and he started cursing. "God damn it, who the hell dares kick my door?" Then two teenage boys and a burly man stepped in. The moment they crossed the threshold, Lin Ran, Wu Zhishang, and Wang Bao all froze. Lin Ran had to admit it, he really underestimated human nature, and he never imagined this scumbag could be this far gone. At first he couldn't figure out how Zhang Xiaolong could be so completely under his father's thumb, but now it was clear. There were 4 people in the room. The one in the wheelchair was Zhang Dahai. Lin Ran knew him. Wasn't he the little thug who got his leg busted last time for trying to fence goods at Brother Dao's casino? In his last life, Wei Xiang got sold out by this guy, which led to Wu Zhishang losing his legs. What a coincidence! Besides Zhang Dahai, Zhang Xiaolong was kneeling on the floor. When Zhang Xiaolong saw Lin Ran, he was stunned at first. Then his face lit with relief. He knew he was saved. Next to them was a middle-aged woman with sunken eyes and a skeletal frame, cuffed to an iron pipe. She was crouched, dragging on something at her lips, giggling mindlessly. And finally, a slightly frail young girl, maybe 4 or 5 years younger than the boys, fine-featured, also chained to that same iron pipe. Her eyes were vacant. Brimming with despair, it was hard to reconcile that youthful, pretty face with eyes like that. The two women looked like slaves. Zhang Dahai clearly recognized Lin Ran too. He'd seen him at Brother Dao's side before, probably as one of Dao's guests. He pointed at Lin Ran, stammering, "Why you and couldn't get a full sentence out?" Zhang Xiaolong immediately turned to Lin Ran and dropped to his knees with a thud, banging his head on the floor. "Boss, please save my sister. I'm begging you. Save her, and I'll work like a dog to repay you. I'll do anything." Zhang Dahai let out a laugh. "So you're the boss, huh? That's easy. As long as you offer more than Boss Wang, the little girl is yours." Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and drew a deep breath. In his mind, the Zhang Dahai in front of him and Lin Tianba were the same kind of men. Both scumbag fathers. "You actually want to sell your own daughter? Where's the key?" Zhang Dahai smiled. "Put the money on the table and the key is yours." Lin Ran didn't waste words. He planted a kick that sent Zhang Dahai sprawling. "I couldn't kick the door open, but kicking you over, cripple, I can do." Zhang Dahai went down with his wheelchair. "Kid, I don't care who you are, mess with me, Zhang Dahai, and you've run into a buzzsaw." Just then, a pot-bellied middle-aged man showed up at the doorway with 2 street punks. "Hey Zhang Dahai, what the hell is this? Didn't we agree I'd come pick up the goods?" Zhang Dahai hurried to explain. "Boss Wang, don't get me wrong. I don't even know these people. You give me the money, and the little girl is yours." Boss Wang looked at the girl in the room, a filthy grin spreading across his face. He'd had his eye on Zhang Xiaowan for a long time, had been pushing Zhang Dahai, and finally got his chance. Boss Wang stepped inside, tossed the black plastic bag of cash at Zhang Dahai's feet, then started toward Zhang Xiaowan, not even sparing Lin Ran and the others a glance. Too lazy to get up, Zhang Dahai ripped open the bag right there on the floor and started counting. Boss Wang said, "Oh, Xiaowan, what SWR?" Boss Wang looked at Lin Ran and the 2 young punks beside him, then glanced at the man in the back and snorted. "Throw them out." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 goons he'd brought moved in. They'd been eating off Boss Wang for years, doing plenty of dirty work. The neighbors could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Lin Ran thought to himself, "You old bag of bones still trying to pull tricks, keep dreaming." He walked to the door, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag. "Brother Wang, I'm gonna have a smoke." Wang Bao caught on. He knew young Master Lin was giving him the time it takes to smoke a cigarette to take care of everyone inside. Wang Bao blocked the 2 men, and a moment later muted thuds came from the room, fists thumping into flesh. Lin Ran leaned against the wall and took another deep drag. "Cough, cough." Wu Zhishang asked, "Lin, you're not seriously just standing here smoking for fun, are you?" Lin Ran laughed and swore. "You fucking know I'm putting on an act, and you still gotta blow my cover?" Wu Zhishang asked again. "Dude, the guy you brought, can he really handle it?" Lin Ran made a shushing gesture. "Listen, you hear anything in there?" Wu Zhishang froze. "That fast?" Right as the words left his mouth, Wang Bao's voice called from inside. "Young Master Lin, it's done." Surprised, Lin Ran stepped into the room. Well, damn, aside from the 2 women and Zhang Xiaolong, everyone else was down. Lin Ran grinned. "Not bad, Brother Wang." Wang Bao scratched his head. "You flatter me, young Master Lin." Wu Zhishang stared at Wang Bao in open admiration while he helped Zhang Xiaolong up. Xiaolong had been beaten pretty badly by his old man. Lin Ran flicked away the half-smoked cigarette, went over, and helped Zhang Xiaowan to her feet. As for the woman grinning like an idiot, nobody paid her any attention. Zhang Xiaowan stared at Lin Ran in shock. She'd imagined all kinds of possibilities, but never that someone would come to save them. Zhang Xiaolong scrambled up and grabbed Lin Ran's hand. Thank you, boss. I can't thank you enough. I'll never forget what you've done. I have no way to repay it. Lin Ran thought, why does that line sound so familiar? Zhang Xiaolong asked, what about them? We beat them this bad, are we going to get thrown in jail? Boss Wang's got serious pull around here. Lin Ran smiled and said, don't worry. If it's about clout, I'm not losing. He shot a message to Luo Yao, and before long she sent in some professionals. The first to arrive were Su Kai and 2 assistants. After they heard what happened, their eyes went wide. They were seething and swore to get justice for the Zhang siblings. A little later, the officer in the cap hurried over too and took Zhang Dehai and Boss Wang away, but the woman was still locked up. Zhang Dehai hadn't come to yet, and nobody knew where the key had gone. Zhang Xiaolong fell silent for a moment, then said, even if he knows, he won't hand it over. I know him once he's caught. He just goes berserk. Otherwise I'd have pinned him down and forced the key out of him already. Lin Ran patted his shoulder and smiled. No problem. Leave it to me. He gave Wu Ji a few instructions, and before long Wu Ji showed up with a locksmith. The locksmith was startled by the scene, but he kept his mouth shut. After all, the police were on site. He looked over the 2 locks. They were tricky, not your typical household kind. After thinking it through, he took out his tools and carefully started a manual teardown. They started with Zhang Xiaowan's lock. She'd been in her dorm when someone said her family was there to see her. Right then, Zhang Xiaowan threw herself into Zhang Xiaolong's arms, sobbing non-stop, while Zhang Xiaolong gently patted his little sister's back to soothe her. After crying for a bit, Zhang Xiaowan snuck a look at Lin Ran, hesitated, and finally walked up to him. Thank you, Senior Lin Ran, she said. Both of them froze. Lin Ran blurted, you're at Jing University? He only knew Zhang Xiaowan had just started college this year. He hadn't expected she was at Jing University. Didn't that mean he could just bring her straight into the company and have her grow alongside her brother? On second thought, better let her focus on school. Yes, Zhang Xiaowan said. And thank you for saving me. Wu Zhishang chuckled. Saving you was obviously a team effort. How come you're only thanking me? Zhang Xiaowan hurriedly shook her head. No, I want to thank you too, and this gentleman as well. Really, if it weren't for you all, my life would have been ruined. They even got the lock on Zhang Xiaolong's mother's door open. The police took the people straight away, and the 2 punks on the ground didn't manage to escape either. Because it was so serious, Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaowan were also taken in to assist with the investigation. Fortunately, Su Kai stepped in at the end and told Lin Ran not to worry. He said, tough as nails, if I don't get these people sent to prison for life, I don't deserve to be a lawyer. Once it was over, Lin Ran finally relaxed, even felt pretty pleased. Helping Zhang Xiaolong was one reason. More importantly, they'd taken care of Zhang Dehai head-on, which counted as avenging Wu Zhishang from the previous life. When they got back to the company, Wu Zhishang invited Lin Ran over to his place for the weekend. Lin Ran hadn't really wanted to go, but after hearing the reason and thinking it over, he agreed. All that running around made him miss the time he was supposed to pick up Luo Yao, so he had no choice but to head straight back to the estate. When he got there, Luo Yao didn't look happy. He promised to pick her up, and then flaked. He explained over the phone, but she was still upset. It wasn't until she saw him walk into the villa with her own eyes that she finally managed a faint smile. Luo Yao's love for Lin Ran wasn't just possessiveness. She wanted to cling to him every second, practically hang off him. In her mind, Lin Ran's eyes should hold only her. No one else, least of all men, was allowed. So in the days she'd spent with him before, Luo Yao had always kept herself in check. The doctors switched Lin Ran's meds, told him to get plenty of rest, said the wound had already closed, and that over the next few days all he needed was regular disinfecting and fresh ointment. Lin Ran thought to himself, not bad, guess I bounce back pretty fast. As soon as the doctor left, Lin Ran and Luo Yao slipped into their favorite part of the day, time alone, just the 2 of them. To Luo Yao, the villa, and even the whole estate might as well not exist. The only living, breathing person in her world was Lin Ran. If she wanted, it felt like she could claim him anywhere. That was Luo Yao. After dinner, they went up to the rooftop garden and talked about what was on their minds. Fresh off a workout, he was thirsty. Lin Ran took slow sips from a glass of water. Ran, Luo Yao asked, was that Zhang Xiaowan pretty today? Lin Ran sputtered, spraying the water he just sipped. She asked, nothing special nowhere near you. Next to you she doesn't even count. So you did look at her? Lin Ran paused, then said no. Then how can you say she is not as pretty as me? Because there's no way anyone in this world is prettier than my Yao Yao. That answer pleased her. Ran, remember this. Don't you go thinking about other women, or I want to let you off the hook. Lin Ran swept her into his arms. You're the only one I think about. I'm right here with you. What are you afraid of? Luo Yao settled against him, perfectly content, one hand laced with his, the other gently stroking his thigh. Lin Ran gazed up at the stars, and with her in his arms, the whole world felt beautiful. They began to move, slow and unhurried. The feeling went straight to the heart. After a long while, Lin Ran asked with a smile, You're doing that again, aren't you? Luo Yao nodded. Her boldness surprised him a little, but inside he was so satisfied he could be cheered. Only that way can I truly feel you belong to me. All right, as long as it makes you happy. Aaron, do you like kids? Lin Ran, I didn't really like kids before, but if they were yours, I would. Luo Yao, if we had a child, would it take away some of your love for me? Lin Ran fell silent for a moment, then said seriously, I can't answer that right now. But my love for you will only grow with time. Luo Yao went quiet too, then composed herself. She made up her mind. No kids for now, at least not yet. Because a child would siphon off Aaron's love. The two of them sat quietly, staring up at the stars, when Lin Ran suddenly seemed to remember something. Do you know where that black cat around our estate went? Luo Yao, not really. It's probably just a stray from somewhere. Lin Ran had thought Luo Yao would know, but she didn't either. He wasn't sure he'd ever see that black cat again. He kept feeling there was something off about it. It didn't just curse people out and mock them, it even warned people ahead of time, with an air of mystery. The next day, Lin Ran finally went to campus, planning to show his face. A luxury Rolls Royce rolled in slowly and dropped him off at his destination. The moment Lin Ran stepped into the classroom, he became the center of attention. He picked a seat and sat down on his own, and before long Wu Zhishang arrived too. Wu Zhishang was thrilled to see Lin Ran after all. That LaFerrari was a gift from him. But he didn't like showing off, so he hadn't driven it to school, he'd taken it home and parked it there. Per Lin Ran's wish to keep things low-key, he hadn't even told his girlfriend. This time on campus, Lin Ran was here to help Wu Zhishang with a minor hassle and to catch the spectacle. The last time Wu Zhishang brought the car home, his parents were stunned. Even after a long explanation, they were still half convinced, half skeptical. So Wu Zhishang planned to have Lin Ran go back and explain things for him, otherwise his parents would easily think he'd done something shady. They planned to head back over the weekend, but Lin Ran's request for time off was shot down by Luo Yao. He could spent the weekend accompanying his wife to her brother's place, but he didn't. If Luo Yao blew up over it, letting Wu Zhishang off with just a tongue lashing would already be gracious. The advisor knew Lin had returned to campus, but didn't make things hard for him. Maybe the president had put in a word. Student startups ought to be supported by the school. Professors lectured as usual with Lu Rushua absent. Class was actually more harmonious. After class, quite a few classmates asked Lin what he'd been busy with lately, and he only said they'd find out in a few days. As soon as school let out that afternoon, Lin went with Wu Zhishang to his place. Wu was a local too, but his family home was a bit far from campus. It took over an hour's drive to get there. The Wu family was ordinary, their place modest, and Lin didn't mind in the slightest. When they arrived, Mr. and Mrs. Wu welcomed Lin warmly. He'd known them since he was a kid, so they weren't strangers to each other. Only after Lin laid out the whole story from start to finish did his parents start to believe it somewhat. Mrs. Wu had worry written all over her face. Mom, didn't Lin explain everything? Why do you still look like that? Mrs. Wu said, I trust Lin just fine. It's just you're saying he's married, and I still can't fully believe it. You said that woman is quite wealthy. What if she's only using Lin? Lin was moved. In this hard-nosed world, people who truly care about you are few and far between. Even his own family had never given him that feeling. Instead, he felt warmth here in the Wu household. Uncle, Auntie, please don't worry, Lin said. My wife and I didn't just meet. We love each other. It's nowhere near as complicated as you're imagining. Hearing that, Mr. and Mrs. Wu finally relaxed. They even slipped him a red envelope, and Lin didn't refuse. After the two shared a smile, Lin Ran brought up their joint venture again, said the company was gaining traction and they'd soon be partnering with the university. The two elders listened, grinning from ear to ear. In the end, Lin Ran urged Wu's father to resign, but the man still hesitated. Some things were hard to say outright, so Lin Ran could only remind Wu's father to stay on guard. Wu's father wasn't a fool and immediately picked up on the subtext. Lin Ran, do you know something? Lin Ran didn't want to spell it out, not least because he wasn't entirely sure himself. He only knew there was something going on. He thought for a moment and offered Wu's father a few suggestions, seeing how serious Lin Ran was. Wu's father sobered up and eventually agreed to his advice. Just as Lin Ran was about to leave, the old couple insisted he stay for dinner, but Lin Ran excused himself, saying he had company business to handle. Wu's father sighed. What's with this kid? Why is he in such a hurry? Wu's mother laughed and shot back. What do you know, you clueless straight guy? He's obviously rushing home to see his wife. On the way back to campus, Wu Zhishang wore a puzzled look. Lin, why did you say all that to my dad? Do you know something? Do you trust me? Lin Ran asked. Wu Zhishang thumped his chest. Dude, of course I trust you. Then keep reminding your dad to watch out for the things I mentioned. Best if he quits outright. When the time comes, I'll set him up with a better job. Okay, Wu Zhishang replied. The Rolls-Royce pulled right up to the dorm, and a bunch of people stuck their heads out, gawking. After Wu Zhishang headed upstairs, the person Lin Ran least wanted to see showed up. Lu Rushue and Hua Haney stepped in front of his car door. Lu Rushue's eyes were puffy and red. Hua Haney looked righteously furious on the surface, but what was really on his mind was impossible to read. Choking up, Lu Rushue said, Lin Ran, you finally came back to school. Get lost, Lin Ran said coldly. He'd gotten hurt last time because of Lu Rushue, and he still hadn't fully recovered. Not again. Wang Bao got out of the car with the driver, and the moment they saw Lu Rushue, it was like an alarm bell went off. They both tensed up. Last time he botched a report and got Lin Ran hurt. If Lin Ran hadn't spoken up for him, he'd probably be dead or crippled by now. This time, no matter what, he had to keep Lin Ran safe. Lin Ran shot him a look, and Wang Bao stopped in his tracks. Brother Lin Ran, Lu Rushue said, someone came today to demand money. He said I owe him $1 million. I couldn't find you anywhere. Lin Ran nodded. That's right. I already transferred the debt. Lu Rushue could hardly believe it was real. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Don't you know how terrifying that guy is? It feels like if I don't pay, he'll kill me. Lin Ran was laughing to himself, but his words were even crueler. Lu Rushue, that money is yours to pay in the first place. And stop coming to me. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. And just so you know, I'd rather watch you get used up till it kills you. Lu Rushue took a step back. Tears fell like a snapped string of beads, and she cried with a delicate, rain-soaked look that made a bunch of younger male students watching turn red with anger. So what if he's rich? Just because he's loaded, he thinks he can bully such a cute, gorgeous upperclassman? They couldn't make out what Lu Rushue and Lin Ran were saying, but they could see their gestures. From the visuals alone, Lin Ran really did look like the kind of scumbag who bullies girls. Hua Haney said, yeah, Rushue, since you're the one who smashed the car, you do have to pay. Brother Lin Ran's already made up his mind you're paying. Even if you take it to court, you won't win. Better figure out a way to scrape the money together. As she finished, she snuck a glance at Lin Ran, her eyes loaded with hints. Lu Rushue was too shocked to speak, and even Lin Ran was startled by Hua Haney's words. Who was Hua Haney? Normally, she looked down on Lin Ran, always dripping sarcasm or cussing him out. And now she was speaking up for him. Can you believe that? Lin Ran didn't give a damn what she was thinking. All he wanted was to find a chance to toy with Lu Rushue and be done with her. Brother Dao had already come around to collect. Lu Rushue couldn't scrape together the cash, and the days ahead were going to be rough for her. You don't want to pay? Then don't. The interest will keep snowballing. When the day comes you can't take it anymore, let us see how high and mighty you act then. Tears streamed down Lu Rushue's face. Lin Ran, I know you're still mad. I was wrong, okay? Don't let $1 million ruin what we have. I still love you. Her words left Lin Ran thunderstruck and dumbfounded. Lu Rushue, what makes you think you're worth $1 million? In my eyes, you're not even worth 100. Don't come looking for me again. And don't talk about love, it makes me sick. With that, he left her there and got into the car. Wang Bao stepped in to stop Lu Rushua, and she shouted after Lin Ran, I know you're still mad. It's fine if you don't forgive me. You chased me for years, I can chase you back. And even if you want to talk to me for now, you should still go home and see your uncle and the family. They really miss you. That made Lin Ran jolt. Last thing he wanted was Lu Rushua hovering around him. Will you ever quit? The Lin family has jack shit to do with me. You come looking for me again, and I'll have someone beat you so bad you'll be seeing stars around the clock. What a damn downer. Lin Ran really did feel cursed of all people. Hua Haney shook his head. I did misjudge last time, but now I'm sure he has given up on you. Rushua, stop being so stubborn. The Lin Ran you see now isn't someone you can butter up whenever you feel like it. Lu Rushua broke down, sobbing her heart out. But I've realized I've fallen in love with him. What am I supposed to do? I want to be with him. It's really not about his money, I just want to save what we had. Hua Haney's face was full of contempt. When he was broke, you looked down on him and kept him on the hook. Now that he is rich, you come running, saying you love him and swearing at isn't about the money. Then what is it? Is it really love? Lin Ran didn't notice that someone in the women's dorm was quietly watching him, her eyes full of resolve. He didn't go back to the estate, he headed straight to the office. Since he was already out, he figured he'd check in first, then go pick up Luo Yao after work. He arrived just as Zhang Xiaolong was doing his fourth stream of the day. Ever since he walked out of the precinct, he has been endlessly grateful to Lin Ran and only wants to repay him with hard work. He has been grinding so hard his daily streams jumped from 3 to 6. His fan base is growing steadily, but Lin Ran told him not to push himself too far. Hard work is part of the path to success, but it's not the only one. All Zhang Xiaolong needs now is a break, and that break is his to seize. Lin Ran just has to wait it out. As for Zhang Xiaolong's parents, one is under investigation and may be looking at prison time, the other has been sent to a rehab center. And what awaits them there is an ordeal. Boss Wang, implicated in human trafficking, is also awaiting trial. With Su Kai handling things, Lin Ran felt completely at ease. There wasn't much going on at the company anyway. After a quick look around, Lin Ran was about to head out. The elevator doors slid open, and he ran into Zhang Xiaowan, who had come to visit Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaowan had been chronically undernourished, her whole frame thin and frail. Coupled with her family situation, she was a bit withdrawn. The first time she saw Lin Ran, she instinctively edged away, unable to meet his gaze, but still murmured, "Hi, senior." Lin Ran stepped into the elevator, turned back with a smile, and said, "Hey, here to see your brother? Go on, you've got a good brother." Zhang Xiaowan nodded. "Yeah, my brother really used to be my only hope. I love him." As soon as she said it, she looked up and the elevator doors had already closed. Zhang Xiaowan stood there for a moment, then spoke softly. "Thank you, Senior Lin Ran. You're my hope too." At the Luo Group's headquarters, Lin Ran walked into the lobby and a security guard came right up to him. "Sir, are you here to see President Luo?" the guard asked. Lin Ran recognized him at a glance, the same guard from before, the one who did his job pretty well, and nodded with a smile. He pressed his finger on the scanner, and the guard promptly hit the elevator button for him. When the elevator reached the 88th floor, the assistants kept darting into the hallway to sneak a look. They'd been working out at the estate for days on, and they hadn't spoken much with Lin Ran, but they all knew he was close to President Luo. They just couldn't tell whether he was the boyfriend or a pampered little sidekick. Right then, Luo Yao was on the phone in her office. She heard the knock, called, "Come in," and only then saw Lin Ran walk in. Luo Yao's eyes lit up before she even hung up. She launched herself into Lin Ran's arms. "What are you doing here?" "Came to pick up my wife from work." Luo Yao smiled and nodded. "Okay, then wait for me a sec." She picked the phone back up, said a few things to the person on the other end, and hung up. Then she burrowed back into Lin Ran's arms, her face brimming with happiness. Cooing, Luo Yao said, "Hey Ran, it's still early. Can we play the boss and secretary game a little longer?" Gazing at her indulgently, Lin Ran said, "Did your brain short out? The second you see me, you want to do that? You do realize I'm still sick, right?" Aggrieved, Luo Yao protested, "But back in the garden yesterday, nothing about the way you moved looked like you were sick." "Ran, hubby, please. Is that okay? Will you?" Lin Ran stared at Luo Yao in shock, thinking, Since when did this little devil get so good at acting cute? Okay. Fine. I promise. Luo Yao handed Lin Ren a pair of bracelets. Lin Ren froze, baffled. So now you're flipping the script on me? While Lin Ren and Luo Yao were in the middle of role play, attorney Su Kai, acting under Lin Ran's authorization, convened a shareholders meeting of Saran Group. Chairman Lin Tianba showed up sick. There was no getting around it whether he liked it or not. Lin Tianba couldn't dodge it, and dodging it wouldn't have helped anyway. At the meeting, Su Kai, as the proxy for the largest shareholder, announced the sale of 30% of Saran's equity. Lin Tianba immediately voted against it. During the meeting, he publicly cursed Lin Ran as an ungrateful son, saying this was a family matter that shouldn't be dragged into a shareholders meeting. Su Kai promptly produced the paperwork showing Lin Ran had severed ties with Lin Tianba. The shareholders were stunned, and the momentum in the room quickly swung to one side. These shareholders were seasoned operators who only cared about profit. Even if Lin Tianba voted no, nobody cared. The rest cast their votes in favor. In the end, everyone except Lin Tianba agreed. Lin Ran's shares were officially put on the block at a market valuation of 800 million yuan, open to any interested bidder, leaving Lin Tianba no time to catch his breath. Many shareholders couldn't wait and were getting ready to approach Su Kai to negotiate once they got their hands on Lin Ran's stake. They wouldn't hesitate to boot Lin Tianba out of the chairman's seat. In the past, father and son together held 51%. Even if all the other shareholders banded together, they still couldn't wrest control. Now that the two had fallen out, whether or not Lin Ran's shares ultimately got acquired, as long as a few shareholders could be rallied into a block, there was hope of kicking Lin Tianba out. And if they managed to secure Lin Ran's shares, their position would be even stronger. They'd long been sick of Lin Tianba throwing his weight around. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Not a single shareholder could figure out why Lin Tianba had fallen out with Lin Ran. A son like that is practically a walking gold mine, for crying out loud. If Lin Ran were their kid, they'd treat him like a treasure and give him anything he wanted. But Lin Tianba somehow managed to trash a winning hand without his son. What is he exactly? To put it bluntly, the company was his son's to begin with. He was only sitting in the chairman's seat on the strength of his son's connections. Back when Lin Ran's mother was still alive, the company had nothing to do with Lin Tianba, right? What he was doing now wasn't just foolish, it was beyond stupid. As soon as the shareholders' meeting ended, Su Kai left Saran Group. All he had to do next was wait quietly for the person who was bound to show up. Sure enough, that night Lin Tianba asked to meet. At Su Kai's law firm, Lin Tianba put his sincerity on the table. Mr. Su, I've got no problem taking Lin Ran's shares. It's just that 800 million is a bit steep. We're father and son. After all, there ought to be a family discount. I think 100 million is enough. Su Kai almost sprayed his tea. He already knew what kind of man Lin Tianba was, but he still underestimated how low the man could go. Chairman Lin, you sure know how to crack a joke. Actually, Lin Ran made it very clear. The shares can go to you, seeing as you used to be his father. That genuinely delighted Lin Tianba. Are you serious? It's real, Su Kai nodded. But your offer has to be 20% higher than anyone else's, that's 1 billion. Lin Tianba nearly fell out of his chair. How much? 1 billion? Why doesn't he just go rob a bank? Lin Ran already said it. Others are offering 800 million, you have to add 20%. Lin Tianba drew a breath and pushed back. Isn't 20% supposed to be 960 million? Su Kai let out a cold laugh. Didn't he expect your math to be that sharp, Chairman Lin? But Lin Ran also said that for you. That 20% means 200 million. If you don't like it, you can walk away from the deal. Lin Tiandu was so furious he wanted to curse. If you want a billion, just say it. Don't try to fob me off with giving him 20% is 200 million. That's downright insulting. I don't have that kind of money. Even if I emptied everything I've got, I still couldn't scrape together that much. Su Kai said, Mr. Lin, I've already thought this through for you. You can take out a loan, use Saran Group's shares as collateral. Lin Tianba frowned. I don't have that authority, and the shareholders won't agree. Su Kai went on, count Mr. Lin Ran's shares too, and you'll have 51%. Just take the pre-sale contract to the bank. I've got an old friend there who should be willing to do the deal. Lin Tianba fell silent for a long time, not daring to say a word. Right now he was practically wiped out, and still owed brother Dao 100 million if he went to the bank for another loan, assuming he even got it. Could he really pay it back? Would even the slightest hiccup in the company's operations end up being the last straw that breaks the camel's back? Su Kai said, Chairman Lin, a lot of things come down to betting on luck. You don't want to lose your say over Saran Group, do you? Resolve slowly settled in Lin Tianba's eyes. Thinking about the road the company had to take next, he gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll do it. As soon as he said it, he and Su Kai signed the pre-sale contract. His hands were shaking badly as he signed. Those shares had been his to begin with, yet now he had to buy them back with hard cash and at a premium. Going the loan and buyback route meant that when it came time to repay, it wasn't just a simple 1 billion, he'd also be staring down hefty interest. That little bastard Lin Ran, why couldn't he just transfer the stake to him unconditionally? Leaving the law firm, Lin Tianba felt like he'd aged 10 years in an instant. Early the next morning, people from the bank came to see him. With the pre-sale contract in hand, and using his 51% equity as collateral, they applied for a loan the bank ultimately assessed and approved a credit line of 800 million. Lin Tianba went to Su Kai again with the bank-approved loan contract, but Su Kai flat out said, if it's under 1 billion, don't bother talking. With no choice, Lin Tianba went back to the Lin household and called another family meeting. Lu Yuemei was stunned on the spot when she heard the news, and even Lin Jian cried out in shock. There's really no other way, Lin Tianba said. But don't worry too much. Our new development is about to open for sales, and word is the government plans to put a school next door, which will push prices up at least 20%. This time the company will be able to recoup at least 1 billion in cash. If I hold 51% of the shares, the dividend will be 500 million. As long as we get through this, even if we pay some interest, we'll still come out ahead. Once the project officially goes on sale, there's plenty more profit to come. But if we don't take those shares back, then whether or not Lin Ran ends up selling his stake, we'll still have to fork over a massive dividend, and given how things stand between him and the family, that ungrateful punk sure as hell won't part with that money. So we have to secure the equity, no matter what. Only after he finished did Lu Yuemei understand why Lin Tianba was so dead set on reclaiming Lin Ran's shares. At the thought of that kid walking away with such a big dividend, both Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian couldn't help but frown. Lin Tianba wasn't exaggerating. The cash recouped this time really could hit that figure, and this is the biggest, most critical project Su Ran Group has taken on to date. Honey, can we really count on that? Lu Yuemei grew anxious. Is there really no other way? Like going to Rand and making him hand over his shares to us, no strings attached? Lin Tianba shook his head. He won't even agree to see us right now. There's nothing we can do about that. We need to figure out how to scrape the money together. But the bank only approved 800 million, Lin Jian blurted. We're still 200 million short. Where are we going to find that? Lin Tianba took a deep breath and said, Yuemei, go to your folks and ask around. See if they can help us unload these properties. Lu Yuemei hesitated, frowning. Lin Tianba went on. As long as they're willing to put up cash, any amount works. I'll pay 20% interest that's steeper than regular lenders. I'll give it a try, honey, Lu Yuemei said. Even if my family is willing to help, they won't be able to pull together much. What do we do about the rest? As for the real estate, I still have a car I haven't sold, and this villa, let's sell it all. We'll move somewhere else for now. Once the development goes into pre-sales, we can move back soon. Dad, Lin Jian shouted. I've saved up a bit over the years. It's not much, maybe a few 100,000. I'll give it all to you. Moved to tears, Lin Tianba said. You're truly my good son. Once we get through this, I'll pay you back 10, 100 times over. The Saran Group will be yours to inherit when the time comes. Lin Jian and Lu Yuemei's eyes both lit up. At last, all these years were paying off. And what about my brother? Lin Jian added. He's your son too. Don't bring up that ungrateful brat, Lin Tianba snorted. If he ever goes back to the way he used to be, the most I'll give him is 1% enough for him to live on. For now, he gets nothing. Dad, thank you, Lin Jian said. We're family, we stick together. Lin Tianba threw an arm around his wife, and with the other pulled his son close. You only see who is true after you've weathered the storm. Once this blows over, Our family's bond will be even stronger. Hearing Lin Tianba's promise, mother and son both felt genuinely heartened. Lu Yuemei tugged Lin Jian aside to speak in private. Jian, take out that card. This time we have to help your father. Lin Jian hesitated, his voice dropping. But, Lu Yuemei said coolly, stop hesitating. This is the critical moment. If we step in now, your dad will trust us more. Once this storm blows over, you could take over the company, by then you'll be the chairman. Lin Jian nodded. All right, let us do it. Lu Yuemei went home again, and after she laid everything out, the Lu family was deeply shaken. Her mother was furious and tore into her the moment she walked in. You couldn't even keep that little bastard Lin Ran in line, and now look at the mess you've made. All those tricks I taught you, did you use any of them? Lu Yuemei replied, I did. He used to be pretty obedient, never showed any problems all these years. I honestly didn't expect him to suddenly turn like this lately. Mom, talking about this now is useless. Lin Ran has made up his mind to cut ties with the Lin family. Without this money, he won't get through it. Her mother snapped, we don't have money. Her father wore that frustrated, disappointed look, while Lu Ritian only frowned and kept silent. Lu Yuemei didn't get angry. Instead, she lifted her chin and said, proud as ever. Anyway, Lin Tianba has already said that if you help this time, you'll get at least 15% interest. Plus, the new development is about to go on pre-sale. The cash coming back should hit $1 billion. The opportunity is right in front of you. Since you don't have the money, forget it. I won't twist anyone's arm. I've saved up over the years, and I'm planning to put it all in to help Lin Tianba ride out this rough patch. I'll only come out ahead. When I'm flush, don't come crying to me about being broke. I've quietly helped this family plenty over the years. The house you live in, the food on your table, the clothes on your backs, which of those didn't come from me? Even Rushua's school admission was secured because Lin Tianba donated a dorm building. From now on, don't come to me for anything. Once my son takes over Saran Group, I still won't be lifting a finger for you. With that, Lu Yuemei turned to leave, and her father and mother were instantly alarmed. What did you just say? Xiaojian is going to inherit the Saran Group. Lu Yuemei gave a cold laugh. What has that got to do with you? Since you won't help me and my son, we'll just rely on ourselves. Lu Ritian hurried to stop her. Sis, don't talk nonsense. When did we ever say we wouldn't help you and Xiaojian? Father and Mother Lu quickly chimed in. Exactly. You've gotten such a temper as you've grown. We were just anxious. 15% interest, right? We'll put up the money. Lu Rushua kept quiet, lost in her own thoughts. The Lu family scraped together a little over 3 million and handed it all to Lu Yuemei on the spot. She sneered inwardly, but still said thank you, then walked off with the family's entire savings. Once she left, Lu Ritian finally turned to Lu Rushua. Rushua, after Lin Ran sells those shares, you need to land him and get him to treat that money as the bride price. That's the only way he'll marry you. 1 billion enough to turn the Lu family into real tycoons. Lu Rushua started to say something, but held it back. She nodded. Got it. With $1 billion within reach, she had no choice but to keep chasing Lin Ran. Lu Ritian remarked, if we'd known it would turn out like this, we should you treated Lin Ran better back then. Maybe the Saran Group shares would already be ours. His father grumbled, it's all Lin Tianba's fault. All these years, and he never said a word. Turns out Lin Ran actually has a 30% stake. Unbelievable. His mother said hopefully, Rushua, my dear granddaughter, whether our family becomes billionaires depends on you. Lu Rushua sighed. But I feel like Lin Ran doesn't really like me anymore. Grandma Lu flared up at once. What kind of nonsense is that? He's not the Lin Ran he used to be. He's sitting on nearly $1 billion now. You've got to lock him down. Honestly, as a girl you've got plenty of tricks up your sleeve. That little bastard Lin Ran would be utterly devoted to you with just a wave of your hand. Lu Rushua didn't dare talk back. For the sake of the love she carried in her heart, she had no choice but to take the initiative and pursue Lin Ran. She couldn't let anyone else swoop in and take advantage. Once she made up her mind, Lu Rushua felt her fighting spirit ignite, and she was brimming with drive again. After Lu Yuemei returned to the Lin household, she pulled out a full 55 million in cash and handed it to Lin Tianba. The sight of that much hard cash made him jump. All these years he never imagined the Lu family had that kind of savings. Louis Wei explained they'd been investing and made a good chunk of money. Lin Tianba still had his doubts, but he didn't dwell on it. As long as the money was in place, where it came from didn't matter. Seeing Lin Tianba pocket the cash, Louis Wei and Lin Jian were over the moon, already dreaming about the life ahead. Mother and son had finally made it through the worst. Lin Tianba moved fast. He offloaded the villa that very day, sold off the cars under his name the next, then borrowed more from a few business friends, finally scraping together 200 million. Then they went to see Su Kai, wired the 200 million over, and the remaining 800 million the bank sent straight to Lin Ran. It was an equity acquisition loan, so the funds had to land in Lin Ran's account, the same way a home loan goes straight to the developer. There was nothing Lin Tianba could do about that. In the end, they acquired 30% of Lin Ran's shares, and everything was settled. Lin Ran and the Lin family had absolutely nothing to do with each other anymore. Lin Tianba moved the whole family into a storage room at the company to stay for the time being. The maids and servants were let go, the luxury cars and mansion were all gone. With the outside debts plus the 100 million owed to Brother Dao, the liabilities were pushing close to $1 billion. What they got in exchange was 51% control of the company. Life was tough for now, but the Lin family was all smiles after all. The Lin family now stood for the entire Saran group. The joy of the moment easily outweighed that brief spell of being down and out. Saran Group got its name by combining Lin Ran's mother's surname with his given name. If Lin Tianba weren't afraid a name change would hurt sales on the new development, he'd have switched it already. Another day went by, and the Lin family members who'd gotten their original figures back were all busy with their own affairs. Meanwhile, Lin Ran received a full 1 billion yuan in funding. Without a second thought, he registered a real estate company, though for now it was just an empty shell. Next, he planned to drag the entire Lin family into a fall they could never recover from. Today, Lin Ran went back to school for classes. Without Luo Yao around, it was boring as hell. If he didn't go to class, he had nowhere to be, and the company didn't need him yet. After class, Lin Ran was about to head back to the manor when he ran straight into Lin Jian. At that moment, Lin Jian was riding high, practically radiating confidence. Wu Zhishang had known for a while that Lin Ran had severed ties with the Lin family, and he was indignant on his bro's behalf over what they'd done. So Wu wasn't giving Lin Jian any courtesy and hated the entire Lin clan with a passion. He once thought Lin Ran was merely sidelined at home. Only recently did he realize it had been outright abuse, silent treatment, and gaslighting. Lin Ran sneered. A good dog knows to get out of the way. Wu Zhishang shot back, and a good pig doesn't make it worse. Lin Jian blurted, "Bro, what's wrong? Why are you talking to me like this? I'm your little brother." Lin Ran scoffed. "Then go tell the whole school you're my little brother, and while you're at it, spell out everything I went through in the Lin household." Of course Lin Jian didn't dare. Everyone knew he was the Lin family's young master. If people found out he had an older brother like Lin Ran, wouldn't that be a slap in his own face? Most of all, he lived every day in luxury, playing the role of a rich heir, while his brother worked for a living, scraping by worse than a dog. How was he supposed to save face? "Brother, all my fault. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you brother at school and annoyed you. And I shouldn't have even shown up in front of you. It's just because Dad misses you. He wants you to find some time to come back to the Lin house. If you're willing to kneel down and apologize to Dad with a kowtow and give back the money you got from selling your shares, Dad will forgive you." Here we go again. Lin Ran, say one more word like that, and I'll beat you so bad you'll see stars both day and night. Lin Jian took a step back, fear written all over his face, but suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "If you've got the guts, then hit me. Just wait for the school to deal with you." "I was wrong, brother. It's just that on the first day of school, you caused a scandal at the school gate that disgraced our family's reputation." Dad was furious. "He sent me to find out exactly what your relationship is with that woman. If possible, I want to visit that woman myself, on behalf of Dad. I'll make sure she gives you a proper explanation." Lin Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. In his past life, the moment Lin Ran had accidentally laid eyes on Luo Yao, he couldn't wait to go find her. Of course, he wouldn't let Lin Jian take that kind of risk. Back then, Lin Ran had wanted to protect his younger brother. Now though, this seemed a bit strange. Could it be this brat actually liked Luo Yao? If that were the case, things were about to get interesting. Should he set up a meeting between the two? Let Luo Yao give Lin Jian a real lesson he'd never forget? No, better not drag her into this. No one was getting near his future wife. He still remembered how, in his previous life, when Luo Yao wanted to kill her own family, he had begged on his knees to spare them. He'd even agreed to some of her demands back then, things he hadn't even been able to say out loud at the time. God, I really was a total pushover. Lin Jian, drop that act. My business is none of your concern. Lin Jian, but we're family. We share the same father. I'm your real younger brother. Lin Ran. Is that so? Then I won to hold back. Lin Jian thought Lin Ran had finally given in, his face lighting up with joy only to be hit square in the face by Lin Ran's fist the very next second. Where did I ever say that? If you say it one more time, I'm gonna beat you so bad you'll see stars and lose track of day and night. Wu Zhishang didn't hesitate. As soon as he saw the situation, he rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of mixed martial arts moves, instantly drawing everyone's attention in the classroom. No one had a clue what was being said between them, and now everyone looked completely confused. Wu Zhishang shouted at the top of his lungs. Lin Jian from the art department came here to stir up trouble, saying our finance department is all trash. Guys, let us go. In an instant, the large classroom turned into a brutal brawl. Lin Jian was beaten so badly, he completely blacked out. Afterward, everyone insisted they should take collective responsibility, but Lin Ran alone forcefully refused. He had no intention of letting this family shame spill outside, especially not yet. He was waiting for the moment when Lin Jian would be at his most arrogant, and then he'd deliver the fatal blow. And that day, he suspected, wouldn't he be far off. Lin Tianba received a call from the school, and together with Lu Yumei, they rushed to campus immediately. This was outrageous. How dare someone lay a hand on his son? Just 10 minutes earlier, Luo Yao had received a phone call. Babe, I got into a fight. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Luo Yao immediately tensed up. Although she had once hurt Lin Ran herself, no one else could touch him, not even a little. Lin Ran said, my hand hurts a bit. Can you come help me out? The school is calling parents, and only you can come. When Lin Ran said those words, I only have you, it struck a deep chord in her heart. She immediately blurted out, okay. Not long after, Luo Yao arrived first at the principal's office. This wasn't a small matter after all, it was a group beating. As soon as she walked in, the principal nearly jumped out of his seat. Oh my goodness. Ms. Luo, you actually came in person? Principal Tang, how many scholarships does my Luo group fund every year? How many buildings on campus were constructed with my money? And how many research teams have I sponsored to be here? Principal Tang was visibly dazed, staring at Luo Yao's furious face, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. She was not someone you messed with. Even the director of the Education Bureau would be bowing and scraping if he were sitting here. President Luo, just say the word. If I, Tang, have done anything wrong, I'm willing to bring the entire staff to apologize to you. Luo Yao shot back, furious. After everything I've done, was it just so you could stand there and watch someone bully my husband? Updates will drop morning and night. For everyone who has added this to your bookshelf, I'll keep them coming. Read with confidence. Principal Tang jumped back and frightened over 60. His body couldn't take that kind of scare. Excuse me, what did you say? Luo Yao yelled at him. Livid, my husband was beaten up at school. If he is hurt, your school can forget about staying open. Only then did Principal Tang realize he hadn't misheard. Flustered, he hurried to ask. May I ask, when did your husband come to our school? Luo Yao slapped the table and said sharply, he is a student at this school. Principal Tang was stunned on the spot. In his 60-odd years, he'd never been so upended by the way the world worked that he was left speechless. Then where is your husband now? The discipline office. He is there, Luo Yao said. If any of you dare make things hard for my husband, I won't mind swapping out the principal to handle this. Principal Tang immediately stammered an apology. No, that won't happen. We'll go take care of this right away. In the discipline office, the director looked at Lin Ran and Lin Jian with a bit of a headache. Lin Ran was an excellent student, well known on campus and liked by many. Lin Jian was the heir to Saran Group. He wasn't someone you wanted to cross, either. Now this was a real dilemma. Just then, A commotion sounded outside the door. Which little punk dared to hit Jian? I'll beat him to a pulp. Honey, don't rush. I'm sure Ran didn't mean it. If he is willing to kneel and kowtow and apologize, don't hit him too hard. They hadn't even arrived yet, but their bluster got there first. Lin Ran pulled a retching face. The office door was kicked open with a bang. Lin Tianba instantly put on a stern face, while Lu Yuemei looked furious that he just wouldn't shape up. The moment they walked in, they saw Lin Ran standing there gloating, and Lu Yuemei frowned. Ran, where's your brother? No matter what, you can't just hit people. This is on me as your mother for not keeping an eye on you too. Lin Ran sneered. Shut up. If killing weren't illegal, you'd have died back in Chapter 7. Lu Yuemei looked utterly disappointed, then turned and saw Lin Jian with his face swollen like a pig's head, with Lin Ran beside him still gloating. Lu Yuemei let out a little yelp and rushed over to touch Lin Jian's face. Son, what happened to you, son? That's a mother for you. Beaten up like that, and she still recognized him at a glance. Still, Lin Ran had to hand it to Lin Jian after getting worked over like that. He could still stand there and come tattle if it were Lin Ran. He'd already be at the ER. Lin Jian could barely stay on his feet, sobbing as he spoke. Mom, it's my fault. I don't blame my brother sob. Lu Yuemei was truly livid. She'd never seen anyone dare beat her son like this. She looked up and glared at Lin Ran, blurting out, You little bastard, how dare you hit Jian? Lin Ran snorted. Now that's more like it. A homewrecker pretending to be cultured. If you're gonna curse, just curse. You Ran. If you kneel and kowtow and apologize to your brother, I'll consider talking your dad into bringing you back into the Lin family. After all, you're my son too. The dean of students standing nearby just stared, slack-jawed. So they really were one family. How had no one realized Lin Jian and Lin Ran were blood brothers? If they were all Lins, why did Lin Ran look like he'd been out hustling on his own this whole time? Lin Tianba looked at Lin Jian, aching with pity while forcing down his anger. Lin Ran, as long as you're willing to return the money from those shares to your father, I'll give you one chance to kneel, kowtow, and be my son. That bombshell was insane fucking explosive. Right then, Lin Ran felt his whole worldview blow to pieces. What the hell are you even talking about? Who the hell do you think you are? Want me to pull out the agreement severing our relationship? A lawyer was there to witness it. Lin Tianba, fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'm going to enforce some family discipline today. As he said it, he casually pulled off his Seven Wolves belt. Just then, the dean of students snapped, cutting him off. Sir, watch your behavior. Laying hands on someone is illegal. Lu Yuemei chimed in. Teacher, Lin Ran is our child. It's understandable for his father to discipline him. How does that count as hitting someone? The dean of students was fuming. Is Lin Ran really your son? Lin Tianba, Lu Yuemei. Yes. Lin Ran. Teacher, I have nothing to do with them. Please protect me. The dean of students nodded. Don't worry. With us here, no one gets to hurt you. Then, face tight with anger, he laid into Lin Tianba. The results aren't even out yet. And even when they are, whether Lin Ran is right or wrong, you still don't get to use force. Not unless you step over my dead body first. Lin Tianba shouted, Shut up. Who the hell do you think you are? Don't you know the faculty housing was donated by me? The dean froze, then his brow furrowed. Lin Tianba, smug, made as if to strike. Lin Ran said coldly, You lay a hand on me, and I'll kill you. Lin Tianba yelled. Oh, you little punk, today, I'll show you what your old man can do. I'll beat you to death. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, Ow. A commanding voice rang out, and then a breathtaking woman walked into the office, with Principal Tang right behind her. The dean of students finally let out a breath. Principal, you're finally here. Principal Tang gave a slight nod. Lin Tianba froze for a moment when he saw Luo Yao, then jogged forward, face full of flattery. Hey, President Luo, I'm Lin Tianba, from Saran Group. Scram. Lin Tianba blinked, then obediently backed off. Luo Yao strolled up to Lin Ran and began to look him over carefully. She worried the wounds he hadn't fully healed from these past few days might split open. Lin Ran smiled, patted her head, and said, It's nothing. Don't worry. That simple gesture left the principal who'd come along staring. Stunned, he hadn't expected the person Luo Yao was talking about to be Lin Ran. The staff from the dean's office were shocked too. They didn't know who Luo Yao was, but the fact that even the principal had to keep to the back already showed she was anything but ordinary. Lin Tianba looked even more dumbfounded, his jaw dropping so wide it looked like you could fit an egg in there. Lin Jian fixed the woman with a cold, sinister stare. Lu Yueme glanced at Lin Jian, then at Lin Tianba, and finally at Luo Yao, her expression clearly calculating. Once she was sure Lin Ran was fine, Luo Yao turned and leveled a frigid stare at Lin Jian. Seeing Luo Yao made Lin Jian jolt. He straightened at once, trying hard to look poised, even though his face was still bruised and swollen. He smoothed away that venomous look and replaced it with something almost shy. Hi, I'm Lin Jian. Luo Yao said coolly. Lin Jian, I remember you got in here by pulling strings, right? In the past, Luo Yao might not have been so decisive. She hadn't known how much Lin Ran cared about the Lin family. But now, she realized Lin Ran really didn't seem to care about that family anymore. Not even a hint of it being an act, so she planned to be harsher with the Lin family. Lin Jian stepped back, struggling to believe what was happening right in front of him. He'd already heard about her from Lin Tianba. He knew exactly who this woman was. Miss Luo, what exactly is going on here? Luo Yao lifted her foot and gave Lin Jian a kick with her high heel. He was already off balance, so he crashed to the ground right away. You actually dare to talk to me? Lin Ran sighed. Truthfully, he didn't want Luo Yao to meet the Lin family at all. If he had to endure their disgusting behavior himself, that was fine, but there was no way he'd let his wife suffer this kind of humiliation. Today had really been unavoidable. To be honest, Lin Jian had just asked for it back then. Lu Yumei immediately flew into a rage. Who the hell are you? Why did you hit my son? I'll kill you, you dirty bitch. You dare provoke the Lin family? You're finished. I'll ruin you financially. Uffed. Lin Ran almost couldn't hold back a laugh. What the hell was she even saying? Trying to bankrupt Luo Yao? Was she insane, or was he hallucinating? Even Lin Tianba was taken aback. He hadn't expected his wife to be this fierce. He quickly tried to smooth things over. President Luo, sometimes women just don't know any better. Please don't take it seriously. Luo Yao shot him a cold glare. Do you really think you still have the right to speak to me? So you're from the Lin family? Were you the ones who bullied my Ran all those years ago? Hearing that, Lin Tianba felt like he'd fallen into an icy abyss, a chill running through his entire body. Did she just say Ran? Forgive me for asking, President Luo, but what exactly is your relationship with this my son, Lin Ran? Luo Yao sneered. You dare call him your son? How do you even have the nerve to say that? Then she turned tenderly toward Lin Ran and asked softly, Honey, how do you want to deal with this old bastard? Honey? Everyone was stunned, Lin Ran himself included. He hadn't expected Luo Yao to reveal their relationship so openly, in public no less. So she never cared about making our relationship official? Guess I was just being paranoid before. Seeing that Luo Yao was about to lose her temper, Lin Ran quickly stepped forward, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and said, Don't worry. I'll handle it. When Lin Jian saw this, his jealousy instantly turned into pure hatred. Lin Ran said calmly, Chairman Lin, I won't dwell on the past today. What happened to your son was entirely his own doing. I can't be blamed for that. And if you're looking for revenge, I'll be more than happy to oblige any time. After he finished, he turned to Luo Yao with a smile and said, Yao Yao, don't think about expelling him. He may be kind of a jerk, but every student deserves a chance, don't you think? Luo Yao frowned. Are you sure? Deep down, she actually wanted to have that whole group rounded up and locked away for life. Lin Ran nodded, his gaze soft as he looked at her. He added, just to reiterate, husband is more of a feeling than a title. Luo Yao looked into Lin Ran's eyes, felt a sudden flutter, rose up on tiptoe, and kissed him, not caring who was watching. Everyone's eyes went wide. When the kiss ended, she said, I'll go with Aaron. She turned and fixed Principal Tang with a hard stare. Remember this, if anyone at this school bullies Aaron again, I'll have your school torn down. Principal Tang bobbed his head, only now realizing just how powerful Lin Ran's background was. Luo Yao took Lin Ran by the hand and left, and the whole time Lin Tianba and his crew didn't dare make a peep. Once the two were gone, Lu Yueme finally came to and shouted, Honey, how could you just let them walk? Did Jian take that beating for nothing? Lin Tianba shot her a cold look. You foolish woman, you're going to ruin the Lin family sooner or later. Do you even know who that woman was? She is forget it. Not now. Just come home with me. Though disgruntled and bitter, Lu Yueme still followed Lin Tianba, and of course Lin Jian was taken along too. Only then did the dean speak up. Principal, who exactly was that woman who just took Lin ran away? Principal Tang snapped out of his shock as well. Luo Yao? The instructor gaped and blurted, who? Which Luo Yao? The principal gave him a look and said, the one you all know, the person who tops the Forbes list but never shows her face, and the donor behind our school's scholarships, Luo Yao. At that, the dean let out an oh my god and crumpled to the floor. Don't go running your mouth about this, or no one will be able to protect you. The dean of students nodded over and over. Relax, relax. I wouldn't dare. Lin ran and Luo Yao made their way to the parking lot. As soon as they got in the car, Luo Yao started aggressively ruffling his hair. It was the kind of small matter she could sent someone else to handle. But Luo Yao refused. She wanted to take care of Lin Ran's business herself. Ran, I'm so happy you're free of the Lin family. From now on, you're mine. Lin Ran said, I've always been yours. You didn't know? Luo Yao laughed. Then great, now I'm going to be yours. Lin Ran got out of the car a little disheveled. The luxury ride eased away, and the students passing by looked dumbfounded. Is Lin Ran actually a kept man? Who on earth has the nerve to turn the campus heartthrob into private property? Isn't the campus heartthrob supposed to belong to everyone? Leaving the parking lot, Lin Ran didn't respond to anyone. He also noticed he'd grown a much thicker skin. When he got to the company, Wu Zhishang was already there. The freshmen have only 3 days left of military training. Once it's over, it's the welcome party. The place looks empty right now, but soon it'll be crammed with newcomers and turn into a crowded, buzzing scene. The real estate company's paperwork is still being processed, probably a few more days. Once it's done, Lin Ran plans to pour the billion he just secured straight into a project. What Lin Ran hadn't expected was that Wu Zhishang's girlfriend, Zhao Miao, was at the company too, which made him pause. In his last life, Zhao Miao let him down right when Wu Zhishang needed comfort the most. Lin Ran never liked Zhao Miao to begin with. She had a male bestie, and because of that guy, Wu Zhishang would go through a lot of grief down the line. In his last life, Lin Ran wouldn't have stepped in between brothers. You urged them to make up, not break up. But this time, since he knew how it would end, Lin Ran had to make Wu Zhishang see Zhao Miao's true colors. He had no intention of trying to talk sense into Wu Zhishang face to face. It didn't feel appropriate, so he figured he'd wait for a chance to expose some dirt on Zhao Miao. Zhao Miao spotted Lin Ran too and thought well of him mainly because he was handsome. Hey Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled. Haha, long time no see. Wu Zhishang said, Lin, tomorrow's the weekend. My girlfriend's here to keep me company today. Want to grab dinner together? Lin Ran replied, I'm not playing third wheel. You two go enjoy your couple time. Just then, Zhao Miao spoke up. We're all friends. Let us all go. I'll invite my guy best friend too. We're all young, might as well get to know each other. Lin Ran perked up right away. He agreed on the spot. Sure. Half an hour later, with Zhao Miao leading the way, they arrived at a pretty upscale Western restaurant. The four of them settled into a private room and chatted. Wu Zhishang quietly told Lin Ran he and T mentioned that the two of them co-founded the company. He only said he was interning there. After Zhao Miao visited the company, she kept griping for a while, saying there was hardly anyone around and it didn't look legit. Wu Zhishang held his tongue. Lin Ran was reasonably satisfied with how Wu handled it. He figured the guy had some sense of propriety. The server brought the menus, and everyone was taken aback except Zhao Miao, who stayed perfectly composed. Wu Zhishang handed the menu to Zhao. She glanced it over and pointed at the picture of the top-grade steak. We'll have 4 of these. Wu Zhishang sneaked a look and saw 150 next to it. He figured that wasn't too bad. The server nodded. Certainly. We'll get that started for you. Before long, a server wheeled over a cart bearing a slab of beef laced with marbling. This is top-grade beef from New Zealand, he said. How thick would you like it sliced? Zhao Miao made a graceful gesture, and the server followed her cue, cutting it to about 2 fingers thick. Her guy best friend made a hand gesture too, while Wu Zhishang kept his brow knitted, sensing something was off. Lin Ran smiled, held up his palm, and said, Give each of us this much. The server set the sliced steaks on an electronic scale. For steaks come to 1 kilogram in total. That'll be 150,000 yuan. How would you like them cooked? Wu Zhishang froze for a second, while Lin Ran just kept smiling and stayed quiet. Zhao Miao's heart sank. She'd only looked at the pictures earlier and hadn't paid attention to the price. Wu had glanced at it, but only in passing. He hadn't really noticed the fine print that said 150 yuan per gram. Putting on a pitiful look, Zhao said to Wu, Zhishang, you don't mind spending the money, do you? Wu gave an awkward smile and said nothing. This wasn't about whether it hurt to spend, it was about whether he even had the money, period. So, folks, how done do you want your steaks? Lin Ran, medium well. With someone finally answering, Zhao chimed in, then I'll do medium. The guy best friend, medium for me too. Wu Zhishang sighed. Well done. Looked like he'd have to hit up Lin Ran to cover him for now. Hearing he wanted well done, Zhao and her guy best friend both wore a faintly mocking look. The guy best friend said, Meow meow, your boyfriend is something else. He's better off with braised beef. What a waste of a good steak. Because he was Zhao Miao's childhood friend and guy best friend, Wu could only swallow it. Zhao didn't stick up for him instead. She murmured, don't say that. My boyfriend just hasn't had much Western food, so it's normal. The guy best friend sighed. What a crying shame. Lin Ran couldn't help snapping back. You're really flexing over a steak? If you insist on medium, why not head to a cattle farm and gnaw on a cow's ass? The guy best friend went livid. Who the hell are you? How is what I said any of your business? Lin Ran shot back. And who the hell are you? Quit talking nonsense. Do you even realize you're basically a green arrow? Zhao Miao hurried to smooth things over. All right, it's just a steak. However you eat it, it's all the same. We're friends, let us not fight. Lin Ran sneered, fight? He's not even worth it. Her guy bestie shot to his feet and snapped. Who are you saying isn't worth it? Who do you think you are? Lin Ran pointed at him and cursed. Just talk properly. Quit flailing around, stop with that limp wrist, fancy pose, and try not to spray spit everywhere. Wu Zhishang and Zhao Miao took turns trying to calm him down, and only then did the guy bestie sit back down, still fuming. Miao, I'm leaving. You guys eat. Zhao Miao grabbed his hand, and after endless coaxing and cajoling, she got him back into his seat. Seeing them sit down hand in hand, Lin Ran frowned and kept quiet. Wu Zhishang didn't look too happy either. Zhao Miao said, this is my guy bestie, my closest friend. I just wanted everyone to get to know each other today. Can we all take a step back? The steaks came, and they started eating. After all, meat this pricey shouldn't go to waste. Partway through, Lin Ran finally learned the guy bestie's name was Lu Jian. When it came time to settle up, Wu Zhishang shot Lin Ran a look, and Lin Ran shot one back. Wu Zhishang said, we're done, lend me 150 grand. Lin Ran replied, I ate too. I'll cover what I ate, I'll cover what you ate, but I'm not paying for that green arrow. Have them pay their own. With no other choice, Wu Zhishang said, let us go Dutch on this one. I'll cover mine and Miao's, and Lin and Lu Jian can settle theirs. Lu Jian blew up on the spot, yelling at Zhao Miao. Miao, this is your boyfriend? He won't even treat your best friend to dinner without hemming and hawing. How could someone this stingy ever be good to you? Zhao Miao shot back, Zhishang, how can you be so out of line? You won't even pay for one meal? Wu Zhishang was stunned. You're my girlfriend, so I should treat you. But we only just met. Lu Jian, I'm not obligated to pay for him. Besides, didn't I already tell brother Lin to cover his own tab? Lu Jian sneered. I can tell this broke loser doesn't have a dime. Miao, a guy like that is never going to make you happy. With a sharp smack, Lin Ran slapped his phone onto the table. We're all broke. If you're the rich one, then you treat. Lu Jian hesitated for a second, then snapped back. And why would I treat you too? You both look broke to me. It's just paying a bill, right? My portion was at most 100 grams. I'll put down 15 grand. He pulled out his phone, and the server, quick as a whip, ran the charge for 15,000. Worried someone might dodge the bill, Lu Jian kept his eyes glued to the screen. He taunted, your turn, broke loser. Wu Zhishang frowned. By the math, it should be 37,500 per person. Lu Jian's face changed, and he immediately started arguing shamelessly. If you're broke, just say so. Where do you get 37,500 each from? Wu Zhishang looked around at everyone, his eyes saying, now what? Leave it to me, Lin Ran said. Smiling, He slapped a black card onto the table that was the card Luo Yao had given him. When he went out these days, Lin Ran spent Luo Yao's money. It made her happier. Server, put $1 million on this card. And remember, only charge it directly when I'm here with my friends. No one else. Lu Jin burst out laughing. Broke loser? You? You really have $1 million? The server hurried to run it, and a moment later the chime for a successful reload sounded. Not just Lu Jin, even Zhao Miao Miao froze in shock, staring at Lin Ran. Yes, actually this loaded? Why has Wu Zhishang never mentioned it to me? Lin Ran said. Broke loser. Now it's your turn to settle the rest. I loaded the card, but I'm not paying your bill. Lu Jin's face burned. Seething, he said, Meow meow, I'm out. I've had enough. Your two friends are way too full of themselves. Lu Jin bolted as soon as he finished talking, and Lin Ran didn't give it a second thought. Zhao Miao Miao, though, glanced at Wu Zhishang, then at Lu Jin sprinting off. She hesitated for a moment and still went after him. I'm gonna check on him. He's depressed, his mood's unstable. I'll be back in a bit. No sooner had she said it than she took off, leaving Wu Zhishang looking worried. Lin Ran thought to himself, depression? Sounds like a convenient excuse to textbook. He patted Wu's shoulder and said, I'm heading out. My wife's probably getting anxious. What is your plan? Wu Zhishang sighed. Lin, go on ahead. I'll wait a while. When I get a chance, I'll go visit your wife. I'll pay you back for dinner. Lin Ran mulled it over and nodded. One of his few real brothers. He really should meet her. No rush, Lin Ran said. If you want anything else, just order at the card's here anyway. As he finished, he wired 1 million straight into Wu Zhishang's account. Consider it in advance on your salary. Pay it back when you hit your targets. He didn't make it a gift because between brothers, you keep the book straight. Lin Ran could see how strapped Wu was. He honestly hadn't thought it through before and had overlooked Wu's financial situation. Wu Zhishang knew Lin Ran had just pocketed $1 billion. So he didn't refuse again, he simply promised he'd pay it back. Leaving the restaurant, Lin Ran made a call. 3 minutes later, Wang Bao pulled up to get him. When they reached the entrance of the Luo group, Lin Ran made another call. Soon, Luo Yao came out, climbed into the car, and threw herself into his arms. They headed home together. Back home, Lin Ran changed the dressing and didn't bother with bandages anymore. He figured there was no need. Credit where it's due, the private doctor at the estate was top-notch. On a regular person, it would taken at least a week to heal. While Lin Ran and Luo Yao were being all lovey-dovey at the estate, Wu Zhishang waited a long time, but still didn't see Zhao Miao Miao. He couldn't reach her by phone either. He only figured out what was going on when he saw her post a new update on her Moments feed. After seeing that message, Wu Zhishang felt like he plunged into an ice pit, struck dumb. He kept calling and texting Zhao Miao Miao, but everything went unanswered. It wasn't until a little after 1 in the morning that Zhao Miao Miao finally replied. Wu Zhishang's hands wouldn't stop shaking around his phone. He'd start typing, then stop, hesitating for a long time without hitting send. In the end, he deleted every word and changed it to Wu Zhishang. At a hotel, they went back and forth for a bit. No matter how he pressed, Zhao Miao Miao eventually caved and dropped him a pin, then went silent. Wu Zhishang swallowed his anger and rushed to the hotel, only for Zhao to say she'd already gone home. She even sent a few photos from her place. He stewed for quite a while before finally sending a message. He took a deep breath, about to light a cigarette, then looked around and realized all the nearby stores were closed. Wu Zhishang sighed, turned, and walked away. Upstairs at the hotel, Lu Jin and Zhao Miao Miao watched his figure recede into the distance. Miao Miao, your boyfriend's got you on too tight a leash. It's gonna be hard to get you out next time. Should I lay low? Zhao Miao Miao immediately reached up to touch Lu Jin's head and smiled. Kidding me? We're besties. We can meet up anytime. Lu Jin was so moved he turned into a blubbering mess, burying himself in Zhao's arms and sobbing. Zhao soothed him, stroking his back, and said nothing for a long while. Don't hurt the protagonist, just give the supporting cast a little poke. Nothing too harsh, don't worry. Just as Wu Zhishang was heading back to campus, something happened on Lu Rushue's side too. Lu Rushue, who usually lives in the dorms, was in a rotten mood tonight because of Lin Ran, of course. To numb herself, she asked Hua hanging out to a club near campus for drinks. She got wasted, rambling nonstop. I'm going to win Lin Ran back. I've already fallen for Lin Ran. How did he turn into this? And the like. After they finished drinking, the two staggered toward the exit. Only to be stopped they hadn't settled the bill. Hua Haney and Lu Rushua looked at each other. Lu Rushua, Nini, I'm strapped right now. Can you cover me? Hua Haney, I don't have much in my WeChat either. At the waiter's signal, a few of the bouncers closed in, and the two of them suddenly felt awkward. Clubs usually make you settle the tab up front, but because Lu Rushua was a regular, they let her run a tab and pay later. Only this time, she couldn't come up with the cash. A little drunk, Lu Rushua stumbled as she hurriedly fumbled out her phone and dialed. The call didn't go through. She misdialed and ended up calling Lin Ran. When he declined the call, Lu Rushua froze, staring at the screen as memories flickered by. She squatted down and began to cry. Hua Haney frowned. Rushua, try another number. Lu Rushua choked back her sobs and called Lin Jian. The moment he heard she'd blown more than 10,000 yuan late at night and couldn't pay, he got mad and snapped. Rushua, sure, a bit over 10,000 isn't a lot, but you know our family is in a special situation right now. I gave all my money to my dad. There's really nothing I can do. Then he hung up. Lu Rushua just stared. Back then, no matter how much she spent, Lin Ran would cover her. Now it was only a little over 10,000, and Lin Jian was already making excuses. It was obvious who carried more weight. With no other choice, Lu Rushua called the new guy in the foreign languages department who'd been pursuing her. In under 10 minutes, he rushed over on a shared bike, bringing the little over 3,000 yuan he'd scraped together back at the dorm plus the semester's living expenses in his WeChat wallet, and paid the bill for her. Lu Rushua, thank you. I'll pay you back. She and Hua Haney turned to leave. The little simp tried to walk them back, and Lu Rushua immediately shot him a glare. I only borrowed a bit of money from you. I'm not skipping out on it. Why are you still trailing me? Afraid of being misunderstood, the guy hurried to explain, I just wanted to walk you back to campus. It's not safe for two girls to be out alone this late. Hua Haney said with a sneer, we don't need you escorting us. You head back on your own. The little simp had no choice but to pedal off on his bike first. With the school so close, Lu Rushua and Hua Haney staggered back, only to be stopped in the road. Two guys cut them off, one thick-jowled, the other a bleached blonde punk. One look and you knew they were trouble. Even drunk, a chill ran through Lu Rushua. Hua Haney was downright panicked. Right then they really regretted letting that little simp go. If he were here, he could at least step in, be a shield. The blonde fixed a cruel stare on Lu Rushua. Lu, when are you planning to pay back the money you owe our boss? Lu Rushua curled up against the wall and stammered, I don't have that much. Can you give me a few days? My boyfriend has money. I'll have him give it to you. That money was his to begin with. I owe it to him. The blonde suddenly raised his hand, making Lu Rushua scream, and only then did he lower it again. I'll give you 3 more days. If you don't have the money in 3 days, I'll get physical. Don't doubt me. If you don't want your family, the school, and your classmates finding out you're in debt, you'd better scrape together 1.1 million. Lu Rushua's eyes went wide. Wasn't he at 1 million? Hua Haney crouched off to the side, saying nothing. The blonde smiled. That was before. Now it's 1.1. Missed the 3-day window, and it goes up by 10,000 a day in interest. That's the rule. Lu Rushua mustered a bit of courage. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? With a sharp crack, right at this moment, Lin Ran went and shifted the debt. Wasn't he clearly just making things hard for her? After the two thugs left, Hua Haney helped Lu Rushua to her feet. Rushua, you've got to find a way to scrape the money together, or they won't let you off. Lu Rushua had sobered up for the most part. With tears in her eyes, she said, I can't raise it right now. My cousin's family borrowed a ton to acquire some shares, and they pulled all our family's money into it too. It'll be a while before we can get any of it back. And I don't even dare tell my family. I have an idea, Hua Haney said. Lu Rushua's eyes lit up. What is it? Go to Lin Ran. He definitely has money, otherwise he wouldn't be driving that nice car. But didn't you say he doesn't care about me anymore? Lu Rushua asked, puzzled. Not necessarily, Hua Haney said, shaking her head. I thought it over again, and something feels off. Lin Ran transferring the debt might be his way of forcing you to go beg him. He's still mad. Think about it. Why put the screws to you when you're at your lowest? There's something there. It's worth a try. Figures right or wrong, she was the one getting dragged into it. Lu Rushue fell silent for a while. Hope slowly returned to her eyes, and she nodded solemnly. Right. I'm going to try. I'm going to win Lin Ran back. He's just angry. That's all. The day after tomorrow is the welcome gala. I'll confess to him in front of the whole school and prove how serious I am. Hua Haney was stunned. She hadn't expected Lu Rushue to go that far right now. But your performance has already been cancelled. I'll figure something out, Lu Rushue said. Then good luck, Hua Haney replied. Lu Rushue had always thought Lin Ran would never actually come after her for the money. But over the past few days she realized she was wrong. He really would force her hand. The next day, Principal Tang, thinking it couldn't hurt to try, placed a call to the Luo group. After almost 10 minutes, Lu Ming's assistant finally replied. Ms. Luo has accepted your invitation. She'll make an appearance at tomorrow night's gala and give a 5-minute speech to motivate the freshmen. Principal Tang was so happy, he almost broke into a cha-cha on the spot. He was absolutely over the moon. Luo Yao's status was extraordinary to begin with. Most people could barely get a glimpse of her, let alone invite her to a school welcome gala. This was a major coup. But Principal Tang knew this wasn't just Luo Yao doing him a favor. It was the connection with the man behind her that made it happen. Thinking of that, Principal Tang felt even more confident in Lin Ran, even mentally placing Lin Ran on the same level as himself. Soon after, the school issued an announcement. A heavyweight guest would be speaking at the welcome gala to inspire the freshmen, and the entire faculty and student body was welcome to attend. Word had it this big shot had even been on the Forbes list. As soon as the news broke, the whole campus lit up. Especially the seniors. Getting to see a titan in person and hear him speak was a meaningful experience for those about to step into the real world. The principal also arranged for Lin Ran to take the stage later in the freshmen's welcome gala to give a speech, and Lin Ran smiled and thanked him repeatedly. Another day passed. The 14-day freshman military training finally ended, and that night was the welcome gala. At 6 p.m., because the turnout was so large, the school put up a big stage on the main field. It was outdoors, but the setup was downright lavish. Under everyone's gaze, the principal walked up to the stage, picked up the mic, and began to speak. He kept it brief, mostly words to encourage the freshmen and motivate the upperclassmen. 10 minutes later, the gala officially got underway. Representatives of the senior class, stepping in as big brothers and sisters to the freshmen, kicked things off, followed by a dizzying lineup of performances. The school had spared no expense this time. The production values on site were on par with a professional stage. Before long, it was time for the next round of freshman representative performances. On stage, a fine-featured, slightly delicate-looking girl was pouring her heart into an original song. She was the freshman class's newly crowned campus Queen Zhang Xianwan. Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang both looked stunned. None of them had expected Zhang Xianwan, coming from a family like hers, to have so much talent. As the gala drew to a close, it was finally Lin Ran's turn to go up. He wasn't there to perform, he was representing a company to recruit, a special slot the school had set up. The second Lin Ran stepped onto the stage, the audience lit up, especially the girls, eyes shining everywhere. Wow, he is so handsome, he is basically our campus heartthrob, right? Lin Ran, I love you. Forget Lu Rushue, come to me. Did I hear that right? He said he is inviting us to grow with him? Yeah, sounds like he launched a media company. Seriously? I haven't even got my internship certificate yet. Can I still apply? Wu Zhishang stayed off to the side, helping explain the details. In about 5 minutes they wrapped, and Lin Ran gave the closing summary. Our Nuanyo Media and Nuanyo Real Estate may be newly founded, but you've seen the outlook in the slides. We welcome you to join us. For interviews, reach out to my good buddy Wu Zhishang. Thank you, everyone. Applause swelled and Wu Ti led up as Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang eased off the stage. Now it was time to see how it all played out. With this campus exposure, the company wouldn't be short on applicants in the short term. As for the quality of hires, they'd have to sift the gold from the sand over time. Lin Ran was leaving that part for Wu Zhishang to worry about. After Lin Ran stepped down, before the MC could even segue, President Tang took the stage again. Everyone, tonight's gala is nearing its end, but we've prepared a very important segment for you. Ms. Luo Yao is the president of the Luo Group and the benefactor who endowed our school with a major scholarship. She is here to give a talk. Please listen carefully and strive to become people who contribute to society and the nation. Eyes widened across the room. Everyone knew a VIP was coming today, but no one expected someone of this caliber. Few had seen Luo Yao in person, but her name was on everyone's lips, everyone except the narrow-minded types like Lu Yueme. She is the heiress of the top conglomerate and the one at the helm of the Luo Group, a company that touts itself as the world's #1. The Luo Group's businesses span healthcare, real estate, biotech, high-tech, and manufacturing, and its subsidiaries in each sector could make the Fortune Global 500 on their own. No one can say exactly how much the Luo Group is worth, but by valuation, its market cap really is #1. On last year's tax filings alone, Luo Yao was vaulted to the top spot on Forbes' list of mysterious billionaires. Under a room full of stunned stares, Luo Yao took the stage. She was in a bright red evening gown today, wearing a piece of jewelry called Eternal Love, and every move she made radiated effortless nobility. She is really that young? Oh my god, she is too pretty, she doesn't even look real. She is stunning, but I could never measure up. Look at those eyes. If this place weren't so packed, I'd think I was dreaming. So this is the legendary mystery tycoon? What kind of dumb luck did I score to see the heiress of the top conglomerate at my school? Her gaze is razor sharp. I love it. I wish she could be my husband. The Luo family's previous patriarch, Old Master Luo Tiansheng, was pretty famous. Ever since Luo Yao took over as head of the family, the rest of the Luo clan has barely shown their faces. That tells you her standing at home is anything but low. She must have Old Master Luo's backing. Luo Yao's father had once been dubbed a national heartthrob by the older generation. Back then, the Luo Group wasn't as overbearing as it is now. It's no exaggeration to say Luo Yao practically single-handedly drove it to the top. Amid the low buzz of conversation, Luo Yao swept the room with an icy glance, and the place fell instantly silent. Only when her gaze slid over that person did a trace of softness flicker across her face. Everyone, on behalf of the Luo Group, let me say a few words. First, I'm not optimistic about your future prospects. That may sound harsh, but hear me out. A decade buried in books does prove you've worked hard, but it doesn't automatically make you better than anyone else. 10 years of grinding study can't stack up against 3 generations of a head start. The hall went dead quiet the moment she finished. Even President Tang broke into a sweat. She only arrived a few minutes ago, and he hadn't expected her to say any of this. No one stood up to challenge her, or more precisely, no one dared. At most, a few proud faces showed their disdain. But there are always exceptions. At this school, hard work really can change your life. To push you to go further, we've put up the most generous scholarship in the country. Anyone with the ability can win it. You might even leapfrog those who used to lord it over you. I'm here today for one reason: to add another 100 million yuan to Kyoto University's scholarship fund this year. I believe that's the most practical and effective way to motivate you. Students, work hard. And on your way to earning those scholarships, don't forget why you started. Be clear about why you study and why you're in college. If you make it one day, contribute to your country and don't forget the people by your side who love you most. Applause thundered through the hall. President Tang was moved to tears. 100 million, just like that, dropped neatly into his lap. It was practically faster than a robbery. The students who could make it into Jing University were all fired up. They weren't fools. Everyone was raring to go, ready to fight for their dreams. Luo Yao's brand of motivation really worked. Just then, Luo Yao's voice rolled through the hall again. One last reminder for a few of you. Keep your wits about you. Don't cozy up to people you shouldn't, and don't bully my people. As soon as she finished, the whole place looked baffled. People noticed she'd been staring at one spot for a while, so they all turned their heads, dazed, following her gaze. Was it Lin Ran? That line left the entire faculty and student body stunned. Then Luo Yao stepped off the stage with effortless swagger, cool and downright badass. After she left the stage, the principal wiped his brow and went up to give the closing remarks. If there's one thing he's good at, it's sticking the landing. But just as he opened his mouth, an ear-splitting burst of static screeched through the speakers. Hello? Hello? Hi, everyone, my name is Lu Rushua. The principal looked around, bewildered down in the audience. Lin Ran jolted. He knew instantly this was bad. He was livid, cursing to himself. When will Lu Rushua just drop dead? Then the speakers crackled again. Lin Ran, I know you're here. I have something important to say today. I've fallen for you. Will you be my boyfriend? The place erupted. No one had expected the campus belle, Lu Rushua, to confess to her former lackey. Plenty of freshmen had no idea what was going on, but seeing a pretty upper-class woman confess in public, they started hooting and hollering along. Luo Yao, who had just been escorted off the stage by bodyguards and hadn't even left campus yet, instantly had murder in her eyes on stage. The principal looked like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over his head, frozen in place. Lu Rushua, you've got some nerve. How dare you try to steal Boss Luo's man? The principal knew who Lu Rushua was. She was the campus belle, after all. Right now he wasn't worried about her, he was worried about Luo Yao losing it. If they yank their investment in a fit of rage, Lu Rushua will end up being the school's scapegoat. The moment Luo Yao heard Lu Rushua's voice, she turned and sprinted back. By the time she was rushing over, Lin Ran was already on stage. Lin Ran walked step by step to the front of the stage, and at some point Lu Rushua had appeared up there too, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him with affection. Lin Ran was planning to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget, so she wouldn't dare come mess with him again. He gave the principal a slight nod, then took the mic from him. Huff, huff, whoa, the sound system's actually pretty good. Right then, people started chanting, get together, get together. But a few students wore puzzled looks. These were the same ones who seen Lin Ran hurt Lu Rushua under the dorm last time. They were all thinking, after the way Lin Ran treated Lu Rushua under the dorm last time, how is she here confessing today? Does she have a masochistic streak? Lin Ran smiled and said, Hi everyone, I'm Lin Ran. I've already been introduced, so I want to go over it again. What I want to say is, cut it out. Lu Rushua isn't confessing because she likes me. She owes me $1 million, and now she doesn't want to pay it back. So she came up here to confess. As soon as he said that, the whole place went wide-eyed. People traded looks, incredulous. Lu Rushua actually owes Lin Ran money? Holy shit, did I hear that right? Lu Rushua owes Lin Ran $1 million? Is Lin Ran really that loaded? He's already running a company, come on. Even if he's loaded, you can't make our campus queen lose face like that. She clearly came up to confess on her own. $1 million's enough to make most women confess, Luo Yao excluded, of course. If Lin Ran lent me $1 million, I'd totally be his girlfriend too. I'd take care of him every single day, down to washing his underwear and socks squeaky clean. Quit joking. You're not even that good looking. Dream on. On stage, Lu Rushua's face went ghost white. She stumbled back 2 steps, staring at Lin Ran in disbelief. Lin Ran, what are you doing? Lin Ran cut her off, turned to the whole school, and said, For the record, I already have someone I like. We're doing great. The way I was raised, I don't go looking for a mistress. Lu Rushua knows that, but she keeps harassing me. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if she's just starved for love. So, gentlemen students, teachers, professors, older guys, every guy here, listen up. If you want to chase Lu Rushua, hop to it. Don't hesitate. It's not exactly hard. I'm right, aren't I? Lin Jian? Called out by name Lin Jian, the guy who was usually brooding in the audience froze on the spot as everyone turned to look. Squirming, Lin Jian frowned and said, Lu Rushua is my cousin. I think she is actually a pretty decent person. Lin Ran smiled. Great. Lu Rushua owes me $1 million. Since you're her cousin, why don't you pay it back for her, young Master Lin? Lin Jian felt like he was being grilled and suddenly realized something was off. You're talking nonsense. How could my cousin possibly borrow money from you? Lin Ran pulled an exaggerated face. Come on, young Lin, you don't check the campus forum? People even posted that she's in debt. That set off a wave of phones coming out. Everyone started searching, and sure enough, they quickly dug up a video. Lu Rushua and Hua Haney, ignoring people trying to stop them, smashing Lin Ran's car to pieces start to finish. Before, only a few people knew. Now it was all over campus. Holy shit. From the look of it, Lu Rushua really did wreck Lin Ran's car. Lin Ran's that guy who drives a Koenigsegg, right? He is insanely rich and he is handsome. That car looks like it's worth, what, 100 million? Damn. Since when is having money a problem? What is wrong with that? Someone in the comments said Lin Ran used to be Lu Rushua's simp, and once he stopped fawning over her, she turned around and started chasing him. What kind of novel trope is that? Aren't T novels just based on real life? Everyone says Lu Rushua only latched onto Lin Ran because he S-loaded. We all saw perfectly well how she treated him before. Never would V thought it she looks so pure, but her heart is rotten. Does someone like that even deserve to be the campus queen? What is rotten about it? Lu Rushua is just being practical. If it were me, and I saw Lin Ran was hot and rich, I'd go after him too. Who knew a rich guy was hiding right under my nose? Have I been blind or just dumb all these years? Lu Rushua is officially a scumbag. Huahaney is just the lackey trailing after her. Sometimes the lackeys are even more annoying than the main act. The students buzz below, whispers spilling everywhere and refusing to be contained. This time Lu Rushua was truly famous, bigger than any campus queen hype. After Lin Jian read the forum posts, his face darkened on the spot. Something this big, and he had no idea? Lu Rushua had gone ghost white, like she was being paraded in front of everyone. If Lin Ran knew what was going through Lu Rushua's head, he'd probably laugh out loud. You think this counts as public shaming? The real humiliation is still coming. When they drag you and Lin Jian out together, the whole school hell, the whole internet will tear you to pieces. Lu Rushua's mind spun. She knew today was completely shot. She had to figure out a way to bolt. Girls are already seen as the weaker side, and with her campus queen halo, if she fainted, she might even win some sympathy. Most importantly, if she passed out, someone would carry her away and she'd dodge that public humiliation. Lu Rushua began to stagger. Lin Ran immediately shouted, "Heads up, Lu Rushua's about to faint. She's faking it, so she doesn't have to pay back the money." Lu Rushua? The principal finally snapped out of it, snatched the mic from Lu Rushua, and was about to speak when he saw Luo Yao stride out from backstage. Luo Yao walked straight up to Lu Rushua, didn't say a word, and slapped her across the face. Lu Rushua went down and fainted on the spot. The audience was stunned, jaws hanging open. What a fucking show. Luo Yao said coldly, "You got a death wish?" To outsiders, her fury looked more like a school rep's tough love outrage at a student who couldn't get their act together. And since she was a donor, having a student like that made the school look bad. After Lu Rushua hit the floor, no one could tell if she was actually out or just faking it. Either way, Luo Yao had only slapped her once. Luo Yao drew a deep breath. She was about to lose it. Just as she was tipping over the edge, a warm, broad hand closed around hers. "Don't be mad." Lin Ran's gentle voice came, and Luo Yao's anger slowly eased. She gave Lin Ran a long look, then turned and left right after that. A squad of bodyguards stormed onto the field, going around forcing students to delete the video of Luo Yao hitting someone. The students pushed back, but it didn't help. Even if someone managed to keep a copy, no one dared to post it. At most they'd watch it around campus. At that moment, everyone was thinking the same thing. Was there something going on between Lin Ran and Luo Yao? What baffled them even more was how Luo Yao cooled off so fast after just one sentence from Lin. Just moments ago, Luo Yao had the place cleared out and was waiting for Lin Ran to arrive. Of all times, Lin Jian started shouting from a distance that he wanted to see her. Said he had something to tell her about Lin Ran. Luo Yao figured Lin Jian was plotting something against Lin Ran, so she told them to let him in. Lin Jian asked, "Miss Luo Yao, are you keeping my brother? Why would you do that?" Luo Yao narrowed her eyes and shot back, "Who told you that?" Lin Jian rushed on, "My brother wasn't like this before. He must have done something to upset you. This is you punishing him, right? Please, let my brother go." Luo Yao was done listening. She decided Lin Jian had nothing important to say, just a total idiot. She was about to have him thrown out when Lin Jian kept talking. "My brother's into Lu Rushua. You're wrecking someone else's relationship. This Luo Yao kicked Lin Jian a good 10 feet away. He rolled across the floor several times before he stopped, staring at her in terror, unable to believe she'd go that hard. "Why? Why do you hit me? I'm telling the truth. My brother said he only likes Lu Rushua," Lin Jian shouted. Luo Yao's head buzzed, and her whole body started to shake. Next to her, Lu Ming frowned. Just then, Lin Ran appeared. On the way over, Wu Zhishang had already stared at Lin Ran for the 18th time, and Lin Ran finally couldn't stand the look. Lin Ran asked coolly, You got something to say? Wu Zhishang stammered. Lin, that Luo Yaoshi is your girl? Lin Ran didn't he deny it. Wu Zhishang froze, like he'd been zapped. Bro, you're serious? Do you even know who Luo Yao is? I always thought the sugar mama keeping you was some exec at the Luo group. Turns out you went straight to the top. Wu said, practically shaking with excitement. Do you know how much money Luo Yao has? We said we'd grind it out together, and you just ascended? He went on. And now you come back talking about starting a business? Are you kidding me? Wu Zhishang was completely stunned. He had his suspicions for a while, especially after last time at the Panga Hotel, but he never dared point them at Luo Yao. Now he was finally sure. Turns out the rich woman keeping his brother was none other than Luo Yao, heiress to the world's most powerful conglomerate, the kind whose word could make the entire business world quake. This wasn't just a scare, it nearly scared the soul right out of him. When they reached the parking lot, Lin Ran found it eerily sparse, as if the whole place had been cleared out. It wasn't until he saw Luo Yao standing there that he understood. She looked furious, her brows drawn tight, and on a closer look, someone was sprawled face down on the ground. Lin Jian. Ms. Luo, Lin Jian said, if my brother offended you, I'll apologize for him. Just please don't break up my brother and Lu Rushua. If you've got a score to settle, take it out on me. Lin Ran's head buzzed. Without thinking, he charged over and drove a kick into Lin Jian, knocking him flat and twisted on the ground. He snarled, God damn it. Who the hell do you think you are to speak for me? You think I'd let you take the fall? Damn it. Damn it. Wu Zhishang stepped up and kicked him a few times as well, and the injuries that had only just started to heal were beaten black and blue all over again. Seeing Luo Yao a little unsteady, Lin Ran quickly signaled the bodyguards. Without asking a thing, they hauled Lin Jian away. Lin Ran moved to Luo Yao's. Consider it a reward. Lu Meng stepped out from behind Luo Yao and handed a check straight to Wu Zhishang. Mr. Wu, fill in whatever amount you want, as long as the bank will process it as a single transaction. And just a heads up, don't make it less than $1 million. Ms. Luo won't have her name on anything that cheap. Wu Zhishang stared at the check in his hand, dazed, for a long, long time. Luo Yao would reward me? Just because I called her sister-in-law? So she loves Lin that much. Lin Ran patted his shoulder and said, she gave it to you, so take it. Wu Zhishang finally came to, blurting, thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, Lin. I'll get out of your hair now, won't bother you. Then he bolted and vanished in a flash. Luo Yao was very pleased with how he handled it. She reached to touch Lin Ran's cheek, then suddenly lifted her hand like she was about to slap him. Her palm stopped less than an inch from his face and softened into a gentle caress. From now on, don't be glued to Wu Zhishang. Save more of your time for me. Lin Ran nodded. Okay, boss lady. I just hit Lu Rushua. You're not mad? Lin Ran quickly caught Luo Yao's hand. No, I'm thrilled. Does your hand hurt? He blew on it twice, and only then did Luo Yao feel better. Ran, remember this. If you don't want to deal with Lu Rushua yourself, tell me. I'll make sure she wishes she were dead. And Lin Jian, he just said you liked Lu Rushua. I was about to lose my mind, you know? Don't believe that idle talk. With a wife as good as you, why would I like anyone else? Who else would keep me? Who else would let me drive fancy cars, live in a mansion, and have whatever I want? Have some confidence, only you can handle me. Whether it's Lin Jian or Lu Rushua, don't believe a word they say, not even the punctuation. Once I've used them up, I'll hand them over to you myself. Luo Yao's emotions hadn't settled yet. Her eyes were tender but tinged with anger as she looked at Lin Ran and said, Ran, I want to have you. Lin Ran asked, puzzled here? Fine. He leaned down and scooped Luo Yao into the car. After that episode blew over, Lin Ran and Luo Yao seemed even clingier. Lin Ran also felt that Lu Rushua's place in Luo Yao's heart was slowly losing weight, but he couldn't tell if Luo Yao was sincere or putting on a show. As for the anger, it was probably Luo Yao's resentment toward Lu Rushua and Lin Jian, not aimed at him. Maybe that knot was temporarily untangled? They didn't say much the rest of the night. The next day, Lin Ran decided not to go to school. Staying home felt good and meant less soap opera nonsense. The dean wouldn't be checking up on where he went anyway, and with the grades he'd already built up, not getting his diploma probably wasn't going to happen. Even if Lin Ran didn't go ask for it, the dean wouldn't dare refuse him, right? After Luo Yao left in the morning, Lin Ran wandered the estate and soon reached the crocodile pool. He saw the keeper using a long pole to herd the crocs into the water one by one. Finding it interesting, he crouched and watched in silence. Meow? Lin Ran froze for a second, turned his head, and saw a black cat crouching beside him, staring at the crocodiles with him. Lin Ran asked, "Blackie, where have you been these past few days?" "Blackie?" The black cat let out a meow. "I don't have any food on me. Let us head back to the villa, and I'll feed you, okay?" Meow? He reached out to pick up the cat as he spoke. This time the cat didn't run and let him hold it. Carrying the black cat back to the villa, he told the staff to prepare some small fish. They found it odd but didn't ask and brought it over a little later. Lin Ran took the food up to the rooftop garden. As he fed the cat, he said, "Don't wander off anymore. The view is great here, but no doing your business wherever you please." Meow? Lin Ran stroked the cat while tossing feed to the fish. When the black cat finally stopped eating, he let it go. The black cat wobbled into the garden and disappeared. Lin Ran smiled. "Little guy, you've got to be patient with animals, take it slow. Same as dating. Don't come in hot and crank the possessiveness up right away." Seeing the black cat this time, Lin Ran couldn't shake the feeling there was some kind of connection between them, though he couldn't tell what. Up in the sky garden, he dozed off and drifted into a dream vague, not quite real. It felt like a primeval forest in there, a pair of strange eyes, and images that made his spine go cold. He jolted awake remembering only those fragments, and soon even they slipped away. Just as he was trying to piece it together, his phone rang. It was Wu Zhishang. The second he answered, he could hear him sobbing. Lin Ran quickly pressed for details and found out it was all because of Zhao Miao Miao. "Lin, bro, I think Miao Miao and that bestie of hers are way too close. It's making me uneasy. I told her how I felt, and she called me petty. What am I supposed to do?" Wu Zhishang cried. Lin Ran chuckled. "Give her a taste of her own medicine, find yourself a close female buddy, and even it out. Come on, man, don't joke. Just come have a couple drinks with me," Wu Zhishang said. Lin thought about it. It was still early. It wouldn't mess with picking up Luo Yao that afternoon, so he agreed. They met at a street-side food stall. For someone used to fancy meals, Lin Ran actually felt most at ease there. Driving a Koenigsegg and gnawing skewers at a sidewalk table, it had a pretty special vibe. Wu Zhishang stayed sullen, knocking back drink after drink. Once he had too much, Lin Ran casually unlocked his phone and sent a message. Before long, a woman in a baseball cap showed up. After a quick word, the tipsy Wu Zhishang was helped away by the woman. Lin watched them leave, smiled, and said nothing. He was missing his wife more and more. After a glance at the time, he decided to go find Luo Yao ahead of schedule. By now the Lu household was in utter chaos. The fact that Lu Rushue owed $1 million could no longer be hidden, and both she and Lin Jian had been injured today. The Lin family and the Lu family knew about it, and everyone naturally gathered together. When they found out the culprit was Lin Ran, the room blew up. Lu Yueme looked like she wanted to tear him apart on the spot, but mindful of her image, she held back. Lu Ritian roared, "No way. Why should we hand the money over to that little punk Lin Ran?" Lin Jian explained. Lin Ran already transferred the debt to Brother Dao. "We don't owe Lin Ran anymore, we owe Brother Dao." Lin Tianba asked in disbelief. "You're saying Lin Ran was driving a Koenigsegg that time? You gotta be kidding me." Even more shocking, at that point Lin Ran hadn't gotten a single cent from the Lin family. With her eyes reddening, Lu Rushue said, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. I didn't smash his car on purpose. I never thought he'd shift the debt. What do we do now?" Lin Tianba's frown deepened. He held off on asking where Lin Ran's money came from. Just hearing that Lin Ran knew Brother Dao felt wrong somehow, though he couldn't put his finger on exactly why. After more back and forth, both families admitted they didn't have the money. There was no way they could scrape together $1 million, yet none of them dared owe Brother Dao. Lu Rushue was utterly hopeless now. There was no love left in the way. She looked at Lin Jian. She quietly pulled Lin Jian into the kitchen. In a low voice, Lu Rushue said, "Lin Jian, you have to help me cover this $1.1 million, or I'll make our relationship public." Startled, Lin Jian clapped a hand over her mouth and looked around, jittery. Only when he saw no one nearby did he let out a breath and say, "Are you crazy? That wouldn't do you any good either." Lu Rushue nodded. her voice full of helplessness and despair. I know. Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. My reputation is already shot to hell. Why should I care about one more rumor about me and my cousin? She wasn't wrong. At Capital University, her name had completely tanked. Even the people who used to hype her up were now calling her a gold digger. The campus belle turned into a reviled skank overnight. Lin Jian stared at Lu Rushue in disbelief. He had no idea how she'd become like this. Rushue, don't say that. How could I possibly abandon you? Things have been rough for me lately, but don't worry. Yesterday, when I heard you were in debt, I secretly sold some of my dad's collectibles to scrape money together for you. I'll transfer it to you right now. 1.1 million, pretty much everything Lin Jian had left. Gritting his teeth, he sent the money to Lu Rushue. She looked moved. Are you really telling the truth? Of course it's true. Look at my balance, there's barely anything left. He handed her his phone. One glance showed there were only a few hundred to his name. Thank you, Lin Jian. I misjudged you. Thank you for putting everything you have toward my debt, Lu Rushue said. He held her, murmuring soft comfort, but inside he seethed with hatred. In reality, he hadn't sold many collectibles at all. Anything worth selling had long since been taken by Lin Tianba. What he gave Lu Rushue was his last lifeline. This was all Lin Ran's fault. What are you two doing here? Lin Tianba's voice cut in. They both jumped and quickly let go. Dad, I was just trying to comfort Rushue, my little cousin, Lin Jian said, bowing his head as he pulled Lu Rushue away. Watching them leave, something complicated and unreadable flashed in Lin Tianba's eyes. He had just seen the 1.1 million Lin Jian transferred to Lu Rushue, and it made him feel sick. The Lin family was in a tough spot, yet Lin Jian had left only a few $100,000 for the household while wiring 1.1 million to his cousin. In his heart, did his father really matter less than his cousin? But he didn't call Lin Jian out on the spot after all. A family should have basic trust and respect. Once kids grow up, they're entitled to a little privacy and their own small schemes. That's not wrong. Meanwhile, Lin Ran arrived at Luo Yao's company. He had barely stepped off the elevator when a female assistant in her 40s walked over and asked in a low voice, Mr. Lin, President Luo is in a meeting downstairs. Should I go let her know? Lin Ran shook his head. Don't bother her. I'll just wait in her office. All right, Mr. Lin. With that, Lin Ran went into Luo Yao's office, settled into the boss's chair, and gazed out at the view. Suddenly, he remembered something. He glanced around, making sure no one was there. He picked up the small bottle on the desk, gently unscrewed the cap, and pulled out a slip of paper. He told himself he'd just take a quick look and then pretend he hadn't seen a thing. That didn't count as snooping. Curiosity got the better of him. He smoothed the slip open. There was only one line. The note said, When I grow up, the words were crooked and childlike, but the I was written especially neat and forceful, clearly in a different hand. Lin Ran froze. Could this have been written by Luo Yao? No, it must have been a man. If Luo Yao had written it, she would have put, When I grow up, I'll marry you, or simply written someone's name. But whoever wrote it, the fact that Luo Yao kept it, what did that mean? Did it mean that, in her heart, besides him, there was someone else she still kept on a pedestal, an untouchable first love? And that childish handwriting made it obvious it was from when they were kids. Lin Ran was certain he hadn't lost his memory. His childhood was perfectly clear. There was no way he'd known Luo Yao back then. He couldn't even summon a vague image of any girl, so he definitely wasn't the one Luo Yao had been pining for. Then who was it? Maybe that person looked a lot like him, or the other way around. Maybe he looked like that person. The thought that he might just be a stand-in hit him out of nowhere, and a wave of sadness washed over him. Lin Ran folded the note back up, put it back the way it was, and slipped it into the bottle. He sat in the executive chair, mind crashing to a halt, unable to get a word out for a long while. Only when voices sounded outside did he snap back to reality. President Luo, Mr. Lin has arrived. He.s. in your office. Lin Ran didn't know what kind of face to show Luo Yao, so he closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. The moment Luo Yao stepped into the office, she saw Lin Ran slumped in the chair, sleeping. She glanced at the small bottle on the desk, then at Lin Ran, and gently gathered him into her arms. Heading for the lounge, it was hard to imagine a slender woman lifting such a big man. In the lounge, she laid him on the bed, careful with every step, afraid of waking him. Eyes shut, Lin Ran felt his heart gradually settle. Luo Yao was so gentle, so good to him it didn't feel like an act. Was he really just a stand-in? And yet he was certain they'd never met before. Feeling her soft movements, that faintly cool touch on his cheek, his heart melted bit by bit. Luo Yao was right here beside him, didn't that say enough? Even if he was just a stand-in, he'd play the part until the day Luo Yao no longer wanted him. He owed her that. But the thought that she might leave him someday, go back to her first love, made his chest twist with pain. He slowly feigned waking and found Luo Yao gazing at him, lost in thought. "Babe, did you carry me to the bed?" Luo Yao stayed by his side. Eyes never leaving him. Having Lin Ran in her life felt like the best thing in the world. "Yeah, haha, you're stronger than you look." She lifted a small fist and smiled. "I've trained." Lin Ran pulled Luo Yao into his arms and lay back with her. He sucked in a sharp breath. A wound that should be healed suddenly tore with pain. Luo Yao tensed, reaching for his injury, her voice urgent. "What's wrong? Does the wound hurt?" Lin Ran took in the worry in Luo Yao's eyes and the concern in her voice. There was no way she was faking it. "It's fine. I just accidentally tugged it a minute ago." Luo Yao leaned into his arms and murmured, "I'm sorry, Ran." "Then you owe me some compensation. How are you planning to collect? You tell me. I'm just afraid you'll get too tired." "It's okay. I don't have to move." Hearing that, Luo Yao gazed at him with smoldering eyes, and Lin Ran went dumb. "I didn't mean we should do it right now, MMPH. You lit the fire," Luo Yao said. "Now you're responsible for putting it out." Lin Ran grumbled inwardly, "My God, is the office always this wild? And the door isn't even locked this time." Luo Yao couldn't care less. If anyone knocked right now, that poor soul would be dead meat. They could both feel the raw, unmistakable love. Didn't that say everything about how much Luo Yao loved him? All those so-called unattainable first loves and unforgettable crushes could step aside. Nothing beat the real thing right in front of him. 2 hours later, they finally walked out of the office. As they passed the assistants area, everyone kept their heads down and their mouths shut, sneaking glances at them now and then. They didn't head back to the estate. Instead, they went out to eat at the Pango Hotel, which belonged to Lin Ran. Last time Lin Ran was there, he barely ate. This time, he wanted to make up for it. As soon as the hotel manager heard the boss and President Luo were coming, she personally took charge, the same manager as before. Her name was Yi Lingling, poised, smart, and already a minor celebrity in the dining scene. She had run the Pango Hotel like a well-oiled machine for years, and you rarely saw her unless you were a VIP. She showed up last time only because that charity auction gala was high profile and the guests were anything but ordinary. This time, they were supposed to have a private suite on the top floor, but Lin Ran insisted on a table in the main dining room. With just the two of them taking up a whole private dining room, Lin Ran couldn't help feeling it was wasteful. Besides, the hotel was in his name, hardly the place to be throwing money around. The VIP seating upstairs wasn't for just anyone. There's a pecking order here. Some eat downstairs in the restaurant, some upstairs in VIP seats, and some in their own private dining rooms. People are the same. Some live like Roman nobles, others get worked like mules. Lin Ran helped Luo Yao into her seat. Her eyes held nothing but him. You can tell from someone's eyes when they really love you, he thought with a wry, self-mocking smile. Maybe he was just reading too much into it. Across past and present lives, Luo Yao had always loved him. Her feelings held no one else. No so-called white moonlight. "Yao Yao, how can you like me this much?" He finally asked the question he'd always wanted to ask. Before, he hadn't bothered. Now curiosity pushed him to get an answer. Luo Yao looked at him, something off in her gaze, and shot back, "What? Figure out the reason so you can look for a chance to leave me?" Lin Ran shook his head and smiled. "No way. If anything, I'm afraid you'll leave me one day." Luo Yao explained, a playful, feral edge in her voice. "Don't overthink it. I'd only lock you up and devour you one bite at a time. I would never leave you. Honestly, I'm just curious," he said. "It's not like I'm anything special. I guess I'm handsome, but this world's full of handsome guys. I don't have money. I don't have some great sense of romance. I really want to know why you like me." Luo Yao fixed her eyes on his and said earnestly, "Don't say that. In my eyes, Ran is the best person in the world. You staying by my side, that's the most romantic thing there is." "The most romantic thing?" That answer spoke louder than 1,000 words. Smiling, Lin Ran reached over and wiped the corner of Luo Yao's mouth clean. And right then, the kind of unexpected everyone had been expecting happened. In another private booth about 10 meters from Lin Ran, a man and a woman took their seats. Once they sat down, the man reached across and took the woman's hand. Meow meow, this is supposed to be the most upscale restaurant in Beijing. I heard dinner here can run into the tens of thousands. You're really splurging to bring me here? The woman across from him replied smugly, of course you're my bestie. Don't worry about the price. My boyfriend bought me a bag today, I returned it. The refund will cover us. Lu Jian, I even returned my beloved bag for you. I'm a loyal bestie, huh? The man stared at her, surprised. Didn't he expect your boyfriend to be generous for once? The pair was Lu Jian and Zhao Miao Miao. Lin Ran frowned from Zhao Miao Miao's words. He gathered she returned the bag Wu Zhishang had given her. What a piece of work. Seeing Lin Ran's expression, Luo Yao murmured, want me to have them shown out? Yi Lingling, who'd been standing by attentively, heard that and immediately braced like she was ready to move. She didn't care how those two might have crossed the boss. If he wanted the room cleared, she could usher them out anytime. Easy. They're paying customers, no need to chase them out, Lin Ran said, beckoning Yi Lingling closer and whispering a few instructions in her ear. A chilly gaze suddenly pinned her. Yi Lingling shuddered and leaned back a bit, putting some distance between her ear and Lin Ran. After hearing his instructions, Yi Lingling left. Luo Yao's curiosity kicked in. What did you just tell her? Lin Ran lowered his voice. Nothing major, just staging a little show for Wu Zhishang. Before long, Yi Lingling reappeared with a stack of raffle tickets, telling the servers to give one to each table. An announcement came over the speakers. Thank you for visiting Panga Hotel. Tonight, as a token of our appreciation, we're holding a live raffle. Prizes are plentiful and will be redeemed on the spot. Enjoy your meal. A beat later, someone blurted, wow, I got comped this time. The manager's really generous. Zhao Miao Miao and Lu Jian froze for a second, then looked at the prize voucher in their hands and tore it open. Huh, that works? Lu Jian asked, it's a free stay? If we don't use it, can we cash it out? Yi Lingling smiled and shook her head. Of course not. Putting on a troubled face, Lu Jian was actually over the moon inside. Meow Meow, a luxury suite here runs a few grand a night. Want to try staying one night? Zhao Miao Miao hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I already promised my boyfriend a date tonight. Lu Jian let out a wry smile. Right, you have a boyfriend. I can't keep clinging to you. Forget it, I want to go anyway. I don't have a girlfriend, I'm not part of a couple, and there are fewer and fewer people around me. Man, life really makes you think. Zhao Miao Miao panicked and looked at him. Don't talk like that. Fine, fine. I'll go with you. Lu Jian lit up with happiness. Before long they finished eating. Lin Ran watched the whole time in silence, never spoke, and never let them recognize him. After they left, Lin Ran finally lifted his head, a glint flashing in his eyes. Lin Ran asked Yao Yao, Yao Yao, does doing this make me a little devious? Luo Yao answered, nope. Whatever you do has its reasons. I like all of it. Before long, Yi Lingling came back, flashed an all-done gesture, and handed Lin Ran a phone with a live feed. Lin Ran watched with interest. The screen was the luxury suite's surveillance. Lu Jian and Zhao Miao Miao were lying on a big bed, chatting unhurriedly, inching closer and closer, until Lu Jian simply rested his head on Zhao Miao Miao's arm. Luo Yao asked, enjoying the view? Lin Ran locked the screen and said coolly no. Wu Zhishang made a call. He didn't say much, just told him to come over. Before long, Wu Zhishang arrived at the Panga Hotel. The moment he saw Lin Ran and Luo Yao, he snapped to attention and said, hello, sister-in-law. Luo Yao liked the title, but didn't let much show on her face. Hurry up. I still have to go on a date with Aaron, you've already made me late. Wu Zhishang froze, baffled as to why Lin Ran had called him here in the first place. Lin Ran asked, you planning to go on a date with Zhao Miao Miao? Yeah, Wu Zhishang said. Tomorrow's the weekend. We were supposed to meet today, but she canceled. Miao Miao said she had to work overtime last minute and couldn't be with me today. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, fixed his gaze on Wu Zhishang, and laid it out, slow and deliberate. Right here, I saw her and LV Jian check into a room together. The words jolted Wu Zhishang. His eyes went wide, part disbelief, part dread. He couldn't dismiss it outright. It was Lin Ran telling him. Room 1801. Wu Zhishang stood rooted for a long moment, then finally pulled out his phone and fired off a text. Sure enough, the message background showed the dorm. Wu Zhishang stayed silent for a long time before he began to move. Lin Ran thought for a moment, said a few words to Luo Yao, and went after him, worried Wu Zhishang might do something rash. Luo Yao shot Wu Zhishang a cool glance. Hurry up. I'll wait for you in the garage. With that, she headed downstairs to wait for Lin Ran. At the door to 1801, Wu Zhishang mustered his courage and knocked. No answer. He knocked twice more, still nothing. Pressing his ear to the door, he listened for a long time and heard nothing but his own heartbeat. Lin Ran sighed and had a staffer hand over the key card. Wu Zhishang, hands trembling, swiped and pushed the door open. The moment he stepped in, he saw a scene he would never forget. In the spacious, lavish room, the two were locked in a heated kiss. LV Jian's hand wrapped around Zhao Miaomiao's ass. Only then did Zhao Miaomiao and LV Jian seem to realize someone had come in. They turned their heads and froze. Zhao Miaomiao protested, "You saw it wrong. Lu Jian was just in a bad mood. We were comforting each other as friends. We didn't do anything out of line." "Nothing out of line? Then what were you doing, holding each other like that?" "Zhao Miaomiao, do you take me for a fool?" Lu Jian let out a cold laugh. "You broke loser actually brought people to bust us? You can't even give Miao Miao that tiny bit of trust. What makes you think you deserve to be her boyfriend?" Wu Zhishang fixed his gaze on Zhao Miaomiao. Watching a tear slide from the corner of her eye, he said in a flat, icy voice, "You said you were working late. Turns out this is where you work late?" Zhao Miaomiao panicked. She didn't want to leave Wu Zhishang. She hadn't lined up her next mark yet. She hurried to say, "Wu Zhishang, why won't you believe me? Lu Jian was just in a funk, and I came as his best friend to keep him company. What is wrong with that?" Wu Zhishang, drained and disillusioned, shot back. "Your so-called keeping him company, is that what you call cuddling in a room to do that kind of thing?" Zhao Miaomiao kept defending herself, self-righteous as ever. "Kissing is just a way to comfort someone. It doesn't prove anything. You have to trust me." Listening to them trade barbs, Lin Ran felt shock and anger twist together. She had to admit she underestimated just how low those two scumbags could sink. The last bit of hope in Wu Zhishang's chest went cold. "Fine. Then keep him company. We're done." He turned to leave. Seeing how calm he was, Lin Ran took one glance and understood he was truly past caring. Zhao Miaomiao blurted, anxious, "What do you mean? I told you I was just here to comfort Lu Jian. Can you stop making a scene?" Wu Zhishang answered coolly, "Me making a scene? Fine. I won tea. I'm leaving." Zhao Miaomiao's face darkened. She hated that attitude of his. "You showing up here proves you don't trust me. Wu Zhishang, I never thought you'd be that kind of person. How did you even know I was here? Have you been watching me all this time?" Wu Zhishang gave a wry smile and said, "This hotel belongs to Lin. He saw you two grinning as you came to get a room. I trust Lin wouldn't lie to me. Want me to have a hotel staffer come over and set the record straight?" A chill ran through Zhao Miaomiao. She finally let go of Lu Jian and, voice trembling, asked, "What did you say?" "What he means is, this hotel is mine," Lin Ran said. "You two just won a prize and came here to get a room. Did I get anything wrong?" Both of them were stunned not by what Wu Zhishang said, but by how unusual Lin Ran's status turned out to be. "Heh, you two sure can brag," Lu Jian sneered, not buying it. Wu Zhishang stepped out of the room, one slow step at a time. He didn't want to argue about who was right or wrong here, he just wanted to leave. So long as he stayed, it felt like his heart was being wrung. Lin Ran followed him out. Zhao Miaomiao shoved Lu Jian aside and rushed after them, while Lu Jian stood up with a frown and brought up the rear. It was supposed to be a romantic moment. How did it suddenly turn into this? Once they reached the lobby downstairs, Lin Ran patted his shoulder, meaning to offer a few words of comfort. "Buddy, the breakup is her loss and your luck. Zhao Miaomiao doesn't love you. Someone who truly loves you wouldn't put you through this." Tear tracks still marked Wu Zhishang's face. The dejection in his look was enough to make anyone's heart ache. "I get it, Lin, but I can't help feeling you've changed a lot lately, especially how you see relationships. Honestly, I can hardly believe it. How did you figure it out? How could you let go of Lu Rushua so decisively?" Lin Ran let out a long sigh. Because I finally understood what real love is. Take the whole thing with Lu Rushue. I gave too much, and what I got back was her playing dumb. She'd act like nothing was going on while stringing me along, always feeding me false hope. That kind of hope makes you think one more push and you'll catch up, but that last step might be one you never managed to take. Buddy, I'm only going to say this once. Let Zhao Miao Miao go. You can't wake someone who is pretending to sleep, and you can't move the heart of someone who doesn't love you. Take a page from me. When you let go, you're only letting go of someone who doesn't love you, and you make room for someone who cherish me like a treasure in the palm of their hand. Wu Zhishang asked, with Luo Yao, are you settling? Or is it genuine love? Lin Ran answered without hesitation. Of course it's love. It's the kind of love that cuts to the bone, that tears my heart open. You think I'd settle? I cherish this relationship now. For Luo Yao, I'd even give my life. Wu Zhishang didn't really know what had gone down between Luo Yao and Lin Ran, but he sincerely wished Lin well. He'd also figured out what Zhao Miao Miao's attitude meant just now. Plainly put, someone who doesn't love you is never going to come around. I hear you, Lin. I think I need to clear my head and reset. I'll catch you later. See you. Zhao Miao Miao and Lu Jian chased downstairs and happened to spot Lin Ran and Wu Zhishang, one getting into a Ferrari, the other sliding into a Rolls-Royce. They both froze, standing there for a long moment before Lu Jian blurted, Miao Miao, don't panic. Maybe the cars are rented. I'll rent you one tomorrow too. Zhao Miao Miao shoved him away and shouted, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Wu Zhishang would never have left me. I hate you. Then she whipped out her phone and called Wu Zhishang. Baby, where are you? A voice came from the other end. Don't contact me again. I picked up to tell you we're done. From now on, I'm out of your life. He hung up and blocked her. The car pulled up by a bridge. Wu Zhishang got out, gripped the railing, and stared blankly at the constant flow of traffic below. If I jump from here, it's going to hurt. Isn't it? No. I still owe Lin money. I can't just die like this. Zhao Miao Miao, why did you do this to me? Was I really just your fallback? The more he thought about it, the worse it hurt. Wu Zhishang started to really cry. A man who can cry, that is sexy. A clear voice rang out, and Wu Zhishang turned his head to see a familiar woman. Why are you here all of a sudden? Chen Qingtian bent down, studying him closely. Got your heart broken? Then I'll be your drinking buddy, come on. Let us go knock back a few more. In the Rolls-Royce on the way back to the estate. That kid Wu Zhishang is probably about to get dumped. Luo Yao fixed Lin Ran with a look. Ran, you're not actually falling for Wu Zhishang, are you? Lin Ran froze for a beat, exasperation flickering across her face. How could Luo Yao doubt her orientation? Luo Yao continued, if you start getting too close to him, I really might have to deal with him. Even if he is a man. Lin Ran drew a deep breath. Yao Yao, we're just childhood friends, very close, but definitely not what you're thinking. His parents are good people. I'm just helping him handle a small mess this time. If that made you misunderstand, I'll see him less from now on and spend all that time with you, okay? Luo Yao nodded. All right, I believe you. But can you repeat what you just said to Wu Zhishang? Say it to me? Lin Ran asked. What did I say? A sly, almost ghostly smile tugged at Luo Yao's lips. What you said your love for me is. Lin Ran blinked, then laughed. So you heard. No problem, you can have me say it as many times as you want. Love isn't just about showing it, you have to say it out loud, too. They had barely returned to the estate when, after they got out of the car, they realized something was wrong. The unexpected visitor made Luo Yao frown. Surprised, my dear niece? Who would have thought I could get out of a place like that? Inside the Manor's villa, a stunning woman in her early 30s sat in the great room with effortless poise, every gesture oozing allure. The servants were nowhere to be seen, only butler Fu stood there, brow furrowed, his expression unreadable. At the sight of the visitor, Lin Ran's heart lurched. She showed up a full year earlier than in the last life. The visitor was none other than Luo Yao's aunt, Luo Wuyo, the only woman in the previous generation of the Luo family, while Luo Yao was the only woman in the current one. Luo Yao said coldly, "Who gave you permission to be here?" The woman rose with effortless grace. She walked toward them step by step, stopped in front of Luo Yao, then turned to size up Lin Ran. Luo Yao's gaze went icy. "What do you want?" The woman instantly flashed a sultry smile, the kind that was hard to resist. "Huh, what am I here for?" To see who's worthy of marrying my niece, of course. As she spoke, she hooked a finger under Lin Ran's chin. He's just a bit good-looking. Nothing special, she remarked coolly. Luo Yao's eyes were like blades. If Lin Ran weren't here, she would have already made a move. But for now she had to think it through. This woman wasn't someone to mess with. Lin Ran turned his head, dodging Luo Wuyo's teasing touch, and stared her down. I don't do chicken claws, hands off. Luo Wuyo froze, not expecting such a cold comeback. Was her charm really not working? Not bad. He is a little different, she said, then shifted to Luo Yao, arching a brow. Where are you hiding your second uncle? Tell me, and I won't bother this pretty boy. Otherwise, I can't promise what I'll do. You got a death wish? Luo Yao shot back, voice like ice. Luo Wuyo bent at the waist in an exaggerated laugh. Little Yao, we're the same kind. You've got skills, but you're isn't some pushover either. She seemed to think of something, sighed, and said, still, I'm not as good as you. Don't have your ruthless streak. Otherwise I wouldn't be where I am now. What? You want to test yourself against me? Luo Yao asked coolly. Luo Wuyo let the smile drop and said evenly, then let us see. They just stood there, staring each other down. Their eyes nearly identical. Luo Yao still carried a faint echo of Luo Wuyo. Lin Ran suddenly stepped between them and said, we're all family. Why would it get this ugly? Can't we sit down and talk this through? The two of them looked at Lin Ran in surprise. The aura a moment ago would had most people too intimidated to speak. Yet this man smoothed it over with calm ease. Luo Wuyo pulled back some of her contempt and fixed her gaze on Luo Yao, waiting for her reply. Luo Yao spoke first. Then let us talk. With that, she headed for the study. Luo Wuyo paused, glanced at Lin Ran, not expecting that little girl to actually mean it. She was sharp. She immediately understood why Luo Yao wanted to sit down and talk. The reason was simple. It involved Lin Ran, and she was afraid he'd get hurt. At that thought, Luo Wuyo covered her mouth and snickered, tossed Lin Ran a sultry look, then followed Luo Yao into the study. Seizing the moment, Lin Ran went back to the bedroom. He didn't want to deal with that woman any more than he had to. After all, Luo Yao didn't like her. Lin Ran knew certain truths like Luo Yao's ruthless, merciless side and her attitude toward the Luo family, things he'd already seen clearly in the last life. Luo Yao wasn't as innocent as she looked. She was deeply calculating and guarded. Only with Lin Ran did she ever show gentleness. As for Luo Wuyo, she was the one Luo Yao defeated in the previous life. In this life, she was even less worth worrying about. Back then, Luo Wuyo had even tried to team up with Lin Ran, and Lin Ran, muddle-headed at the time, agreed. In the end, every one of their plans was seen through and crushed by Luo Yao. However formidable you are, you're practically transparent to Luo Yao. She couldn't beat Luo Yao before. What makes you think she can win now? Lin Ran was grateful that Luo Yao loved him many times. Even knowing he'd deceived her, he still accepted her love gladly. If she hadn't spoiled him like this, who knows how many times he'd already have been hurt. Isn't that kind of love more dependable than all those vows of undying devotion? Lin Ran made up his mind to mend the little devil's heart, to fill the rest of her life with laughter, and to take her to every corner brimming with love. In the study, the moment Luo Yao stepped in, the air turned deadly. Even Luo Wuyo felt like he couldn't breathe. If you dare hurt Ran, you won't have a good time. Luo Wuyo hid a smile behind his hand. Luo Yao never thought you had a soft spot. Luo Yao arched a brow, but didn't argue. Her voice was cold. Ran is indeed my weak point, but he's not a chip you get to play against me. If he dies, I'm going with him. So don't kid yourself about scaring me with him. Luo Wuyo went quiet for a moment, then slowly lifted his head. It's fine. The fact I'm still alive just means I got lucky. Bet you never thought I'd make it out of a place like that? Huh? Her gaze was a blade. A little unexpected, sure. But since you came back alive, your number wasn't up. If you want revenge, come find me. I'm always ready. Good. Then be ready to lose everything. The pain I went through, you'll taste it too. He yanked off his shirt, his body a lattice of scars, not an inch unmarked. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes, saying nothing. Luo Wuyo suddenly chuckled again, a smirk in the sound. Relax, niece. I'm not planning to make a move, at least not yet. If you tell me where you've stashed your second uncle, maybe we can still be friends. Luo Yao answered coldly, I don't know where he is. If you've decided I'm the one who imprisoned him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the figure vanished from the study. Luo Yao stared in the direction Luo Wuyo had gone and murmured to herself, Aunt, did you really think you escaped on your own? But the fact you showed up here, that's on you. From that day on, the manor's security was upgraded again. Even the perimeter walls were wired with high voltage. Anyone who dared to come would be taken down without a sound. Back in their room, Lin Ran took one look and knew Luo Yao was in a bad mood, so he pulled her into his arms. As her husband, Lin Ran was ready to shoulder anything with her. He wouldn't let her bear even a hint of the burden. Question when Luo Yao's upset. How do you cheer her up? A. Make her truly feel your love. Fingers interlaced. They felt each other's breath, their noses brushed, and the heat between them had already been kindled. Ran, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Lin Ran asked. You, she whispered. Lin Ran gathered her into his arms with easy confidence, his gentle caresses easing her tension. Luo Yao leaned in to claim a kiss. Like bees sipping nectar, they lingered in each other's sweetness for a long while before coming up for air. Lin Ran gazed quietly at her before she could finish what she was saying. He kissed her again, his lips trailing up to her forehead, and the fire in their eyes flared. And then the revelry began. That night, Luo Yao became that wild little demon again, leaving even deeper marks on Lin Ran's shoulder. Lin Ran set the weekend plans. On the first day, he took Luo Yao all over the capital like any ordinary couple. Even with masks on, they still turned plenty of heads. Luo Yao tried a lot of things she'd never done before: arcades, the skating rink, even bungee jumping with him. They were simple things, really, but doing them with the one she loved most made them especially joyful and meaningful. Luo Yao thought, if life could stay like this, that would be perfect. After dinner, Lin Ran had the bodyguard drive them to Wangfeng Mountain, a famous scenic spot on the outskirts of a neighboring city. Although Wangfeng Mountain is closed at night, Lin Ran pulled some strings. He was hell-bent on going up tonight. After resting for a few hours, the two slipped into the mountain under the pre-dawn darkness, with the bodyguard trailing at a respectful distance. While they climbed, Lin Ran quietly hooked his index finger around Luo Yao's. Do you know why I gave you my index finger? Why? Because every finger is tied to the heart. You're not just holding my hand, you're holding my heart. Luo Yao's lips quirked as she laughed. Rain in that mouth of yours. Why? Lin Ran asked, puzzled. Because I might kiss you any second. As soon as the words left her mouth, she leaned in and stole a kiss. Lin Ran touched the corner of his lips, smiling, utterly content. He liked Luo Yao like this, even more light, happy, daring enough to show affection exactly the way he wanted to see her. Noticing him watching her with a soft smile, Luo Yao asked, what are you looking at? At how pretty you are. You must have been a Coke in a past life. One look at you, and I'm bubbling over with happiness. Luo Yao dropped straight to the ground and groaned. What a corny line. I'm beat. Ran, carry your Coke up the mountain. If your legs are fast enough, we can still catch the sunrise. Indulgent, Lin Ran crouched down. Luo Yao draped herself over him, her breath warm by his ear, and Lin Ran felt like the whole world was melting in that moment. Beads of sweat slid down his forehead. Luo Yao reached up to wipe them away, yet still refused to climb off him. If love came in levels, Lin Ran figured they'd already reached the highest. Following the faint light on the horizon, they finally reached the summit. Suddenly, Lin Ran pointed at a glimmer in the distance. Look, the sunrise is about to start. Luo Yao turned her head as well, and indeed saw the first blush of light. While she was looking away, Lin Ran finished getting everything ready, but when he turned back to look at Luo Yao, he froze. In the pale light of dawn, Lin Ran knelt on one knee, cradling a gleaming diamond ring that caught and scattered the morning glow. Miss Luo Yao, this ring is for you. Take it, wear it, and from now on, for the rest of our lives, I won't leave you, and I won't let you down. Luo Yao's heart lurched. She had to admit she'd already fallen into that snare called love. She slowly lifted her fair hand, the slender ring fingers standing out, as if signaling her surrender. A lifetime, never leaving, never letting go. Ran, do you really mean it? Lin Ran took out the ring, dropped to one knee again, and slid it onto her finger. Click! The bodyguard pressed the shutter at the perfect moment, capturing the most moving scene. Half the sun was climbing from the horizon, the morning star still hanging above. In their eyes there was only each other, that shining ring, perhaps not all about love, but undeniably beautiful. With a picture that beautiful, who wouldn't he want to linger? Luo Yao stared at the ring in her hand, a strange light in her eyes. Lin Ran reached out, she looked at his hand and smiled, then slipped a ring onto his finger too, and they gazed at each other in silence. From that moment on, her ring finger had a home. It was a little chilly at the mountaintop. Lin Ran draped his jacket over her shoulders. Luo Yao leaned on his shoulder, and together they watched the most beautiful sunrise in the world. Wang Bao handed the phone back to Lin Ran. Lin Ran thought it over and decided not to post anything on social media, afraid of inviting unnecessary trouble. Luo Yao pressed her whole weight into him to her. The early autumn morning was bursting with color. Lin Ran was startled by the look in her eyes. He knew that look all too well, heavy with meaning. Again? She nodded. Lin Ran froze, and the bodyguard had somehow vanished without a trace. He thought to himself, guess I really need to start taking my vitamins. This is getting way too frequent. After first light, they rested a while and headed down the mountain. Luo Yao clasped Lin Ran's index finger, and a small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The way down was quick, and by the time they reached the foot of the mountain, tourists were only just starting to trickle in. Seeing Lin Ran and his group coming out of the exit, people froze. Wait, isn't this mountain closed at night? How were there people climbing in the dark? Once the sun came up, the temperature rose. In early fall, morning goes from cool to warm in a snap. If you're not careful, it's easy to catch a chill. All Lin Ran hoped was that the handsome guys and pretty girls following his story would mind the temperature swings. If any of them got sick, it would break his heart. Off the mountain, you could already see from a distance the little stalls that had hustled over and the regular drink stand. Luo Yao suddenly seemed to remember something. I want ice cream. I missed out last time. Lin Ran remembered too. Last time at Huatian Plaza, her period hadn't ended yet, so she didn't get to have any. He was a man of action without another word. He ran over and bought one himself. The ice cream here wasn't cheap, and it wasn't even a name brand, but it was refreshing. Back in the car, Lin Ran held the ice cream and fed Luo Yao. She smiled, took a small taste, and thought it was sweet. Pointing at the corner of her mouth, Lin Ran said, "Little kitten, ice cream will stick to the corners of your mouth." Luo Yao was about to wipe it when his hand reached out first. She leaned in to make it easier for him, but his fingers barely touched her before he pulled back, grinning at her like he was teasing. She put on a tiny pout, then leaned over and took a bite of the ice cream herself, looking at him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Ran took a bite of the ice cream and kissed her straight on, the coolness still in his mouth. Luo Yao's eyes curved into crescents as she naturally slid her arms around his neck. As the car headed for the estate, the two of them took turns, one bite for you, one bite for me, until they finished that lone ice cream. Even the corners of their mouths ended up licked clean. By the time they got back to the estate, it was afternoon. A little tired, they ate, then curled up together to rest. It wasn't until evening that Lin Ran woke and saw the person beside him frowning, clutching her stomach, sweat beading on her forehead, yet she was still asleep. Lin Ran hurried over to check, touched Luo Yao's forehead, and felt it was a little warm. Could it be the ice cream they'd just had? Luo Yao woke up too. Seeing Lin Ran staring at her so anxiously, she looked a bit puzzled. The moment she tried to sit up, she felt uncomfortable. Lin Ran sent Uncle Fu to fetch their private doctor, and the moment the doctor arrived, he began the exam. The diagnosis was stomach flu. Lin Ran felt a pang of guilt, thinking it was probably last night's late hours plus something cold this morning. With Lin Ran fussing over her all night, bringing water, giving her medicine, waiting on her hand and foot, Luo Yao actually felt that being sick wasn't so bad. Around midnight, Luo Yao rested her head on Lin Ran's lap and drifted off again. Watching how she still wasn't sleeping deeply, Lin Ran couldn't help frowning. What he didn't know was that lately, this was actually an improvement for Luo Yao. If Lin Ran wasn't there, she could hardly fall asleep, and even when she did, nightmares often jolted her awake. These days had been the best rest she'd had in years. Lin Ran had become her security blanket. But Lin Ran had no idea, and his mind never went there. Instead, he was thinking how, in those novels, The domineering CEO types are always overworked, under too much pressure, eating at odd hours, and end up with chronic stomach problems. Maybe Luo Yao's stomach flu was a warning. It also drove home the fact that even the little she-devil could get sick. So he figured he still wasn't taking good enough care of her, he still wasn't doting on her enough. At the very least, he had to nurse this bossy little wife's stomach back to health, or else he really worried they'd find something wrong someday. The next day, another busy week kicked off, and Luo Yao, gritting her teeth through the pain, still went to the office. After staying up all night to look after her, Lin Ran didn't fall asleep until nearly dawn. When he opened his eyes, she was already gone. He went downstairs to ask, and learned that Luo Yao had already headed to the office. He pulled out his phone and texted her. Not long after, a reply came in. Lin Ran. Luo Yao. Lin Ran. He checked the time. It was already a little past 9. He hurried into the kitchen and simmered a big pot of porridge, nourishing and easy on the stomach, along with a few small side dishes stewed until meltingly tender. He packed everything into an insulated lunchbox and headed out, going straight to Luo Yao's office. When Luo Yao returned to her office after the meeting, she froze. She stared for a beat and blurted, "Ran? Wasn't he supposed to be resting at home? Why would he show up at the office all of a sudden? Did something happen?" Lin Ran eased her into a chair and pulled out the insulated lunchbox he brought. "You've caught a cold again. You need to take better care of yourself. I made something easy on your stomach. Eat it while it's hot." As he spoke, he laid out the food, dish by dish. Watching his earnest profile and the neat, delicate plates, Luo Yao drifted for a moment, lost in thought. Ran really had changed for the better. She liked the way he was now. So happy, so content, she wished it could stay like this forever.